Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became a Hummingbird. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. July 15th, 2xxx. Ms. Midoriya. Inko looks up, tears streaming down her cheeks. This was the first time she would ever hold her baby. Little Izuku. That's what Hisashi wanted to name him. Inko's nurse stood just inside the door, holding Inko's little bundle of joy. In a way, the mother was jealous. She wasn't the first person to hold her child, but it didn't matter in the long run. Izuku was about to be in her arms. The nurse walked up to Inko, gently holding Izuku. She leaned down, and Inko outstretched her arms slightly, allowing the nurse to carefully give Izuku to her. "He's beautiful," Inko murmured, tracing a thumb gently over his cheek. As her thumb skimmed across Izuku's face, she felt a weird hole where his ear should be. Inko's brow furrowed, confused. She turned Izuku into her chest to check the side of his head. He didn't have ears. Inko's breath hitched. Izuku was going to be deaf. He didn't have ears. Inko's breath sped up, and tears of fear spilled out of her as she turned Izuku's head side to side, trying to believe there were ears on his head. "Ms. Midoriya," the nurse called worriedly, rushing forward and grabbing Inko's hand. Inko's gaze jerked up to meet the nurse's. "What's wrong? Is everything okay?" "He doesn't have ears," Inko gasped, her breath hitching to the point that the sentence was near incomprehensible. "He has no ears." "Oh, my darling baby boy. What happened? Why? What?" The nurse interrupted, her voice conveying the clear confusion she felt. She gently turned Izuku's head to display the hole in it. "Ms. Midoriya, those are his ears." "What?" Inko breathed, staring at it in disbelief. "Yes," the nurse affirmed calmly. "Those are bird-like ears. They don't have outer ears. It's his quirk." "Does your husband not have a mutation quirk?" "No," Inko answered, tears still falling, but less distress in her voice. "My husband breathes fire. Both of his parents have emitter quirks as well." "Well, we don't know a lot about quirk science yet," the nurse hummed, "but your husband most likely has mutation aspects with fire breath. He must have some kind of resistance. If he has a mutation aspect, somehow it could have made it to your son." Inko had stopped crying now, but she was still confused. "Will he have wings, or is it just the ears?" she asked. "No, your son has wings," the nurse replied, gently taking Izuku and flipping him over. "Look, they don't have feathers right now, but they'll grow in eventually." On Izuku's back were two wing-shaped nubs, spread out carelessly. Oh, Inko stared at the oddities blankly, her tired mind trying to understand what was in front of her. "So he's going to be all right?" "Yes, Ms. Midoriya." The nurse smiled patiently. "Your son was remarkably healthy and will likely continue to be." "Thank you," Inko sighed, relieved beyond expression. "Thank you so much. It's my job, Ms. Midoriya," the nurse assured her. "Would you like to rest before holding him again?" "Yes, please," Inko agreed, slipping down from her seated position. "Thank you." Of course, Inko didn't even hear her, though. She was already fast asleep. 3 months later, Inko felt her heart warm in her chest to the sound of her little boy's laughter. He was playing with an All Might-themed rattle, shaking it and giggling at the noise it made. As she shook the rattle to a rhythm for Izuku, she noticed a weird spot on his cheek, up near his ear. Inko set the rattle down and pulled Izuku closer, ignoring his impatient whines. She cupped his face and turned it to the side, allowing his cheek to catch the light. Black spots dotted his face, too small and too dark to be freckles. They looked more like pinpricks of color. They were on both sides of his face, almost symmetric in nature. Inko scooped Izuku up and checked his arms and legs. The spots weren't there. Inko caught a glimpse of his wing, though. There were more spots on it. She gently took one and stretched it, ignoring the increasing volume of Izuku's complaints. This was too important. What if he was sick? The spots were all over the wing, and there seemed to be no spot untouched on it. Wait, only on the wings and a little on the face. What if they were feathers? Izuku was sniffling now, at the brink of tears because his mom wouldn't stop messing with him and turning him this way and that, albeit gently. Inko quickly remedied this by taking the rattle and shaking it to a spontaneous, bouncy rhythm, effectively distracting Izuku from his grievances. Izuku was fine. It was just his feathers growing in. If the spots proved to not be feathers within the next few days, Inko would take him to the doctor. Izuku was okay, though, and that's all that mattered. 1 month later, Inko rushed to the door as the knocking got louder and faster. Mitsuki was getting impatient. "Inko, you in there?" her friend shouted, knocking louder. Izuku whined in Inko's arms, clumsily pressing his hands against the side of his head. Izuku had figured out quickly how to muffle noise, even if just a little. His little ears were so sensitive, it was hard to keep him happy when Inko was doing anything that made noise. She could hardly cook without an episode. However, that was before he grew his feathers out. They seemed to help with the noise complaints from her little sunshine. Maybe they were designed to. Mitsuki was just exceptionally loud all the time. Inko opened the door, a friendly but strained smile on her face as Izuku squirmed in her arms. Mitsuki, long time no see. Hey, Inko. Mitsuki greeted Inko loudly, her own child in her arms. Please try to be a little quieter, Inko requested, wincing as Izuku whined louder. He's very sensitive to noise. He's got advanced senses. Will do, Mitsuki nodded, her voice significantly quieter. That was a relief. Sorry, you didn't know, Inko assured her. It's all right. Would you like some tea? Of course, Mitsuki agreed. We can let our brats get acquainted while we catch up. Sounds good, Inko nodded. She led Mitsuki to the playpen and set Izuku on the other side of the gate. She set Izuku on his stomach, and he held up his torso with his little arms to look up at her better. Mitsuki followed suit, setting Katsuki, her child, next to Izuku. Inko was a little worried since Izuku was so small compared to him, but Katsuki didn't seem to have any intention of bullying or playing rough with her son. Your kid's got feathers now, Mitsuki commented, her eyes trailing over the smooth, flowing gradient of greens on Izuku's wings and face. They're pretty. Yes, he's beautiful, Inko agreed, hints of pride and warmth in her tone. He has the prettiest quirk I believe I've ever seen. Mitsuki snorted a laugh and said, I think Katz agrees. Katsuki was leaning over, fascinated by the feather's color. He reached out a tiny hand and ran it clumsily but gently over Izuku's wing. Katsuki scooted closer, barely keeping himself upright, but balancing in time. Izuku relaxed, allowing himself to lay out completely, and began to fall asleep. Katsuki didn't seem to mind the lack of attention. He was too enthralled by the wing on his lap. I think they'll be fine, Mitsuki huffed with amusement. Inko nodded and led Mitsuki to the kitchen to start the tea. Neither boy moved until Mitsuki and Katsuki had to leave. 4 years later. Pop, pop, pop. Izuku paused as he heard the crackling of sparks. Was there a fire? The caretakers had taught them about how fire starts because one of Izuku's classmates got a fire quirk. Pop, pop, pop. Izuku put down the blocks he was building with and stumbled to his feet. What was that noise? Pop, crackle, pop. Whoa, Kacchan. That's so cool. Izuku turned and saw all of his classmates gathered in a thick ring around something, probably Kacchan. He waddled toward the circle, identifying it as the source of the weird noise. Katsuki will be someone great someday with a quirk like that. Certainly, he might give the top 10 a run for their money as a hero. Izuku ignored the conversation between the caretakers. He wanted to see what Kacchan was doing. Izuku stumbled through the thick crowd, grateful for a few nicer ones who moved out of the way. He had trouble walking because his wings were really heavy, even though they weren't that big. Kacchan, Izuku called as he broke through the last of the group. Whoa, Kacchan turned and noticed Izuku next to him. Isn't this cool, Izuku? He asked, displaying his hands in front of him. Pop, crackle, pop. Boom. A little explosion lit up in each palm. Amazing, Izuku. That's so awesome, Izuku agreed, sitting in front of Kacchan. You're gonna be such a cool hero. Really? Kacchan asked, surprised. I mean, of course I am. Yeah, Izuku affirmed. Maybe even better than All Might. No, Kacchan shook his head in disbelief. No one's better than All Might. He's the greatest. Then you'll be the super greatest. Izuku argued. No way, Kacchan huffed. He's the #1 hero. Maybe you'll be the #1 hero when you grow up and get real strong, Izuku suggested, grinning excitedly for his friend. And I can be your super cool partner. We'll be, the Wonder Duo. Kacchan filled in, also excited now. There's already a Wonder Duo, silly. Izuku giggled. He didn't notice the kids wandering off one by one. He was too busy coming up with a duo name. What about the Super Friends? That's really cool, Izuku, Kacchan agreed. We're gonna be the best. Yeah. 1 year later, Izuku whooped as he touched the sky with his feet before swinging back in a wide arc. He clutched the chains next to him with a death grip, cheering and laughing as his stomach swooped and dived. It was a funny feeling. He leaned backward again, his legs sticking straight out, and he pretended he was kicking off the clouds in the sky as he swung back again. Izuku looked down and saw Tsubasa with crossed arms and an impatient look on his face. Izuku let go of the swing and kept himself in the air with his wings as it swung without him. He quickly moved out of the way so he wouldn't get hit by the wild thrashing the swing was now doing. Hey, Tsubasa, Izuku greeted him, grinning. I was waiting for Kacchan. Do you want to play too? No, Tsubasa huffed, pouting a bit. I have something super duper important to tell you. What? Izuku asked, leaning forward a little bit. What is it? Tsubasa trailed off, his wings folding a little tighter into himself nervously. He took a deep breath and looked straight at Izuku, his wings relaxing with his burst of courage. I challenge you. Challenge? Izuku echoed, excited by the idea. I love challenges. What is it? You won't love this one, Tsubasa declared. I challenge you to a duel. A duel? Izuku gasped. What? Why? I don't want to fight you. Not a fight, idiot. Tsubasa corrected. I want to have a competition with you to see who flies better. Oh, Izuku nodded, understanding now. That's a great idea. Who's gonna be the scorekeeper? Kacchan, Tsubasa answered. He has to say yes. I don't have to do anything, Kacchan grumbled, walking up to them. Izuku grinned and waved at him. What am I doing? You're gonna be the scorekeeper, Izuku chirped. We're gonna have a cool contest to see who's better at flying. Kacchan nodded and hummed, I guess I'll do it. This better be cool, though, Izuku cheered. This was gonna be a lot of fun. First, Tsubasa started, pacing in front of 2 stones that marked the start and end line. It's an obstacle course. We're gonna test how good we are at flying with stuff in the way. Izuku nodded seriously. He had to focus so he knew the rules. Do you see the tree with the black bark over there? Tsubasa pointed to a tree charred slightly by Kacchan's quirk deeper into the forest. We have to fly to that tree and back. Are there any rules? Izuku asked, raising his hand. Yes, Tsubasa nodded. You can't fly above the trees, and you're not allowed to land. If you touch the ground, you're disqualified. Also, you have to touch the tree for it to count. Okay, Izuku agreed, grinning eagerly. Kacchan, please count down from 3. Kacchan sighed, but he stood to the side of the start line. 3. Izuku hurried behind the start line and took the position runners did before a race. 2. Tsubasa began flapping his wings, hovering slightly above the ground. Izuku followed suit, a dull hum filling the air as he took flight. 1. Izuku nearly started, but Kacchan didn't shout, so it wasn't time yet. Go. Izuku shot forward, weaving between trees and under branches. He made special care not to touch the ground, but he really wanted to win this. He saw the tree come into view, and his hand touched the charred bark, leaving ash on his palm. Izuku immediately turned around, racing back as quickly as he came. Izuku raced across the finish line in a flash, a green blur against the brown trunks of the forest. You won, Izuku, Kacchan cheered, grinning proudly for him. Wow, thanks, Kacchan. Izuku grinned. Did you see how fast I was? Yeah, you were super cool. Tsubasa landed on the other side of the finish line, a few leaves on his head and clothes. His wings were really bad for small areas like the trees made. He did super well, though, in Izuku's opinion. Good job, Tsubasa complimented flatly. You won the first race. How many are there? Izuku asked. There's 4, including this one, Tsubasa answered. Speed, which is the next one, Mavi, navigation, which is this one, strength, which is the one after speed, and Agi, agility. That's the last one. Well, Kacchan huffed impatiently. Let's move on. Okay, Tsubasa whined. We've just gotta move the rocks. Tsubasa quickly adjusted the rocks so they were positioned at the end of a long field. He explained that they'd be racing across this instead, and tapping a tree at the end of it before flying back. Same rules as before, just with no limit as to how high they can fly. Kacchan counted them down, and Izuku flew as fast as he could. However, Tsubasa's wings were a lot bigger and stronger, so he went a lot faster than Izuku. Izuku wasn't slow, but he wasn't fast enough to win either. Izuku thought it was awesome that Tsubasa won that race, but Tsubasa was super grumpy, which was a little weird. Why wasn't Tsubasa happy that he won? Next was the strength contest. One of them would lift something, and the other would try to lift that same thing. Then, they'd switch so that the other would lift something, and the first would try to lift it too. They'd go back and forth until one of them couldn't carry the thing the first person lifted. Izuku chose what to lift first, so he picked a branch that looked pretty big and tried to lift it. It was super hard, but he managed to lift it into the air. Tsubasa lifted it with ease after Izuku set it down. Tsubasa chose a big rock that looked really heavy. He managed to lift it pretty easily as well. Izuku had a bit of a struggle, but he also managed to take the rock into the air. Izuku chose one of his smaller classmates, hugging him from behind and lifting both of them into the air. His classmate squealed excitedly and laughed at the fun experience. Tsubasa followed suit with a little struggle, but he did manage to fly with the same classmate. Tsubasa chose Kacchan to lift next, but he couldn't manage to do it. Kacchan was big for his age, and he was pretty heavy. Izuku couldn't lift Kacchan either, though, so the contest continued. Tsubasa got to go again because his last choice was too heavy for the both of them. He chose a really big tree branch that was lying on the ground and barely lifted it high enough to count. Izuku tried everything he could to lift the same branch, but he just couldn't get it to do anything but roll. Tsubasa won the strength contest. The last competition tested agility. The goal was to catch the most pillows. They were initially going to throw rocks because they're easier to throw up high, but the caretakers said no. So pillows it was. Tsubasa and Izuku would each have their own partner. A few classmates would throw the pillows into the air for Izuku or Tsubasa to catch. After a pillow was caught, they had to throw their pillow down to their teammate, who would set it aside to represent a point. Whoever had the most pillows in their pile at the end won. Kacchan counted the game off, slowing it down for suspense since there were so many people watching. He would make a really good game show host in Izuku's opinion. When Kacchan shouted go, Izuku darted through the air, zigzagging to intercept the pillows. He easily caught the pillows and tossed them down quickly to his teammate. When Tsubasa missed a catch, Izuku would swoop in and catch the point instead. While Tsubasa could fly faster than Izuku, he had to travel in wide arcs to make up for a missed pillow. If he swooped low to catch a pillow, he couldn't stop and hover if he missed like Izuku could. Izuku would usually end up snatching it before he could turn around anyway. Izuku won the agility contest by several pillows. He had over thrice as many points as Tsubasa did, so they both ended up with 2 points. It was a draw. Yeah, Izuku cheered, glad that no one lost. We tied. We both win, Tsubasa. Ties aren't for winners, Izuku, Tsubasa grumbled. Everybody loses in a tie. That's not a nice way of looking at it, Izuku said, his smile falling. Nobody loses because everyone was just as good as everyone else. We all win. Okay, Izuku, Tsubasa huffed, turning away. I guess. Izuku grinned, satisfied with Tsubasa's agreement. Tsubasa was really pessimistic sometimes. He usually talked about his grandpa when he said stuff like that, though. He didn't like being on equal terms with someone else. So competitive. Kacchan, Izuku called, shaking the thoughts off. He could think about it later. Kacchan, did you see? We tied. Everyone wins. That's great, Izuku. Kacchan agreed, turning away. Come on, Auntie's waiting for us. Coming, Izuku chirped, running after his friend. Tsubasa watched Izuku follow Kacchan out of the playground. He frowned at the dirt, sulking over the outcome. A tie. Tsubasa shouldn't have tied. He wasn't a loser. Grandpa always said that ties were two-way losses. There wasn't a winner in ties. Maybe Tsubasa wouldn't hate the results of the contest so much if Izuku was also upset. Izuku thought everyone won, though. One day, Tsubasa will challenge Izuku again. And next time, he'll win. He'll train super hard so that he's the best flyer in Japan. Yeah, that's a good idea. He'd get his rematch one day. One day, 3 years later. Tsubasa, Ms. Kirin repeated thoughtfully. No, I haven't seen him. It was summertime, so I wouldn't have. But, Izuku protested with worry in his voice. I'm sorry, Midoriya, she apologized. I'm sure he's fine. Have a good first day. Why would I know where he is? Fingers asked with a little sneer. He's your friend. Are you so useless that you lost him? Sorry, Izuku murmured, turning away. I don't know where Wings is, Izuku, Kacchan answered. I thought you hung out with him yesterday. Is he sick? No, Izuku replied. He was fine yesterday. Where did he go? I'm sorry, Zuku, Kacchan hummed sadly. You'll find him. You're cool like that. No one knew where Tsubasa was. He just disappeared. None of the people in Aldera Primary had a clue about his whereabouts. Izuku had even asked some of Tsubasa's other friends. When he asked the teachers, he was shaken off and told he was being dramatic. When he asked the students, he was told to bug off and find Tsubasa himself. It was scary being alone in this. Mama thought he was being dramatic too. She thought Izuku was exaggerating and making something out of nothing. Izuku knew something was wrong, though. Something had to be. He'd show everyone that he wasn't imagining or overreacting. Tsubasa was missing, and no one cared. It was frustrating. He waited for a little bit, just in case Tsubasa really was sick. But after a week of school and no sign, Izuku was convinced. Tsubasa was officially missing. The police looked for him for a day before giving up. Izuku snuck out to ask why one evening, but the person behind the desk didn't listen to him. She thought he was being dramatic too. Tsubasa's case was cold, which meant that they had no leads or evidence, according to Mama. But wasn't that too fast for all the evidence to go away? On the crime shows Auntie Mitsuki watched, it usually takes months or years for a case to go cold. So Izuku had to take this search into his own hands. He formed a plan. He watched a lot of shows with kidnapping episodes, like episode 41 of Mighty Adventures, where All Might saves a boy from a kidnapper. He learned a few things about kidnappings from it. The people who go missing are usually kept in big, dingy warehouses. They're usually taken by big, strong people with potato sacks. They are put in a cold, metal chair and tied with rope and duct taped over the mouth. Izuku knew so much about this stuff now. He would wait until Friday, when Mama usually works really late, and leave daycare early. He'd say he saw his mama out there to one of the caretakers, who doesn't mean she sees someone when she says she does. So, when Izuku points in a general direction with lots of people, she'll say she saw Izuku's mama when she really didn't. He'll fly away once he's out of sight from the daycare. And he'll go to downtown Musutafu, where there are a few big warehouses, hopefully. Once he gets to a big park, Izuku will take a break before looking for big warehouses to peek in. Then, he'll look in each warehouse until he finds Tsubasa. The plan is foolproof, really. On the Friday of the third week of school, Izuku initiated his plan. Miss, Izuku tugged on the caretaker's sleeve to get her attention. My mama's here. Do you see her? He pointed to a woman with green hair in the line of parents waiting for their kids. The caretaker narrowed her eyes as she looked into the line. Yep, I see her. Go ahead, Izuku. Izuku thanked her and walked into the line, walking right by the woman he'd pointed at. He left the building and shot into the air, quickly rising above the building. He would be a regular bird to anyone looking up now. Izuku followed the road he knew led to the highway and flew on that same path. If he followed the highway, eventually he'd see the big buildings and find Tsubasa. Izuku watches the highway carefully, making sure he doesn't get lost. He'd have no landmarks to go off of, and he'd be stranded. Bad idea. As he stared at the road beneath him, Izuku realized that he was almost faster than some of the cars. Izuku gaped at the little red truck he was keeping pace with. He was fascinated by this. For what felt like hours, Izuku flew over this truck and followed it. He lost track of where he was, but he didn't mind. The journey was so interesting to him. Izuku eventually looked up, barely noticing the sunset, and noticed the large city in front of him, downtown Musutafu. He sped up with an energy he didn't know he had, and he scouted the city out for a park to rest at. Izuku quickly spotted a green square amidst the grays and blues of the city. Izuku landed, stumbling to a stop in front of a big fountain in the middle. He looked around, shocked by how tall everything was from the ground. Everything looked so much smaller when he was flying. How was Izuku supposed to search a whole city if he couldn't believe the size of the park? Izuku was too small and too slow and too tired to search for Tsubasa now. Maybe the police would pick up the case again. Surely Tsubasa was just really sick, right? Maybe he took a long vacation. Surely, Izuku felt around in his pocket for a few coins. He remembered bringing some just in case he got stuck. Izuku finally found a couple 100 yen coins to use a payphone with. He sighed, relieved. Thank goodness he could get out of here. Izuku just wanted to go home. As he walked through the bustling evening crowd, Izuku couldn't help but feel unnerved. There were so many people here, yet no one he knew. He couldn't recognize a single face or voice or quirk. Izuku wanted to go home. As he neared the gate, he noticed a green payphone to his left. He veered off toward it, eager to escape the throng of people. A hand brushed against his wing, and Izuku grimaced. He didn't like this place at all. There were too many people and not enough space. Finally, he reached the phone and took refuge in the personal bubble he now had. He slipped the 100 yen coin in and typed in Mama's number. He knew Mama's number because she wrote it on his hand at an amusement park in case he got lost. Now he had it super memorized. Diorararar, diorararar, diorar, click. Hello, this is Midoriya Co. Mama. Meanwhile, Hawks, you absolutely cannot leave this park without supervision. K. Hawks' handler, Jimmy Pisu, instructed sternly. You will not be allowed to leave again until you become a fully fledged hero. If you do, understand? Yes, sir, K. Hawks agreed blankly. I understand. Good, Jimmy Pisu nodded. Enjoy your reward now. Thank you, sir, K. Hawks replied before walking into the park. The park, Kago, no, it's Hawks, found, was far more colorful than anything he'd seen for a while. It had all sorts of colors. The trees were so green, and the sky was a beautiful gradient of color. It had purples and pinks and reds and oranges bleeding into one another so smoothly. It was unable to be described. And that's not even mentioning the people. Quirks of all kinds colored the crowd along with clothes and styles and hair colors. Street vendors and benches and carts lined the pathways that led the people in and out and around the park. It was so chaotic. This place had no order to it. Kago had never seen something so beautiful in his life. He found a bench and sat down, admiring the park in all its glory. There was someone with claws similar to a lobster's and another person with bubbles floating around him. There was noise of conversation and footsteps and eating and laughing. It smelled like specially prepared food and sweet treats. This was the happiest place Kago had ever been. Eventually, one person caught his eye, which Kago hadn't even thought possible in a place with so much to look at and experience. A kid who looked to be around 5 years old was weaving through the crowd, looking a little worried and very tired. He was clutching something in a little fist which was held to his chest. However, that's not what Kago had been looking at. The wings on his back and the feathers on his face were the real attention grabbers. The kid was capturing everyone's eyes, if even for just a moment, with the beautiful, swirling colors in his feathers. It almost made Kago jealous that his own were a dull, solid red. Kago watched the kid until he disappeared into the crowd. But Kago found that he wanted to find the winged kid again. He wasn't done looking at the colors and trying to find each and every one. Maybe he was nice, too. Maybe there was something about the fact that both of them had avian quirks. He'd never seen someone else with bird-like wings. Either way, Kago found himself getting up and following the kid. He weaved through the crowd until he caught a glimpse of those feathers again. He eventually ended up leaning against a tree near the payphone booths where the kid was at. The kid shoved a coin into the machine before picking up the phone and punching in a few numbers. Kago could see when whoever the kid was calling picked up, because his face lit up, relief evident in his expression. Despite the distance between them, Kago heard the kid cry, "Mama." Izuku felt so happy and proud of himself. He remembered Mama's number right. That's Mama's voice. Izuku, Mama replied. This isn't the daycare phone. Whose phone are you using? I'm at a payphone, Izuku answered. I had to pay 100 yen to use it. Why are you using a payphone? Mama asked. Izuku, where are you right now? Izuku trailed off, looking around the park. This wasn't Musutafu's park. Oh no, don't know, Mama. What? Mama exclaimed. Okay, are you in Musutafu still, Izuku? I don't think so. Izuku's voice wobbled, tears coming to his eyes. Where was he? Why did he think this was a good idea? Oh, don't cry, sunshine. Mama comforted him after a big sniffle. Can you find someone who does know? I can try. Izuku promised, wiping his tears with the back of his hand. Izuku looked around, scanning the park. There was a blonde boy with big, red wings staring back at him from a tree nearby. The boy looked away, seemingly embarrassed by getting caught staring. That's okay. Izuku sometimes stared at people too. Hey, Izuku called, waving his free hand wildly to get the winged boy's attention. Hey, can you help me, please? The boy looked around for someone else that Izuku could be calling for, but he quickly realized that he was the one being called by Izuku. He walked over to the payphone, curious as to what Izuku wanted with him. Do you need something? The boy asked nervously. I'm sorry for staring. I know it was rude. It's fine, Izuku assured him. I'm Izuku. What's your name? Call me Hawks, the boy, Hawks, answered. What do you need help with? I don't know where I am, Izuku explained. Mama needs to know so she can come get me. Where are we? We're near the HPSC building, Hawks informed Izuku. Izuku leaned into the phone and told Mama. We're near the HPSC building. Izuku looked up at Hawks, who nodded, confirming that Izuku got the letters right. Yeah, that's where we are. I'll be there in 30 minutes, Mama replied. Who helped you? It's a boy named Hawks. Izuku chirped. He's right. Hey, where'd he go? Izuku looked around, but the boy called Hawks was nowhere to be seen. He just disappeared. Poof, just like that. Just stay on the phone, Izuku, Mama instructed Izuku. Don't stop talking, all right. Yes, Mama, Izuku agreed. So, Kacchan showed me this new trick with his explosions yesterday. Izuku, Mama called, looking through the crowd. Izuku, where are you? Mama, Izuku shouted, waving his arms from the payphone area. Over here. Izuku, what were you thinking? She exclaimed, bursting through the stream of people to rush toward Izuku. That was so dangerous. Did you fly here yourself? Yeah, Izuku affirmed. I flew super fast. That was scary for Mama. Okay, Mama said, kneeling in front of Izuku with his hands in hers. Please, don't do that again. It was really scary. Mama, Izuku admitted. I won't do it again. Promise. You are in so much trouble when we get home. Mama's voice hardened, and Izuku knew he was really in for it. Do you have any idea how stressful it was to hear you weren't even in Musutafu anymore? You're lucky that Hawk's boy helped you. I'm sorry, Izuku yelped, his feet scrambling to keep up with Mama's pace. I'm sorry, please. You'll be lucky even to see the computer before you get into secondary school. Nuo, Mama, please. Izuku would never forget about Tsubasa, and Tsubasa would never forget about Izuku. And later, they will meet again, both much older and different than before. But later is not now, so Izuku moved on. 8 years later, Izuku fluttered down the sidewalk, his wings buzzing fast enough to boost his speed but not much more. He flew over people and ducked beneath arms and through tiny gaps as he weaved through foot traffic. There was something happening at Tatooine Station. He saw an update on his phone from one of his favorite hero analysis accounts he followed on Hero Space. Izuku zipped over the crosswalk after the pedestrian light turned green, smiling eagerly. He might visit these fights often, but each one was different from the next, and they were fun to watch. It was a lot of fun to break down the heroes and villains and quirks in between and analyze them to their core. What strategies could be used for one side to win? What about the other? What if there was a quirk malfunction on the hero's side? Could they recover? Why? Questions like these were what flew through Izuku's mind when he saw a fight on TV or in person. As the station came into view, Izuku gaped at the sight on the rails above it. That's a huge villain. He breathed, amazed by the sheer size the man's quirk helped him reach. Izuku ran headfirst into the crowd, pushing and shoving his way through to the front. He broke through just in time to see Death Arms save a group of civilians by catching a falling electric tower. Before Izuku could get any closer to the scene, a stream of water shot in front of his chest, spanning the entire length of the crowd. Izuku followed the water's source back to the hero Backdraft, who warned them all to stay back, away from the danger. Suddenly, a shadow crossed overhead, and the screams of smitten girls alerted Izuku to the presence of Kamui Woods, who just arrived at the scene. It's Kamui Woods, he exclaimed, amazed by how many heroes were there. Izuku hadn't seen much of the new rising hero yet, so this was a golden opportunity. He reached into his messenger bag, a bright annoying yellow because Kacchan hated it, and pulled out his notebook from the front pocket. Izuku didn't wear a regular backpack because he felt trapped when he wore something that pinned his wings down. He couldn't fly with a backpack on, hence the unintrusive replacement. It slipped between his wings instead of crushing them against his back. Kacchan notes, someone commented. Izuku glanced up from his entry to see a shorter, older man with 3 spikes on his head staring at him mirthfully. You must be a real fanboy. Hardly see anyone taking notes anymore. Ah, a little bit, Izuku admitted, his face heating as his habit was called attention to. I find these kinds of things really interesting. I like the action, the man shared. The monologues are a waste of time. Izuku opened his mouth to agree that, yes, monologuing was a waste of time and to add that it was an opening for the enemy. But he was interrupted by Kamui Woods. Monologuing. Dang it. Illegal quirk use, theft, and assault. Kamui Woods listed in a large, bold voice, allowing everyone to know what the villain had done. Truly, you are the epitome of evil. Epitome, the man echoed, taken aback by the grand exaggeration. Hardly, Izuku silently agreed. People had committed worse crimes since before the dawn of quirks. Honestly, the things heroes would do and say to get on the next headline. After an impressive battle of acrobatics, recovery, and strength, each move dissected and mentally countered in Izuku's notebook, Kamui Woods spread his hands in front of him, preparing for his finishing move. Izuku looked up from his notebook and grinned, bouncing on his toes excitedly. Preemptive, Kamui Woods began, his arms growing longer and sturdier, increasing in size as he prepared to unleash the final blow. Izuku's voice easily blended in with his, slipping in sync with the hero's. Binding, Izuku's smile grew eagerly, and he leaned forward in anticipation for the big attack. Lacquered chain prison. Canyon cannon. The crowd froze in disbelief as a new hero dived in, kicking the villain off of the tracks and down to the police. Cheers rose up quickly, though, unperturbed by the unjust nature of this win. Don't worry, you won't have to worry about this bum anymore, Mount Lady, the new arrival, quipped, posing flirtatiously for the cameras. Izuku felt nothing but annoyance, though. How was this fair? Mount Lady did little to none of the work and received all of the credit. The things heroes will do for recognition. Now, Izuku gets that the hero industry is hard for a lot of people to make a living in. If you're not popular, your life goes down the drain or you work under a popular hero as a sidekick. It's a rough system, but still, stealing the credit. Mount Lady probably wouldn't even be called out for it. She was a new, rising, female hero who is conventionally attractive. That's going to be the focus of the news stations and the observers, not the fact that she stole the glory from someone else. Regardless of Izuku's disdain for her, he had to commend her on not damaging the city more than the villain already had despite her quirk. She flew in, but she didn't break up the pavement or tear down any buildings. She would be relatively useless in a city, though. She has to constantly watch her surroundings, making sure she doesn't destroy people's homes or businesses or roads. Mount Lady would be more effective in a rural area, but that's not where the spotlight was, so she was in the city. Before Izuku knew it, he was standing alone at the crater where the villain had landed and scribbling his thoughts down in his notebook. Well, almost alone. Wow, still jotting down notes, fanboy. The old man from before chuckled. What, you want to be a hero? Izuku perked up, and he turned to face the man with a huge, eager grin. More than anything. What's got your feathers in a twist, nerd? Kacchan asked mirthfully as Izuku plopped down in the seat next to him. The latter had made it just before the bell rang, so he wasn't technically late, thankfully. Mount Lady, Izuku grumbled, glaring at his desk. Sure, he was holding a grudge for someone else, but he was allowed to feel upset about this. It wasn't right. A hero. What'd she do to set you off? Kacchan exclaimed. For her debut this morning, she landed the finishing blow on the villain, who was already about to be defeated by Kamui Woods. Izuku explained, his voice rising as his irritation grew. Thankfully, Izuku couldn't get very loud. She took all of the credit. No one batted an eye. Kacchan encouraged, looking entertained by this conversation. He always was when Izuku was worked up. Yeah, Izuku affirmed. No one paid any mind to it because Mount Lady is conventionally attractive and fresh blood. She's big and flashy and perfect for doing well in the hero industry. Tell me more, Kacchan grinned, though it wasn't a nice one. It was more of a feral one in Izuku's opinion, but Kacchan hardly ever looked nice. All right, settle down, class, Sensei interrupted, looking annoyed with the noise level. It didn't lower at all, but he continued regardless, as third years, you need to consider your future more carefully. I've got these career forms for you guys to fill out, but Izuku's brow furrowed as Sensei trailed off. Where was he going with this? You all want to be heroes, don't you? Sensei smirked as he tossed the papers into the air. What do you need these for? The class went wild, everyone displaying and showing off their quirks. Fire and boulders and all sorts of dangerous stuff was flashed like they were cosmetics and not weapons. Izuku blinked at his teacher's carelessness. He knew at least one of the people in the room wanted to be a doctor. Another of his classmates wanted to work in welding. Those forms could have been important for them. Izuku huffed, ignoring the pandemonium around him as he glared daggers at his desk. Pop, pop, boom. Izuku slowly looked up, narrowing his eyes into a glare aimed at Kacchan. Hey, he murmured, what are you doing? Kacchan did not fire his quirk off again, no matter how badly he wanted to show off that he was the best. Don't loop us in with these guys, Sensei, Kacchan sighed, leaning back in his chair as a show of arrogance. They're hardly good enough to be psychics. Kacchan, Izuku squeaked. They're not all bad. Not all of them, Kacchan echoed. That's pessimistic of you. What happened to the optimistic goody two-shoes? Ha. Hey, Izuku huffed, directing a glare at Kacchan again, but this one had no heat behind it. Midoriya, do you have something you want to share with the class? Sensei sneered, his lips curling into a cruel smile. He knew what he was doing. No, Sensei, Izuku answered, embarrassment tinging his cheeks pink. I was just mumbling. Last warning, Midoriya, he sighed, as if Izuku had committed a disrespect greater than the kids still showing off their quirks in the classroom. Well, I said not to group us in with these losers. Teach, Kacchan interceded, scowling. I said they're a bunch of hero wannabes who'll do nothing more as heroes than become some D-lister's sidekick. Midoriya, Sensei admonished, causing Izuku to suppress a large sigh. How could you think of yourself so highly that you'd berate your classmates like this? Are you deaf, old man? Kacchan retorted, standing up now. His palms were pressed against his desk so that irritated sparks wouldn't fly and hurt someone. I told you I said that. I think we're going to UA. And that these nobodies will be left in the dust. Bakugo, Sensei started patronizingly, staring at Kacchan as if he was someone to be pitied. You don't have to cover for Midoriya. You know that, right? Huh, Kacchan exclaimed, a few more pops sounding from his hands. Cover? This darn nerd wouldn't speak derisively if his life depended on it. Sensei took a deep breath and leveled an even look at Kacchan. We'll speak after class. Kacchan plopped back down in his seat frustratedly, scowling openly at the man. Izuku leaned over and whispered, thank you. Kacchan looked away, a little embarrassed, but he was happy that his efforts were acknowledged. Izuku knew that much just from growing up with him. Hey, Birdie, a sneering voice called out as Izuku shoved his things into his bag. Izuku turned, apprehension and dread causing his feathers to fluff up and the hair on his arms and neck to rise. What's that? A diary. A group of 3 boys, all known for being generally unpleasant, stood in front of Izuku's desk. Their intent was clear. They wanted to make Izuku's life harder. You writing stalker notes or something in that? A different boy, dubbed Boulders by Kacchan, scoffed, staring disdainfully at the notebook in Izuku's trembling hands. Might as well fact-check it. The third boy, Fingers, suggested with a cruel smirk. Give it here, Glass Bones. That particular nickname came from when Izuku had been shoved down the stairs in his first year. His arm had snapped as all of his weight fell on it when he tried to catch himself. Anyone's arm would have snapped in that situation, but birds were known for having particularly fragile bones because of their hollowness. Izuku's bones weren't even hollow, save for his wings. What? Izuku clutched the notebook to his chest, shrinking away from the trio. No, has Bakugo made you cocky? Or are you just plain stupid? The first boy, Weedle, scoffed. Hand it over, or we'll make you. No, it's mine, Izuku refused, backing up. He wasn't fast enough, though, because before he knew it, Fingers was holding him in place while Boulders yanked the notebook from his grasp. Izuku's wings flared out, but a hand on one of them made all movement stop. Wouldn't want to break any more bones, right? Fingers sneered, squeezing the wing in his hand painfully. Izuku watched helplessly as the other 2 flipped through his notebook, jeering and laughing at its contents. He couldn't see the unease in their tense figures, though. He was too worried to focus on anything but the wing in Fingers' grasp. Freaking weirdo, Boulders spat, slamming the book shut and tossing it out the window. The only thing that book was good for was fish food. Izuku felt Fingers' grip loosen on his wing, and he took his chance. He ripped himself away from the boy and dived after his prized possession, speeding to intercept it before it could hit the water. Izuku felt his fingers wrap around the spine before pulling up from his dive, flying away from the water that nearly harmed his notebook. He glared at the pond, at the fish swimming carelessly inside it. Lucky them, unbothered by the fleeting issues of human life. He huffed, staring up at the classroom window. He can't say that his stunt was the first time he'd dived out of that room, but it wasn't usually for something so pressing as preserving his book. Izuku fluttered up to the closed window, glaring at the closed and latched frame. He couldn't actually see the glass, a fun part of his quirk, but the frame wasn't up or loose like it was when it was open. It hardly mattered that Izuku couldn't see glass when the windows were all stained or cracked in some way. Gotta love public school. After he noticed that the window was closed, he saw the state of the classroom. Izuku's bag was empty and thrown into a corner haphazardly. His things were strewn about the room, books lying across chairs and desks and pencils scattered on the ground, waiting for someone to trip on them. But that's not what Izuku really focused on. His desk lay unmarked and unassuming. Well, it would, if it wasn't for the bright flower on it. A spider lily. Izuku nearly dropped his notebook when he realized what it was. He tapped hesitantly on the glass, his eyes wide and unblinking, staring at the terrible flower. No one heard him. Tap, tap, tap. Izuku felt tears dripping down his face, and he didn't think to wipe them away. He was too stricken by the entire situation. Tap, tap, tap. Izuku startled, jolting away from the window when he heard the door slide open. He relaxed when he recognized his best friend on the other side of the room. It was Kacchan. Izuku tapped on the glass louder, catching his friend's attention. Tap, ta tap, 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 ta ta tap. Kacchan rushed over to the window. Anger and sorrow swirled in his eyes, but only the former in his expression. Kacchan didn't tend to show sadness a whole lot. "What are you doing out there, idiot?" Kacchan hissed, opening the window to let Izuku in. He slammed it shut once Izuku was clear of it. What happened? Izuku couldn't help but notice the way his gaze flitted to the flower on Izuku's desk when he asked that. "I guess there aren't any lines, Kacchan," Izuku answered with a surprising calmness. "It didn't last long. There's no more boundaries or too fars. It's all just, who did this?" Kacchan asked, glaring at the scattered things in the flower. "Who? I'll tell the old hag, and they'll get their just desserts." Izuku just shook his head in response, tears falling once more. He'd get dehydrated at this rate, but he didn't care. Why should he? Stupid bullies. "They threatened to break my wings," Izuku all but whispered. "Why do they hate me so much? Why do they hate my wings?" "You're scary, Izuku," Kacchan answered in a short bout of genuineness. "You're able to rip each of them to pieces without lifting a finger because of those notes of yours. Your wings are flashy, so there's no doubt that when we become heroes, you'll be the center of attention. However, Izuku, you're kind. That's the scary part." Kacchan looked up from the flower to meet Izuku's gaze. "You're so darn determined to be a hero that even in the face of cruelty you can still find a way to love." Izuku gaped at his friend, who was steadily turning pinker as the seconds ticked by. "Don't make me say it again, Feathers." Izuku wiped his tears and nodded, cheered up by his friend's praise. Kacchan never praised people. Ever. Not even Izuku. "Thank you," Izuku squeaked, his voice rough from crying. "Whatever, nerd," Kacchan huffed, shoving a yellow bag at him. "It might not be organized to your liking, but your stuff's not all over the classroom now." Izuku began crying again, but this time, it was out of gratitude and happiness. "Thank you, Kacchan." Izuku sniffled, hugging his friend, who tensed at the sudden contact. "Get off of me, you clingy prick." Kacchan grumbled, but he made no move to actually escape the hug. Well, for about 5 seconds. Then he shoved Izuku off. "Come on, we've got to get to Auntie's before she flips out worrying 'cause we're late." Izuku followed silently, a smile tugging at his lips and a small skip in his step. Sure, this is one of the worst days Izuku's ever had, but with Kacchan, maybe it won't be so bad. "You know, they could get arrested for pulling that," Kacchan said faux nonchalantly. Izuku could hear the bubbling anger beneath. "Only if I went through with it," Izuku hummed. "There's no way I'm doing that." "Are you going to press charges?" Kacchan asked, glancing at Izuku. "You get your hands on some footage, and they're screwed. Quirkism's bad, but not to the point that you'd be disregarded entirely." Izuku shook his head and replied, "No, it's not worth it. Mom would get stressed out and learn that I lied about the bully." Izuku realized that there was another reason and continued, "Besides, if they don't snap out of it, they're going to pick on the wrong person. They'll be their own downfalls." "Is that what you meant by not all in class?" Kacchan huffed. "While being a hero doesn't make you good," Izuku started carefully, rolling over his speech in his mind, "not being one doesn't make you bad. We're just people. There are corrupt heroes and good villains. People who are slapped with labels and don't live up to them, for better or worse. Aspiring to be a hero doesn't make someone good either. Nearly everyone in that classroom wants to be a hero, but some people aren't cut out for it." "Huh?" Kacchan exclaimed, surprised to hear Izuku say such a thing. Izuku glanced up at his friend and chuffed mirthfully. "Yeah, I said that. It's like how people have to be patient and gentle to play the violin. Or how people have to be able to build muscle to participate in certain sports, especially the quirkless one. People can build these skills, but there's a certain kind of person meant for each job in this world." Kacchan stared at Izuku for a second before lowering his gaze to his shoes. They were red, matching Izuku's own clunky ones. "What kind of person does someone have to be a hero? To get the job?" Izuku hummed thoughtfully. "Anyone can get the job of being a hero, but to be a hero, well," Izuku looked over to Kacchan with a small smirk on his lips. "I think everyone has to find that out for themselves. I think the best place to start is why, though." Kacchan nodded, considering Izuku's words carefully. "Sometimes, people may look at the two of them and see a gruff, mean bully with a smaller, weaker victim, but they don't see these moments. The times where things are too serious to play up certain traits or pick on or tease each other." Izuku remained quiet, taking in the city around them. Sometimes things didn't need to be said. As they came upon a familiar underpass, Izuku was assaulted by the smell of danger, 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 something's wrong, turn back, run. Izuku stumbled to a stop, staring warily at the dark tunnel. "Stop," he gasped, covering his nose from the bitter scent. Kacchan stopped in his tracks immediately, frowning in his confusion. "What is it, Birdbrain?" Kacchan asked impatiently as Izuku tried to recover. "Let's go a different way," Izuku suggested, staring at the underpass with fluffed feathers and distrust. "We can come this way tomorrow." Come on, we need to leave. Calm down, nerd. What's going on? Kacchan demanded, but the danger was getting closer, and they needed to leave. We have to go, Izuku ground out, taking a step back from the tunnel. There's danger in there. What danger? Kacchan sighed, staring at the underpass and seeing nothing. It's the same as it's always been. Come on, idiot. No, Izuku shouted, grabbing Kacchan's sleeve. Don't go in there. It's dangerous. Something's going to happen. You're being ridiculous, nerd, Kacchan huffed, ripping his sleeve out of Izuku's grip. There's nothing. As Kacchan began his complaints, the manhole cover slid to the side, releasing the dangerous thing Izuku had sensed before. Kacchan turned and saw sludge inching its way out of the sewer and backed up instinctively. Izuku resisted shouting "I told you so" as they both turned heel and ran. There was no need to shout at each other to do it. They both knew this wasn't good. 2 new skin suits, a rough, sinister voice hummed. Just my luck. Izuku didn't slow down or look back. Have you perfected that aerial technique? He panted, glancing over at Kacchan. He got a nod in response, to which Izuku shouted, fly. The sound of explosions preceded Kacchan flying into the air after Izuku. Right under them, the villain monster sludge thing crashed into the ground where they'd been moments before. Izuku sighed a breath of relief, relaxing marginally at their safe spot in the air. What now? Kacchan shouted, his voice barely breaking through his explosions. How long can you stay like that? Izuku yelled back, his voice straining to reach that volume. 1.5 minutes. Izuku chewed on his bottom lip nervously, staring at the villain below. If they touched down anywhere, the slime would easily catch them, even if it was on a nearby building. He couldn't send Kacchan away and distract the slime himself. It would follow Kacchan because he's the weaker target. How long does it take you to recover? Izuku asked. I don't know. Half an hour, maybe. Kacchan answered. Izuku let out a distressed whine at the extended length of time. I can only hold you for 2 minutes. Kacchan paled, his eyes blowing wide open. If they got out of this, Izuku would not let this be an issue again. He would train like there's no tomorrow. That wasn't assuring given their current predicament. Kacchan's explosions were growing weaker, stuttering and failing. He wouldn't admit to it, but Kacchan was going to fall soon. Before the blonde's arms could give out, a blur of red, white, blue, and gold slammed into the villain, splattering it across the road. Izuku shielded his face from the slime and wind released from the collision. He was fortunate not to have been blown away entirely. Kacchan, however, he plummeted, unable to sustain his flight in the forceful wind. Izuku's only warning that his friend had fallen was the fearful shout preceding his sudden descent. Izuku opened his eyes and moved. He'd never flown so fast. His surroundings blurring as he collided with Kacchan. He began to pull up, trying to slow or stop their momentum, but a strong arm wrapped around them both, securing them. A boisterous and familiar laugh prompted Izuku to open his eyes when had he closed them, to see the face of everyone's idol. All Might had saved them. Oh my goodness, All Might saved them. All Might, Izuku whispered, staring up at the hero in shock and awe. Whoa, Kacchan murmured, still disoriented from his fall. What are you talking about, idiot? All Might works in Tokyo. Izuku stumbled as he was released, moving to stabilize Kacchan the next moment. The number 1 hero had it handled, though, with a large hand supporting Kacchan. Izuku could see when Kacchan realized Izuku was right. His face lit up, and his eyes sparkled with wonder and surprise. He startled, a few sparks flying as shock overtook him. He jolted away from the hand and toward Izuku, staring wide-eyed at the hero. You weren't lying. Oh my goodness, it's All Might. Izuku squealed, grinning widely. All thoughts of nearly dying left his mind as he stared at the hero. An autograph. Where's that stupid book? Izuku rummaged through his bag, searching furiously while Kacchan pulled out a booklet he kept on him since the Knuckleduster incident. They'd met Knuckleduster, and Izuku had to get 2 autographs from him since Kacchan didn't carry around a notebook. Kacchan decided that he didn't want to be caught by himself without something to sign, so he began carrying around a booklet. If there was a card in the front cover of said booklet in an everything-proof cover, then only Izuku and Kacchan would know. Either way, Izuku pulled out his notebook and a pen just as All Might finished signing Kacchan's booklet. TP please sign my end notebook K. All Might. Izuku requested louder than intended, though still not very loud. H-O-H-O-H-A. Of course, young man. All Might chuckled, accepting the book graciously. He signed Izuku's book in large, bold letters, and even drew his own face on it. Izuku barely refrained from screaming to release the giddy energy filling his soul. Instead, he settled for letting his wings flap furiously, but not fast enough to fly. It was similar to how Kacchan bounced his leg or popped a few explosions to release nervous, not that he'd ever admitted or bored energy. Neither of you are hurt, are you? All Might asked, scanning both of them. Izuku nearly answered, bringing up the fact that Kacchan had used his quirk to the point of it giving out. But a calloused hand covered his mouth before he could speak up. We're both fine, All Might, Kacchan huffed. Some extra like that villain couldn't hurt us if he tried. All Might laughed again, amused at Kacchan's attitude. Good to hear. I must go now. Justice waits for no man, not even fans like yourselves. Izuku grinned, getting the hint that Kacchan didn't want to bring it up, and waved the hero off. By All Might. The hero took off, holding a hand over the bottle the sludge was stored in to assure that it didn't fall out. Kacchan gave a little, reluctant wave before turning on his heel and walking down the road where they'd been taking to get to Izuku's house. Come on, nerd, we don't have all day. Wait, Izuku called, staring at the sky. He'd watched All Might jump away, and the hero had touched down somewhere in sight. However, he never jumped again, which struck Izuku as odd. Was there another fight or issue so close to him and Kacchan? What? Kacchan sighed, walking back to Izuku. I just want to eat some darn spicy curry and watch those stupid dramas Auntie likes to put on. I need to check something out, Izuku said, taking off. Huh? Kacchan exclaimed, staring incredulously at Izuku. Take me with you, dimwit. We were just attacked by villains. Izuku blinked, gauging how long it would take to get to where he'd seen All Might land if Kacchan was with him. It was too far. Wait here, Izuku repeated, much to his friend's indignance. If nothing was wrong, Izuku would be quick to return. If something was up, Izuku would also try to return quickly. But it wouldn't be guaranteed. Izuku shot into the air, his eyes scanning the rooftops for the familiar hero. There, the moment Izuku identified the hero, a plume of thick fog erupted from somewhere, obscuring the hero from view. Izuku's eyes widened, and fear for All Might, irrational as that sounded, drove him forward. All Might, Izuku cried, racing toward the fog. A thin, lanky shadow became visible as Izuku landed on the roof, stumbling to a stop. What are you doing here, young man? The fog dissipated as swiftly as it had come, revealing an emaciated figure, hunched over and obviously confused. You're not, Izuku gaped, trying to compare this man to the great hero Izuku had seen before. Are you? The man tensed, his posture straightening, if only slightly. His eyes were wider, though still shrouded in shadow, and he shifted nervously. An imposter, Izuku exclaimed, backing up from the man. You're a fake. You can't be All Might. What happened to him? The man blinked, taken off guard by Izuku's outburst and consequent panic. He sighed, looking up to the skies as if silently but visibly praying for patience. No, young man, I can assure you that I am not a fake. Then how would you explain it? Izuku asked, blunter than he'd like, but it was a bit late to fix it. All Might is large and strong and tall. Though you are pretty tall. And he's brave. He's fearless and saves everyone with a smile. Fearless and brave? Huh? The man chuffed mirthlessly. Allow me to show you something. The man lifted his shirt up, revealing a large scar warping nearly his entire midsection. It was a hideous, sickly purple, and it looked like a crater left behind from a large impact. What could make such a mark? Before Izuku could really start muttering theories about possibilities, the scar was covered again. Yeah, maybe that's what you see. I got into a fight 5 years ago. It left me without several organs that are essential for living a normal life. If that wasn't bad enough, during my recovery, I lost so much muscle mass that I became the figure you see right now. Toxic chainsaw, Izuku guessed. He quickly shook his head, discarding his own answer. No, he was powerful, but you didn't take a hit that could do that. Good guess, All Might. Huffed. No, this fight wasn't released to the public. After all, if Japan knew that their #1 hero was this pathetic, the entire structure of this country would go down as we know it. Izuku mulled over the hero's words, realizing that they were true. While Izuku wouldn't use the word pathetic, the shape All Might was in now would alarm any who knew of it. I don't think you're pathetic, Izuku blurted, jerking his gaze up to meet the hero's shocked one. If anything, I think you're stronger for taking such a hit and continuing to be a hero by profession. Izuku chewed nervously on his bottom lip. The train of thought he'd been set on leading him to a question he'd asked himself and others his whole life. He didn't want to ask it, fearful of what the answer would be. But this was important. I must go, All Might said, contemplative. Don't go sharing this around, understand? Of course not, Izuku yelped, slightly insulted that the hero thought Izuku might do such a thing. But All Might turned from the door leading to the staircase from the roof and motioned for Izuku to continue. Izuku stammered, tears coming to his eyes. Dang it, why'd he have to be such a crybaby? See, can I be a hero too? I know I'm small and weak. I've been told that all my life. Izuku took a deep breath, shoring up the last of his resolve to finish, even if all I have are these little, fragile wings. Can I be a hero? All Might's expression softened, and he turned to face Izuku fully. Those wings you call fragile, young man, are just like every other quirk in this world, All Might chuckled. They have their weaknesses and downsides, but they also have their power and strength. Their wings allow you to fight in creative ways and maneuver through areas impossible to navigate otherwise. You have a gift, my boy. So, you, too, can be a hero. Izuku let the dam break, allowing all of his frustrations and anguish of the day to mix with his joy in this moment and express itself in tears. He was smiling, overwhelmed with pure joy that All Might himself said he could be a hero. I really must be off. The door is locked to the stairwell, though I doubt that is a problem for a boy like yourself, All Might informed the still crying Izuku. He puffed up, grinning widely. But like I said, I must go now. Goodbye, young man. Izuku wiped his tears and watched as the hero flew away. But something was off. All Might's pockets were empty. Izuku felt his heart beat faster in his chest, speeding up to a hum instead of distinct pulses. The villain wasn't with All Might. Where was he? Was Izuku seeing things? Was he just being paranoid? But not once during their conversation had Izuku seen All Might adjust where the villain was. Was it lost before Izuku even got to him? What happened? What if it found someone else? What if it found a helpless, grounded person? The sky had been Izuku and Kacchan's saving grace, but few people could fly. Kacchan couldn't even fly for long, especially now, since he'd exhausted himself to the point of his own quirk giving out. Oh, what if it found Kacchan? What were the chances of Kacchan stumbling upon the villain a second time? Not zero, which wasn't low enough for Izuku's nerves. What if, this time, All Might wasn't there to save him if and when he fell? Kacchan probably couldn't even lift himself off the ground after earlier. Boom, ba-ba boom, boom. Izuku felt his blood turn to ice, freezing in his veins and stopping his heart. That was Kacchan. Izuku was sure of it. Izuku's mouth ran at the speed of his wings, which were moving at an incredible pace towards the source of the explosion. No. Izuku didn't feel aware of the air around him as he raced to find the inevitable fires, hoping it wasn't the Sludge villain. Anyone but the Sludge villain, please. Izuku's hopes were dashed as he got an all-too-good aerial view of the scene. Kamui Woods, Backdraft, Death Arms, and Mount Lady were all there, doing crowd control and fighting the fires the explosions were setting and saving people. Izuku dived down onto the roof nearest the crowd, observing and taking in every inch of the scene. It would do no one any good to rush in recklessly with no information. The Sludge villain was in the center of the commotion, holding on to someone who Izuku hoped wasn't Kacchan. Please, let it be someone else. A selfish hope, really. They were using the civilian's quirk to cause damage for the heroes to fix. Speaking of, there were 4 heroes on the scene. Why was the villain unapprehended? Izuku's question was answered when Death Arms rushed forward thoughtlessly, an arm raised. He punched the Sludge villain with all of his strength, but it wasn't enough. The villain wasn't even affected. Death Arms' fist sunk into the villain, and he reared back, retreating to his partners. Mount Lady said something about the road being too narrow to help. Izuku had never felt so angry as he was in that moment. The heroes were doing nothing. They were just waiting for whoever it was in the villain's grasp to die. Izuku's hands curled angrily, and his wings fluffed up with his indignance. The Sludge villain turned to face the heroes, taunting them about their inability to save a single person. Izuku could hear the underlying fear in his voice. He didn't want to get caught. However, Izuku paid no mind to it. The only thing he saw was red eyes, filled with a swirling mixture of anger and terror and I don't want to die. Izuku knew those eyes. He knew those explosions. He knew that hair and that vigor to live and thrive. He knew Kacchan better than Izuku knew himself, and his body moved before he could think. Izuku dived, going faster than he'd ever gone before, but it felt like the world was moving by so slowly. Every second he was in the air, rushing to save Kacchan was a second of oxygen his friend was deprived of. Izuku's mind flew, thinking of and discarding strategies as quickly as they appeared. Grab Kacchan. No, Izuku's not strong enough to pull him out of the sludge fast enough to not get caught himself. Sneak attack. No, Izuku would just get caught. And then there'd be 2 civilians trapped. Hit and run. There's too big of a chance that the villain would suffocate Kacchan before Izuku could effectively distract him. Izuku scanned every part of the villain, of the scene. The 2 parts of him that didn't ever shift or move like liquid were his eyes and mouth. Izuku remembered page 53 in his newest notebook. Weaknesses. Target his weaknesses. Izuku reached into his messenger bag and pulled out a pencil he never used. He didn't want to blind the villain, so he turned it so the eraser side was facing away from him. Izuku barreled forward faster than the villain could react, causing the eyes to widen somehow as Izuku brandished his pencil like a mighty sword. He swiped it across the eye closest to him, digging it in far enough to hurt but not enough to permanently impact. Izuku pulled up, out of reach of the lashing, angry tendrils as the villain cried out in pain. He saw Kacchan's head bobbing, but he snapped out of it and pulled his mouth and nose free of the sludge. He could breathe. Izuku had never felt relief quite like this. Kacchan took a deep gasping breath and glared up at the blur that was Izuku. It told of a promise to discuss this later. That's never a fun promise. Izuku didn't care at that moment. He was busy trying to save Kacchan from this stupid sludge villain. He would probably never like Jello again. Get down here, you pesky fly. The villain roared, his lashing more intentional now. Izuku rolled out of the way of another attack, feeling the breeze it left behind. I'll suffocate you and leave you to die. Izuku bit back a retort such as no, I'm good. I have plans this evening. or something, and he dived again, causing the villain to rear back further, shielding his eyes. Izuku changed course, diving down and tugging Kacchan up and away, freeing his chest and shoulders before the villain recovered. He noticed the shadow over his head and dodged out of the way, recoiling as a few droplets of slime landed on his wings and arms. Izuku was going to take like 15 scalding hot showers tonight, and ask Mom to preen his wings after just to make certain. Thankfully, Izuku's wings shook off the slime easily, moving too fast for it to cling. His arms were less fortunate, but Izuku shook the sludge off of them as well. "You brat, I'll kill you," the villain shouted, lunging at Izuku and leaving Kacchan. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Kacchan was safe. Izuku flew out of the way of the tendril of slime that was shooting at him. It was a lot easier to dodge when up and down was an option too. A wordless, furious cry erupted from the villain, and he attacked again and again. Izuku got splashed a few more times, but he didn't get directly hit. The stakes were too high to let up for even a second. Now that the fires were put out, Backdraft was free to join in the combat efforts. He launched a stream of water, giving the villain more fuel to work with. Izuku frowned and dodged out of the way of another attack, but he let up on his judgment when he noticed what the water was doing. Backdraft was diluting the sludge villain. Izuku would definitely jot this fight down later. He could see a reporter in the crowd, filming the whole thing. He could see it later, even if it was the censored version. Izuku relaxed as the sludge villain was spread so thin he couldn't control himself anymore. He was a wobbly lump of slime at that point. Izuku was safe too. Izuku flew over to Kacchan, who was glaring venomously at him. He had a blanket around his shoulders, but Izuku didn't see any injuries on him, thankfully. "What?" Kacchan started, his voice painfully quiet and a little scratchy. It made this scolding that much worse. "Was that?" Izuku gulped, his hands clenching nervously. You absolute numbskull," Kacchan shouted, ripping off the blanket and walking up to Izuku, who wilted under his friend's furious and worried gaze. "What were you thinking? You're not a pro, idiot. You might be smart, but you sure as heck aren't a hero yet. We haven't even graduated from Aldera yet." Izuku stopped, realizing that he wasn't sorry. He couldn't apologize truthfully. "But, you're right, I'm not a pro or something. It was a little bullheaded of me to rush in like that. But, Kacchan," Izuku raised his eyes to meet Kacchan's, "you look like you needed help." "My body moved before I could even think." Kacchan sighed, an exasperated thing, and slumped over, his forehead thunking against Izuku's shoulder. "You worried me, Izuku." "I know," Izuku murmured, hugging Kacchan. "It wasn't reciprocated, but that was fine. I'm sorry I worried you. Scared the life out of me," Kacchan huffed, shoving off of Izuku and acting aloof once more. "I didn't need saving, you hear me? I would have been fine if I hadn't been flying for so long." Izuku grinned, glad to see his friend back. "Hey," a gruff voice called. It was Death Arms. He looked quite angry. "What was that out there, huh? We had this handled." Izuku shrunk into himself, recoiling from the harsh scolding he could feel coming on. He felt fear, mainly, of the consequences he'd face. But, oddly enough, there was a burning stone sitting in his stomach. Anger, indignance. This wasn't fair. Izuku had done what the trained heroes weren't doing. He saved Kacchan. No, not even that. Izuku had acted. Izuku felt vitriol on his tongue, but he couldn't talk back. He was a coward. So Izuku just lowered his head and accepted the criticism, allowing the hero's anger to roll over him. He didn't listen to a word Death Arms said, though. Maybe Izuku wouldn't be so upset about this if Kacchan wasn't getting praised while it happened. "You've got a super powerful quirk, kid," Kamui Woods praised. "You should intern with me once you get into the big leagues. I'd love to have you." "Oh, shove off, Kamui," Mount Lady huffed, pushing the other's head to the side. Turning to Kacchan, her eyes sparkled with intent as she purred, "Intern with me, Blondie. I'll treat you well." Kacchan, to his credit, looked unimpressed and a little more than vaguely disgusted by the interaction. However, that was usually his default expression. Izuku zoned out, waiting for Death Arms and Backdraft, who joined in after the villain had been detained, to stop chastising him. Maybe Izuku would have been more receptive if they weren't shouting at him. Kacchan turned, noticing Izuku's non-reactions to the words he was being subjected to, and sighed angrily, glaring at the heroes. He stalked towards the trio and positioned himself just in front of Izuku, his left shoulder barely blocking the view of Izuku's right. "What do you think you're doing, huh?" Kacchan spat, glaring venomously at the affronted heroes. "This idiot did more than any of you. He didn't hesitate a darn second to jump in while you jerks twiddled your useless thumbs. It wasn't until he jumped in that any of you did a darn thing." A stunned silence fell over the group, including the new additions of Kamui Woods and Mount Lady. Kacchan was unaffected, though, as he grabbed Izuku's wrist and half dragged him away. Izuku was in awe of his friend's willingness to stand and fight against any injustice he saw. Kacchan wasn't scared like Izuku always was. "You're a dang hero, no matter what those useless extras say," Kacchan huffed, letting Izuku walk on his own. "You acted faster than any of those dimwits, even though it had to be terrifying." Thanks, Izuku grinned, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Thank you, Kacchan. Don't start now, you crybaby, Kacchan ordered, deliberately looking away from Izuku. You're such a leaky faucet. Kacchan, Izuku blubbered, tears rolling down his cheeks. They were happy, odd ones, but they were still tears. You're so amazing and brave. Shut up, Kacchan barked, still not looking at Izuku. Auntie's going to grow white hairs at this rate with your stupid, reckless shenanigans. Kacchan, Izuku exclaimed, still crying. Kacchan let out a loud, angry shout, frustrated beyond words. Mom's katsudon, made with lots of spice for Kacchan, helped wind him down, though. For the first time since this morning, the boys relaxed. The next day, I spent all night looking at spots we could train, Izuku explained, staring out over the chosen spot. He was proud of his choice. It was nearly perfect. I'm doubting that, nerd, Kacchan replied flatly, not seeing the same value in the beach that Izuku did. This is a junkyard. It's not supposed to be, Izuku retorted, pulling up an image on his phone. It was a picture of a wedding picture. Mom and Dad were smiling widely at each other, so obviously in love, and the beach, clear and pure, was the setting. What's this, huh? Kacchan spat, glaring at the sappy photo. Why are you showing me Auntie's wedding pictures? Izuku's cheeks puffed out indignantly, his facial feathers splaying a little as a result. No, Kacchan. Look at the beach. It's clean. Kacchan squinted skeptically at the picture, comparing its background to the beach in front of them. Okay, why here, though? I checked this place out, and I couldn't find any better places, Izuku elaborated. I had 3 criteria for places. 1, it was cheap, affordable. 2, it was effective. I don't want something to happen like the incident yesterday where neither of us had enough stamina to help each other for long. 3, it somehow supported Musutafu. If we're going to be heroes, we should actively encourage helping others. How much sleep did you get last night? Kacchan asked lowly, glaring suspiciously at Izuku, who shuffled sheepishly under his friend's gaze. 2.5 hours, Izuku admitted, his face heating up. It's not that bad. He squeaked immediately after, but it didn't assure Kacchan at all. Okay, it's a little bad, but it was worth it. Now we can get started almost immediately. Not today, Kacchan stated. It was a fact to him. They wouldn't start today. At least, you're not starting today. I'm not letting you work yourself to death, dimwit. What? Izuku exclaimed incredulously. But, no, Kacchan refuted, not even listening to what Izuku had to say. We are not, under any circumstances, working when we can't handle it. Got it, nerd, Izuku huffed, pouting angrily at Kacchan. When his friend proved immovable on this resolution, Izuku sighed and nodded. Okay, how are we going to do this? Kacchan asked, more open to suggestions now. We can talk about it later, Izuku said urgently, piquing Kacchan's curiosity. If we don't run, we're going to be late to class. Why didn't you say that, idiot? Kacchan exclaimed, taking off on a sprint with explosions boosting him. I'm sorry, Izuku squeaked, keeping pace with his wings. Izuku threw the door open, rushing inside to avoid being called out for tardiness. The bell hasn't rung yet, thankfully. Kacchan would wring his neck if he was late because of Izuku. He hadn't heard the snickers behind the thin door, too preoccupied to focus on it. Move it, Kacchan hissed quietly, shoving Izuku forward. Izuku pouted at him over his shoulder before hurrying to his seat. Well, he would have, anyway. But about halfway to his desk, he noticed some alterations made to it. Izuku froze, stopping so suddenly that Kacchan bumped into him, his nose smacking into Izuku's head. Gah, why'd you stop, nerd? Kacchan grumbled, confusion and irritation in his voice. Izuku didn't hear him, though, too focused on the things on his desk. A red spider lily sat innocently in the center, its color reminding Izuku of fresh, thick blood. Its petals dipped onto the desk itself, taunting Izuku with every point of contact. Around the horrid flower was a sea of equally cruel words, scribbled carelessly onto his desk in thick, black marker. Insults and threats and baits were written in so many different styles that Izuku would be impressed by the cooperation between his classmates if he wasn't so horrified. Izuku felt his throat close up, and his breath hitched, a threat that he was on the brink of tears. He couldn't cry now. Not here. They'd know. They'd pry at this show of weakness until it was so far open it didn't hurt anymore. Izuku tried to subtly swipe at his face, but the giggles and snorts told him that he wasn't successful. He wouldn't cry outright, though, even if he was caught. He'd get in trouble for being an attention seeker again. Izuku felt a hot hand on his shoulder, pushing him behind Kacchan. His friend stalked towards the desk, small, angry pops of his quirk firing off. Kacchan slammed his hand on the flower, squishing it flat, and set off his quirk on it, turning it to ash. After dumping that in the trash, Kacchan shoved Izuku's desk out of the way, nearly hitting the person in front of his desk's chair. Unimpeded by this fact, Kacchan yanked his own desk over and put it in Izuku's spot. He then took Izuku's marred desk and set it aggressively where his own desk should be. Satisfied with the swap, Kacchan sat down abruptly and glared at anyone who stared for too long. Kacchan looked furious, The kind of cold, seeping anger that chilled anyone's bones. It was unlike his usual fiery temper, and it was unnerving to the class. Even if he didn't admit it, Kacchan cared a lot. He never said it or gave gifts or anything, but he was fiercely protective. It would help him when he became a hero. He had always been so defensive of his friends, as far as Izuku could recall. However, Izuku was Kacchan's only friend. When Izuku brought this up with Kacchan, eyes and voice filled with nothing but concern, Kacchan brushed it off. "I'm not going to be friends with a bunch of villain extras," he spat, rolling his eyes at the idea. "Heroes don't play with that trash." Izuku cried a lot that day. Kacchan had resigned himself to being subjected to the Midoriya tears a long time ago, though. Shocked silence filled the room, but Izuku scurried to his seat and sat quietly, uncomfortable with the gaping eyes narrowed in on him. The bell rang, and Sensei entered the room. He looked around, surprised at the silence meeting him, but taking it in stride. He began the lesson, and the class slowly went back to normal. Izuku caught Kacchan's attention and mouthed a silent "thank you" to him. Kacchan sighed, and he turned his attention back to the board, but Izuku could see the self-satisfied quirk of his lips. Izuku resolved to clean the desk right after the day was over. If he didn't, Kacchan definitely would. Izuku knew it as a fact. He was too kind, really. The next day. "All right, Einstein, what's the plan?" Kacchan asked, staring at the mounds of trash covering the once beautiful Dagaba beach. "Well," Izuku began, pulling things out of his bag. Gloves and trash bags and trash pickers and more came out of the seemingly infinite cloth. "First, we need to ensure safety. We've got no idea how dangerous this stuff is, so basic precautions are a necessity. Second, we're going to divide this place into sections. We're cleaning the whole thing." Kacchan interrupted, staring at Izuku in shock. "How are we going to deal with UA in this dump, huh?" Izuku blinked at the questions. "Yeah, of course we are," he replied, chuckling half nervously. "We're going to finish this before we get into UA, Kacchan." And they would. It was a fact in Izuku's mind. Like the sky was blue and the sun rose in the east, he and Kacchan would clear the beach before they took the entrance exam. Kacchan scrutinized Izuku's sure, confident expression before shrugging, accepting this new goal. "Okay, nerd, keep talking." "Right. As I said, this place will be divided into sections. We'll start in the middle and work our way out. That way, as we get more used to handling the trash and stuff, we become more independent." Izuku explained, grinning proudly. "Take these. They've already got that powder inside of them that stops you from blowing them up on accident. We're starting by that old, red car. Do you see it?" Kacchan narrowed his eyes, scanning the garbage piles until he saw the dinky automobile in the center. He nodded, and Izuku pulled on his own gloves. Izuku handed Kacchan a trash bag and picker and took off with his own, shouting over his shoulder, "Whoever gets the most chooses the movie tonight." "Huh?" Kacchan exclaimed, sprinting towards the piles. He was grinning widely, thrilled by the challenge. While he would have done his best regardless, the competition pushed him to go beyond that. "You're going down, Feathers." "As if." Izuku scoffed, a grin on his face as well. "No cheating. I'll make you pay for the bags if you waste them by only filling them halfway." "I don't need to cheat, nerd," Kacchan declared, shoving trash into his bag as fast as he could. "I'll floor you. Good luck," Izuku taunted, also moving quickly. He was cautious, not valuing the competition over his health. If he got tetanus from one of the rusty screws, he'd be in trouble. He'd also not be able to do anything remotely useful for a while. That'd suck. Regardless, Izuku weaved between the piles of trash, scooping up cans and bottles as he went. He wanted to put on Cars too. Kacchan hated that movie, and Izuku had never seen it. Izuku counted the bags of trash after they'd spent about 8 hours on the beach, including lunch and other intermittent breaks. Izuku was not about to overwork them to the point of collapse, especially Kacchan. Kacchan would have instituted them anyway. He was a lot wiser than Izuku in that respect a lot of the time. Izuku had 12 bags of trash. Kacchan had 13. "No," Izuku cried dramatically, falling to his knees and wailing to the sky. "I've been defeated." "Oh, calm your feathers, theater brat," Kacchan huffed, bumping Izuku's shoulder with his hip. "I'm not going to pick a horror movie." Izuku reluctantly got up from the sand, brushing himself off. He hadn't lowered his wings into it, too aware of the consequences to do so. Sand and feathers was not fun. "Okay, I'm going to drop these off at the place I told you about during lunch," Izuku informed Kacchan. "Can you pack up our stuff?" Kacchan nodded wordlessly, taking the trash pickers and other equipment and Tupperware to Izuku's bag. Izuku, for his part, grabbed about 6 trash bags and took off, allowing himself to strain to carry them. He was training, even now. He had to be strong enough. It took him 5 trips to transport all of them. Izuku carried 6 bags for the first 2, 5 for the third one, 4 for the fourth one, and 2 for the last trip. He was panting, exhausted, by the time he landed, empty-handed at last. "Let's go. Auntie's going to force you to scrub yourself raw tonight," Kacchan remarked, laughing at Izuku's suffering. "Like your mom won't do worse," Izuku retorted, smirking at his friend's annoyed and slightly dreadful reaction. Can I use your shower? Kacchan asked, his eyes all but begging for relief. I don't know, Izuku hummed, looking up in false contemplation. What movie are you playing tonight? Freaking, Kacchan growled, chasing after a cackling Izuku. Kacchan picked the Santa Claus. Even though it was freaking April, he still got to use Izuku's shower. It wasn't a horror movie, at least. Besides, Izuku got his revenge by giving him mild katsudon instead of the spicy one. April, month 1. Izuku paused as he hefted a microwave into his arms. Feeling a vibration coming from his pocket, he speed-walked to the side of the road, setting the appliance in the bed of the truck he'd rented for delivering trash to the correct disposal areas. He reached into his pocket after removing the dirty rubber gloves and pulled out his phone. 30-minute break. It read. Now Izuku remembered setting that. It was supposed to go off every hour and a half, allowing Kacchan and Izuku to rest before pressing forward. They couldn't help at all if they overworked themselves, a fact explained to Izuku regularly. Break. Izuku yelled into a megaphone he'd acquired for calling out things like this. He had a very quiet voice, so he couldn't yell loud enough to be heard if Kacchan was invested in something. Finish up and come back. Boom. Kacchan heard what Izuku had said. It was a signal between them both. 1 explosion meant he'd heard Izuku, and 2 meant he couldn't make it out. If Kacchan hadn't responded at all, Izuku also would have known to turn up the megaphone as if he'd responded with 2. A minute or so later, Kacchan came out with 2 tires over his arms, sweating profusely from the exertion. Tires weren't exactly light, after all, and they'd been working for a while. The tires were deposited, and Kacchan crossed over to take a few greedy gulps of his water bottle. Once he was satisfied, Kacchan dropped the sealed bottle back onto the sand and turned to Izuku, who was taking restrained sips from his own. I'm going to fly for a little bit, Kacchan, Izuku informed him, stretching his wings out to either side. He reveled in the painless strain that came from his muscles pulling to extend further. I'll be back soon. Be careful, nerd, Kacchan warned, sighing as he leaned against the bed of the truck he was near. Public quirk usage is illegal, so don't get caught. Not for mutation quirks, Izuku answered, a grin on his face. That's like telling someone with more than 2 arms to not use the extras in public. It's silly. Huh, Kacchan exclaimed. Surely flying in public has to do something. Not as far as I know, Izuku shrugged. I'll be fine. See you in a few. Kacchan opened his mouth to respond, but Izuku was several meters above his head before any sound could come out. He shut his mouth with an aggressive puff of air, accepting that his friend couldn't hear him right now. Izuku sped off, marveling at the way the wind flew through his hair and feathers. It was like when his mom brushed his hair or cleaned his wings. It combed through the messy locks. But instead of working out the tangles, the wind playfully threw them around, tangling them more hopelessly together. Izuku whooped, doing a flip in the air and feeling the wind follow, the currents ripping at his clothes and nudging at his wings. The wind was his second best friend. Izuku believes no one could ever beat Kacchan, but the wind was always ready to play, and it didn't require anything of Izuku but to be there. It would happily do this song and dance with him, the rushing in his ears giving away its laughter as Izuku soared. The wind was a healing salve as well, brushing against the scratches and bruises cruelly inflicted upon him at Aldera. The gouges in his upper arms were numbed in the cold air, and the coolness soothed the burns along his back from an accident with the pyrokinetic girl in his class. Izuku was so caught up in the motions of laughing and twisting and healing and thriving like he never could anywhere else that he didn't notice the stark red wings dancing with him. What's up, kid? A laid-back voice called, nothing but friendliness in his tone. Izuku's eyes shot open, and he nearly fell out of the sky when he saw who'd called him. H. Hawks, Izuku squeaked, staring wide-eyed at the hero. What? Hawks was smiling down at him, mirth evident in his smirk. He was fully aware of the effect he had on Izuku, or just people in general. This couldn't have been his weirdest experience with a fan. Izuku's body froze, and he fell for a second before he regained his bearings and caught himself. His wings moved furiously to reach Hawks again, curiosity replacing the shock that was once there. That's me, the hero chirped, easily staying in place in front of Izuku. The wind whipped in Izuku's ears, and he could hardly hear the hero at all. It's pretty loud up here, though. Let's land. Izuku could hardly comprehend what was happening as he numbly followed the hero onto a nearby roof. He went through the motions of diving and landing, and the wind pulled at him, reluctant to let its companion go. In the back of his mind, he wondered if it was weird that he'd personified a natural force, if that was normal for people who were like him. So, you want to explain what you were doing up there, fledgling? Hawks asked, an amused quirk to his lips. Izuku couldn't sense any malice in it, but the idea of someone being amused by his being in trouble wasn't pleasant either way. That was illegal quirk usage, you know. Was it? Izuku squeaked, his wings fluffing up in alarm. He felt his heart speed up as his palms began sweating. Had Izuku broken the law so frequently? Every day, Izuku was up there, flying to feel the freedom of it. Yeah, Hawks confirmed, his grin falling into more of a regular one than an amused one. Flying without a license, which you can get at 16, is illegal. Izuku's cheeks puffed up, indignant that Hawks hadn't even asked for a license. How do you know I'm not 16? He demanded. Hawks looked at Izuku with a raised eyebrow, silently asking if Izuku really thought he looked like he was 60. Izuku wilted, aware of his baby face and small frame that made him look 12 instead of 14. Don't make that face, kid, Hawks whined, averting his gaze as Izuku was overcome with disappointment. It's fine. No one flies anymore anyways. Planes just called for those restrictions. And you only get checked for a license if you're in a plane danger zone. You weren't, so you don't need to be reprimanded. When Izuku didn't perk up significantly, Hawks sighed at himself. Okay, let's start over. Izuku snorted and looked up to see Hawks looking expectantly at him. I'm Midoriya. What's your name? Call me Hawks, the hero replied, puffing his chest out slightly as Izuku cheered up. However, a vague memory tugged at the back of Izuku's mind, causing his face to freeze again. I'm Izuku. What's your name? Call me Hawks, the boy, Hawks answered. I know you, Hawks blurted, his face also betraying his recollection. Where do I know you from? The payphone, Izuku answered, his voice light and soft. You helped me. I asked where we were. HPSC building or something. I remember now, Hawks exclaimed, a genuine grin on his face. You were so cool to see. I'd never seen anyone with wings. And then you were there, and I was amazed. Wow, heroing before even getting the license, Izuku huffed, looking at Hawks in a new light. Inspiring, truly. What, do you want to be a hero? Hawks chuckled, but not in a way that implied that he was looking down on that dream. Of course, Izuku agreed, his own grin widening at the question. More than anything, Hawks' brows furrowed, deep in thought. Izuku waited patiently, waiting for the hero to gather his thoughts. Izuku shuffled, his wings adjusting to sit more comfortably on his back, alerting Hawks to Izuku's presence again. Sorry, Hawks apologized sheepishly. I was thinking, are you free tomorrow evening? Izuku's eyes widened, shocked at the implication that they would meet again. The number 3 hero wanted to meet Izuku. He was honored. Yes, Izuku replied, wincing at his own volume. Yes, I am. Why? You know the park downtown? Hawks asked. When he got a nod, he continued, at 5:30, will you meet me above that park? Izuku nodded so fast he thought his head would fall off, agreements and yeses streaming out of his mouth. Calm down, fledgling. Hawks laughed, putting a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I'll probably arrive after you. To avoid attention. That is. Okay, I'll be there, Izuku informed him. A buzz in his pocket alerted him to the time. Oh, shoot. I have to go. I am so sorry. Nah, it's fine, kid. Hawks dismissed with a lazy swipe of his hand. I've got to get back to work. After all, villains don't sleep, and neither does justice and all that. Bye, Hawks. Izuku cried over his shoulder before he launched himself into the air, hope singing in his veins. He would be trained by the number 3 hero. He couldn't wait to tell Kacchan. Kacchan, Izuku called, a cloud of sand billowing away from him as his wings stirred up the beach. Kacchan, you will not believe what just happened. Kacchan huffed, looking up from his spot leaned up against a tree. Try me, nerd. What is it? So, I was flying around like usual, right? Izuku started, his feet rocking back and forth excitedly. And suddenly I hear a voice greeting me. So I look up and I see Hawks staring down at me. I just, died. Death by shock and internal fanboying. Then, wait, Kacchan ordered, sitting up from his previously relaxed spot. You met Hawks. I swear you're the luckiest person on Earth or something because a couple of weeks ago we met All Might. And he's the coolest hero out there cause he always wins. Izuku winced at the always wins part, remembering the deep crater in the hero's side. But he continued, that's not it. He can't hear me and I can't hear him, so we land on a nearby rooftop. He tells me I can't fly without a license in plane zones, which I know, but I was panicking because he started with the no license part. Then, he recognizes me from a park 7-ish years ago, and we talk about that for a couple of minutes. And here's the part you won't believe. All of this is unbelievable. Idiot, Kacchan interrupted, glaring at Izuku. You're telling me you met this guy before he was a hero. It was kind of odd, actually, Izuku mused. He introduced himself as Hawks back then, too. Kacchan shouted, still disbelieving. That makes no sense. I know, Izuku agreed. I'll think about it later. Stop distracting me. Kacchan raised his hands in surrender, amused by Izuku's annoyance. After he asked me if I wanted to be a hero. And I said yes, of course. He offered to meet me tomorrow at 5:30. So I might be getting to train with the number 3 hero soon. This is so cool. A shadow crossed over Kacchan's expression. But it was quickly followed by rage. Izuku could tell it was more of a frustration with himself than Izuku. Are you alright, Kacchan? Shove off, feathers, Kacchan spat, but he didn't sound convicted. I guess I'm cleaning this dump by myself now, though. It's fine. I don't need your help anyway. What? Izuku exclaimed, rushing forward and sitting in front of Kacchan, confused. What do you mean? I'll still help. What do you mean you'll still help? Kacchan huffed, glaring at Izuku again. You have a mentor and a place to be now. Why would you stick around when you have better things to be doing? You hardly need this place anymore. I'm not just going to leave you behind, dummy, Izuku chuckled, leaning forward. Everything I learn, I'll turn right around and teach to you. I won't be able to work here every day, but on the days I can, I'll help clean and teach you what I learned. Kacchan had an expression of pure shock on his face, taken aback by Izuku's promise. He will. What? Don't worry, Izuku dismissed, waving a hand to the side. I won't leave you behind just cause I got a good offer from a hero. Kacchan cut himself off, biting his lip in an uncharacteristic show of confusion and uncertainty. Whatever, nerd. I didn't need your darn help anyway. You're so gosh darn clingy that you can't get off my back, even when you have a top 10 in your corner. Izuku took the acceptance for what it was and laughed. Okay, Kacchan. Come on, it's been more than 30 minutes. Izuku couldn't help but notice the excitement radiating from his friend, though he'd never admit it. But Kacchan was eager to learn, albeit indirectly, from someone who knew what they were doing. Month 2. Ready? Izuku asked, bouncing on his toes. This was the part of training he looked forward to the most. Kacchan scoffed, glaring as if the question was offensive somehow. Of course I'm ready, idiot. 3. Izuku started, putting a little distance between them. 2. The sound of popping sparks filled the air as Kacchan's quirk prepared to support his weight, to propel him higher. 1. Izuku grinned as the explosions got larger, and he kicked off into the air himself. Go! Kacchan launched into the air like a rocket, smoke and flame trailing behind him. Izuku wasn't far from him, too nervous to leave him alone. Every day Izuku was at Dagaba, they'd try to push Kacchan's limits for how long he can stay in the air. It was too important of a skill, they'd learned, to neglect further. The Sludge villain had shown them that very clearly. Izuku hovered near Kacchan, prepared to catch him at any moment. Kacchan needed a spotter to fly with, and Izuku was the only qualified person he knew. It's not as if they could get Hawks, who Izuku trains with every other day, to help out. Wow, look at how much progress we're making, Izuku exclaimed, noticing the large chunk of sand in place of what was just trash before. That's awesome. We might actually finish this, Kacchan remarked, and Izuku could hear his satisfaction as well. Of course we will. Izuku encouraged him with a grin on his face. I knew we could. Don't get cocky now, nerd. We still haven't scratched the surface yet, Kacchan huffed, rolling his eyes at Izuku's hope. Okay, Izuku agreed, his cheeks reddening at the call-out. Do you want to land now, or do you want me to land for us? I don't need your stupid help, Kacchan shouted, glaring at a sheepish Izuku. I'll land by myself. Of course, Kacchan. Izuku nodded, his head spinning at the rapid movement. Izuku hovered near Kacchan, much to the blonde's irritation, as he lowered himself down carefully. They'd pushed Kacchan's limit to around 2.5 minutes instead of the previous 1.5, which had pleased both of them greatly. Izuku let out a victorious whoop as Kacchan safely landed, doing a few flips and spins in the air to vent the excited energy. Calm down, show off, Kacchan shouted at him, but he was smirking too. Get your feathery butt down here before I make you. Izuku laughed and landed as well, grinning widely. I'm no show-off. I'm just so happy for you. It's hardly an accomplishment, idiot, Kacchan huffed, rolling his eyes at Izuku. Not enough to use in hero work, but it's progress, Izuku argued. Every step's important. Kacchan opened his mouth to argue, but the sound of something vibrating interrupted him. Izuku pulled out his phone and squeaked. It was his reminder that Hawks was training him today. I've got to go, Izuku informed Kacchan, dismissing the alarm. Hawks is waiting for me. Don't have too much fun, dimwit, Kacchan snarked. You've got to take that stuff seriously. Izuku puffed his cheeks out indignantly, retorting, You're not my dad. You can't know that. You don't have a dad, Kacchan spat, but Izuku was in the sky, too far away to get a response in. Darn right. Coward. Rude, Izuku muttered as he flew towards the training spot. Despite his exasperation, Izuku had an amused and eager smile on his face. He had a mentor to meet with. Hawk-sensei, Izuku greeted, running into the warehouse excitedly. Hey, the hero in question turned to identify the source of the noise, wrinkling his nose at the title. Don't call me sensei, kid. What have I said about that? Izuku chuckled sheepishly, wringing his hands together. Sorry. Hawks ruffled Izuku's hair, dismissing the slight with a careless wave of his hand. Don't worry about it. A wild grin formed on his face, his gaze sharpening. You'll make up for it in training today. What are we doing today? Izuku asked, more eager than intimidated. Then again, he hadn't been labeled a nerd by Kacchan for nothing. Izuku would love school if people would just leave him to exist in peace, honestly. He loved learning. Is it new? Am I learning a new move? How long do you think it'll take to get it? Will it involve my wings? How? Hawks huffed, exasperated but amused, turning on his heel and placing his hand on both of Izuku's shoulders, silencing him. Calm down. You'll find out in, like, a minute. Izuku's face heated up, self-conscious of his excited muttering. It was so easy to launch into it. He had so many thoughts and so few outlets to release them through. Sorry, it's fine, fledgling, Hawks shrugged, setting up the mats. Today, to answer at least one of your many questions, we're going over pacing. Pacing, Izuku echoed, his mind racing. Like pacing yourself. I've been good about not overworking, I think. Kacchan keeps me in line. So, no, but I'm grateful that this friend of yours is keeping you in tip-top shape, Hawks interrupted, stopping another mutter storm. Izuku's cheeks reddened again, but the hero either didn't notice or didn't acknowledge it. I'm talking about the pacing of a fight. What does that mean? Izuku chirped, his eagerness injecting excitement into his voice and body language. This was something completely new. He'd never heard of this before. You're a clever kid. Think about it, Hawks answered unhelpfully. You ever notice how some fights seem to go slower? Almost? I don't like to use that term, but I don't think there's a better way to say it. Like the fight between Kamui Woods and the big villain at Tatooine Station? Izuku suggested. When he got a nod, he continued, well, doesn't the pacing of a fight depend on who's fighting it? Like how some fights with limelight heroes are drawn out for the spectacle. It also depends on how the hero fights in the first place. Kamui Woods needs time to attack and defend because of his quirk, so he doesn't tend to fight quickly, using the term loosely. But you tend to have quicker fights, using the term loosely again, because of your quirk and brand. You swoop in and end things as quickly as possible, minimizing civilian harm and property damage. You move as fast as you can, defending and attacking so quickly that most people only really see a blur. It sounds like you have the idea, Hawks hummed, cutting off any more insight. Yes, you're right. It does depend on who's fighting. The examples were spot on too, kid. Good on you. But we're not going to talk about why paces vary. At least, we won't today. I'm going to show you the differences between them and just how heavily they impact a fight. How? Izuku asked, walking onto the foam mats with Hawks. Hawks shot an evil smirk over his shoulder. You'll get to experience them firsthand. Hawks' feathers all floated into one of the far corners of the room, out of the way so he wouldn't be tempted to use them. No quirks. I'll let you get the first hit in. Izuku waited for some sort of countdown before remembering one of the hero's first lessons. There are no countdowns in battle. He lunged forward, swinging with a left hook and switching to a kick when Hawks went to block the first hit. That was when it went downhill. For Izuku, that is. Hawks attacked back, speeding up until Izuku was just behind, just too slow, scrambling to dodge and defend and having no time to think for even a second. It was all reflex, and Izuku's weren't very honed. Left, right, duck, left, wait, no. Izuku's back hit the mat, his mind and body reeling from the experience. He felt dizzy, already worn out from the exercise. Hawks crouched in front of Izuku, his grin unapologetic. Do you see what I meant by pacing? Izuku nodded, rising to a sitting position. He didn't feel like the room would shake beneath him, so that was a benefit. That landing wasn't nice on his wings, or the burns on his side. I couldn't react fast enough, Izuku exclaimed, odd now instead of confused. It was like you were always one step ahead of me, and you knew it. It was all reflex, but I read you wrong and boom. I had no clue what happened. Hawks sat down in front of Izuku with an amused smirk and explained, if the pace isn't under your control, it's under your opponent's, which is a dangerous place to be. While you're readying for UA, I'll help push your pace, speed it up until the villains don't know what hit them. Izuku grinned excitedly. Will I get to learn how to control the pace? Is it just whoever's faster? We'll learn how to control a fight later, Hawks hummed, but you'd be surprised by how a slower pace can throw you off. I'm about to find out, aren't I? Izuku asked, dread and eagerness pulling in his gut in a confusing mix. Right on the nose, Midoriya. Izuku's thoughts were just a dull screaming as he splayed his limbs on the ground, exhausted. This was a productive session, but it was taxing beyond anything Izuku had done before. It was good, though. However, now Izuku was guzzling water down like he had been deprived of it for 3 years. As Hawks knelt in front of Izuku, he paused his drinking long enough to let out a loud, suffering groan. He should know what he did to Izuku. Pain. Oh, come on, Mido. Hawks laughed, very amused by this whole situation. It wasn't that bad. You learned something, didn't you? I learned lots of things, Izuku agreed, and I'm very tired now. I feel pain in places I didn't know you could feel pain in. Oddly, though, the pain was different than the dull burns on his back and the scratches gouged into his arms and the bruises from rock-hard hands. He felt almost satisfied with this pain, the pull in his muscles and the aches from getting hit and falling. It was all for something better. It was beneficial, and Izuku found that they didn't hurt as much. Hawks chuckled, very amused by Izuku's exhaustion. Aw, cheer up, kid. Here, since you worked so hard today, I'll take you to my favorite cafe in the city. We'll get a little something to reward you for working through it. Really? Izuku asked, looking up at the hero hopefully. My treat, Hawks confirmed, his smile softening. But you have to get up. Izuku shoved his face into the mat and groaned again. Hawks was entirely unhelpful as he started laughing again. A minute of dramatic complaints and slowly dragging himself into a better position later, Izuku was on his feet. It was a lot better now that he was, honestly. Not that he'd admit that. Izuku felt his muscles pull as he started to flap his wings, and he stopped trying with a huff. He really was exhausted if flying of all things was taxing. I can fly us there, Hawks offered, a trace of something in his gaze. Izuku couldn't figure out what it was, but it didn't seem bad, thankfully. You don't know where we're going anyway. Okay, Izuku accepted, conceding the point. How? Hawks hummed, contemplating the question. Will your wings hurt if they're pressed against something? Not really, Izuku answered hesitantly. It'll be a little tight, but it's like having my arm trapped against something. Not exactly comfortable, but it's not painful. Hawks nodded. During their meeting, the second, third one, Izuku had asked all sorts of questions. Apparently, while Hawks could feel his wings, he wasn't as acutely aware of them as Izuku was. It was probably because there wasn't any actual flesh or bones in Hawks. It was just feathers clumped into wing-like shapes. All right, kiddo, let's fly. Hawks chirped, locking his arms around Izuku's midsection and taking off. Izuku gaped at the feeling of flying but not. It was odd. He felt more free yet more out of control than ever. He didn't have to account for wind and direction and flapping his wings. But he was in the air. He had no worries about anything in that regard. But he had no control over where they were going or how they got there. Odd was an understatement, honestly, in what could have been a few seconds or a few minutes. They were in front of a small cafe with Hawk's feathers stuffed into a gray backpack he had on. It was a surprisingly effective disguise. Usually people identified the hero based on the glaring red wings. Well, Hawks asked, holding the door open for Izuku. Are we going in, or are you having second thoughts? Sorry, Izuku squeaked, rushing through the door to make up for the lost time. Hawks huffed, amused, as he followed Izuku in. It's fine, fledgling, Hawks dismissed. What do you want? Do you need a couple of minutes to look at the options? Izuku nodded as he scanned the menu. There was something called the sweet sugar stir. It had a lot of caffeine, sure, but it also had a lot of sugar. Izuku kind of needed that stuff. I'm ready, Izuku told the hero. Hey, how can I, Hawks? The lady at the register began before cutting herself off. She looked around, her cheeks reddening sheepishly as she scanned for people. I am so sorry, sir. You probably don't want that broadcasted. What can I get for you? I'll get the caramel frappuccino. And what did you want, chickadee? Hawks prompted, nudging Izuku lightly. It was barely noticeable, really. Can I please get the sweet sugar stir? Izuku requested. The lady's brow furrowed, not out of anger or anything, but more out of concern. That's, got a lot of caffeine and sugar in it. Are you sure? Izuku nodded resolutely. Yes, please. Resigned, the lady rang up the order. That'll be 1,100 yen. Hawks handed over a few notes before stuffing another in the tip jar next to her. When the lady handed back his changer, he also put that in the tip jar. What's the name for your order? She asked, staring at Izuku. She probably figured that they wanted to keep Hawks' presence a secret. She was correct. Midoriya, Hawks answered. Thank you, ma'am. No, thank you. Your order will be ready shortly, she replied. Hawks led Izuku over to a table in the corner of the cafe, and Izuku scanned the place, taking it in. It was small, but it was taken care of. It had muted, pastel colors, browns and blues and pinks all mixing together. A slow, calming tune played in the background, further pushing the aesthetic of the place. Nice, isn't it? Hawks remarked, also looking more relaxed. It's quiet too. Yeah, Izuku agreed. He almost felt out of place with his own vibrant color scheme. Bright, attention-grabbing greens and teals stood out among the lighter, softer colors. They didn't talk much after that, but their silence wasn't uncomfortable. Neither felt the obligation to talk, and they respected that. Even with all of Izuku's energy and Hawk's persona, a little quiet was nice too. Midoriya, the lady called, and Izuku quickly retrieved their drinks. As he sat down again, handing Hawks his drink, a different woman approached them. She had long black hair tied back in a wavy ponytail and a significant amount of makeup on. Maybe she needed it for her quirk. Izuku genuinely couldn't think of another reason to have so much. You're Hawks, right? She asked, her eyes glittering eagerly. It was more of a predatory eagerness, though, instead of an innocent fangirlish fascination. Wow, you're even more charming up close. Thank you. Hawks chuckled lightly, though he subtly leaned away from her, picking up on the same thing Izuku had. I hate to be rude, but do you think we could do a rain check on this? I'm not the only one here. Oh, dear, I am so sorry. The woman apologized, feigning surprise at Izuku's presence. It was so clearly a facade that Izuku didn't even entertain the thought of overthinking it. Hey, you have wings too. Are you two related? No, ma'am, Hawks answered, sitting up straight. Again, can we put this off for another time? You're adorable. The woman interrupted, uncaring of Hawks' attempts to get her to leave. Is he yours? Izuku flushed, reddening all the way to his hairline. What? I'm not related to hawks. Aye. Oh, no need to be shy, darling, the woman cooed, finding Izuku's energetic denials amusing. I won't tell. Izuku paused in his stammering, noticing the phone in the woman's hand. It was on, open to the camera app. It was recording. Aye. Izuku went to point out the discrepancy between her words and actions when she shushed him, saying, the adults are speaking, dear. Ma'am, Hawk sighed, his voice tightening as he realized she wouldn't leave of her own accord anytime soon. I think you're overstepping a bit. I don't have a son, especially not one of the kid's age. Oh, just admit it. The woman goaded, her own voice tightening. There's nothing to be ashamed of. It's only natural to want to spend time with someone you relate to. And Miss, Izuku blurted, his resolve hardening for just a moment. If you're not going to tell anyone, why's your phone recording? The woman froze, paling when she felt the weight of the hero's glare on her. It wasn't an outright scowl, but Hawk certainly didn't look friendly right now. Aye, the woman stuttered, scrambling for an excuse. That's a good question. Hawks hummed with a false thoughtfulness in his tone. I'll delete it, the woman exclaimed, holding her phone up so they could see the screen. See, look, it's gone. Now you know I won't tell a soul. Hardly matters now, Hawks huffed, his feathers ruffling agitatedly. Even if the fledgling was my son, which he's not, it wouldn't concern you or anyone else at all. That's my business and his business. This is what you signed up for when you became a hero. The woman argued, irrationally upset at them for having the audacity to want privacy. As a public figure, we have a right to. Hawks cut her off, unimpressed with the argument. My personal life, my relationships, that's unfounded and invasive, and all three of us know it. Surely you were aware. The woman began to defend, but Izuku had had enough. Of what? He spat, his own feathers ruffling. Of the lack of privacy he'd have, of the way that everyone would assume that they're entitled to everything he is, of the way that he'd be treated like a character in a show or a doll in a dollhouse. How would you feel if everyone in Japan watched your every move? If your relationships, romantic and platonic, were bare for the world to see and judge and talk about? It's not a matter of being a public figure. It's a matter of being human. The cafe was silent, the background music more mocking than calming now. Izuku hated when people did this, when they dehumanized someone because of who they were or what they did. Public figures were human. Heroes were human. Mutants were human. Villains were human. Izuku was human. Suddenly, the woman's face twisted into a scowl, and her lips tugged down into a sneer. You brat. I don't see how Hawks could raise such a... Finish that, Hawks challenged, his voice quieter and so much angrier. Do it. The woman froze again, her words catching up to her. She cleared her throat, trying to compose herself. She straightened, turned on her heel, and left without another word. She didn't have an argument, and this was a fight she couldn't win. Izuku relaxed, feeling safer with the seclusion. Thanks, kiddo, Hawks said gratefully, prompting Izuku to squeak in surprise. What? I didn't do anything. Izuku dismissed, waving his arms around as though to physically bat away the gratefulness. You're the one who made her leave. Hawks sighed, leaning back in his chair. Maybe, but you made her aware of exactly what she was insinuating. It was a big push. Speaking of, I didn't know you had talons, kid. Izuku trailed off, his eyes listing to the side. I just really don't like it when people try to frame others in a way that's inhuman. You're a person. I'm a person. We're all people, even villains. Hawks didn't have anything to say to that. The conversation wasn't picked back up again. It left behind a silence that allowed both of them to think a bit. It wasn't uncomfortable, but it wasn't quite comfortable either. It was just there, and that was okay. So, I had just dropped off our drinks, and this lady came over to us, Izuku started. Kacchan was listening with full attention, knowing full well that Izuku would spiral into a rant later in it. They were under the lunch tree, as they'd so creatively named it, chatting and such as they waited for the bell to ring. She started talking about how nice Hawks looked, and then she turns to me and claims I'm related to Hawks somehow. Kacchan snorted, not seeing the resemblance. Sure, they both have wings, but there's no similarities outside of that. When Hawks tries to politely get her to leave, she doubles down on the whole I'm his son thing, and she won't listen when we tell her I'm not. She was recording the conversation too, which is weird. I pointed it out and she got all upset when she had to delete it. Izuku huffed, his arms gesturing wildly every time he got worked up. She then said that the public was entitled to Hawk's private life, and we both got upset at that point. When I told her that's not how it works, she got mad at me. You know how I feel when people just, I haven't seen you this worked up in months, nerd. Kacchan laughed, finding mirth in Izuku's frustration. Where would you be without me to rant to? There'd be a lot more weaknesses and takedown strategies in my notebooks. That's for sure, Izuku admitted, leaning against the trunk of the tree as he calmed down. I'm glad you listened to me, Kacchan. You hated her, though, huh? Kacchan cackled, really tore into her in front of the bird. I didn't hate her, Izuku sighed. She just riled me up a little. A little, Kacchan echoed with a disbelieving snort. Sure, Izuku. Really, Izuku claimed, his cheeks heating up. You should see some of the pages on boulders and fingers. Well, now you have to show me, Kacchan demanded, reaching for Izuku's bag. Hand it over. What? No, Izuku squeaked, shoving his bag out of reach. Those are for my eyes only. You can't say some trash like that and then not show me, Kacchan argued, leaning forward to reach further. Get your darn diary out. It's not a diary, Kacchan, Izuku retorted, trying to shove Kacchan back. He wouldn't be able to read it anyway. It's in code. You're the one who suggested that. You dimwit, Kacchan spat, but he sat back down, giving up the fight. Never giving you ideas again. Kacchan, Izuku whined, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Come on. No, you can be a gosh darn brat, Kacchan huffed, looking away. You're so mean, Izuku exclaimed. I'm going to grind you into dust during training today, Kacchan threatened. Okay, Kacchan, Izuku chuckled. Izuku sagged as the bell cut off any retort Kacchan might have had. Another couple hours of school. It can't be that bad. Izuku sighed as he felt the brunt of his exhaustion hit him with the dread pooling in his stomach. He had felt this nearly every day around this time, the reluctance to actually continue with school when he's just hurt and picked on the whole time. It sucked. He got up anyway. He had training with Kacchan later, so there was something to look forward to, at least. June, month 3. Izuku stared blankly at the phone in his hand, hardly registering the persistent vibrating, letting him know that it was time for a break. He closed his eyes and sighed, dismissing the alarm and heading towards the truck. He grabbed the megaphone once it was in reach, immediately pressing it up to his face. Kacchan, Izuku shouted, but it wasn't amplified by the device. He blinked, taken off guard by the quiet. Oh, he'd forgotten to turn it on. Izuku pressed the little button near the handle and tried again. Kacchan, it's time for a break. Izuku nodded to himself, satisfied with the now functioning megaphone. He turned it off and set it down just as explosions in the distance alerted him to Kacchan's presence. Izuku closed his eyes to avoid looking at the bright lights of his friend's quirk. He only opened them once the popping stopped. It was harder than Izuku would have liked to admit. What's up with you, nerd? Kacchan demanded, his face twisted into a sneer. It was a concerned sneer, but it was still a sneer. I'm fine, Izuku replied. Nothing's up. Kacchan glared at Izuku, crossing his arms stubbornly. I don't believe that for a dang second. You're not fine. Really, Kacchan, I am, Izuku protested, standing up straight from where he'd been leaning against the truck bed. Another buzz from his phone reminded him that he had training with Hawks today. I have to go. I'll see you tomorrow. A hand grabbed his wrist and pulled him back to the truck before he could leave. You're not serious. You're obviously freaking out of it. I'm sure the bird will understand. Izuku shook his head, ignoring the way it made his head spin. No, it's fine. I'll be fine. There is no fine in training, idiot. You're all in or all out, Kacchan argued, but he let go of Izuku's wrist. I'm sure that Birdbrain will call you out too. I have to go, Izuku sighed, backing away from his friend. Bye, Kacchan. Don't come crying once you find out I'm right, Kacchan yelled after him. Izuku didn't acknowledge it. Izuku ignored the way colors blurred together as he leaned out of the way of another hit. He spun around to follow up, further disorienting himself, but he wasn't quick enough to duck the elbow flying at him. He went down, and Izuku couldn't find the will to get back up and assure the hero he was fine. He just stared at the ceiling, his brain trying to catch up with what had just happened. Kid, Hawks exclaimed, kneeling next to Izuku. Hey, what was that just now? Oh, he looked really worried. Izuku should probably do something. Reluctantly, Izuku pulled himself into a sitting position, ignoring the way he swayed slightly. Fine. Clearly not, Hawks huffed, his brows furrowing. You've dodged that move several times. Maybe you're just clever, Izuku suggested, his mouth twitching up into a tired smirk before falling again. Clever my butt, Hawks muttered, annoyed. Can you stand? Izuku nodded, dragging himself to his feet, ignoring the overwhelming desire to just flop down on the mat again and take a nap. Come on, Hawks sighed, concern and frustration and something else in his voice. Izuku almost thought it was self-loathing, but he must have imagined it. Hawks was the number 3 hero. Why would he be upset with himself like that? We're going to the lounge. Izuku nodded, too tired to think about protesting. Sitting on one of those beanbags sounded awesome, actually. When Hawks had finally escorted Izuku to the aforementioned place, Izuku plopped down into one of the beanbags and sighed at the relief it gave him. Drink some water, Midoriya, Hawks all but ordered, handing Izuku a water bottle. What's going on? Izuku took a long draught of water, an excuse to stall for just a moment. Nothing. I'm having trouble believing this is nothing, Hawks replied, sitting in a chair in front of Izuku. He turned it around so the back was facing Izuku and rested his arms on the makeshift barrier. So what's really up? Izuku shrugged, taking another sip of water. I'm feeling a lot better now. Can we go back to training, please? Hawks frowned at that, sighing at Izuku's stubbornness. No, we are not training until we fix whatever's sapping at your energy right now. I'm fine, Izuku argued, his eyes narrowing slightly. It would be all too easy to just let them slip closed, but he couldn't. He had a point to prove. I didn't get much sleep last night. That's it. It wasn't just last night, chickadee. Hawks retorted, leaning forward to press himself further against the back of the chair. What about the night before that? And before that? What about the last few weeks? You've been taking easily dodgeable hits for a while now, kid, and it's only getting worse. Izuku lowered his gaze, staring at his hands now. I'm just a little busy right now. Was it me? Hawks asked, his face falling into outright concern. Am I pushing you too hard? I can. No, Izuku blurted, lurching forward. No, it's not. There's a lot going on between school and here in this community service project I'm working on with my friend and reteaching him everything you've been teaching me. I'm fine. Hawks blinked, stunned by the load of information just dumped on him. He shook his head and sagged, looking both relieved and worried. Okay, Izuku echoed, confused by the lackluster reaction. I have a deal for you, Hawks offered, causing Izuku to perk up a little. A deal? Izuku hummed. What is it? I'll help train your friend as well, Hawks answered, further exciting Izuku. Kacchan could come. What do I have to do? Izuku pressed, leaning forward. You have to take 1 day off each week, Hawks replied, his eyes narrowing when Izuku began to protest. Non-negotiable. You aren't working 7 days a week every week. That's too much. In addition, you can't parrot my lessons back to your friend anymore. It explains how you've been grasping them so quickly. But I don't care if we go slower to accommodate your health. I'd prefer it, actually. On the days we have private sessions, we'll practice using our wings in combat. Izuku mentally pored over the parameters, looking for what Hawks got out of it. Even after thoroughly dissecting it, he couldn't see how Hawks would benefit. What's in it for you? Izuku asked. Peace of mind, I guess, Hawks shrugged. I can't be training someone who's half dead all the time. It doesn't do anything. Besides, I care about your health, believe it or not. Izuku stared at the hero, looking for any hint of dishonesty, but he could only find genuine concern and hints of impatience. Hawks never did like going slow, and Izuku was taking his sweet time. Okay, Izuku agreed. I'll let him know. Awesome, Hawks grinned, satisfied with the outcome. I'll give him your number. His name's Bakugo, but I call him Kacchan, Izuku informed the hero. While we're on the subject, Hawks hummed, scanning Izuku again, is there anything else I should be worried about? Izuku heard the mocking shouts and derisive words echoing through his head, and he felt the bruises on his arms and the burns and scratches he was covered in. No, that's all. Huh, Kacchan exclaimed, shocked by the news. How'd you manage that, you dang nerd? Well, Izuku trailed off, nervous to admit it. He noticed that I was getting tired lately, so he offered to take a few things off of my hands. I just have to take 1 day off a week. Really? Kacchan questioned, his eyes still blown wide with disbelief. You haggler. I didn't haggle him, Kacchan. Izuku squeaked, waving his arms wildly in denial. He's the one who offered. Yeah, Kacchan rolled his eyes, clearly not believing Izuku for a second. And the old hag's the Queen of England. Sounds like you're a prince, then, Izuku huffed, his cheeks puffing out indignantly. I can give you Hawk's number. Just tell him your name. Kacchan gaped at Izuku. You have his number? Yeah, Izuku snorted. How else would we communicate? A fax machine. Kacchan sighed, done with Izuku's retorts now. Whatever, just hand it over. As Kacchan punched the number into his phone, he stated, and don't think I've forgotten for a moment what you pulled. As he shoved Izuku's phone back at him, Kacchan started, what were you thinking, idiot? All this training's going to do squat if you don't rest. You can't do a darn thing if you can't keep your eyes open for longer than half a minute. Honestly, of all the stupid, harebrained things to do, Izuku couldn't help but feel fondness warm his chest as his friend ranted about his stupidity. Sure, he wasn't exactly being nice about it, but he cared. And that's all that really mattered to Izuku. July, month 4. Here, Birdie. Someone jeered, laughing at his own joke. Come on, I'll be nice. Tweet. Someone else mocked, snickering as well. Hey, I'm talking to you. You think you're too good for these guys. A familiar voice snarled, quickly followed by a large hand pinning Izuku against the lockers. Thankfully, his wings were trapped underneath him. It wasn't comfortable, but it was preferable to them being splayed for the world to harm. Izuku looked up to see boulders sneering at him. They're talking. Izuku wriggled, uncomfortable with the close proximity. I'm sorry, he gasped, finding it a little harder to breathe with the rocky hand pressing down on his chest. Oh, shut up. Fingers groaned, making himself known. No one wants to hear your stupid, lying excuses. Honestly, just make it easier for all of us and die already. Goodness knows Bakugo would be so much better. Izuku flinched. Hard enough to dislodge Boulder's grip enough for him to escape. He ducked under the hand and backed away from the duo. I am no odd age hurting Kacchan, Izuku claimed, frowning slightly. You're the bad eye influences. Sounds like Glass Bones got a mouth on him. Boulder scoffed. We're gonna have to fix that problem. A good beating usually keeps him down, Fingers suggested, a cruel smirk on his face. After all, he just got a bit of an ego boost from that new muscle he's sporting. Must still think he can be a hero. How pathetic, Boulders mocked. Maybe you're right. Izuku felt his body crumple in on itself when he realized there was no way out of this. Struggling would only make it worse. They would even target his wings if he wasn't careful. It's happened before. Hey, chickadee. Hawks greeted Midoriya, staring at the kid's face with concern. That's, quite the shiner you have there. That wasn't an understatement. A large, purple bruise mottled the area around the fledgling's left eye, glistening sickeningly in the fluorescent light. It made Hawks cringe just from looking at it. It looked like it hurt, yet the kid seemed surprised by Hawks' observation. It was like he'd forgotten about it somehow. And didn't that just paint an awful picture? Oh, Midoriya replied eloquently as he raised a hand to poke at it. Hawks instinctively grabbed the offending wrist before the kid could touch it. Yeah, I guess. How'd it get there? Hawks asked, trying to forget about the last training session. He'd been demonstrating a new maneuver using Midoriya, and he'd ended up nailing the kid in the face. He'd immediately called a break and iced it, but I tripped. Midoriya shrugged, gently extricating his hand from Hawks' grip. It's fine. You say that a lot, Hawks hummed, but I'm starting to doubt how truthful that really is. Kacchan's nearly here, the kid deflected. He wasn't even trying to be subtle. I'm sure he'll back me up, Hawks claimed, backing up a step. His expression tugged into a frown. What if the fledgling was lying to spare Hawks' feelings? Are you sure it wasn't from last session? Midoriya's head shot up, his eyes wide. No, Hawks, it wasn't, I swear. You didn't hit me that hard. Are you sure? Hawks pressed, his eyes pleading with the kid to be honest. I'm not going too hard, am I? Don't lie. Please, kid, just don't lie to me. Hawks couldn't be like the commission. He couldn't. He wouldn't do that to Midoriya or Bakugo. He wouldn't do that to anyone. He wouldn't push them to the point that they broke. He can't. He wasn't like the commission, was he? No, I promise, Midoriya swore, his face deathly serious. It wasn't you. Hawks believed him. Okay, hey, glass bones, Boulders sneered, shoulder-checking Izuku. He immediately pivoted and shoved an arm across Izuku's collar, pinning him against the wall. When Izuku didn't respond to the taunt, Boulders slammed him against the wall again, harder this time. I'm talking to you, Birdie. You think you're better than me. Izuku really didn't want this to escalate. He didn't want to have to sit out of training again. I am sorry. Oh, you'll be sorry. All right, Boulders threatened, raising a fist to give Izuku a matching black eye. You're gonna be black and blue when I'm done teaching you a lesson. Izuku's eyes widened, and he jerked out of the trapped position he'd been in. He ducked under Boulders' arm, rolling and pivoting so he was in a defensive crouch behind the bully. The punch dented the lockers Izuku had been shoved against, and Boulders turned to look at Izuku. Someone's getting cocky, the boy scoffed, his quirk activating again. Looks like a good old beating wasn't good enough for you. Boulders pulled out a pair of scissors, and Izuku felt his blood freeze in his veins. Those wings make you better than us. How much better will you be when you can't fly? Ha! He was going to clip Izuku's feathers. He would cripple Izuku just to prove a point. Izuku's mind went into overdrive as the bully lunged. Izuku launched himself to the side, shivering as the cold metal brushed against his wing. He stared at the scissors, glaring at them venomously. When Boulders lunged again, Izuku rolled under his arm, scratching his palms on the dirty floor. He pivoted again and faced an infuriated and embarrassed Boulders. When do you grow a backbone, Birdbrain? Boulders demanded, his face twisted into a condescending scowl. You really think you can get into the hero course with nothing but wings? Izuku didn't respond, only frowning harder. When Boulders prepared to attack again, Izuku's wings flared out, puffed up and larger than they actually were. Combined with Izuku's murderous glare, Izuku made an intimidating figure. Boulders lost his nerve, backing off with a grumble and a threat. Izuku wouldn't have his wings clipped. Not again. Do you think you could tell me what's going on, fledgling? Hawks asked as he patched up the scrapes he got from his tussle with Boulders and a later encounter with Fingers. I could help this time too, just like I did before. Izuku sighed, ignoring the urge to give in to the hero's request. I keep telling you nothing's up. I'm just clumsy, and I keep getting the impression you're lying, Hawks retorted, backing away from Izuku. So we're at an impasse. There's no way for you to get hurt so often to this degree, especially not with the deep scratches I keep seeing. Really, Hawks, I'm fine, Izuku tried to assure him. Emphasis on tried. What's hurting you? Hawks pleaded, trying to glean it from Izuku's expression alone. Who's hurting you? No one's hurting me, Izuku answered, waving his hands. I really am fine. Both of them knew he was lying, but Izuku wouldn't open up. Not about this. Kacchan, look, Izuku exclaimed, pointing out at the large gap in the middle of the heaps of trash. You can see the ocean now. It was bound to happen at some point. Dingus, Kacchan rolled his eyes, but Izuku could hear the inkling of pride in his voice. We've been working on this trash dump for months. They were practicing flying again, and they'd made a lot of progress. It was easier to see how much they'd done for the beach in the air, but they'd also made a significant amount of progress in how long they could fly. Kacchan could hold himself up for about 5 minutes before he began to really feel the strain of it, and Izuku could hold him in the air for about 15 minutes by the same standard. They both recovered faster now, completely regaining their strength in less than an hour if they didn't push themselves too far. If they got in another situation like the sludge villain, Izuku had confidence that they'd be able to hold out until the heroes got there. "Hey," Kacchan shouted. And that was all the warning Izuku got before the sound of explosions abruptly stopped and his friend plummeted like a stone. "Kacchan," Izuku cried, diving to catch the reckless jerk. He collided with Kacchan's back, which was not fun for his nose, wrapping his arms around his friend in a death grip. His wings began buzzing faster, the dull hum that usually filled the air when Izuku flew increasing in volume. Izuku took a few deep breaths, calming himself down before glaring at his unapologetic friend. "What was that, Kacchan? You scared the life out of me." Maybe under different circumstances, Izuku would marvel at the display of trust, but right now he was really upset. It was scary to think that if he'd been any slower his friend could have gotten really hurt. "If you're going to be on the field as an aerial hero," Kacchan defended, rolling his eyes at the question, "then you've got to be prepared to catch your teammates. You might not even get a noise, feathers." "As still," Izuku squeaked, his cheeks puffing out indignantly. "What if I couldn't catch you?" "I can catch my dang self, jerk," Kacchan shouted, beginning to squirm in Izuku's hold. "Let go of me, idiot." "No," Izuku refused, tightening his grip around Kacchan's waist. "I'm landing for both of us today since you decided to spontaneously fall out of the sky. Were you getting tired or something?" "Huh," Kacchan exclaimed, outraged at the accusation. "I don't get tired, dimwit. Let me go. I can land by myself." "No, this is how you get to suffer for giving me a heart attack," Izuku huffed, annoyed at his friend. "I'll show you. I'll be the best darn flyer out there," Kacchan protested, still trying to break out, but he didn't fight as hard. "I'm sure you will, Kacchan," Izuku indulged him. "Just not right now." "You, August, month 5. How?" Kacchan panted, gasping for breath while Izuku's was only labor. "How are you so dang good at this, nerd?" "Practice," Izuku shrugged, his breaths easing up now that he had been standing still for a bit. "It helps with running from bullies." Kacchan froze, his eyes wide and staring at Izuku, who was also frozen at the realization of what he'd just said. "Ah, please don't tell Hawks," Izuku squeaked, his face heating up at his own slip of the tongue. Kacchan's eyes narrowed, and they swirled with anger as he demanded, "Why not, huh? That darn bird's gonna tear the place to shreds if you tell him." "Exactly," Izuku argued, his wings fluffing up as he became irritated. "He'll tear down the school." "And?" Kacchan prompted, also upset by the conversation. "Argument. Hey, you won't be getting hurt anymore. I don't see why you're being so dang stubborn." "What about Mom?" Izuku countered, his fists curling as he stressed himself out more. "What about everyone else in this stupid school? What if we have to relocate to find a school? Mom works 2 jobs to pay for us. Alder is the cheapest option." Izuku looked up to meet Kacchan's shocked and downtrodden gaze. "I can't say anything, Kacchan." "Not yet." The other boy nodded, accepting this reason as somewhat valid, at least. "And what about you?" "What about me?" Izuku asked, confused about where his friend was going with this. "What do I have to do with this?" "You're the one getting hurt by all of this," Kacchan elaborated, saying it as if it was obvious. "Who cares about your dang money when you can't take 2 steps in school without some extra out to get you?" Izuku's eyes widened, taken aback by the response. "It's really not a problem, Kacchan." "It definitely freaking is," Kacchan argued, glaring at the sheepish winged boy. "Birdbrain would agree, I'm sure." "Don't tell him," Izuku squeaked, urgency leaking into his face and tone. "He can't know." "Why not, huh?" Kacchan scoffed, looking frustrated with Izuku. "I already said." Izuku huffed, also frustrated. But Izuku took a deep breath, calming himself down. "I'll tell him after we get our results from the entrance exam." Kacchan leaned back, a little shocked at Izuku's compliance. Okay, Izuku echoed, surprised by the quick de-escalation. "I'll tell him if you don't, got it?" Kacchan threatened. "But if you're going to tell that idiot eventually, then I won't get in your way." "Thank you," Izuku muttered, smiling a little bit. "Whatever," Kacchan grumbled, annoyed but accepting. "Just don't make me regret this. We're halfway done." Izuku cheered, grinning at the significantly cleaner but not quite clean beach. "Look, Kacchan, you can see most of the ocean from here." "I'm not blind." Dingus, Kacchan rolled his eyes, but he didn't sound offended at all. "We might finish just before the exam at this rate." "But we'll finish," Izuku grinned, proud of their progress. "And even if we don't finish in time, we still grew a lot. We're both so much stronger now. Hawks has also been super helpful, and we grew," Kacchan asked, a deliberately false note of confusion in his voice. He pointedly looked down at Izuku and smirked. "I couldn't tell." Izuku squawked, an embarrassing noise, really. He immediately flushed. covering his mouth sheepishly while Kacchan cackled. I'm not that short. I'm only 157 centimeters. Exactly, Kacchan agreed, much to Izuku's confusion. Only, Kacchan, Izuku admonished, his cheeks growing redder as his friend laughed harder. It's not my fault my quirk makes me short. Hummingbirds are the smallest birds, barring any quirk-related reasons. Still genetics, loser, Kacchan snickered. Stop making excuses. At least I can fly, Izuku retorted with a grin. I can fly, Kacchan replied, raising an eyebrow at the comeback. He was doing it on purpose too. Izuku couldn't do that, and he knew it. Can you fly upside down and do complicated aerial maneuvers? Izuku countered with his own smirk. Can you stop and start whenever you like? Not yet, Kacchan admitted, his smirk falling. I will one day, though, and I'll be coming for you, feathers. I'm sure, Izuku hummed, humoring him. Besides, your quirk has so many more uses than flight. You can go on the offensive and the defensive, and you can destroy rubble. There's also smoking out a room or blowing gas away to disperse it. You can light fires, though you'd have to be cautious doing that, and that could save someone from hypothermia. Your quirk is so versatile. Huh, Kacchan exclaimed, frowning at Izuku. You can go on the offensive too, nerd. How? Izuku asked. My wings are good for mobility and that's it. How else could I use them? Are you that dense? Kacchan sneered before dragging Izuku over to the tree they took their breaks under. Look at this. Izuku stared at the phone shoved in his face, scanning the article that was pulled up. He wrinkled his nose, shocked at the implication. Swans? I'm not a swan, Kacchan. Kacchan rolled his eyes, returning his phone to his pocket with a huff. I know, idiot. You're better than a swan. You're a human with wings. Humans are definitely smarter than swans. Though I'm beginning to doubt that looking at your absolute idiocy. How can someone so dang analytical be so simple when it comes to his own quirk? Ha! Are you suggesting that I break people's bones with my wings? Izuku exclaimed, startled by the violent idea. I'm not going to break people's bones, Kacchan. You don't have to. Kacchan growled, his scowl forming again. It's like having 2 extra arms to fight with. You can punch people without breaking them, can't you? I know Bird Brain's been teaching you to fight while in the air, but that dimwit doesn't use his wings as literal weapons since he can just sharpen and control the feathers. Izuku gaped at his surprisingly insightful friend, much to his indignance. Kacchan, that's so smart. It doesn't take a genius to see this stuff, Kacchan dismissed, waving his hand idly. Start thinking about your own quirk instead of writing about everyone else's. You're so cool, Kacchan. Izuku grinned, hugging his friend. Thank you. Let go of me, Kacchan shouted, pushing at Izuku's arms and wings, both of which were wrapped around his midsection. Dang it, Izuku. If I'd known you'd be a clingy jerk about it, I wouldn't have said a darn thing. They both knew that was a lie. Kacchan, Izuku whined, looking up at his friend. Get off me, Kacchan protested, squirming a little. We have a beach to clean, and you being thankful doesn't do squat for it. You're right, Izuku agreed, shooting off of Kacchan and towards the beach. Come on, Kacchan. You darn nerd, get back here, Kacchan demanded, taking off after Izuku. Izuku found that even though the entrance exam for UA was in 5 months, he didn't really feel all that nervous. Well, that was a lie. However, he felt happier, more prepared than he had for a long time. Maybe Izuku really could be a hero, just like All Might said, just like hardly anyone believed he could. September, month 6. Izuku ducked, a sheen of sweat covering his face as he moved to dodge and counter his friend's attacks. They weren't allowed to use quirks, so Izuku couldn't use his wings and Kacchan couldn't use his explosion. Hawks had expressed that he didn't feel comfortable with monitoring a quirk like Kacchan's. There was just too much that could go wrong. Kacchan hadn't taken it to heart, understanding that his quirk was volatile and dangerous. Hawks wasn't the person to go to for controlling an explosive emitter like his. Izuku's just glad Kacchan hadn't turned and chastised himself for having the quirk. That would be irrational. Izuku lunged back, watching a punch sail in front of his face. He didn't have the balance to avoid the follow-up kick entirely. It was meant for his chin, but Izuku managed to barely swerve so it made contact with his shoulder instead. His shoulder, which had a large gash in it from school today. Izuku's eyes widened at the sudden burst of pain, crying out at the feeling of the wound opening again. He stumbled, regaining his balance quickly. Izuku braced for another hit, his own clumsiness providing an opening for Kacchan. However, when no such thing came, he focused on Kacchan's face, which had an expression of anger, though not aimed at Izuku himself, fear, and a touch of sadness. Hey, fledglings, Hawks called, jogging over to them. What's the matter, Midoriya? Did you get hurt or something? Why is that the immediate first guess? Izuku grumbled, idly holding his shoulder now that the spar had effectively ended. This idiot's gotten himself hurt again, Kacchan confirmed, ignoring Izuku's indignation. I got him in the shoulder, and he cried out. All of us know the nerd doesn't make a peep unless it's bad. Hawks nodded, his eyes narrowing at the assessment. Come on, Midoriya, let's go treat that injury of yours. What? Izuku exclaimed, letting go of his shoulder. I can still fight. It doesn't hurt that bad. Honest, you're bleeding, Kacchan pointed out blandly, glaring at Izuku. Dang it, Izuku. Izuku looked down at his shoulder and saw that, yes, there was a red patch there. He should have worn a darker shirt today. Izuku sighed, aware that, now that he was bleeding, he wasn't going to worm his way out of this one. Fine. Izuku trudged to the infirmary room with Hawks and Kacchan, pouting the whole time. He hated being so weak. He didn't like how much time it sapped from his training. Alright, show me the injury, Midoriya, Hawks ordered, pulling out a first aid kit. We're going to patch this thing up, and then we're going to the cafe. Izuku huffed as he lifted his shirt over his head, wincing when part of the shirt got caught on the gash, but he quickly tugged it off. He stared at the injury, wincing at how much worse it looked because of the dried and fresh blood around it. Oh, chickadee. Hawks hummed sadly, taking an alcohol wipe and cleaning off the blood. Who did this? Izuku didn't respond. Was it? Izuku's head snapped up, and Kacchan clamped his mouth shut, but he didn't look happy about it. We're talking about this later. Later being after Birdbrains fixed you up. Okay, Izuku agreed, watching as the hero gently began applying something else to it. It took a bit of convincing, but after Izuku had finished being tended to, Hawks left the room. He definitely didn't look happy about it. If you left any gosh dang feathers in here, I'm skinning you alive and stuffing you with them, you hear? Kacchan threatened, glaring at the hero through the window into the main part of the warehouse. Immediately, about 5 feathers slipped under the door and returned to Hawk's wings. Izuku huffed, amused by his mentor's antics. All of them, Izuku said, as if he was talking to a misbehaving child. Another feather slipped out of the room. Was it fingers? Kacchan demanded, whirling around to face Izuku head-on. Izuku looked away, telling Kacchan the answer clear as day. I'm going to snap those stupid, Kacchan muttered, his hands clenching into tight fists as he began to go into detail about how the bully was going to pay for his actions. Kacchan, Izuku stammered, taken aback by the violent speech. Though, maybe he shouldn't have been considering how Kacchan was. You can't remove his fingers and feed them to his dog. You're right, he might not have pets, Kacchan agreed, and Izuku squawked. I'll feed them to the strays. Throw them out into a particularly wild neck of the woods. Kacchan, that's so violent. Izuku exclaimed. It's not that bad, really. Birdbrain barely determined that you wouldn't need stitches for this, Izuku. Kacchan argued, glaring at the other. You're darn lucky that it was longer than it was deep. Izuku cut himself off, chewing on his lip. Why'd he do it? Kacchan asked, leaning against the counter across from Izuku. Why'd fingers decide to go crazy on you? I bumped into him this morning, Izuku explained, his own hands clenching as he recalled the incident from before. And he thought I shoulder-checked him. No one will ever find his ashes, Kacchan growled, his glare intensifying as he all but burned holes in the ground. I'll blow him to smithereens. It's fine, Kacchan, Izuku tried to assure his friend. Nothing I'm not used to by now. That doesn't make it any better, Kacchan scoffed. I'm talking to Sensei about this. If something else like this happens, I'm not holding back from the idiot outside. Got it? Yes, Kacchan, Izuku squeaked, nodding quickly. I'll try to avoid them better. You better, nerd, Kacchan grumbled. Come on, we have a bird to assure. Okay, Izuku replied as he followed his friend out the door. Maybe when this injury healed, Izuku could fly Hawks somewhere. Hey, old man, Katsuki called, ignoring the dirty look he got from the nerd at his rudeness. Freaking goody two-shoes. Wait up for me. Once everyone had cleared out of the room, including Izuku, who was slow as heck, Sensei asked, Is there something you need from me, Bakugo? Yeah, there is, Katsuki snarled. Walking up to the podium the man was leaning against. Why won't you ever help him? Who? Sensei had the audacity to pretend he had no idea who Katsuki was referring to, as if there wasn't someone being hurt and screamed at every day. You know who I'm talking about, Katsuki huffed, crossing his arms with a scowl. Izuku, Midoriya, whatever, Midoriya, Sensei echoed slowly, leaning back from the podium and standing up straight. Why would I need to help something like that? Katsuki's eye twitched. That? Yes, Bakugo, Sensei sighed, as if this wasn't a glaring issue that needed to be dealt with. What would I even help it with? As far as I'm aware, it's somehow rivaling you with its grades. Your request, if I may remind you. Stop, Katsuki shouted, slamming his hands down on the podium. He resisted the urge to set off his quirk as he did so. It'd only dig a deeper hole. Izuku's a person, you balding trash rat. He is freaking shoved and scratched and burned every stupid day that we're in this rundown excuse for a school building. He's not some thing or animal. Bakugo, Sensei's voice was strained, as if his patience was tried by the things he was being told. I don't know if being in such a close friendship with something like that boy has shifted your views on how this place is run, but talking to me like that will earn you no favors. Huh, Katsuki exclaimed, his glare burning holes into the man's head. You're chatting at me about disrespect when you treat Izuku like he's a particularly annoying bird. He is a bird, Bakugo, Sensei informed him, slowly, as if Katsuki was stupid. His quirk is Hummingbird. No, he's freaking not, Katsuki roared, shoving himself away from the awful excuse for a teacher. He's a human with a few feathers tacked on his face and a pair of wings. Hawks has wings, and I don't hear anyone spouting this trash about him. Hawks can telekinetically form wings with and control his feathers, Sensei argued, his mouth twitching into a frown. He doesn't have feathers on his face, and he certainly doesn't have a second eyelid. Sensei shivered at the thought of the admittedly useful perk of Izuku's quirk. Nothing like Midoriya. Katsuki couldn't help but let a few pops go as his anger rose. So how deeply a mutation goes affects how your idiot pea-brain sees them? He asked quietly, dangerously so. He slung his bag over his shoulder, his insides feeling like bubbling lava. It was slow going right now, but it would fire up soon enough. If it did, Katsuki's not sure he'd be the only one to take the hit. That sounds like villain talk. Sorry, Sensei leaned forward, trying to make out what he'd said. Sounds like villain talk, Katsuki growled, marginally louder. And I'm going to be a hero. Someone who protects people from scum like you. If you ever so much as touch Izuku again, I'm going to make any class you have me in your worst. That's not a threat, old man, it's a promise. Bakugo Katsuki, Sensei shouted, angry, but Katsuki was already out the door. He knew the bigot's thoughts on their friendship, but Katsuki had all but exploded when he'd tried to encourage him to distance himself from Izuku. This place will be ashes soon enough, Katsuki thought vindictively, smirking as he walked out of the building. Later, when Birdbrain knows, this old junkyard is tumbling to the ground. But later is not now, so Katsuki moved on. But he certainly never forgot. Does he do that every time you talk to him? Kacchan exploded as soon as he was in a comfortable vicinity to have a conversation with. Izuku didn't have to ask what. He knew exactly what his teacher thought of him and his quirk. Yeah, I've gotten pretty used to it, though. It's not so bad once you're used to it. You shouldn't be used to it, Kacchan argued, sitting on the door of the truck bed next to Izuku, both of their legs dangling from the edge of it. That good-for-nothing, bigoted, trash-eating rat doesn't know what he's talking about. Izuku, you hear? You're just as much a human as the rest of this dang planet. Don't insult Nezu like that, Kacchan. Izuku chided as he lightly bumped the other's shoulder. He deserves better. Nezu's not a rat, dingus. Kacchan rolled his eyes, annoyed by Izuku's comment. You're the one who told me that when we were, like, 8. No, he's not, Izuku agreed. But I've heard people liken him to one. Like who? Kacchan snorted, disbelieving. Villains, Izuku shrugged. Lowlives, jerks on the internet, basically anyone who's somewhat intimidated by the guy. Kacchan huffed, saying, they'd have to be worse than stupid not to be. I don't think he's scary, Izuku admitted sheepishly, weathering the bewildered expression from Kacchan. I just think he's smart, and he likes to show that sometimes. It's his quirk, after all. We all like to show off our quirks from time to time. Huh, Kacchan hummed. What does that even mean? Well, it's like how I enjoy flying and doing fancy tricks in the air and you like blowing stuff up and figuring out more about your own quirk. Nezu's only asset is that he's smart. And there's a lot to play around with in that, Izuku explained. His mouth tugged down into a frown, as a heavy weight was set on his heart. And people haven't been all that nice to him, you know? It's no secret. From the media outburst when he became the principal of UA, or even just a hero in general, to the scar over his eye. Well, I just think he wants to remind us how kind he's being sometimes, by giving humanity another chance, by choosing to help save people from hurt rather than to make people feel the pain he did. You have a point, but I still think he's creepy as heck, Kacchan replied simply. He never was one to go into great, unnecessary detail as Izuku was prone to. I don't expect to change your opinion on him, Kacchan, Izuku shrugged. I wasn't even trying to. I just wanted you to know my take on it and help you understand. I know that's not a strong point of yours. Screw you, nerd. Kacchan shoved a giggling Izuku off of the truck and onto the pavement. He ignored the new scratches on his palms and the twinge of old and new bruises being jostled as he laughed. I only have strong points. Of course, Izuku conceded patronizingly. One of your less strong points, then? I hate you, Kacchan ceased, glaring at a very amused Izuku. They both knew he didn't mean it one bit. October, month 7. I think I can fly you somewhere today, Izuku informed Hawks as soon as he was in hearing range. The hero startled, whirling around to face Izuku. What? Hawks chuckled, confused. I have no clue what you're talking about. Remember when you flew me to that coffee shop back at the beginning of all this? Izuku asked. When he got a nod, he continued, well, it's an experience. Being flown somewhere, that is. And you want me to experience it? Hawks teased, an amused smirk on his face. Sure, chickadee. Knock yourself out. Wait, no, don't do that. You might take that literally. Hey, I'm not that bad, Izuku squawked, circling behind Hawks. He hugged the hero from the back, arms slipping under the hero's wings. Is this okay? Sure, Hawks shrugged with false nonchalance. Izuku could feel the unnatural tension in his frame and the slightly faster than normal heartbeat under his fingers. I'm fine. I'm not going to drop you, Izuku assured him, fighting back his own amusement at Hawk's hesitance. Calm down. Trust me. Yeah, Hawks breathed, forcefully relaxing his own muscles. Yeah, I'm calm. Izuku didn't hesitate any longer, unwilling to torture his mentor with questions of when. He launched into the air, the hum of his wings drowning out the sounds of Musutafu. He felt Hawks grip his arms, probably confused by the parallel to but not quite feeling of flying. Izuku let out a laugh as he was filled with the euphoria that came from flying. You weren't kidding, Hawks muttered, his grip on Izuku's arms relaxing a little. Geez, kiddo. No wonder you wanted to show me. Yeah, it's different, Izuku agreed. His arms were beginning to ache, though, and he knew he'd have to land soon before they either fell out of the sky or he dropped Hawks. Do you have any places in mind? I thought you had one, Hawks exclaimed, craning his neck to look at Izuku. You're the one who wanted to fly us. Yeah, Izuku huffed, conceding the point. I know a pretty good ice cream parlor, Kacchan, and I get ice cream from it a lot. Sounds good, Hawks remarked, observing the city below them. Where is it? It's not far from here, Izuku answered vaguely. It shouldn't take long. After a couple of minutes, Hawks pointed at a building to Izuku's right. Is that it? Yeah, landing now, Izuku confirmed. He slowly descended, letting go of the hero as soon as they were both stable. How was it? It was odd, Hawks admitted. It's so different, being the passenger. I know, Izuku chirped, excited to talk about the odd shift in perspective. You don't have to try and describe it. I already know. Hawks shot him a grateful look and sent a considering look at the building beneath them. How do you feel about getting ice cream, chickadee? Silly question, Izuku snorted. Yeah, Hawks nodded with a smirk. Here's my card. I want 2 scoops of Rocky Road. Izuku saluted, earning a huff of laughter from the hero, before he jumped over the side of the building, easily catching himself before he hit the ground. He had a mission now. How did you manage to sprain your dang ankle, nerd? Kacchan sighed, staring at the offending joint. Izuku was hovering above the ground to avoid putting weight on it. He was a bit tired after about an hour of doing this, but he kept it up. I was pushed down the stairs. Kacchan's mildly annoyed gaze turned into a molten glare, and he bared his teeth angrily. Huh, who the heck did it? I'll explode their skulls to smithereens and spread what little remains across Japan. Kacchan, Izuku squeaked, lurching back a little bit. That's so mean. Kacchan gaped at Izuku as if he'd just grown a third wing. Mean? They're the ones who are freaking mean. They shoved you down the stairs and... It's fine, Izuku placated, hands waving nervously. Really, I'll just keep my weight off of it today and go see a doctor tomorrow to get... Are you implying you're doing a darn thing tomorrow? Kacchan growled, looking up from Izuku's ankle. You're not training. Not with that thing. What? Izuku whined. Why? You know what? Kacchan huffed. We're going to see Birdbrain early. The moment he's there, he's going to figure out what in the world's up with your ankle, and then we'll go from there. Okay, Izuku conceded, slouching disappointedly. When we get there, I'm carrying you. Got it? Kacchan demanded. What? I can fly by myself. Izuku argued. I don't need to be carried. So what? Kacchan challenged. You've been flying in place for the last hour and a half. I know that's at least got you a little winded. Izuku pouted, knowing his friend was right. That's what I thought. Kacchan rolled his eyes. Come on. What happened? Hawk sighed, staring at Izuku, who was reluctantly piggybacked by Kacchan. You're not training today if you have to be carried. Izuku squawked indignantly while Kacchan's face expanded into a vindicated smile. Darn right. No, Izuku whined into his friend's shoulder. You two are so mean. You're the one with the messed up ankle, loser, Kacchan snorted. Izuku settled on the little table, not unlike that in a doctor's office. This is unnecessary. Unnecessary my butt, Kacchan mocked, clearly not accepting that narrative. Don't move your leg, okay, Hawks ordered gently, looking up at Izuku. If it's more than a sprain, it could make this worse. Fine, Izuku huffed, upset to have to be coddled like this. He really is fragile. Hawks poked around the area, applying pressure as he got closer to the injury. Eventually, Izuku began to feel a twinge of pain from his hand just being there. He pressed down, and Izuku yelped, his leg twitching in surprise. He barely repressed the urge to kick the hero. Hawks let go, jolting back. He stared at Izuku apologetically. Sorry, kid, it might be worse than I thought. It's fine, Izuku chuckled breathlessly, wincing as he shifted his leg again. Nothing new, right? It's just a little broken bone. Bakugo, Hawk sighed, staring at Izuku. Can you leave us be for a second? After I'm done, we're going to the hospital to get this checked out. Shouldn't take too long. Don't dawdle, Birdbrain, Kacchan demanded, but he left without much of a fight anyway. Hawk sat in the chair across from the table, a backless, uncomfortable-looking thing. It's not like they ever stayed in the medical room for long. What's going on? Hawks asked, slumping in his chair in an oddly defeated manner. This isn't. It's getting worse. I've been content to let you keep your secrets, but you haven't come in with broken bones before. It's nothing, Izuku assured him, a grin on his face. I'll be better in no time. Kid, I'm not sure how much longer I can passively watch you get hurt, Hawks said, looking up to meet Izuku's eyes with a firm gaze. Can you promise me something? What? Izuku prompted, leaning forward slightly. If something like this happens again, tell me, Hawks replied, a swirl of emotions in his eyes. Anger and sadness and a little fear, but not for himself. Please, it's fine. Izuku tried, but he was tearing up and he didn't know how much longer he could hold out without giving into that earnest, concerned stare. Izuku took a deep, calming breath, forcing the tears to recede. I'll tell you in 3.5 months. Hawks blinked, taken aback by the oddly specific length of time. That's so specific, chickadee. Yeah, Izuku shrugged. I have a plan. A plan? Hawks echoed uncertainly. Izuku nodded. I promise you that if something like this happens again, though, I'll tell you no matter how much time is left. Hawks relaxed, assured by the promise. Thanks, kid. I'm sorry I worry you, Izuku muttered, looking down at his hands. I don't mean to get hurt so much. I believe you, Hawks hummed. Come on, we have to go get that ankle of yours checked out. I'm carrying you. What? My wings aren't broken, Izuku argued as Hawks carried him out of the room. I can fly. I can't in good conscience allow you to fly with a broken ankle, Hawks huffed. I'm flying you, Hawks, Izuku protested, but he knew this was a losing battle. I can train, Izuku claimed, ignoring the fact that he had a medical boot on his left foot. Really, I can. Hawks looked at the boot, unimpressed by Izuku's attempts. And I'm the president of the United States. You're not training today. But Izuku began to argue, before Kacchan nudged his shoulder, silencing him. How are you even planning to spar like that? He asked, staring disappointedly at Izuku. You going to throw the boot at one of us? No, Izuku pouted. Well, what if I only fought in the air? I won't use my legs. Just punches, I swear. That's still a no, kid, Hawks snorted. You can watch us train or you can go to the lounge, but you're not training, and you're definitely not sparring. But what if, Izuku started to suggest, but Kacchan cut him off. Listen to feathers, nerd, Kacchan ordered. Let me have a one-on-one session for once. Izuku froze. He didn't want to impede Kacchan's time with Hawks. That wasn't fair. Sure, Izuku was the one who was initially invited to all of this, but he didn't want to take away from his friend regardless. You've been neglecting your stalker books because of this, Kacchan shrugged. Go work on those. Good idea, Hawks agreed. Yeah, you can watch us fight and do whatever it is you do with those. Okay, Izuku conceded reluctantly. His eye twitched as he heard them whispering to each other behind him. How did you do that? Hawks muttered, awe and disbelief in his voice. I've been doing this since we were in diapers. Feathers, Kacchan huffed. It's not all about him anymore. You're a bird whisperer, Hawks stated. I can hear you, Izuku shouted, annoyed and indignant. Go give yourself a riding cramp, idiot, Kacchan retorted, uncaring of being caught in the act. Izuku grumbled about mean friends all the way to the lounge. November, month 8. Izuku had never felt so relieved as he did right now. His boot was off, though he still had to be careful with it for a little bit, and he could train again. Freedom, he cried, racing down to the beach. Don't work yourself to death trying to play catch-up, idiot, Kacchan shouted after him, explosions telling Izuku that he was launching himself down the beach as well. Izuku bit back and I make no promises. That wouldn't have helped his case at all. As if knowing what Izuku was thinking, Kacchan continued, Birdbrain backed me up on this. Why? Izuku whined, glaring half-heartedly at his friend. Because you're too bull-headed to actually consider yourself. Apparently, Kacchan rolled his eyes, irritated by the question. So, if I see you working your butt off to the point of exhaustion, you're sitting out for a week. Kacchan, Izuku protested. Don't Kacchan me, the blonde spat. You know I'm right. Izuku pouted, but he simply turned back to working. What Kacchan didn't know wouldn't hurt him. You really are stupid, Katsuki remarked, staring at the exhausted dimwit lying in the sand. I told you not to pull this, didn't I? Maybe, Izuku slurred, his cheek pressed against the sand. He was going to regret that later when he found grains of sand in his feathers. Katsuki reveled in the cosmic justice. He also knew that Izuku would whine at him about it. Katsuki looked over at the side Izuku had been working on. It was nearly as clean as his own. The nerd really put the muscle in, catching up in a fraction of the time. Of course, it was at a cost like this, so... You're not working today, Katsuki informed his friend. You can't even stand. Yes, I can, the idiot argued, trying to lift himself on shaking arms before flopping down again. Whatever, Katsuki nudged Feather's side with the toe of his shoe, ignoring the groan of protest at it. How'd you even manage this, huh? It took me 6 weeks to do all of this, and I'm no slacker. Came every day, Izuku answered, peering up at Katsuki. After training and after our usual cleanup time. Huh, Katsuki exclaimed. Did you use your day off, too? No, the boy sluggishly shook his head, getting sand all the more tangled up in his hair and feathers. Break the deal. The deal, Katsuki echoed before realizing with a jolt. That deal, You know Birdbrain wouldn't drop me if you broke it, right? Can't risk it, Izuku muttered, shifting to look away from Katsuki. Don't want to try. Katsuki ultimately decided that the deal's effect on the jerk wasn't terrible. It kept him from overworking for the most part. It's something. You're not doing a dang thing for the next 3 days, though. No, Izuku whined, but Katsuki was set in his decision. It's your fault, Katsuki shrugged, relishing in his friend's consequences. Birdbrain had a similar conversation with the nerd once he found out as well. How'd you get those bruises, kiddo? Hawks asked with feigned nonchalance. Izuku glanced up from his water bottle, surprised by the question. What bruises? Izuku asked, confused. Hawk's brow furrowed, and he gestured to Izuku's wrist. Izuku's wrist, which had large, ugly, hand-shaped bruises around it. Oh, Izuku hummed. Forgot those were there. They look painful, chickadee. Hawks noted, concerned. How did you forget they were there? Izuku shrugged, having grown used to suppressing the injuries from school a while ago. Hawks didn't like that response very much. You're such a mama bird, Izuku snorted as the thought came into his head. And he was. A mama bird. Hawks squawked, indignant. I am not. You are, though, Izuku chuckled. You're so worried about me all the time. It's just a few bruises. Hawks didn't look like he agreed with that description. Those are not just a few bruises. See, mama bird, Izuku stated as though this fact had been proven irrevocably. That makes me sound old, though, Hawks protested. I'm 22. There's no way I'm old enough to be a mama bird. Brother bird. Then, Izuku compromised, grinning when Hawks looked more satisfied with the solution. I'm all right with that, the hero said consideringly. You're still a baby bird. A chickadee. A fledgling. I'm not a baby bird. Izuku flushed at the nicknames. That's not fair. Why do you have so many nicknames for me? There's a lot of words for a young bird, kid, Hawks pointed out. It's just too easy. I'll have to come up with my own, Izuku mused. Brother bird is one, I suppose. Mother hen, maybe. I'm not a hen, Hawks grumbled. Why do you have so many nicknames for me, but you call Kacchan Bakugo most of the time? Izuku asked. I don't know, honestly, Hawks replied thoughtfully. He's hard to come up with nicknames for. I can't exactly call him Explodo Boy or Boom Spark or something. Those are terrible, Izuku snorted. What about the nicknames you call me by? Izuku suggested. He might not have wings, but I like to think he's a part of this all the same. He is, Hawks assured him. Bakugo most definitely is a part of this. I'm sure he'd be really happy to hear that. Izuku smiled at his hands, even if he wouldn't admit it. Maybe I'll just call him at Tsundere, Hawks hummed. Izuku snorted, and Hawks latched onto the idea. What do you think, Midoriya? Izuku. His mouth moved on its own. What? I want you to call me Izuku. December, month 9. So, why are you in Musutafu? Izuku asked, curiosity overtaking any social graces. You're stationed in Fukuoka, right? Why are you here? Why am I? Hawks blinked, taken aback by the sudden questioning. Right, answer the question, Birdbrain, Kacchan demanded, hands stuffed in his pockets as he glared at the hero. Well, Hawks stammered, his wings puffing up a little as he worked himself up. I might have convinced the commission to let me stay here for a bit to boost my rating. Boost your ratings, Izuku echoed, frowning thoughtfully. How? I told them I was scouting for interns, Hawks admitted, and that being in the same city as the #1 hero would increase my presence. Hawks. Kacchan was shaking with repressed laughter. Did you lie to the commission? Hawks. Izuku squawked incredulously, noticing the guilty expression on the hero's face. I know, Hawks exclaimed, his cheeks flushing at being called out. How'd you get away with that, huh? Kacchan cackled, taking great amusement from Hawks' dishonesty. I couldn't help it, Hawks whined, disregarding Kacchan's question. I saw a fellow bird boy who wanted to be a hero, and I couldn't stand by without being a part of it. Is that all we are to you, Hawks? Izuku sniffled, playing up the theatrics. Interns, tools to further your career. I can't believe this. What? No, of course not, fledglings. Hawks scrambled, arms waving as if to dispel the accusations. Izuku noted that was something he did when frantic as well. No, believe me, I would never use you for something like that, I swear. You two are very dear to me, and I'm so glad to be able to train you. Calm down, Spaz. Kacchan rolled his eyes, smirking at the frazzled hero. This idiot was teasing you. Didn't know you'd freak out like that, though. Hawks visibly relaxed, assured by the rough condolences from Kacchan. Really scared me there, chickadee. We know you would never, Izuku shrugged. Besides, it's a plausible reason, however false it may be. Thanks, Hawks grinned. Are we going to actually do anything today, or are we going to talk about how Birdbrain outright lied to the government all day? Kacchan snarked, moving to set up the mats. Get a move on, losers. Kacchan, Izuku protested. You can't call Hawks a loser. Watch me, nerd. Kacchan, I want to learn how to fall right, Izuku stated, completely out of nowhere. Huh, Kacchan exclaimed, taken aback by the suddenness of the statement. What does that even mean? Like, Izuku searched for the words to voice his thoughts. Like when a hero takes a large fall, They roll to dispel the momentum. I want to learn how to do that. You have wings, Kacchan pointed out dryly. They didn't help me a couple of months ago, Izuku retorted, glaring at the ankle that had been broken not too long ago. If I'm caught off guard or my wings are hindered, I want to be able to fall without worrying about my health. Kacchan shrugged, seeing the merit in Izuku's idea. Well, why are you telling me, nerd? I don't know how to do that stuff. I was suggesting that you'd learn with me, Izuku explained. It's not just useful to me. Well, who are you going to learn from? Kacchan asked, turning to pick up a broken microwave. Izuku had been shadowing him for about 5 minutes. It was break time, and Kacchan had wanted to wrap up real quick. We don't have a Parker specialist on hand, idiot. Maybe not, Izuku conceded, but we do have Hawks. Huh? Kacchan quirked an eyebrow, turning to look at Izuku out of the corner of his eye. How do you know he'll help us? Maybe if I ask really nicely, Izuku hummed, he'll say yes. What if it doesn't work? Kacchan grilled him, setting the microwave down and turning to face Izuku. Do you think Hawks has an immunity to puppy eyes? Izuku mused aloud. Kacchan barked out a laugh, cackling, Birdbrain has no chance. All right, dweeb, I'm in. January, month 10. Look, Izuku chirped, pointing at the small hills of trash on either end of the beach. We're almost done, Kacchan. We might be able to do this. Huh? Kacchan exclaimed, whirling to look at Izuku. What do you mean we might? Of course we did this, dingus. We're no slackers. We're going to finish before the entrance exams. Izuku gasped, his eyes widening with the realization. Kacchan, we're going to pass my goal. I can't believe it. We're going to do this. Are you doubting me, Feathers? Kacchan asked, smirking confidently. Of course we will. It'll be the gosh darn best start a hero could ask for. What? Izuku hummed, curious. What does this have to do with us being a hero? Aside from the strength training, that is, once people know we did this, even before we were heroes, they're going to flip. We're going to get a huge jumpstart in our ratings, Kacchan explained, staring at Izuku like he was the one who was off. What, are you telling me you didn't do this to help boost our public opinion? Izuku shuffled, his fingers twisting together nervously. That's, Kacchan's eyes widened. No, you're a lying bag of trash, you know that. Izuku mumbled, I'm not lying. I really did think we would keep this anonymous. Huh? Kacchan raised an eyebrow at his friend. You aren't suggesting we did this for nothing? No, of course not. Izuku shook his head. We're a lot stronger than we were before, and we'll be bringing one of the most popular public spots back to its former glory. That's a benefit in itself. I know Mom loves this place. Well, she loved it when it was clean, at least. That's not what I meant, stupid, Kacchan groaned. I mean, why remain anonymous when we can be revered as public servants? We'll reach the top 10 in no time. Kacchan, Izuku admonished. Did you only do this for the popularity it'd give you? What? Kacchan huffed. Not only for that, but it was a pretty big part. Oh, Izuku looked down at his feet. I didn't. What? You did this out of the goodness of your heart? Kacchan scoffed, disbelieving. Yeah, Izuku nodded, grinning at his own plan. I wanted to find a way to train that would not only benefit us but everyone else, too. You're a goody two-shoes, you know that. Kacchan grumbled, shame leaking into his voice. But if Izuku took a deep breath and looked at his friend resolutely. But if you want to tell everyone that we did this, I'll be with you. I won't stop you or contradict you, even if I don't want that kind of attention. You can even take all of the credit, and I won't have to deal with it all. Kacchan stared back at Izuku, his eyes flashing with several emotions all at once. You don't have to keep this from the world if you don't want to, Izuku muttered, shuffling uncomfortably. It's okay. Dang it, Izuku, Kacchan blurted, kicking at the sand frustratedly. You can't say stuff like that and expect me to go against you. What? Izuku gaped at the angry blonde. You, really? Yeah, if you want this whole shtick to be. Kacchan huffed, irritated at the situation. Anonymous, or whatever. I won't say anything. You're amazing, Kacchan. Izuku cheered, hugging his friend. Thank you. Get off me, you clingy jerk, Kacchan roared, shoving Izuku half-heartedly. We won't finish at all if you don't stop pulling this stuff every 2 seconds. Right, Izuku agreed, springing back. We're so close. We went over this, Kacchan snarked, but Izuku was already halfway down the beach. Hawk's eyes bored into Izuku's soul, pleading with him to shorten the time span that he'd decided on. No, Izuku said flatly. Wait the 3 weeks. Come on, Hawks whined. It's only 3 weeks. Exactly, Izuku agreed, his tone lightening into something more cheerful. It quickly deepened into an impatient. You can wait 3 more weeks. You had to sit out of training again because of this stupid secret, Hawks argued, knowing that it was a sore spot. Maybe if you told me, I could do something about it, and you wouldn't have to skip anymore. Izuku narrowed his eyes. That's why I haven't told you. You do something about it, and I don't want to deal with that. Why don't you want me to fix your problem? Hawks asked. There are no downsides. You just get one less problem. There are, actually, Izuku retorted, and you'll learn what they are. In 3 weeks. Come on, Izuku, Hawks groaned, pouting at him. I just want you to stop getting hurt. Why are you so stubborn? I get it from my dad, Izuku shrugged. You never talk about your parents, Hawks noted. What's with that? You never talk about your civilian life, Izuku parroted, taking a slightly higher, more mocking pitch. What's with that? Fair enough, Hawks conceded. Well, since we're on a first-name basis, or at least I can use your first name, I think it's only fair that you learn my civilian name. Izuku perked up, leaning forward excitedly. No one knew Hawk's real name. All Might's was also a mystery, even though Izuku knew of his other form. They were both very secretive heroes with very outgoing personas to cover it up. Hardly anyone even considered the lack of information available about either of them outside of their hero personas. In 3 weeks, Hawks finished smugly. Okay, Izuku nodded, seeing the hero's point. That's fair. Dang it, kid, Hawks huffed, glaring lightly at Izuku. That was an incentive to tell me sooner. I, unlike someone, am willing to wait 3 weeks, Izuku teased, grinning lightly. Fledgling, Hawks sighed half-heartedly, flopping backward onto a beanbag. You can wait, Izuku chuckled. It's really not that long. Oh my goodness, Izuku muttered, awed. We did it. Kacchan, we actually did it. It's clean. We did it. Of course we did, nerd. Kacchan shoved Izuku half-heartedly. We aren't weak, and we sure as heck aren't lazy. Kacchan, I didn't, Izuku stuttered, eyes wider than dinner plates. They'd done it, and that fact was catching up to him. Huh? Kacchan exclaimed. You didn't what? You had us try to clean the beach without expecting success. Idiot. Kacchan, we did it, Izuku breathed. We did it. Yeah, I heard you the first 2 times, Kacchan grumbled. Come on, we can. Hello, a feminine voice called. Hey, you two. Is that a camera? Izuku asked in a whisper. The press. I thought they'd wait until tomorrow. Sounds like we're owning up whether we like it or not, Kacchan replied quietly. To his credit, Kacchan did sound somewhat remorseful about this, despite his arguments against it being anonymous. You two did this, didn't you? The woman asked, but it sounded more like a statement. It's incredible what youths these days can do when they put their mind to it. Ah, I'm afraid you're mistaken, miss, Izuku chuckled sheepishly. Kacchan stared at him incredulously. Izuku ignored it, knowing that he thought Izuku was fighting a losing battle. Sorry, the woman looked confused. I saw you picking stuff up around here. We were picking up the smaller stuff to help out. We didn't do most of this, Izuku lied, wringing his hands together. Now that it's clean, we just wanted to take advantage of the beach as soon as we could. It's clear of people now, but for how long, you know. No, I've been watching you two specifically clean this beach for months. The woman argued, her brows furrowing. Izuku was confusing her. Good. That's really creepy, ma'am, Izuku mumbled, shifting uncomfortably. Despite his success in undermining her certainty, it was still really weird that she'd been watching them for months. It wasn't us. Why are you shying away from the truth? The woman demanded, her voice raising slightly. Izuku flinched into Kacchan, rearing back from the slightly hostile probably reporter. You'd get so much publicity if you admitted it. Whoever did this was amazing, I'm sure, Izuku started, looking pointedly up at Kacchan. He was assuring the blonde, making sure that he knew that his efforts weren't being discarded. Izuku knew, but it really wasn't us. I have proof, the woman cried, waving her phone in Izuku's face. Just own up. I'm not taking the credit for someone else's work, miss, Izuku stated firmly. Also, without their consent. That's not okay. You're Hawk's kid, right? The woman asked desperately, causing Izuku to jolt. And you're the slime villain's victim. Kacchan stiffened, glaring at the rude woman. She shouldn't have said that. It was a sore spot for the blonde. Huh, what's it to you, hag? Kacchan, Izuku hissed, bumping his shoulder lightly. He knew she'd overstepped, but Izuku didn't want to make a show of it. Whatever, Kacchan grumbled. You are, the woman exclaimed triumphantly. Her phone was shoved under Kacchan's nose, causing him to rear back from it as well. Please, say something for the camera. Ma'am, we'd really rather you left us alone. Izuku stepped in front of Kacchan protectively. It was odd, considering how often Kacchan protected Izuku from bullies and the like. But it didn't put a damper on Izuku's need to help. Come on, the woman whined childishly. Please, I need this for a promotion. It'll make the news. Your faces will be everywhere. Stop, Izuku's voice wavered. He couldn't tell if it was from anger or anxiety. Oi, Kacchan growled, glaring venomously at the woman. He must have noticed that Izuku was getting nervous and chose to intervene. Back off. We didn't do anything. Stop trying to shove it on us because we were conveniently here. I won't even release your names, the woman offered. Just faces. Easy to disguise? No. We don't want this publicized, Kacchan shouted, angry at her annoying persistence. A voice in Izuku's head that sounded a lot like the blonde likened her to a cockroach. Stop pestering us, extra. Just a little statement. The woman nagged them. A sentence, that's all. Ma'am, Izuku's voice was dangerously low. His eyes briefly flickered to the van by the road, reading the name of the company on the side. You work for Hero News? Yes, of course. The woman beamed proudly. Are you? So it'd be a shame if someone's reputation was brought down by a video of this encounter being sent to their higher-ups. Izuku pressed on ruthlessly. Maybe it will be if you don't back off. This is blackmail, the woman claimed. Would you prefer I sent it anyway? Izuku asked, innocently tilting his head to the side. Of course it was blackmail, because I can do that if you want me to. It'd be less illegal. Fine. The woman huffed. You brats don't understand the true importance of a good reputation. Neither do you, apparently, Izuku shot back, pulling up his email. To the Hero News Administration. I'll go. The woman yelped, turning tail and fleeing. Dang it, Izuku, Kacchan muttered. You can get fined for that stuff. Oh no, Izuku droned sarcastically. Not a fine. 2 years of jail. Even, Kacchan continued. I'm a minor, Izuku countered with a huff. Even Izuku didn't know whether it was amused or exasperated. Maybe it was both. It's my word against hers. And everyone knows how pushy the press is. You idiot, Kacchan spat. Izuku could hear the undercurrent of concern and repressed a fond smile. What if she reports you? Then I'll send the draft. Izuku shrugged. You're a menace, you know that. Kacchan grumbled. Absolutely feral. Absolutely, Izuku grinned playfully. I get it from Dad. Shut up about your stupid dad, idiot. Katsuki roared. You don't have one. The next hour was spent playing around the beach, just enjoying the rare quiet the place would have once someone found out. It was their beach for now, something only for the two of them. It was special. Sure, maybe the UA entrance exam was just around the corner. Maybe he'd have to tell Hawks about how he was treated at school soon. Maybe he'd have to put on a brave face and push through. But he didn't have to do that until later. But since later is not now, so Izuku moved on. Hawks, Izuku started, eyes darting around nervously. Hawks, this is it, Hawks. Chill out, Izuku. Hawks chuckled over the phone. You'll be fine. Remember what I taught you, and use your new strength to kill it. Hawks, what if I fail? Izuku mumbled. What if I fail and don't get into UA? You're acting like UA's the only school with a hero course, chickadee, Hawks pointed out with another huff of laughter. Izuku didn't appreciate how lightly his nerves were being taken. Shikzu and Ketsubutsu have pretty good ones. Point is, if you don't get into the top hero school, then find another way. UA isn't the be-all and all, kid. Besides, UA probably has another way into the hero course. Yeah, Izuku confirmed. They do. Sports festival. See, Hawks agreed. You won't fail, and if you do, hardly anything will change. Go be a hero, fledgling. Hawks, I can't, Izuku panicked. Well, not with that mindset you can't, Hawks interrupted. If you decide you can't do it, then there's no chance, kid. Don't be so pessimistic. Keep your spirits high. That's one of the most important parts of being a hero. Civilians can tell if your heart's not in it, you know. Sorry, Hawks, Izuku apologized, shuffling awkwardly. I know you're on patrol right now, but I was really nervous and don't worry about it, Izuku, Hawks assured him, his voice softening with what Izuku hesitates to label as fondness. You're good. Call me after exams. And we'll meet up, okay? You can bring the other fledgling as well if you want. Okay, Izuku nodded. Okay, that sounds good. Thank you. Anytime, kid, Hawks chirped. Oh, there's an incident on my end. Sorry to cut this convo short, chickadee. Duty calls. Talk to you later. Bye. Izuku was cut off by the sound of Hawks hanging up. He sighed, pocketing his phone, and looked to see which train was coming next. It was his. He would have had to hang up soon anyway. Izuku took a deep, calming breath and stared resolutely at the tracks. He can do this. Hawks said he could. Kacchan said he could. Mom had hesitantly agreed that Izuku had a shot. Izuku knew he could. He'd be fine, right? Whoa, Izuku gasped, staring up at the imposing gates of UA. It's amazing. From the bold letters at the top to the simple stone the school used to make the arch, Izuku was taking it all in. After all, he might get to see it every day after. I can't believe I'm trying out for a school like this, Izuku muttered, looking around the campus from outside. Time to take that first step, Izuku, he thought determinedly, stepping through the gates. He took in all of the scenery and the distant outlines of large buildings. UA was huge, and he couldn't help but be fascinated by its grandeur. Thanks to Hawks and Kacchan, I'm going to be a hero. Izuku was, in fact, so fascinated that he didn't notice the slightly raised brick in his path before it tripped him. He stared at the ground, already mourning his death. Or not, guess I'll die. Suddenly, Izuku's collar was seized, and he gagged as it abruptly pressed into his neck. He was lifted up and set back down on his feet past the brick so he wouldn't trip again. You idiot, Kacchan sneered. You haven't even been here for 5 seconds, and you're already stumbling over everything. Sorry, Kacchan, Izuku stuttered, waving his arms nervously. You see. Whatever, nerd, Kacchan grumbled, taking hold of Izuku's collar again. We need to go find the testing room before we're too late. Knowing you'd get hopelessly lost. Kacchan, Izuku protested, struggling half-heartedly against the boy dragging him. I can walk. Didn't you hear me, dimwit? Kacchan shouted, glaring at the pouting boy. You just get lost. Shut up. Izuku huffed and crossed his arms, resigning himself to being dragged halfway across the school. It's not like anyone would remember him for this embarrassing moment anyway. Hopefully, neither boy noticed the brunette with her hand outstretched, taken off guard by the scene that had unfolded. Surely the winged boy would be okay. The blonde boy had looked so angry and handled the other so roughly. If Ochako saw them in UA and it was a problem, she'd step in. However, right now she had an exam to worry about. She could fret over the pair later. But later is not now, so Ochako moved on. We're being proctored by ectoplasm, Izuku whisper yelled, shaking Kacchan's shoulder excitedly. I can see that, dweeb, Kacchan muttered back with no little amount of irritation, sparks flying from his palms. Shut up. Izuku huffed but drew his hand back. You will have 3 hours to complete this exam. Ectoplasm started, looking around the room. It will contain a... Izuku listened intently to the hero's words, enraptured by the fact that he was here at UA. Even if he didn't make it in, this was still a once-in-a-lifetime experience. When you receive an exam, you may begin. Ectoplasm finished, creating 4 clones to walk up the aisles and hand out tests. Izuku nodded, muttering thanks as he took an exam sheet and skimmed through it. Everything was like Ectoplasm had said. Izuku did fine in the math section, only having to really pause for a few questions. The English section was a breeze. He'd wanted to learn so he could understand the English in a lot of All Might's early videos. The history section would have tripped Izuku up if he hadn't been so focused on heroes his entire life. It was entirely on the rise of heroes. Science was relatively difficult, but it was similar enough to math that Izuku managed. Eventually, there was a law and ethics section. Izuku thought this section would be the easiest. He'd been researching this stuff for as long as he could read. What is a vigilante? Izuku huffed, writing the exact definition of it from memory. Vigilantes were people who used their quirks illegally. That was the gist of it, anyway. So why did it feel like that wasn't it? Should he put a personal definition? What if he gets points taken off for it? Izuku put his own definition in parentheses. He hoped the correct answer would be the one the graders picked. When is it okay to use your quirk in public? When is it legal? They felt suspiciously like opinion questions. Shouldn't a hero school regard those 2 questions as the same? Shouldn't that be redundant? What is the proper course of action to take when a hero performs an illegal act in front of you? In this scenario, you have video and audio evidence that you have backed up, so the hero can't stop you by getting rid of it. Izuku stiffened, unsure how to proceed. What was the right answer? Was there a right answer at all? Why are there questions like these on a test for the hero course? Is this to evaluate an examinee's morals? This was confusing. Izuku loved it. Katsuki breezed through the exam, barely pausing to think deeper. The school-taught sections were easy. He was at the top of his class in Alder, so he didn't struggle in the slightest. Until he reached the law and ethics section. Why are vigilantes illegal? Katsuki paused, staring at the question. He'd already answered what they were with Izuku's definition. He'd listened to too many rants from the nerd. Why are they illegal? Were the heroes scared they'd go rogue? Was it a deterrent so the faint of heart wouldn't even try? Was it for protection? Katsuki pursed his lips at the question after it. What is the proper course of action when you witness a crime? In this scenario, a man is robbing a store and the heroes have not arrived yet. You don't know whether they've been called or not. If they haven't, the man will get away if no one interferes. Katsuki narrowed his eyes at the scenario. It was weird, that's for sure. He sees why ethics were such a big part of it. If Katsuki interfered, he'd probably use his quirk, and he'd be deemed a vigilante who illegally used his quirk. If he doesn't interfere, then the villain gets away with no repercussions after possibly hurting someone. If the heroes weren't called, they wouldn't get there on time. He scribbled down an answer and moved on. He'd come back to elaborate on it later. The analysis section. He figured that this would be a part of the exam if Nezu had anything to do with it, and by he, Katsuki meant Izuku. To the best of your ability, weigh the strengths and weaknesses of Gang Orca. How can he improve? How could these be exploited or taken advantage of? Katsuki smirked at the questions. He'd listened to so many nerd rants that all of this was practically a given. Izuku had ranted about Gang Orca for months after he participated in that human trafficking ring raid when they were 10. Katsuki knew the hero inside and out. Izuku knew him even better. Create a hero with a telekinesis quirk. What are their strengths? What are their weaknesses? How could they cover those weak spots? What's their hero name? What field would they specialize in? What would their costume look like? Tap your foot twice for spare paper. Izuku grinned excitedly at the question. His mom had a telekinesis quirk, and he'd spent years analyzing it. She was his personal hero, so he'd write his ideas and thoughts down. He had years of notebooks to jot down. After all, the attraction of small things might seem useless and weak at first, but few people realized what small things could mean. Knives, hands, guns, bullets, and organs were included in these. Maybe if she learned how to wield these weapons, she could bring them back after throwing them, doubling an attack. His mom could be so cool if only she'd trained her quirk. Not that she wasn't cool already, she just wasn't a pro hero. She could specialize in anything she put her mind to. Underground would work well if she had night vision goggles. Most nighttime criminals wouldn't be able to see what she was using very well, especially if the objects were small. She'd have a huge advantage there. If she specialized in daylight heroics, she'd have a flashy enough quirk to do so. Izuku couldn't imagine someone not finding it cool to watch a hero make weapons fly around the villain. She was plenty friendly enough for it too. She could specialize in rescue with ease. Debris would be no match for her, and she could pull people to her if she built up her quirk. She'd be especially amazing in this field. Izuku's mind swirled with ideas, and his foot seemed to be tapping constantly as page after page was filled with them. He didn't notice the small sigh ectoplasm gave as Izuku tapped his foot for the umpteenth time. The exam question was fun. Could you blame him? Oi, nerd, Kacchan called as he squeezed into the aisle. Why were you tapping your foot so darn loud? Huh. Sorry, Kacchan, Izuku apologized. That was so I could get spare paper. Huh, Kacchan exclaimed. What question did you need spare paper for, idiot? I had to make a hero who had a telekinesis quirk. Izuku chirped. Doesn't Auntie have telekinesis? Kacchan asked, finally sitting down. Yeah, Izuku affirmed. I basically wrote about her as a hero. I've been thinking about that for years. Of course, you get a question like that, Kacchan huffed. Izuku giggled and rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, I got pretty lucky. Hello, listeners. Present Mike's voice greeted loudly, cutting off their conversation. Can I hear you say yeah? Silence had never been so loud. Izuku swore he could hear crickets in the background. Kacchan leaned over, seizing Izuku's attention momentarily. Awkward. Izuku covered his mouth to stifle a laugh at his friend's antics. A blue-haired boy with glasses closer to the front whirled around and glared at Izuku. Izuku smiled sheepishly at the upset examinee. Oops, all right. Present Mike moved on gracefully, ignoring the awkward silence. Izuku had no idea how he did it. Are you ready for me to explain the exam? More awkward silence. Present Mike shrugged it off again, unaffected by the lack of response. It was admirable, almost. Izuku grinned, leaning forward in his seat eagerly. It's the voice hero, Present Mike. I listened to his radio show, Put Your Hands Up, every week. This is so cool. Hey, you're distracting me, Kacchan muttered, nudging his shoulder. Izuku jolted and lowered his head sheepishly, prompting an exasperated huff from his friend. There are 3 kinds of robots, each giving you a different amount of points, Present Mike explained, gesturing animatedly. You need enough points to get into the top 36 to pass the exam. You get points by destroying the robots. We're at different testing sites, Kacchan noted. Guess I can't crush you now, nerd. As if, Izuku scoffed lightly. His eyes caught on the ID numbers and their school name. Even though our numbers are consecutive, we're in different locations. I think it's to prevent people from the same school from working together. Kacchan hummed noncommittally, accepting the answer. But don't get too violent. Present Mike warned with an edge to his voice. If you show any uncool behavior, like attacking other exam takers, you lose points. Heroes can't act like that, you dig? Suddenly, a loud, bold voice asked, May I ask a question? Izuku watched as a spotlight shone on the examinee who spoke. It was the boy with glasses who'd taken offense to Izuku's amusement earlier. If Izuku got a spotlight on him like the boy did, he's pretty sure he'd faint. Go ahead, listener. Present Mike accepted. On the handout, it says there are 4 types of villains. The examinee started, disapproval and confusion evident in his tone. However, you told us there were 3. If this is a misprint on the handout, then UA, the most prestigious hero school, should be ashamed of such a careless slip. Izuku had no idea how the boy spoke so confidently to the hero, not to mention in front of hundreds of kids like him. He was so bold and unashamed. It was pretty cool. Also, the boy whirled around, facing Izuku. Now he could see the frown on the boy's face, conveying the same emotions his voice held. You, with the wings. A spotlight lit up Izuku, much to his dismay and embarrassment. Izuku briefly wondered if he could trade his wings for a quirk that allowed him to disappear. He squeaked. He heard a muffled snort come from Kacchan. He resisted the urge to glare at his friend, sure that he would get called out for that too. You've been muttering throughout the entire explanation. You also laughed earlier in the presentation, the boy declared, clearly frustrated with Izuku's habit. If you won't take this seriously, then I suggest you leave. Izuku sunk in his seat, trying to make himself as small as possible. I'm sorry. The spotlights turned off, allowing Izuku to relax a little as he ignored the snickers from the other kids. Excellent point. Examinee 7111. Present Mike boomed, drawing the attention away from the 2 boys. There is, in fact, a 4th kind of robot. It's not worth any points, and it's more of a distraction than anything. There's no point in attacking it. Thank you for clarifying. The The boy bowed before sitting down again. That's everything, President Mike announced. We have a motto here at UA. Go beyond, plus ultra. Good luck with your exams, everyone. Izuku grinned again, his interaction with the boy forgotten in favor of his nerves about the exam. Meet me at the gates after you're done, idiot, Kacchan murmured before slouching away to his test site. Izuku nodded and headed off to his own. After everything Hawks and Kacchan had done for him, the last thing he was going to do was fail. He couldn't disappoint them like that. Izuku shuffled anxiously, his wings ruffling with his nerves. He felt like he was pumped with electricity, energy flowing through his veins. He resisted flapping his wings a few times to alleviate some of the jittery feelings. But he could see that boy, and he knew that he'd be reprimanded again. He didn't want to make himself look more foolish than he had to. Izuku spotted a short brunette fidgeting with her fingers as well. She was probably nervous too. Well, at least she wasn't getting stared at, unlike Izuku. Everyone was looking at him, the muttering kid, with amusement and arrogance, as though, because they weren't called out during the explanation, they were better than him. A small part of Izuku whispered that maybe they were right. A larger part of Izuku, one that sounded suspiciously like Kacchan, aggressively told that whisper to shut up. Izuku shrank under the weight of their gazes, trying to ignore the giggles and mutters that we got off lucky getting someone as weak as him in our group. Izuku's been weak for too long, he thinks. He's kind of tired of being weak. Start, President Mike shouted, jolting Izuku out of his thoughts. What? You think battles have countdowns? Go, go, go. The examinees surged ahead, leaving a disoriented Izuku in their dust. Izuku shook his head and frowned determinedly, zipping forward. He might have lagged behind initially, but his wings gave him a huge speed advantage. He easily overtook most of the examinees, holding back a gleeful giggle at their exclamations of surprise. He almost wanted to taunt them, but that'd be both rude and arrogant. There'd be no guarantee that he'd pass, and if he did, he'd have enemies in his class for certain. Izuku's keen eyes swept the streets, looking for robots that weren't engaged with an examinee already. There, Izuku darted forward, a blur of green against the sky, and dived feet first into a three-pointer. Yes, into. Izuku's speed and his oddly sturdy shoes plowed through its head, deactivating it instantly. It fell to the ground, almost taking Izuku with it. He launched into the air, wincing at the pain in his ankles as they scraped against the sharp metal around the hole in the robot's head. It didn't draw blood, but it was a brief annoyance. It jarred his ankle that had been broken not too long ago. Hopefully, it'd be fine throughout the exam. Izuku locked onto a one-pointer not far away, and he treated it the same way. It was even less difficult to shut down. 4 points. Izuku leaped off of the fallen robot, gaining altitude quickly. He looked around again, his aerial view giving him the advantage, as well as his enhanced senses. His quirk was useful for this test. He spotted a two-pointer rolling into an alley, out of sight from the other test takers. Izuku kicked it too, knocking off its head entirely. 6 points. Either the robots were incredibly weak, or Izuku's dive kicks were incredibly strong. Izuku would like to believe the latter, but that meant he'd have to be careful when using it against people. People are far less durable than metal. Izuku heard a strangled cry from his left, and his body moved before his mind caught up. Again, he needs to stop doing this, probably. At least, while he's not a pro hero. A boy with gravity-defying purple hair was backed up against a building, a three-pointer rolling up to him. Izuku flew above it, unaware of the sun behind him, making him a winged silhouette to the examinee. Suddenly, he dropped, impaling the head and destroying the robot. Izuku pried his legs out of the three-pointer and grinned at the boy before taking flight again. Izuku didn't know that the boy would later liken him to an angel in a hallway confrontation. But later is not now, so Izuku and the boy moved on. 9 points. Izuku looked at the clock and noticed that time had barely gone by. He was only 2 minutes in. He was faster than he thought he was. Izuku flew around destroying unoccupied robots left and right. 10 points. 12 points. 13. 15. 18. He didn't pick and choose. There was no time for that. Points were points. Izuku heard a pain groan come from an alley behind him after he impaled another one-pointer. 19. He whirled around, surprised to see a sparkly blonde boy curled into himself, holding his stomach. He noticed the pain boy had a support belt for his quirk, so the cause was likely quirk overuse. Izuku also noticed the two-pointer rolling up behind him, its movements masked by the odd shimmering quality of the boy. He darted forward, flying above the robot before dropping onto it, treating it like every other robot he'd encountered thus far. 21. The boy yelped, slowly turning to look over his shoulder. Izuku kicked the robot with his good leg so it wouldn't fall onto the boy and turned to check on him. Are you okay? Izuku asked, fretting over him. Do you need to get somewhere safe? That would be good, Monami, the boy agreed. Izuku nodded and scooped the boy up, ignoring the height difference. It didn't particularly matter because Izuku was doing a bridal carry. It was his preferred method because he was shorter than almost everybody. It sucked to be short sometimes. Izuku quickly dropped the boy off on a roof at the edge of the city. I hope you feel better soon. He waved, shooting off once more. As Izuku left, Yuga couldn't help but hope they both got into the hero course. He would be an excellent ally and friend. As he flew, he checked the timer. 3 minutes left. Izuku worked faster, dive-kicking robots left and right. 22, 24, 26, 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Izuku was about to drop onto a three-pointer when he heard a cry of pain. He didn't even have to think about it. He darted in the direction of the examinee, eyes moving rapidly to locate them. The boy who called him out earlier in the auditorium was clutching his calf, kneeling in front of a two-pointer. He had smoke pouring out of his engines, so he probably also succumbed to quirk overuse. That or the robot got a lucky hit. Izuku quickly disposed of the robot and turned to check on the boy. 28. Hey, do you need any help? I'm all right, the boy muttered, frustration evident in his tone and body language. My engine's overheated. Okay, good luck, then, Izuku chirped, shooting away once more. He found a couple of one-pointers in the middle of a deserted street. 29. 30. Izuku felt his ankle throb. It sort of felt like when he'd broken it not too long ago. Shoot, had he broken his ankle again? Suddenly, the entire city started shaking, and Izuku quickly lifted into the air once more. He watched in silent shock and horror as the largest robot he'd ever seen rose from the middle of the arena. It was larger than the tallest building in the mock city. It was the zero-pointer. Everyone started running, panicking at the sight of such a large metal threat. Izuku couldn't help but think this was a bit over the top, even for UA. Less than 2 minutes, examinees. Present, Mike announced cheerfully, barely audible over the sound of panicking teenagers and the thudding footsteps of the behemoth in the center. He didn't sound like he cared one bit about the robot wreaking havoc in the exam site. Izuku was startled out of his frozen state when he heard the update. He didn't have much time left. He had to go get more points. He turned to fly away and search for more robots when he heard a pained, terrified shout. It was from behind him. It was from just in front of the zero-pointer. Izuku's eyes widened, and he turned to see the nervous brunette from before trapped beneath a rock. She was right in the zero-pointer's path, and Izuku's body moved before he could think. He surged forward, grateful the sun wasn't in his face as he flew. He didn't need to worry about his sight while he was saving someone. Izuku examined the rock that was crushing the girl's ankle. He could move it, but it'd take some time. Hey, what's your quirk? Izuku asked, kneeling next to the girl. Zero gravity, the girl grunted, her voice strained as she tried to pull herself out. I'm too weak to lift it, though. I exhausted my quirk too fast. Izuku hummed sympathetically as he noticed frustrated and terrified tears in her eyes. I think I can alleviate enough of the pressure to free your ankle, but we'll have to be fast. I'm only so strong, Izuku mumbled. Can you partially nullify its gravity? Can you make it a little lighter? The girl stared at Izuku like he just destroyed her entire perspective on her quirk. I've never tried that. Izuku stared at her for a second but gestured at the rock. They were running out of time. The girl swung her hand back and tapped the rock, her face contorting as she focused. I think it worked. Izuku nodded. Let's get you out of here. He flew above the rock, grabbed the edge, and lifted it, flying so he didn't weigh it down. It shifted, lighter than it usually would be. Their plan worked. It worked, the girl exclaimed, staring at the rock amazedly. Izuku let go of the rock, noting how it fell a little slower than he thought it would. It had still been heavy, but Izuku wouldn't have been able to carry it as long if she hadn't done that. The girl tapped her fingers together, releasing her quirk before she turned to the side and threw up. Rainbows. Huh. Izuku grimaced, but they were out of time. He rushed forward, scooping the girl up in a similar manner to the blonde boy he'd saved earlier, and flew away, watching as the rock was crushed beneath the robot. The girl threw up again, but thankfully it wasn't on him. They were also thankfully not hovering over the crowd yet, so it didn't land on an unsuspecting examinee. Are you okay? Izuku asked, landing carefully. Do you need help standing? The girl looked up at him and nodded weakly, squirming to be let down. Why was he so nervous if he was so strong? Someone whispered as Izuku carefully slung her arm over his shoulder. He ignored the biting pain in his ankle as he supported her. With a quirk like his, he had no problem saving her. Another agreed. Don't they see? The boy with the engines muttered. He was aware of the time constraint, how dangerous it was, and how many points he had, and he rushed out with no hesitation. Izuku huffed, ignoring their whispers, but the boy's loud musing couldn't be dismissed. If this was not an exam, I would have done the same. That annoyed Izuku a little bit, so if it was of no significant cost to him, he'd help. Izuku hoped that if the boy got in, the teachers would set him straight. Heroics is entirely about sacrifice. They sacrificed their lives daily to save civilians. Okay, you all did well. An elderly woman congratulated them, handing out gummies to the examinees. Oh, you're hurt, dear. Come here. Izuku helped the girl to sit down and waved goodbye. He had to go meet up with Kacchan, after all. I hope you got in. The girl smiled weakly, accepting the gummies from the woman. You too. Wait 1 second. Young man, recovery girl ordered, staring at the ankle Izuku had probably broken. Don't think you'll be leaving without me fixing up that ankle of yours. I know it's broken. Izuku repressed a sigh as the hero led him over to somewhere to sit down. At least it'd be healed all the way instead of recovering slowly over several weeks. Yes, I know, the hero huffed, rolling her eyes at Izuku's impatience. It's just so horrible that your ankle has to be treated. I'll have to set this before I heal it. Stay still. Izuku hoped Kacchan would be patient and wait for him. What took you so long, nerd? Kacchan demanded, leaning against the gates. You get hurt or something? Yeah, Izuku sighed. I broke my ankle again. I also helped some other girl get back to the nurse safe. Don't tell me you wasted time on saving extras, idiot. Kacchan wrinkled his nose in distaste. You better not fail because of this. Also, that ankle better be good as new, or I swear. I'm fine, Izuku shrugged, silently disagreeing with Kacchan's previous statements. It's fine. I got 30 points, you. 69, Kacchan huffed, shoving his hands in his pockets. You better get in, got it? Understood, Kacchan. Izuku chirped, grinning. Though, it's out of my hands now. They'd be a bunch of idiots if they didn't let you in, Kacchan declared, scowling at the sky. You took time to save other candidates even though it took up your points. Aw, thanks, Izuku cooed, wings fluffing in a mix of embarrassment and pleasure. You're going to get in too, Kacchan. I just know it. Whatever, nerd, Kacchan grumbled, looking away. I need to have some real competition out there, okay. It's got nothing to do with you. I'm sure, Izuku hummed disbelievingly. Shut up. Izuku found that, as they walked home, he wouldn't be totally devastated if he didn't get in. Like Hawks had said, he could apply elsewhere or get in through the festival. Izuku was satisfied with how he'd done, and he would have done it all again if he had the choice. A week later, today's the day. That's what Izuku had been telling himself on loop as he went through his daily routine. He was on autopilot, hardly responding to the taunts and pranks of his classmates. They didn't like that very much. Izuku had more injuries to show for his inattention. Today's the day. Izuku walked to Dagaba on instinct, blinking at the spotless beach. It had so many people on it, taking advantage of the beautiful scenery. He spotted a bottle left in the sand, but before he could go grab it, someone else scooped it up with a scoff. He wasn't the only one who didn't appreciate people marring his hard work. Izuku didn't have a reason to be here, though. He turned and left, going back to his house like he'd planned to initially. Izuku, Mom called as Izuku slipped off his shoes. Izuku, sunshine, where were you? Sorry, Mom, Izuku chuckled nervously. His nerves weren't from the fact that he was home late, but the fact that today was the day. I went to Dagaba on accident. I guess my feet just moved on their own. It's all right, Mom sighed, smiling wearily at Izuku. He didn't notice the way her eyes lingered on the charred patch of his uniform. It had been burned through when the girl who could summon and control small amounts of fire had gotten offended by Izuku ignoring her. Izuku didn't even remember what she'd wanted from him in the first place. Maybe she hadn't wanted anything. He hardly paid any mind to the bruises and scratches littering his body. It had gotten better since he'd worked out more often, but not by much. Are you going to tell him today? She asked softly. Izuku held back a wince. Yeah, Izuku confirmed, resigned. This was a good thing, he told himself. The next year wouldn't be so bad for the other mutant quirked people in Aldera. Hawks would help. Today's the day. Mom walked up to him, and Izuku tiredly looked up at her. She pulled him down into a hug, squeezing him tightly. I'm so proud of you, baby. Mom, Izuku muttered, hesitantly hugging her back. His wings enveloped both of them, isolating them in a swath of soft feathers and vibrant green. What, Izuku, I know this is scary. Izuku's breath hitched. He shouldn't have been surprised that his mom knew how he felt about this. Yet here he was, shocked at his mother's intuition. I know you don't want to do this. I am so proud of you for pushing through that. Izuku felt tears come to his eyes. He wasn't the only one crying if the wet spot growing on his shoulder was any indication. Thank you, Izuku muttered, collapsing into the hug. Thank you. I love you, sunshine, Mom muttered. I love you too, Mom, Izuku replied in kind. He meant it. You're the coolest, you know that. I was going to say that, Mom chuckled wetly. Then they both fell to the ground, still clutching each other as they sobbed their hearts out. One sobbed of relief, of knowledge that her child was safe. The other sobbed of fear that he would be rejected, called a liar. And maybe, Izuku was a little relieved too. Are you sure you want to do this today? As if Izuku hadn't been asking himself that question every day up to now. If you're not ready, then I'll never be ready, Izuku finished quietly. He looked up at Kacchan, who was staring at him with understanding and confidence. Confidence in Izuku. I'm terrified, Kacchan, but I'll always be terrified if I don't say something now. Kacchan nodded, and he opened the doors to the training area. Izuku felt like every step that echoed through the building was ringing in his ears. A march to an event that even he didn't realize the significance of. Hey, chickadee, Hawks chirped. Izuku turned to face him, surprised that he'd been snuck up on like that. Hawks seemed to read the younger's mood, his cheerful demeanor sinking into a more solemn stature. Today's the day. Yeah, Izuku croaked, already fighting back tears. Listen, we don't. Hawks tried to assure Izuku, but he couldn't. No. Izuku stared Hawks in the eye, trying to convey with just his expression that he could not be told to hold off another day if he wasn't ready. Okay, Hawks agreed, and they headed toward the lounge. Izuku sat on a bright sky blue beanbag in the corner. It was fluffy with synthetic fur, the type where you could run your hands over it and it'd turn a darker shade. It was Izuku's favorite. Kacchan sat in one of the chairs around the conference-like table. They were more of a darker blue, and Izuku knew that they were very comfortable. A couple of them were backless to accommodate people with mutations like Izuku's and Hawks. Hawks sat in a back chair, but he turned it around so he was leaning against the back of it. It was one of the more comfortable ways to sit in a chair. Honestly, how do you want to start this, Izuku? Hawks asked. No hint of nonchalance or lightheartedness in his expression or body language. Do you want to start at the beginning? Is there a beginning? Do you want me to ask you a question to start us off? What, can you? Izuku interrupted, immediately flushing. Sorry. At Hawks' patient gesture to go on, Izuku continued, can you ask me a question? Hawks nodded, and he stayed silent for a bit. Izuku felt himself begin to fidget, but the hero had perked up, eventually settling on what to ask. Why do you keep getting hurt? Hawks' hands dug into the wooden back of the chair. Izuku could faintly hear a rip as the fabric on the other side tore. Izuku was suddenly acutely aware of every bruise, scratch, burn, and other injury on his person, regardless of if it was visible or not. Who's hurting you? Izuku bit his lip, looking to Kacchan for support. The blonde had a look of anger and sadness, but he gave Izuku a thumbs up anyway. I'm getting bullied. Hawks deflated with a sigh of relief, and Izuku blinked at the reaction. It was not what he'd expected. Sorry, fledgling, Hawks huffed, but there was no amusement in it. I was worried it was abuse. It's a lot easier if it's just your school, though. Izuku hummed. Maybe he would have defended his mom, but all of them already knew she wouldn't hurt him. After a few seconds of silence in which Hawks realized that Izuku wouldn't elaborate without prompting, he pressed, What's the name of your school? Kacchan and I go to Aldera Junior High. Izuku answered almost robotically. Kacchan huffed at the detached tone. What? Hawks trailed off, reconsidering his own question. You can ask what they did. No, due to me, Hawks, Izuku assured him. Hawks winced, which told Izuku all he needed to know. If I recall correctly, they've burned me, bruised me, scratched me, rigged my grades so that I wouldn't beat Kacchan in class, falsified disciplinary records, made implausible additions to my disciplinary records, dehumanized me, likened me to an animal. Izuku's voice cracked, but as tears began to drip down his face, he continued, regardless, destroyed my things, told me to kill myself, actively encouraged bullying, verbally abused me, tried to clip my feathers. Stub. Hawk's voice came out strained, tense. Just, kid. Izuku looked up to see Hawks staring at him with the most distraught look he'd seen on his face thus far. This was the most solemn conversation he'd had with the hero, so it made sense. Kacchan looked like he was 2 seconds from blowing the roof off of their school. That was fair. If only it was legal. Why didn't you tell me? Hawks all but whispered. He didn't look like he could manage anything higher than a whisper, honestly. What? What made you wait so long? What are you going to do with what I just told you? Izuku asked quietly. Kacchan scoffed and looked away, but Hawks just looked confused. I'm going to tear that school to the ground, Hawks stated. It was cold, his anger coming more gradually and slower than Kacchan's hot, fiery temper. It was a fact. Aldera would not live to stand another year if the number 3 hero had anything to say about it. That school and every teacher and child in it will own up to every single thing they did to you. That's why I didn't tell you, Izuku replied. Hawks froze, shocked by the response. Izuku elaborated. I don't want to uproot all of those people's lives, including moms and aunties, just because I was being bullied. I could stick it out for another year. It was all the same to me. Think of the costs. And the emotional and physical disruption it'll cause for those families and others. I wanted it to be set so that when you did take action, it'd be over break or at the beginning of the year. Kacchan rolled his eyes, having heard all of this before. Hawks looked like he'd just been slapped in the face. You're too selfless, Kacchan eventually grumbled, thinking about all of those useless, villain extras instead of your own dang self. If their kid has any problems with this aside from having to move schools, I think it's deserved for letting their brat hurt another person like that. I do have to warn you about something, though, Izuku told him, pulling Hawks' attention away from Kacchan. They have a networker whose quirk erases footage without a trace. There is no way to recover it once it's gone. Izuku leaned forward, looking at Hawks in the eye. If you want any form of evidence, Hawks, you're going to have to pretend you think the way they treated me was right and to be encouraged. Hawks' eyes widened, and he seemed to revolt at the mere idea of pretending like Izuku's treatment was okay. What? I can give you a few pointers, Kacchan volunteered. I talked with Sensei, so I have a few things for you to say for you to really convince him. Wait, no, I can't, Hawks protested, but he cut himself off when Izuku smiled wryly at him. If you want to take down Aldra, this is an all but necessary step, Izuku informed him. I know you don't agree with them. That's why I told you. Kacchan knows you don't agree with them. You know you don't agree with them. If you're going to do this, Hawks, I want you to do this as easily as you can. Izuku looked away, freeing Hawks from his intense gaze. There's no easier way than literal hours of footage of abuse, is there? Faces, names, voices, who did what. All of that's covered. Kid, Hawks sighed. Is there anything else you wanted to know? Izuku asked. No, Hawks answered, shaking his head. That's it. Are we still training today? Izuku hummed curiously. Hawks stared at him like he was insane and very stupid. Izuku was going to take that as a no. Hawks sighed again, shaking his head in disbelief. Well, I guess I should probably hold up my end of the deal now. What deal? Izuku frowned, trying to remember any deal he'd made with Hawks that the hero hadn't been upholding. I told you I'd give you my civilian name, didn't I? Hawks chuckled. Izuku's eyes widened. Oh, they sat in silence, Izuku and Kacchan waiting for Hawks to reveal his name. Did you want us to ask you what it was? Izuku suggested tentatively. Hawks jolted, as if he was summoned out of deep thought. No, I was just trying to play up the dramatics. That's what it was. Izuku's eyes widened even more, and he shared a look with Kacchan. Remember his name. Why would Hawks forget his name? How did he forget? My name is Takami Keigo, Hawks eventually chirped. Izuku put on a grin that only showed the joy he felt from earning this kind of trust from the hero. He suppressed the concern and confusion. There'd been enough of that for one day. He'd try and puzzle it out later. But later is not now, so Izuku moved on. Mr. Takami, Izuku began, but Hawks wrinkled his nose in disgust, physically recoiling from the name. Kacchan snorted at the visceral reaction. No, Izuku, Hawks protested. Just no. You two can call me Keigo, okay. Keigo. Izuku rolled the name over his tongue, trying it out. Mr. Keigo. No, just Keigo, Hawks Keigo, huffed, amusement taking over his previous revulsion. If we're going around spouting first names, you can call me Katsuki, Birdbrain, Kacchan shrugged. Izuku smiled delightedly at him, proud of his friend for reaching out like that, even if it was just in a small way. I see that, even with real names out, I still have a nickname, Hawks, Keigo observed. Did you expect anything else? Izuku asked dryly. I guess not, Hawks, Keigo conceded. So, what now? Izuku hummed. We can go get ice cream. Keigo answered uncertainly. Sounds good to me. Kacchan smirked, getting out of his chair and stalking out of the room. Are you idiots coming or not? Sorry, Izuku squeaked, scrambling out of the beanbag. Hey, wait for the guy who's paying. Why don't you? Keigo teased, strolling out of the room. For the fastest hero, you're slower than a man without legs stuck in a tar pit, Kacchan retorted, already halfway out of the training facility. Kacchan, Izuku admonished, running after him. That's so rude. Fine, I'll pick it up, Keigo chuckled. We'll see who can't catch up. 1 week later, Hawks, Izuku cried, running up to him in the warehouse. The hero reared back, not expecting Izuku to sprint full speed at him. Wait, no, Keigo. Anyway, we got our results. Calm down, Spaz, Kacchan droned, strolling into the building behind Izuku. Don't rush him. Wait, did you guys get in? Keigo asked, grinning. Come on, tell me. We haven't opened them yet, Izuku answered, all but dragging the hero to the lounge. We wanted to look at them with you. Wait, what? Keigo exclaimed, shocked at the admission. You guys waited for me. Of course we did, Kacchan scoffed. Izuku plopped down in a backless chair and set his envelope on the table, all but vibrating with excitement. Kacchan sat down calmly, but Izuku could see the excitement in his eyes. Keigo sat across from both of them in another backless chair, staring at the envelopes. Well, are you two going to open them or not? Izuku and Kacchan tore open the tops of the envelopes simultaneously. Instead of paper in the packages, there was a clatter as 2 round discs fell onto the table, surprising the trio. The discs both projected an image of All Might above them, further shocking the onlookers. Hello, aspiring hero. The hologram All Mights greeted them just out of sync. You may be wondering what I'm doing here, announcing your results. Izuku hummed irritatedly at the double voice and looked for a pause button on his disc. On the bottom, a small black button lay, presumably just what he was looking for. He clicked it, pausing his video. Young Bakugo, you passed the written exam with flying colors. Congratulations. All Might cheered, this time with only one voice. Kacchan leaned forward, curious as to where the hero was going. In the practical, you received 69 villain points. Izuku stared at the hologram eagerly, sensing a twist. Kacchan's attention was solely on the slightly see-through number 1 hero. However, that wasn't the only part of the practical exam scores. Izuku and Kacchan shared a look before looking back at the hologram. You helped 3 candidates during the exam, despite it being of no known benefit to you at all. All Might paused dramatically. With such heroic actions, we'd be fools here at UF if we didn't reward you. A scoreboard replaced the image of All Might, showing the top 10 examinees. It was there for barely a second, but it lasted long enough for them to see Kacchan's name highlighted one spot from the top. With 84 total points in the practical, you have landed in second place and have been accepted into UA's hero course. Welcome, young Bakugo, to your hero academia. Izuku cheered as Kacchan grinned proudly. You got in, Kacchan, Izuku exclaimed, punching the air victoriously. You even got in second place. You're amazing. Heck yeah, I am, nerd. Kacchan agreed enthusiastically, still grinning widely. Start your disc again. I want to know how many points I beat you by. Even with the pseudo-challenge, Izuku knew that it didn't matter so long as they both got in. You did good, Katsuki, Keigo congratulated him. This is awesome. Both of you did so well. How do you know I did well? Izuku asked. How could you not? Keigo shrugged. You're strong and you sure as heck helped someone during that exam. Stop dawdling and turn on your disc, dang it, Kacchan roared, glaring at both of them. Izuku nodded and pressed the button again, playing his video once more. Young Midoriya, you passed the written exam with an astounding 96% accuracy rate, the highest in UA in several years. All Might exclaimed, causing Kacchan to gawk at the screen with Izuku. Several years. Geez, Izuku, Hawks remarked with pride in his tone. You never told me you were this smart. UAS entrance exam is one of the hardest exams out there, you know. Izuku flushed and ducked his head in embarrassment. In the practical exam, you scored 30 villain points, All Might announced. Izuku sucked in a nervous breath. It didn't sound like enough to pass. This would have put you at the bottom of the passing examinees, number 36 exactly. However, those are not all the points you were awarded. Izuku sighed in relief, sagging in his chair. He would have passed either way. That's assuring. Kacchan knocked his shoulder, snapping him out of his thoughts. Izuku shook his head to clear it and started listening to the projection again. You used up valuable time that could have been spent getting more villain points and saved other examinees. All Might continued. We would be fools if we didn't award heroic actions in a hero exam. Izuku huffed a laugh at the repetitive nature of All Might's speech. He idly wondered if there was a set script. Young Midoriya, you earned 5 points for each of the 3 examinees you saved and another 60 rescue points for saving young Uraraka from the zero-pointer. All Might explained. Kacchan stared wide-eyed at the projection, mirroring Izuku's own expression. That was a lot of points for saving one examinee. A video popped up on the projection, showing a brunette who Izuku recognized as the girl he saved walking up to present Mike. She offered to divvy up her points with Izuku as a thanks to him. After the exam was over, young Uraraka approached an exam proctor to transfer some of her points. All Might's voice played over the video. As the video came to an end, the hero continued. You inspired others to move with your actions, young Midoriya. With that, I'm proud to tell you that you received first place in the exam with 105 total points. Welcome to your hero academia, Izuku gasped, glancing at Kacchan, who'd received second by over 20 points. You did it, nerd. Kacchan laughed, punching Izuku lightly on the shoulder. I knew you'd get in. You really showed those extras what a real hero did. Izuku gaped at his friend, who he'd thought would be at least a little ticked, and broke into a beaming smile. I did it. We did it. Heck yeah, we did, Izuku. Kacchan shouted triumphantly. We dominated that exam. Izuku felt like he'd been pumped with electricity and he had nowhere to expend it. He stood up and paced around the room, his wings flapping and his face still fixed in that victorious smile. We did it, Kacchan. We did it. Izuku mumbled excitedly, his wings flapping more as the mumbling got faster. They didn't lift him off of the ground, though. They weren't going nearly fast enough for that. Suddenly, a wall of red feathers blocked his path. Izuku's eyes followed the wing until he was looking at an amused Keigo. You did it, chickadee. Izuku nodded, tears welling in his eyes. I did it. You were so nervous that day, too, Keigo chuckled, retracting his wing. You called me on patrol and everything. I'm sorry for that. Izuku squeaked, bowing at a 90-degree angle. I shouldn't have distracted you from your work, even though I was nervous. That was selfish of me. Whoa, calm down, kiddo, Keigo assured him. Stand up. I'm proud to be someone you can speak with to alleviate your nerves. Kacchan huffed and nudged Izuku's shoulder. Calm down, nerd. Birdbrain wouldn't have answered if he hadn't decided you were worth interrupting work for. Izuku's excited energy drained from his body, and he stood still again. He realized that everything on the agenda had been finished. What now? You tell me, fledgling, Keigo agreed, standing to face Izuku. What do you two want to do? It's your big day, after all. Remember that arcade we used to go to in our second year, Kacchan? Izuku asked. Oh, heck yeah. Kacchan smirked fairly. I'm going to destroy you in DDR, loser. He challenged the hero. Oh, Keigo chuckled. Is that a challenge, Katsuki? Don't start something you can't finish, now. What else would it be, Keigo? Kacchan affirmed. Get ready to eat my musical dust. You're on, kid, Keigo declared, his feathers fluffed excitedly. Izuku smiled as the two started bantering back and forth over who would win. He could already hear the music with the shouted challenges back and forth. "Dinner's ready," Mom's voice called from the kitchen. Izuku shot up from his reclined position on his beanbag with Kacchan close behind. She was making spicy katsudon, a mix of the boys' favorites. "Coming," Izuku replied as he opened the door. Kacchan shoved him to make him go faster, prompting a startled squawk. "Speed up, nerd," Kacchan grumbled, pushing him again. "Calm down, Kacchan," Izuku hissed. But he obliged. "How was the arcade, boys?" Mom asked as she set the katsudon on the table. Izuku grinned as he relived the arcade, remembering the trip fondly. "It was a lot of fun, Mom. Mr. Kago came with us, and he had never been to an arcade before." "Mr. Kago?" Mom inquired, raising an eyebrow at the unfamiliar name. "You've never mentioned him before." "Birdbrain," Kacchan clarified, and Mom's face morphed into surprise. "Oh," she hummed. "Well, that's certainly something. I'm glad you had a fun time." Kacchan smirked. "I destroyed him at DDR." "Oh, whatever, Kacchan." Izuku rolled his eyes playfully. "It's the only game you're good at. Mr. Kago destroyed you in the accuracy ones. I beat both of you in all the other ones." "I'm pretty sure you just cheated all of the other ones," Kacchan argued, crossing his arms. "There is no way you can get a prize from a crane machine on your first try." "Boys," Mom admonished playfully, pulling the bowl of katsudon to serve onto her plate. "No bickering at the table. You know this." "Sorry, Mom," Izuku giggled. Kacchan huffed and looked away, but Izuku knew he was sorry too. They stole a glance at each other and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Eventually, Mom was chuckling too, finding amusement in their shenanigans. Sure, attending UA was just around the corner, but Izuku couldn't find a single dot of nervousness in his body right now. Not when he had Kacchan and Kago and Mom by his side, and he'd never felt so happy. "Kacchan," Izuku greeted, running to catch up to his friend. "Are you ready?" He didn't have to elaborate as to what he was talking about as Kacchan answered haughtily, "Of course, I'm ready, nerd." Izuku could tell that Kacchan had no place he'd rather be right then. "Just don't mess this up." "Mess what up?" Izuku asked, curious about what his friend was referring to. The warning was directed at both of them, not just Izuku. "Don't you know the reputation this school has?" Kacchan scoffed. He smirked as he continued. "Some guy expelled his whole class last year." "I didn't know you believed rumors so easily, Kacchan," Izuku teased, bumping Kacchan's shoulder with his own. "Though, I did hear that too. I even heard one of them became a villain." "Huh," Kacchan barked, a bitter smile on his face. "It's better that they became a villain than an incompetent hero." "Kacchan's so harsh," Izuku squeaked. His face flushed as he admitted, "But I agree. They probably put fewer people in danger as a villain than if they'd become a lazy hero." "I'm always right, idiot," Kacchan remarked. It seemed almost automatic at this point. It probably was. "No," Izuku shook his head. "Remember that time in the diner?" "Shut up," Kacchan interrupted, cutting Izuku off. "We don't need to go and point out every time there's an exception, you numbskull." "All right, Kacchan," Izuku conceded, dropping the subject with a teasing grin. "So why'd you know of that rumor anyway? It's not like it's something you'd just hear as you walk down the street." "I researched the places I'm going to spend years at, idiot," Kacchan explained roughly. "I have to know what I'm getting into." "Kacchan's so smart," Izuku cheered. "Hey, did you know? They talked like so for the whole journey there, exchanging information they knew about UA and what to expect. They were thoroughly prepared to attend the most prestigious school in the country. Or so they thought. The gates don't look any less intimidating," Izuku muttered to himself, staring up at the entrance to UA. "They aren't intimidating, nerd," Kacchan grumbled, walking past him through the gate. "You're just nervous for the first day of school. You're a freaking toddler. It's not the real first day, Kacchan," Izuku corrected him, following him onto campus. "It's just orientation. And I am not a toddler." "Whatever, idiot," Kacchan groaned dramatically as they entered the building. "Just don't go humiliating yourself by stuttering and all that." "Me, never," Izuku claimed, his cheeks flushing with the blatant lie. The unimpressed look Kacchan shot him also told him he wasn't fooling anyone. "Hey, it's not like we'll be doing much today. We'll have an assembly and a brief get-to-know-you period with the teachers, and that's all. Don't act like you know everything," Kacchan admonished, shoving Izuku lightly. "You can't know that for certain. I'm going to laugh when it's seen that you jinxed us." "Just wait, Kacchan," Izuku retorted. "These claims aren't empty." "Don't be stupid," Kacchan sighed. "You make too many gosh dang assumptions." "I do oh, wow, that was fast," Izuku remarked upon seeing the door of their classroom, 1A. "It would have taken you thrice as long with your awful sense of direction." Kacchan snorted. "That, you don't have to say it," Izuku protested, his cheeks heating up again. "I'm right, though," Kacchan replied coolly, pulling the overly large door open. As they walked in, they noticed that only one other kid was there. Izuku stiffened as he remembered who it was. "It's the bold boy from the assembly," Izuku thought, staring apprehensively at the rigid boy. "You," the boy shouted, rising from his seat and approaching Izuku. He looked to Kacchan for assistance, but his friend seemed content and amused to watch this play out. Izuku knew he'd step in if it got truly hostile. Still, jerk, what do you think you're doing, wearing your tie in such an atrocious way? Izuku stared at the boy, gaping openly. His hands unconsciously found their way around his tie. What? I don't even know how you managed to do such a thing to your tie, but it is a mockery of the prestige of this establishment. The boy chastised Izuku, his arms swinging around wildly in straight, powerful chops. Izuku was speechless, wondering what he did to deserve being openly reprimanded like this. His wings fluffed up in a mixture of indignation and embarrassment. His tie didn't deserve such verbal abuse. It was beautiful the way it was. Kacchan gave up on it on the train ride to UA. He had no idea how to fix the strangled mess that was the cloth around Izuku's neck. Now, however, Kacchan was cackling at Izuku's misfortune. This is not a point of amusement. The boy admonished the laughing blonde, still swinging away. To think that you two were allowed into UA, much less the hero course, with such delinquency. Oi, 4 eyes, Kacchan choked out, reining his mirth in. Who are you to decide who gets into this place and who doesn't? Ha! You can't address others in such a demeaning, the boy stammered, but Kacchan cut him off. Leave him alone. Nowhere in the stupid rulebook does it say you have to tie the darn tie correctly, Kacchan interrupted, uncaring of the boy's sputtering. And you shouldn't act all high and mighty with your own issues. You act like you're the dang principal of this place. You don't trust Nezu and whatever loser teaches this class to deal with delinquents like us. Did your old school have no rules or something? Or were you held to a higher standard than us peons? Ha! I am from semi-private academy, the boy stated defensively. It was a wonderful school to go to. And I must, born with a silver spoon in your mouth, ha, Kacchan taunted, leaning rudely into the boy's personal space. He looked at the boy's rigid posture and remarked, what, you gotta stick up your butt? Or were you born with it? I bet you. Hey, Kacchan, Izuku interrupted, stepping between the two, his wings fluttering nervously. This had gone long enough. Izuku ignored the part of him that held a vindictive pleasure from watching the verbal smackdown. Kacchan had influenced Izuku, sue him. Why don't we leave him be? Let's go find our seats, okay. Suddenly the boy perked up, his eyes zeroed in on Izuku's wings. I remember you now, he exclaimed. You're the boy who won first place in the exams. Yeah, I guess I did, Izuku chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. My apologies for my rudeness, the boy continued. Truly, you are the superior candidate for a school like this, the boy claimed loudly, bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle. What? Izuku exclaimed, waving his hands as if to physically dismiss the thought. And no, what are you talking about? You discerned the true nature of the exam. The boy explained earnestly, setting aside your own goals for the sake of helping others is the true essence of a hero. You are truly more suited for a place like this, even with your non-traditional style of tie. Izuku's feathers fluffed up as his face heated considerably. No, I had no idea that there were rescue points, I swear. That makes it all the more true, the boy exclaimed, straightening and staring at Izuku with awe and respect. Izuku opened his mouth to protest or something he didn't know when a voice called from the hall, Angel Boy. Izuku turned, curious as to who would be referred to by such a flattering name when he saw the girl he saved in the exam staring right at him. Izuku, when he realized she was referring to her, flushed a deep red. MB, his wings fluffed up, and suddenly he could see where the nickname originated from. Yeah, I'd recognize those wings anywhere, the girl affirmed, bouncing up to him. You saved me back in the exam from the 0-pointer. Of course, I'd remember you. I remember, Izuku confirmed with a nod. I'm happy you got in. Same, the girl agreed, smiling brightly. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Izuku beamed back, ignoring the dramatic way Kacchan shielded his face as if from a bright light. The boy stared openly at the blonde, though confused. Midoriya Izuku. This over here is Bakugo Katsuki. I am Ida Tenya. The boy, Ida, added loudly. My apologies for not introducing myself sooner. Izuku opened his mouth to dismiss the apology when a new smell entered his nose. This wasn't a student, surely. They also didn't mean any harm. He looked over to the door, where the new scent was coming from, and his breath left his lungs as things stared back. Izuku let out a strangled yelp and hopped a few feet into the air, his wings automatically flashing out to catch him. He rarely got so scared he instinctively flew away, but this was an exception. Some weird yellow caterpillar was looking in the door, slurping on a packet of fruit. Something. Izuku wasn't sure what it was. Jelly, maybe. Huh, Kacchan exclaimed, staring incredulously at Izuku, who had also attracted the attention of the entire room aside from 2 other kids. A girl with earphone jacks attached to her earlobes and a boy with 6 arms were staring at the door with equal expressions of bewilderment. Kacchan turned to look at what Izuku was supposedly scared of, and he let off a surprised spark at the sight. To use your quirks without authorization is against the law. It is unbefitting of a prestigious academy like UA. Ada lectured them, but it was in one ear and out the other to them. To think, he cut himself off with a surprised, strangled gasp as he saw what had garnered their attention. Izuku was half sure he saw a smirk on the caterpillar's face. It was amused by their reactions to it. "What are you guys looking at?" Uraraka asked, turning to see the caterpillar as well. "Gah, what is that?" The caterpillar seemed to finally have enough of watching people one by one notice it, as it sat up and, much to Izuku's surprise, started splitting in half. The caterpillar was not, in fact, a caterpillar at all. It was a man in a sleeping bag. The man grumbled about something incoherent to most, including Izuku, but the girl seemed to have heard it, as she flushed self-consciously. It must have been a compliment for something. Did they know each other before? Was it aimed at more than just her? "If you're here to make friends," the man interrupted Izuku's train of thought, "you should leave now. Hero work is not about socializing." The room fell into a shocked, slightly awkward silence. The man raised an eyebrow at their stillness. "Get to your seats," he demanded expectantly. Izuku had never flown so fast in his life. He was a couple of feet in the air one moment and in his assigned chair the next. Who knew fear was such an incredible motivator? Izuku, actually. Izuku knew that. The Sludge villain incident is a pretty good example. Anyway, oblivious to Izuku's inner monologue, the man walked up to the front of the room and leaned on the podium. He could have sworn the man looked impressed by something, but that didn't make a whole lot of sense. Izuku ignored it. The man, once everyone was properly seated, stated, "It took 15 seconds for you all to quiet down. We're going to make that a lot shorter. Every second counts here in UA. You only have 3 years to master the skills needed to become a hero." The class shuffled uncomfortably under the man's judgmental stare and the weight of his words. "I'm Aizawa Shota, your new homeroom teacher," he introduced himself gruffly. The man then bent under his podium and pulled a box out from it. He set it on an empty spot on his desk and said, "These are your gym uniforms. Meet me out on the field in 10 minutes if you want to stay in this class." With that, Aizawa-sensei walked out of the room, heedless of the chaos in his wake. Izuku watched in shock as the classroom exploded into shouts of surprise and bewilderment, scrambling to seize a uniform. Once the crowd had thinned, Izuku regained his bearings and received his own uniform as well. He followed the throng of people to the locker room. "Why does my uniform have 2 zippers in the back?" a low, confused voice asked. Izuku had been staring at his uniform wondering why it didn't have the wing accommodations. Aldrin never had any, but Izuku thought UA was above such petty oversights. Izuku exclaimed, pleased to know his initial assessment had been wrong. "I think we accidentally switched uniforms. Here, this one's yours," he said, handing over the uniform in his hands and taking the offered one from the bird-headed boy. "That explains it," the boy muttered, accepting the correct uniform. "What's your name?" Izuku asked as he slipped into a stall to change. He didn't like people seeing the evidence of his time in junior high. "I'm Midoriya Izuku. Takayami Fumikage," the boy, Takoyami, answered through the door. Suddenly, a second shadow accompanied Takoyami's under the door. A more jovial, slightly distorted voice rang through the door. "I'm Dark Shadow." When Izuku opened the door, he froze, shocked to see a purple bird shadow thing coming out of Takoyami's stomach. He stared at it in bewilderment. And as the 2 birds started shrinking into themselves, likely assuming that Izuku was looking down on them, he replied, "Hello, I'm Midoriya Izuku, but you probably already heard that." "Oi, nerd," Kacchan called from the exit of the locker room. "Stop making friends over there and come on. You're stupid but better not get expelled, you hear me?" "Sorry, Kacchan," Izuku apologized, watching his friend huff and trudge out the door. "He's right. We don't want to get in trouble on the first day." Takoyami nodded as Dark Shadow retreated into his stomach. They walked out together onto the field to see that they weren't quite last. But they certainly weren't the first out there. When the last student joined them, Aizawa-sensei cleared his throat and told them, "You shouldn't waste so much time changing. It's a few seconds from the 10-minute mark." The throng of students shuffled and mumbled apologies to the teacher. "Anyway, we're going to be doing a fitness exam to evaluate where you're at and where you need to go." "What about orientation?" a tall, raven-haired girl asked. Her hair was pulled up into a high ponytail, and she had her hand half raised as if she was unsure of herself. "It's a waste of time," Aizawa-sensei grumbled. "You all know that UA is an unorthodox school with unorthodox teaching method. Us teachers have liberties to teach you as we see fit. We are not going to the orientation ceremony." The crowd of kids became alive with chatter again as they discussed what this could mean for future lessons. Aizawa-sensei quickly got sick of that and interrupted them with, "Midoriya." Izuku jumped, his eyes drawn to the teacher once more and his back rigid. "Why yes, sensei. You came first in the entrance exam, correct?" he asked. The kids looked at Izuku curiously, trying to see how he could have pulled that off. Izuku's mouth twitched amusedly at Kacchan's quiet mutter, "By a handful of points." "Yes, sir," Izuku answered with a nod. "Catch," Aizawa-sensei instructed as he chucked the ball at Izuku. Izuku's hands came up instantly, his eyes widening at the sudden throw. It landed neatly in his hands, and he looked up at Aizawa-sensei inquisitively. What was your last score in the ball throw? He asked. 62 meters, Izuku answered, flushing at the scoff from Kacchan. Do it again, Aizawa-sensei said, but this time, you can use your quirk. Izuku gaped at him, and he numbly walked into the circle. He stared at the man for further clarification. Were there any other rules? You can't step foot outside of the circle, Aizawa-sensei continued. That is the only rule. Izuku flapped his wings experimentally, seeing if Aizawa-sensei would amend his wording at the subtle reminder. The teacher ignored it. Izuku grinned at the obvious permission. Izuku could fly. What does it measure by, sensei? Izuku asked innocently. And he almost laughed when he saw the contrast between Kacchan's smug face versus the confused and, is he stupid, looks from the other kids. The distance of the ball from the circle in that direction. Aizawa-sensei answered with a sigh and a point in the direction of the field. Perfect. Thank you, sensei. Izuku grinned again. And like that, Izuku was off, speeding down the field. He'd left a cloud of dust in his wake, causing the others to cough and fan their faces to disperse it. Izuku didn't know how far to go, but he knew he could probably cross the 10-kilometer mark and make it back in a reasonable time. He didn't want to keep the other kids waiting. Fueled by this thought, Izuku flew faster, speeding over the campus. He was tempted to go until he saw the end of it. With a new goal, Izuku kept flying, even when he was sure he'd breached the 10 kilometers goal he'd previously set. He kept flying past the main building until he was in view of the wall on the other side of campus. Just as he made it there, Izuku tossed the ball over it, unaware of the swivel of a camera as it followed the path. Izuku zoomed back to the others, flying faster than he had before so he wouldn't hold the class up. As he saw the dots of the others, he heard an excited shout, "This is going to be so fun." Izuku winced. She shouldn't say things like that in front of a notoriously strict teacher who clearly took this all very seriously. Fun, Aizawa-sensei scoffed, glaring at the offending student. She had bright pink, everything, and yellow horns to match her eyes. Izuku winced again at the harsh tone. Nothing about hero work is fun. This is not a game. This is life or death. Izuku landed neatly in the circle at the end of the man's statement, but he nearly stumbled out of it when he heard his teacher continue. Since you think this is so entertaining, the last place scorer will be expelled from the hero class. Izuku's voice chorused with the other students in a shout of surprise, outrage, and bewilderment. Sensei, Uraraka shouted confusedly. That's not fair at all. Fair, Aizawa-sensei sneered. Nothing about this field is fair. Well, natural disasters play by the rules. Electrical fires, villains. The only person that didn't look remotely scared was the girl with raven hair. She looked confused at the others' reactions, but she didn't look fearful. Was she so self-assured that she thought she couldn't possibly be in last place? Did she doubt Aizawa-sensei's claim? Izuku turned to Aizawa-sensei and asked, "What was my score, sensei?" 30,276.4 meters, Aizawa-sensei answered shortly, clearly still agitated. Izuku nodded and hurried out of the circle. He didn't want to upset the man more than he already was. We'll start with the sprints, Aizawa-sensei announced, walking over to the designated area. Izuku scurried behind with the rest of the kids. Midoriya and Bakugo, Aizawa-sensei called, summoning them to the starting lines. "You're ready to die, dweeb," Kacchan growled with a feral grin in place. Izuku ignored the indignant sputter from Ada at the insult. "I don't know. Ready to lose, Kacchan?" Izuku shot back with an equally competitive smile. Their banter ended when a robotic voice announced, 3. Izuku's wings flared out, waiting to push him forward. 2. Kacchan's hands sparked excitedly, and the blonde grinned eagerly. 1. Izuku and Kacchan made eye contact with matching challenging grins. Go. They took off, and Izuku barely managed to pull ahead before Kacchan's explosions could singe his wings, knock him back, or otherwise slow him down. It felt like an eternity as they flew down the track. 3.03 seconds, the robotic voice rang from the speaker by the finish line. Izuku quickly landed and shook out his wings, grinning victoriously. He turned to see Kacchan cross the finish line only a second later. 4.13 seconds, the robot announced as Kacchan crossed. "You idiot," Kacchan shouted, storming forward. "Calm down, Kacchan," Izuku teased, dancing around the blonde. "It's only a test." Kacchan continued forward, heedless of Izuku's retreating steps as he backed up. Eventually, Izuku was tired of the silent game and flew above Kacchan. "Come on. We don't want to keep everyone waiting on us." Kacchan huffed but followed Izuku back to the others. As Izuku went to stand beside Kacchan in the group, his wrist was seized, and he was pulled back by someone. He clamped down on the knee-jerk reaction of yanking his wrist out and incapacitating the assailant. Izuku made a questioning noise as he saw Uraraka staring up at him with concern. "Are you okay?" he asked, scanning her for any injuries. "Are you okay?" she retorted, frowning deeper. "Why wouldn't I be?" Izuku asked, sparing a glance at Kacchan who was clearly eavesdropping if his proximity had anything to say. Uraraka hummed uncertainly, following his gaze when she seemed to reach a conclusion, her eyes gaining an understanding Izuku wasn't following the logic on. "We'll talk after school." Izuku nodded. "Okay." Uraraka nodded to herself and went back to Ada, who she'd been talking with before. They both looked rather worried. "Did I do something?" Izuku asked Kacchan quietly, scanning himself for anything that could be considered concerning. He was a bit small for his age, but that was the extent of it, and that was due to his quirk. "Always," Kacchan answered, glancing back at them with just as much confusion as Izuku was feeling. Izuku pouted at him, and he elaborated, "But nothing out of the norm for you." Izuku hummed thoughtfully and moved to the next test when everyone had finished. "Next is the grip strength test," Aizawa-sensei announced. Izuku watched as the boy with 6 arms, Aizawa-sensei had called him Shoji, walk up to the small machine. If the boy only had 2 arms, he still would have gotten an outstanding score, but with 6 arms, Shoji got a score of 540 kilograms. "That was amazing," Izuku exclaimed, flushing when all eyes landed on him. "Wow, you're so strong, Shoji," he continued, walking up to the taller boy. Shoji stared at Izuku with confusion, asking silently what in the world Izuku was doing. "I mean, your quirk is really awesome," Izuku complimented, ignoring the redness crawling up the boy's face. He was in too deep to stop now, not that he wanted to. This was fascinating. He'd reached his limit for resisting gushing today. "Not only are you incredibly strong, but you can enhance your senses by changing the tips of your extra limbs. What all can you transform them into? Is it limited to sensory body parts like hands and eyes? Can you transform your hands into feet? Your hearing's clearly enhanced when you have more than 2 ears. But are the new ears more sensitive to sound than the ones on your head? Are your hands more sensitive? If you transform your limbs into eyes, are those stronger than the eyes in your head as well?" "You're asking a lot of questions," Shoji commented quietly, seemingly intimidated by Izuku's interrogation. "I didn't catch a lot of that." "I'm sorry." "What?" Izuku blinked, coming out of his gushing state. "Oh, shoot. I'm sorry, Shoji. I didn't mean to ramble like that. Of course you couldn't remember half of what I said." "I don't even remember half of what I said." "Still, your quirk is super cool. I mean, think of all the ways it could apply to rescue work. And you'd be super good at close combat with your quirk as well. Have you had any hand-to-hand training?" "I bet we'll." Shoji glanced toward Aizawa-sensei for help as Izuku continued to ramble, but the man was looking at them with something near imperceptible amusement and nostalgia in his eyes. "Oi, nerd," Kacchan grumbled, snapping Izuku out of his mutter storm again. "Stop harassing the guy and get back over here." "Sorry, Kacchan." Izuku apologized. "Sorry if I overwhelmed you, Shoji." Shoji remained silent as Izuku bounced back to the others. "That was unexpectedly bold of you," Kacchan remarked quietly once Izuku had returned. Izuku blinked, surprised to realize that, yes, that had been out of character. But his quirk was just so cool. While he was squeezing that grip thing to death, Kacchan scoffed, rolling his eyes. "He didn't fawn over 4 eyes when he got a score just under yours with his engines. You didn't gush at Ponytail when she made freaking rocket boots for the sprint." Izuku hummed consideringly when he heard this. "Maybe that's because Ada and Uraraka are acting weird." And Izuku flushed, thinking about his reason for the latter argument. "Well, she's really pretty, and I don't know how to talk to girls because the only one who ever treated me with kindness was Mom before today." Kacchan sighed and nudged his shoulder. "Don't worry about it, Feathers. Just try to let the people you're interrogating answer your questions first." As expected, Izuku had done significantly above average on the grip strength test. "Thank you, Bird quirk. Exceptionally well on the standing long jump. He can fly, so that was obvious. A little below average on the side step. Swings were hard. Okay. Very well on the distance run. Sensei had to call for Yaoyorozu and Izuku to stop. Flying didn't take a whole lot of energy. And a little less well on the seated toe touch and the sit-up test. Swings were not fun with that last one." Now, the kids were all gathered in front of the large scoreboard, waiting anxiously for their names to show up. A lot of them were watching the far right blank rectangle, hoping desperately for it not to have their name on it. "Now that you're all done, here are the results," Aizawa-sensei announced, pressing some button on the remote in his hand. The rectangles flipped to reveal the names of the people on the scoreboard. Izuku jolted in surprise when he heard a loud, whiny "NOOO." He whirled around to see the incredibly short, perverted kid wailing with tears streaming down his face. He was hitting the ground frustratedly, and a puddle was quickly forming around him from the sheer amount of water coming from his eyes. Izuku couldn't help but think it was deserved as he reflected on his attitude toward the girls in class. Shoji had absent-mindedly confided in Takoyami about a comment the boy had made to him after the grip strength test, so it wasn't just the girls who suffered. "Mine to Minoru," Aizawa-sensei said, gaining the small boy's attention. "You are hereby expelled from the UA Hero course. If you so choose, you can remain enrolled in the General Education Department." The girl with the ponytail gasped, as if not expecting Aizawa-sensei's words to hold true. You can't do this, Minta cried angrily, tears still streaming down his face. You can't. It's not fair. Not fair at all. Minta, Aizawa-sensei repeated coldly, silencing the boy. You aren't expelled for getting last place. That part was a logical ruse. Then why? Minta shouted, heedless of the glares he was receiving. They were particularly from the girls. I'm not blind, Aizawa-sensei growled. I saw the way you looked at your peers. I heard the lewd things you said to them. I saw the intentional touches. I will not have someone who holds no respect for his peers in my class. Go change and wait outside the locker room. If you aren't there when I get there, then your parents will be contacted and you will have no choice of staying in UA at all. Minta opened his mouth to argue, but he seemed to have the sense to know that it would be useless, and it was closed again. The class remained silent as Minta entered the building. Congratulations, Aizawa-sensei said flatly. You made it through orientation. Go change back into your normal clothes and go home. Izuku followed orders and walked back into the locker room just in time to see Minta leave. You, Minta snarled. What makes you any better than me? Izuku looked behind him at the other boys, but they all looked just as confused. Me, he asked, pointing at himself hesitantly. Who else? Minta exclaimed incredulously. Izuku stepped further into the room to allow the other boys in, suddenly conscious of his obstructive position, but none of them made a move to enter. They all stayed outside the door, watching to see what would happen next. Kacchan probably would have walked in, but the others were blocking the way. I've got no idea what you're talking about, so I don't know, Izuku replied. That robot is also getting on my nerves. Minta's voice shook angrily. How come when you guys get closer to the girls in our class, Sensei doesn't expel you? Ida chose that moment to step in beside Izuku, and he chopped his arms as he explained, we didn't make lewd comments to our peers or touch the girls in the slightest. You were blatantly disrespectful to almost everyone in the class, and thus the proper action was taken. Move out of the way. Extras, Kacchan growled as he shouldered through the crowd blocking the door. Oi, grape stain. Get out of here. Stop wasting all our time. Let's just ignore him. Guys, Izuku said placatingly, moving over to his locker. Come on, some of us have trains to catch. Murmurs of agreement echoed through the group as they all finally moved into the room. Hey, Minta shouted, but no one paid him any mind. Stupid animal, Minta muttered after a while of busy silence. Excuse me, Izuku asked, halfway into his stall. He set his clothes down and walked back out, glaring at Minta. His feathers were ruffled and his face spelled violence. What did you say? Minta, some red-haired kid, Kirishima admonished. You can't say stuff like that. That's super quirkist. Takoyami had frozen in place, staring vacantly at his locker with his clothes in his hands. Shoji was working to comfort the boy, murmuring placating assurances. They are, Minta defended. They're hardly human. Humans don't have bird wings. This one does, Izuku growled, walking closer to Takoyami in silent comfort. He was probably only defending himself because what Minta said didn't only hurt Izuku himself, but the other kids with animal-like mutation quirks. Shoji didn't have one, but he'd probably also been picked on. Most mutant-type quirked people were. No, they don't, Minta argued. Humans don't just sit around the opposite sex and feel nothing. Are you saying that because I wasn't harassing the girls I'm not human? Izuku exclaimed incredulously. That's the most ridiculous reason I've ever heard. Oh yeah, Minta retorted. I bet a fragile bird like you doesn't know what it feels like to even. Shut up, Izuku shouted, startling the room into silence. Fragile. Izuku wasn't fragile. He wasn't. Right. What did I tell you about waiting outside of the locker room? Aizawa-sensei's voice snapped Izuku out of his frozen state. Sensei, they hung out with the girls too, Minta shouted. Why aren't they expelled? Huh. Because they, Aizawa-sensei snarled. Don't say perverted things or touch them when and where they don't want to be touched. Get out. We'll discuss your punishment with Nezu. What? Minta whined, but he followed obediently out the door. The boys waited for the voices to fade from the hall before they all turned to Izuku. Are you okay? A yellow-haired kid, Kaminari, Izuku's mind supplied, asked. Wow, that must have sucked. Sorry, we didn't do more. Yeah, that wasn't manly of us at all. A red-haired kid, Kirishima agreed. He held a swirl of self-deprecation in his eyes. He was blaming himself. The other boys voiced their agreement with the sentiment aside from Shoji, Takoyami, Todoroki, and Kacchan. Kacchan, who was seething with rage. Hey, let's all calm down. It's fine, and he didn't say anything too bad. Izuku comforted them. Let's just forget about him and go home, okay? The other boys muttered agreement and trailed out the door, one by one. Eventually, it was just Kacchan and Izuku left in the room. He'll pay for that, Kacchan growled after a while of silence. Yeah, legally, Izuku retorted. We can't go killing people, Kacchan. I'd leave him alive, Kacchan scoffed. At Izuku's disbelieving look, he added, maybe. Izuku sighed and lightly punched his friend's shoulder. Well, no harm was done, so we can forget about it and go home. We don't need to pursue revenge or whatever. Kacchan scowled at the ground for a few long moments before his face suddenly lit up with an idea. and he looked up once more. I'll tell Birdbrain. No, don't do that, Izuku protested, but Kacchan was already out the door. Kacchan, don't try and stop me, idiot, Kacchan shouted over his shoulder as he bolted down the hall. Isn't this a bit too much? Izuku yelled after him. It's fine, really. Heck no, Kacchan immediately rebuked. You're really going to let him get away with all of that? He's already facing punishment, Izuku replied. I don't have to do anything. Yeah, right, Kacchan scoffed. We learned ages ago that schools don't do a thing when it comes to quirkism. It's fine, Kacchan. This is UA, Izuku protested, nearly gasping when he saw the classroom door come into view. Wait, Izuku's cry went unnoticed as Kacchan zipped into the classroom. By the time Izuku was in there, he heard Keigo shouting incredulously over the phone. He sagged against the frame, already knowing he'd lost. I thought the top hero school would be different, Izuku heard Keigo exclaim. It is, Kacchan replied coolly, guys facing expulsion. Darn right, Keigo cooed proudly. We'll talk later, I promise. There's an incident on my side, so I've got to go. Bye, Katsuki. Whatever, loser, Kacchan tusked. Kacchan turned around as Izuku sighed from the doorway. I'm so screwed. No, that shorty is screwed, Kacchan denied, grabbing both of their bags and shoving Izuku's at him. That's why I called Keigo. Izuku just hummed in response. He was ready to go home. Wait, was he forgetting something? As Izuku walked outside with Kacchan, he remembered. Uraraka. His mind supplied as he saw the familiar brunette. Kacchan, I need to talk with someone real quick, but I'll catch up, okay? Izuku blurted before rushing off. He barely heard the exasperated huff as he ran toward his friend. Uraraka, I'm so sorry I forgot. Something happened in the locker rooms and Izuku gushed, his mouth running a mile a second when Uraraka cut him off. Don't worry about it, she said placatingly, calming him down. Ada explained what happened to me. Honestly, I wouldn't have blamed you if you didn't come at all. Ada will be here any second now. He had to use the restroom real quick. I have returned, the aforementioned boy declared, walking up to them. Midoriya, I'm glad you decided to come. We have some concerns, Uraraka stated bluntly. About, I've known you two for a day, Izuku asked, confused. I couldn't have done anything too bad, right? Bakugo, Ada answered bluntly. Kacchan, Izuku chuckled incredulously. Is something wrong? Yes, Uraraka cried. Yes, the way he treats you, it is unbecoming of a future hero. Ada cut in. Izuku snorted at the instant ridiculousness of this conversation. You think what? Kacchan's a bad friend. He's a friend, Uraraka asked. Sure doesn't act like one. He kept chasing you after you beat him in the 50-meter dash. Don't you think, Izuku started, chuckling a little still, that Aizawa-sensei would have stopped him if Kacchan went too far? It's a small, friendly rivalry. A competition if that makes you feel better. Kacchan would never do something like you're making him out to do. Uraraka and Ida stared at Izuku uncertainly, still not buying what Izuku was saying. Listen, Izuku sighed, his mirth gone. Kacchan and I have been friends since we were little, okay. We've always been competitive, but that's in the nature of this field. Kacchan would never hurt me or anyone who doesn't deserve it, okay. I'd like for you two to calm down and just think about the accusations you're making. But he dragged you by your collar at the entrance exams, Uraraka argued, but her resolve was wavering. He just didn't want me to get lost, Izuku replied. That's fair, really. I'm bad with directions. He has a weird way of showing he cares. Besides, if he did it any other way, he might show that he has these disgusting things called emotions. What about the constant insults? Ida asked. Or the way he didn't defend you from Minta in the locker rooms. The constant insults are terms of endearment, Izuku huffed. I don't get it either, but he gives them to people he's comfortable around. The incident in the locker rooms was purely self-restraint on his part. If Kacchan had done what he wanted to do, I don't think Minta would have made it to the principal's office. And none of the boys get to judge Kacchan for not stepping in after not one person stepped up either. Ada winced, conceding the point. And Uraraka flinched back, focused on the middle of Izuku's explanation. That's really bad, Midoriya. What? Izuku exclaimed. The fact that he restrained himself is growth. He doesn't care for many people, but when he cares a lot. Our old junior high was super quirkist, and Kacchan had a hard time restraining himself from getting into fights. I'm proud of him, frankly. Is he really as good as you say? Uraraka asked quietly. He's not a bad person, Izuku stated patiently. He's just a tough nut to crack. Think on it. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow, okay? I'm a bit tired, and Kacchan's waiting on me. See you then, Uraraka replied thoughtfully. Goodbye, Midoriya, Ida agreed, waving stiffly. Izuku smiled at them and took off through the gates. Kacchan was not waiting for him. He knew better than to do that. Eventually, after weaving through the crowds of kids also going home from school, Izuku caught sight of familiar blonde hair. Kacchan, his friend turned to see Izuku maneuvering through the crowd, his wings pressed close to his back. where have you been? Sorry I took so long, Izuku apologized. Your Araka and Ida thought you were bullying me. Isn't that weird? Huh, Kacchan exclaimed, but it didn't have the usual spirit. Don't tell me, Izuku muttered, scrutinizing his friend's face. You don't think that's plausible, do you? You're a good friend to me, Kacchan. Okay, Izuku, the blonde grumbled. We'll talk about this later, Izuku resolved. Anyway, are you proud of how you did on that fitness test? Huh, Kacchan laughed. I beat you this time, nerd. Izuku smiled at his friend's improved mood. Yeah, by 1 place. You were 4th, I was 3rd. There's nothing else to it, Kacchan replied smugly. If you want to play that way, Izuku scoffed, I still beat you in the exams. Shut up, loser, Kacchan shouted, shoving Izuku lightly. I thought I just said I beat you in the exams. Izuku teased, dancing out of the way of another light punch. Sounds like I'm not the loser here. You dang, Kacchan roared, but he had a smirk on his face as he chased Izuku around the station. Izuku didn't forget about his friends' insecurities. He'd definitely confront Kacchan later, but later is not now, so Izuku moved on. The next day, Izuku had shut the world out. His ears were unhearing of the noises around him, and his eyes were blind to the colors and shapes outside of his notebook. He usually got like this when he was deep into analysis. He couldn't help it. UAS students had the most interesting and versatile quirks Izuku had ever seen. It took everything in him not to race back into the locker room to grab his notebook during the quirk assessment test yesterday. As soon as he'd gotten home, he began writing as much as he could remember, and sitting in class today just jogged his memory and gave way to new ideas. Suddenly, a shadow was cast over his notebook, prompting him to look up into the red eyes of his friend who sat in front of him. Whose quirk are you writing about now, nerd? Kacchan asked, sitting backward in his chair to lean over Izuku's desk. It's not just their quirks, Kacchan. Izuku pouted, his feathers fluffing indignantly. Their personalities, their fighting styles, their thought processes, all of these factor into what makes them great heroes or heroes in training. The fights between heroes and villains are also in here, you know. Whatever, dweeb, Kacchan huffed. Your stupid stalker notebooks are going to get you in trouble one day. Someone's going to get scared, and you'll get talked to. Neither of them mentioned how often that happened in junior high. Anyway, what have you scrounged up about your friend's quirks? The ones you made yesterday, that is. Well, Izuku tapped his pen against his chin. I haven't seen them in a combative context, but I'm curious about a couple of other things. Like, for instance, what acts as the fuel for Ada's leg engines? If they overheat, does it damage or burn his legs? What about your Araka? What's her limit? Is it a concrete limit? Can it be pushed? Is it different if she floats herself? Okay, I get it, Kacchan blurted, interrupting Izuku's mutter storm. You can stop there. To answer your first inquiry about my quirk, Ida interrupted, seemingly unaware of how he could be perceived as rude. My engines are fueled by orange juice. For the second one, yes, it hurts quite a lot. However, it is much better than when I first started using my quirk. Izuku jolted in surprise, his head whipping up to look at Ida. Thank you. I can't express to you how much it means to me. I was answering your questions, Ida explained vaguely. It is trivial knowledge to me. Hey, kid, Hawk started as they sat on the floor, gulping down their water bottles. You have a danger sense type secondary quirk, right? You mean like your ability to telepathically control your feathers? Izuku asked as he pulled the bottle away from his face. I guess you can say that. Where is it from? Hawks pressed. From? Izuku frowned uncertainly. As in, where does the quirk manifest? Yeah, Hawks affirmed, grinning proudly. My secondary quirk's all mental, you know. I guess it also manifests in my feathers because that's the only thing I can control. But telepathy is generally a mental quirk. It has to do with my nose, Izuku answered, pointing to the referred part. Your nose, Hawks repeated confusedly. I thought hummingbirds couldn't smell anything. That's actually a myth, Izuku clarified, grinning at the opportunity to teach his mentor something new. He'd always liked teaching and helping others grow, even in trivial things like this. Hummingbirds use their sense of smell to sense if a predator is nearby. That's where the quirk comes from. Is it stronger or do you only smell others' presence? Hawks inquired, his eyes widening with intrigue. It's a bit stronger than that, Izuku chuckled, scratching the back of his head. It tells me the vague position of others around me, like the direction from me they're in, and the intent of those close to me. The intent part is like a spectrum. It ranges from pure or passive to evil or hostile. While this was an enlightening session, Hawks sighed, leaning back against the wall. You should be more careful, chickadee. What? Izuku exclaimed, straightening up and checking around himself for missing items. With what? Well, what if I'd been a villain? Hawks asked, gazing sharply into Izuku's own alert eyes. What if I was someone who intended to use this information to harm? I'd be able to smell that, Izuku mumbled. But you're right, Hawks. I'll be more careful now. It's not trivial. What if I was a villain? Izuku asked, the memory resurfacing in his mind. What if I was a traitor or something? I could use this knowledge to defeat you. Ah, Ito lowered his head as his face flushed. I did not consider such things. You truly are insightful, Midoriya. It's a good lesson to learn. Aizawa-sensei's voice cut in, silencing the classroom. Izuku swiveled his head to stare at the man. He looked somewhat surprised. Don't go chattering about how great or how awful your quirk is. Any information like that is a powerful tool in the hands of your enemies. Yes, sensei. The class chorused. Get in your seats. Class starts now, Aizawa-sensei ordered, sending Ito rushing to his chair along with a few other conversationalists. Kacchan turned to face the proper way in his seat as well. I expect that you all came prepared with your schedules. If not, be better prepared next time. Share with someone next to you or something. Now, Izuku noticed the other kids in his class kept glancing up at the clock, checking to see how many minutes there were until heroics. He couldn't judge them. He was guilty of the same thing. His hands wouldn't stay still, and he was this close to pacing around the room. That'd be rude to Ectoplasm-sensei, though, so he barely refrained. As if prompted by Izuku's increasing restlessness and impatience, the bell mercifully rang, and it was the most beautiful sound Izuku had ever heard. He ignored the amused snort from Kacchan in front of him. He didn't feel any relief or excitement. Shut up. Ectoplasm left with a reminder to do the work he assigned tonight. And the class immediately broke into excited whispers. Izuku himself was buzzing in his seat, his wings flapping as silently as they could to get rid of some energy. He hoped he wasn't bothering Yaoyorozu too much. Little did he know, focusing on the wings fluttering in front of her helped her concentrate on something that wasn't her excitement for foundational heroics. Izuku heard heavy footsteps from the stairs, and, from the now alert Gyros and Shoji's reactions, they did too. Kacchan turned around, probably to tease Izuku about being so excited he couldn't stay still, but froze when he saw Izuku listening carefully. Oi, Kacchan shouted, making Izuku flinch from the sudden noise, but he listened closer anyway. The teacher was just down the hall. Shut up, sensei's almost here. The room fell into a dead silence, everyone listening for the steps of their mystery teacher. Now everyone could hear the footsteps, and the room stayed so quiet you would hear the drop of a pin echo. Suddenly, the steps stopped right in front of the door. Izuku heard the teacher take in a huge breath before the door slammed open, and, before anyone could take a breath to shout excitedly, All Might announced, I am, coming through the door like a normal person. All Might. The class seemed to unanimously scream. Izuku immediately launched into excited murmuring, saying, All Might teaches here. It would explain why he was on the holographic disc we received if we passed. But wow, I thought maybe UA had just asked a favor of him. I wonder if he's our only heroics teacher or if we have more. Is that his Silver Age costume? Izuku was cut off by a heavy hand falling on his desk. Shut up, nerd, Kacchan warned, staring at Gyro and Shoji, who were staring at Izuku. Listen for once in your life. Izuku huffed, but he turned his attention to the front, where All Might was explaining his position. I will teach you the basics of hero training. Today, you will all be participating in. All Might pulled out a whiteboard from somewhere. As he flipped it over, he finished, combat training. The class started whispering among themselves, either gushing about how fun this will be or anxiously muttering how screwed they are. Izuku was in the middle, but Hawk's training should come into play here. However, it was likely that not everyone in class had experience, however small, with fighting. Along with your first heroics class, your costumes are ready. All Might cheered, pressing a button that caused cases to slide out of the wall. Put on your hero suits and meet me in ground beta. Everyone rushed to get their costumes, and Izuku was pretty sure some just seized the closest case. All he could hope for was that there were no mix-ups between guys and girls. Izuku, while distracted, didn't notice that he grabbed the wrong case number. He rushed to the locker rooms, scared of expulsion like the rest of the kids. He threw his case open and froze when he saw a dark cloak. He didn't have a cloak in his costume. Why is our costume green, Fumi? Izuku heard Dark Shadow ask. His head shot up to meet Takoyami's gaze, and Izuku burst into incredulous giggles. Again, Izuku chuckled, handing Takoyami the proper case and accepting his own. What a coincidence. Revelry in the dark, Takoyami muttered with amusement in his voice. Izuku didn't know what exactly that meant, but it didn't seem to have negative connotations, so he didn't invest more thought into it. Izuku opened the proper case and took out his costume, checking for all the different parts. Finding nothing missing, he took his case to a stall and looked in it more thoroughly. It was even better than what he'd had in mind. The first thing Izuku slid on was the thick green jumpsuit with white accents. It had several warming, cooling pads inside to regulate Izuku's body temperature since there was a chance he'd have to fly at high altitudes. The pads also served as protection. This was followed by a white cloth mask that had a filtration device and was linked to an oxygen tank. The oxygen was collected from the air around him and stored so that when he was in an environment with less oxygen than he needed, such as a supremely high altitude, he could still breathe. The oxygen tank was hidden in a sturdy but light box that was attached to the back of his costume. It was the same white as the accents on his costume and positioned in such a way that Izuku's wings could still fit comfortably through the holes in the back of his jumpsuit. Along with the base things, additional support items were added to Izuku's costume. He reached into his case for his goggles and earphones. They would protect his face while he was flying. And they were modeled the same way Hawk's were, except they were green and white instead of yellow and black. It was a small nod to his mentor. Izuku buckled a red utility belt around his waist which contained zip ties, a first aid kit, extra flight protection gear, a pocket notebook for quick observations, and a couple of water bottles. There were a couple of empty pockets for extra things as well. He pulled on steel-toed red sneakers which would aid in his dive kick and finally tugged bulky white gloves onto his hands to finish the look. Izuku looked at his costume and nodded approvingly. It fit perfectly and it fit every requirement he'd written on his sheet of paper. Izuku walked out of the stall, put his case in his locker, and left to go find Kacchan. He never waited for Izuku for long, and Izuku had been too busy admiring the parts of his costume to accommodate that. Izuku jogged up to the others, his wings flapping excitedly. "Kacchan," Izuku called, catching his friend's attention. "Boy, what took you so long?" Kacchan asked rudely, looking Izuku up and down. "Your costume doesn't look complicated." "I was appreciating it," Izuku defended. He looked down at his costume again and smiled brighter. "It's even better than what I asked for. Look, it's just like you-know-who's," he said as he gestured to his goggles and headphones. "Yeah, okay, nerd," Kacchan huffed. But when he turned around, Izuku saw solid stripes of red down his back that were spaced apart similar to how wings were, and he couldn't help but burst into giggles. "You are just as bad as me, Kacchan," Izuku claimed, poking him in the shoulder. "Don't even hide it." "Shut up, idiot," Kacchan barked, his face turning a bright red. "Aw, and you even used my gauntlet idea," Izuku cooed, teasing Kacchan a little more. "Do you like them?" "Shut up." "Yes, I do," Kacchan blurted, his face redder than a stop sign. "They're a bit bulky, though." Izuku hummed and grabbed one of them, turning it this way and that but being mindful of Kacchan's arms. "They are a bit big. You should get them streamlined when we get the chance." Kacchan, who'd been tolerating Izuku's prodding, yanked his arm down out of Izuku's loose grip. "Knock it off, Feathers. I'll keep it in mind." Just then, All Might appeared in front of the class and surveyed all of them. His smile widened approvingly as he said, "They say the clothes make the man, and you all look like pro heroes already." "Who says that?" Izuku couldn't help but mutter confusedly. Distantly, he heard Gyro cover up a snort with a cough. Kacchan leaned over and answered, "It's a Latin proverb." Izuku made an O shape with his mouth and nodded. He didn't even question how Kacchan knew that in the first place. He tuned back into All Might's speech to hear, "Time for combat training." Izuku really hoped he hadn't missed an important explanation. "All Might Sensei," Ada called, raising his hand straight above his head. When All Might gestured for him to continue, he said, "Are we going to participate in urban battles similar to the entrance exam?" "Close, but no." All Might shook his head. "We will conduct indoor battles instead." Izuku gaped. "Indoor battles? Close quarters?" Thus far, there have been no quirk restrictions. Little to no fighting experience in most of the students. Was All Might insane? They were going to accidentally severely injure each other. "You will fight each other in teams of 2, heroes versus villains," All Might explained. He shamelessly pulled a slip of paper from his back pocket and read it. Seemingly word for word, the villains will be defending a fake bomb. And it's the hero's job to either find the bomb or capture the villains. To win as the villains, the time must either run out or you must capture both heroes. To win as the heroes, you must capture the villains or tap the bomb. You have 5 minutes to prepare and 15 to fight. "Are we doing this all without training, Kiro?" Asui asked. Her voice, while flat, still conveyed disbelief and confusion. Izuku resonated with her at that moment. "This seems very American," Izuku muttered under his breath to Kacchan. Kacchan and Gyro both snickered. Izuku was glad that Gyro didn't find his quiet comments annoying at least. "The battles will be basic training. After all, the best way to learn is through experience," All Might answered without a hint of uncertainty. Izuku's eye twitched. Keigo didn't pull stuff like this when he was training Izuku and Kacchan. Izuku wanted to believe that it was because Hawks had trained them one-on-one or one-on-two, but he knew that wasn't the problem. "Any other questions?" "How will the teams be decided?" Ada asked. "Will we be expelled if we do poorly?" Iruraka worried. "Isn't my cape magnifique?" Aoyama turned in such a way that the incredibly shiny cape fluttered behind him, causing sparkles to appear around him. It was a pretty cool cape, honestly. "The teams will be decided by drawing lots," All Might explained, holding up a small box with several slips of paper in it. "No, you will not be expelled for subpar performance. And yes, young Aoyama, your cape is incredible." "Such a random way to pick teams," Ada cried, his voice showing all of his disappointment. "Are you sure that's how they'll be decided? Maybe it's because some pro-hero teams are made spontaneously," Izuku rationalized. We won't always get to pick our partners, nor will teams always be built on the best strategical matches. Ida's helmet blocked his full facial expression. But from what Izuku could see, Ida was staring at him with admiration. Such foresight. Sensei, please pardon my bluntness. All is well, young Ida. All Might assured him. If that is all, come up and draw your lots. Izuku looked at his slip and called, "Who's on Team G?" Yaoyorozu, who was standing right next to him, jolted and looked over at his slip. "That would be me." "Sorry," Izuku apologized, flushing with the unnecessary volume. Thankfully, instead of being the only one who used that tactic, everyone else was inspired by it and began calling their team letter. "Anyway, your quirk is making stuff, right? I don't know what you named it, but that's what I saw during the quirk test." "My quirk is creation," Yaoyorozu clarified. "I'm assuming that yours is your wings?" "Yes." "Yeah," Izuku affirmed, flapping his wings a little to show them off. "What are the limitations of your quirk, Yaoyorozu?" "I have to know that," she went to answer, but she was quickly cut off by All Might announcing, "It seems as though we have an odd number of students." All Might hummed, scanning the students consideringly. "Okay, everyone, play rock, paper, scissors with your teammate. Whoever wins must find a new person to go against. After 3 rounds, we should only have one person left to go twice." "Rock, paper, scissors," Yaoyorozu repeated, confused. "Janken," Izuku explained. "Rock, paper, scissors is the American name for it, but it's the same game." Yaoyorozu hummed understandingly and held up her hands to play. "Seisho Wagu, Janken Pon." Yaoyorozu won. Izuku nodded acceptingly and wandered over to Kacchan, who'd been the odd one out, to wait. "Who do you think will win?" he asked quietly. "I don't know," Kacchan shrugged. "I don't care either. I'll win no matter who I'm paired with." Izuku snorted and nudged Kacchan, but he didn't argue. He didn't doubt his friend at all. The winner was Anjiro, who had to be both on Sato's and Kacchan's teams. Izuku almost felt bad for him, but he wouldn't have minded going twice himself, so he didn't feel too much sympathy. The teams were as follows. Team A, Anjiro and Bakugo. Team B, Gyro and Asui. Team C, Uraraka and Koda. Team D, Ida and Kaminari. Team E, Aoyama and Ashido. Team F, Takoyami and Todoroki. Team G, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu. Team H, Kirishima and Siro. Team I, Ajiro and Sato. Team J, Hagakura and Shoji. Izuku waved goodbye to his friend and walked over to Yaoyorozu again. She looked like she was conflicted between relief that she didn't have to fight twice and embarrassment from losing. "What's wrong?" Izuku asked, frowning worriedly. "I lost," Yaoyorozu admitted, her cheeks heating up. "It's a silly thing, I know, but losing's never fun." Izuku agreed. "But hey, do you like watching fights and analyzing them?" "I enjoy analyzing battles, yes," Yaoyorozu nodded hesitantly. "Why, do you see the monitors over there?" Izuku asked, pointing at the large screens behind All Might. "Those probably show what's happening in the building we're going to fight in. Do you think it's more beneficial to fight when you're already tired or analyze active fights?" Yaoyorozu perked up a little. "Analyze them, see." Izuku grinned. "It's a good thing you lost. You never finished explaining your quirk, so the first match will be Team as the heroes and Team F as the villains," All Might announced. "Again, you will have 5 minutes to prepare and 15 minutes to battle it out. The rest of you can observe what's happening through the monitors over here." As Ajiro, Kacchan, Takoyami, and Todoroki left, the rest of the class gathered around the monitors. Izuku wormed his way to the front with Yaoyorozu following behind. He didn't want to miss his best friend's match. Izuku watched as Todoroki froze over the entire building, dark shadow lifting Takoyami off of the ground to keep him unfrozen. Izuku worried about Kacchan's explosion since his fuel was his sweat and Takoyami in general. It couldn't be healthy to remain in such a cold environment for 20 minutes. Izuku watched as the windows were frozen shut, but the room Takoyami was in had ice blocking most of the light from getting in. It was probably to strengthen his quirk. Kacchan started stretching when he saw the building get coated in ice, much to the confusion of his partner and everyone in the viewing room. Izuku took the liberty to explain. The fuel for his quirk comes from his sweat, so he can't just walk into a cold building and expect to make great explosions. Everyone nodded understandingly after that. And from Ajiro's now clear face, Kacchan explained it to him as well. Supposedly 5 minutes later, Izuku hadn't been counting. All Might leaned into the microphone and announced, "Your 15 minutes begins now." Kacchan rushed into the wall, launching an explosion that easily blew the doors open. Ajiro followed, shivering as he entered the iced-over building. Kacchan said something that Ajiro seemed to protest, but he eventually won the tailed boy over. Izuku watched Kacchan go upstairs while Ajiro double-checked the first floor. Todoroki, who was wandering the halls of the 3rd floor, 2 floors below the bomb, was just around the corner from Kacchan. Now, Kacchan isn't stealthy at all, so Todoroki knew he was on the 3rd floor with him as soon as he ascended the stairs. Suddenly, Kacchan was encased in ice, and Todoroki was in front of him. Kacchan exploded it easily and tried to stay in the air, but his hands were too cold. Izuku watched as he used small blasts to propel himself away from attacks, but he couldn't really fly to save himself. Todoroki looked slightly annoyed, like there was a particularly annoying fly bothering him. Izuku knew Kacchan wouldn't like that. Kacchan eventually got enough air so that he vaulted over Todoroki, and before the other could react, Kacchan kicked him down. Todoroki immediately had an ice pillar launch him up and away from Kacchan, who had pulled out his capture tape. Ajiro, meanwhile, had heard this scuffle and was racing up the stairs to provide assistance. Kacchan shouted something into his earpiece, and Ajiro bypassed the third floor, going all the way to the top. Todoroki was shivering at this point, so it was apparent to Izuku that both Kacchan and Todoroki were nearing their limits. Kacchan was shivering as well, but the fight was drawing a little bit of sweat from him. Todoroki was more careful with his strikes, only sending ice to capture Kacchan when there was an opening. Izuku switched his attention from that battle to Ajiro, who had just found the bomb room. The door was sealed shut, but Ajiro swung around and slammed it open with his tail, freeing it from its icy cage. Takoyami was standing in the middle of the room, and a rather large dark shadow was posed menacingly behind him. Ajiro looked tempted to shut the door and forfeit the match. In all fairness, Izuku thought dryly, Todoroki and Takoyami are an incredibly powerful team, and Takoyami looks pretty intimidating in the dark like that. Ajiro sucked up his courage and walked in, but he opened the door the furthest it could be first. It was probably to let the most light he could in. He readied himself into a fighting stance, and Izuku saw him lay eyes on the bomb. Dark shadow surged forward, but Ajiro used his tail to propel himself away from him and toward the bomb. Takoyami immediately noticed this and pointed at the bomb to direct his quirk. Ajiro tried to make a run for the bomb, but he was forced to dodge backward as Dark Shadow interfered again. Izuku watched closely as Ajiro started inching toward Takoyami, who was so focused on keeping Ajiro away from the bomb that he didn't notice. Eventually, Ajiro noticed that he was close enough to make a dash for Takoyami, so he disengaged from Dark Shadow and whipped out his capture tape. Dark Shadow hovered over the two, watching helplessly as the two fought, if you could even call it that. Takoyami clearly had no fighting experience and was far too reliant on his quirk. Dark Shadow couldn't find a safe opening to stop the fight if he didn't want to accidentally injure Takoyami. Ajiro quickly wrapped Takoyami in capture tape and stepped back, proud of his victory. Izuku scribbled all of his observations into his pocket notebook, muttering up a storm as he observed the fights. Todoroki was too reliant on his ice, and it was clear that wasn't the only part of his quirk. Kacchan needed to have a warmer costume for situations like the one he was in. Ajiro was smart, but he was weak to a quirk like Todoroki's. However, Kacchan had saved him from having to deal with an opponent like that. Takoyami relied too much on Dark Shadow and needed to improve his close combat skills. He also needed to become more aware of his opponent's intentions. Izuku snapped out of his note-taking when All Might announced, "Takoyami has been captured." Todoroki seemed to startle and tried to disengage Kacchan, but Izuku's friend persisted, keeping Todoroki stuck on the third floor. Ajiro tapped the bomb, signaling a win for the hero team. "Heroes win," All Might announced, causing Todoroki and Kacchan to stop fighting. Ajiro freed Takoyami from the capture tape and they walked out of the building together, talking amiably. Todoroki and Kacchan stopped fighting, both breathing heavily but neither was sweating much. Todoroki was shivering violently, and he placed his left hand over his right. The frost that was prominent over the right side of him thawed, and Todoroki sent steam into the air. He looked livid, so his other half is fire, Izuku noted, watching the steam rise and dissipate. Why didn't he use it when it was so clear that he needed to thaw himself? Kacchan looked annoyed at this development and stomped off, rubbing his arms to warm himself up. Izuku wrote down a suggestion for himself, thinking that he might need something to warm up people in too cold environments or people he was flying around. After all, the air at the height he often flew at was chilly, especially if it was nighttime. Izuku noticed that most people in the viewing room were shivering. He then noticed that his warming pads were the only reason he wasn't. Yaoyorozu and Hagakure especially seemed to be cold, hugging themselves and shivering violently. Izuku regretted not thinking about the blanket or coat to warm victims up sooner. "Why don't you make yourself a coat?" Izuku asked Yaoyorozu quietly. "I don't want to use up any of my lipids before my match," Yaoyorozu explained. Izuku stared at her, shocked. She was preserving her body fat. "That's why. It's fine," Izuku shouted to assure her. "It's just a coat, right?" Yaoyorozu hesitated, but then she pointed to the monitor that showed the hall where Kacchan and Todoroki had fought. Todoroki had his hand against the wall, and the building was thawing at a rapid pace. "It's not worth it. The room will warm up in a few minutes anyway." Izuku frowned worriedly, but he let go of the topic. Next time, he thought, I'll be prepared. "Who do you all think is the MVP?" All Might asked. Izuku watched Zero clarify what that was for Todoroki when the boy looked confused at the question. Yaoyorozu raised her hand along with Izuku and Ida. Young Yaoyorozu. I think Ojiro is the MVP here, Yaoyorozu answered, while Bakugo fought valiantly. He should have accommodated his weakness to cold, and Todoroki should have used the other half of his quirk to heat himself up. Takoyami relied far too much on his quirk. But Ojiro, aside from his weakness to long range, was clever and tricked Takoyami into believing he was aiming for the bomb. When Takoyami didn't notice that Ojiro was really aiming to capture, Ojiro took that opportunity and subdued his opponent. He was the one that secured the win. However, a lot of it was luck on his part because if Bakugo had not subdued Todoroki for the whole match, Ojiro would have been in a tough spot as he has no way to counter ice, forcing him to remain still. The room murmured in agreement, and Izuku sent Yaoyorozu an encouraging smile, causing her to smile softly back. You're really smart, Yaoyorozu, Izuku muttered, causing her to fluster slightly and wave away the compliment. You are. That was a good summary of the match. Thank you, Yaoyorozu replied politely. Izuku beamed at her and turned his eyes back to the front, where the number 1 hero waited patiently for everyone to quiet down. Thank you, young Yaoyorozu. The next match will be between Team E as the heroes and Team H as the villains. All Might announced. Aoyama, Ashido, Kirishima, and Zero all left the viewing room with equal parts nervous and excited smiles. Aoyama and Ashido stopped outside of the building and started talking quietly to each other, likely planning how to infiltrate the building and stop the villains. Meanwhile, Kirishima and Zero started laying traps down around the bomb. But Izuku noticed that the traps, while clever, also led to the bomb. They should have laid down some red herring pathways, Izuku commented quietly. He heard a hum of agreement from Yaoyorozu. Ashido is a good counter as well, Yaoyorozu added. Her acid is probably highly effective on Zero's tape. Izuku nodded. Yeah, it's a toss-up on this one. Your 15 minutes begin now. Aoyama and Ashido ran into the building, and a trap immediately got triggered. Izuku face-bombed. Ashido had tripped and face-planted into a web of tape that normally would have incapacitated someone, but she just melted through it. Aoyama had barely stopped in time to stay out of the trap. Ashido huffed and picked the tape off her arms and legs, melting the parts that wouldn't come off, and they continued with more caution than before. If Ashido didn't have an acid quirk, that would have been 5 minutes gone, Izuku remarked. Aoyama probably would have taken a while to free her. Aoyama pointed out that the traps probably led to the bomb, so instead of checking the rooms, they continued to follow the trail of tape. Meanwhile, Kirishima stood protectively in front of the bomb while Zero was hanging from the ceiling. Both lay in wait for the opposing team to arrive. Ashido and Aoyama eventually came to the end of the trail to see a closed door that had the bomb behind it. Aoyama burst it open with his naval laser, and Ashido sprang in, releasing acid to counter any potential attacks. Kirishima rushed forward, stumbling when Ashido easily danced around him. Unfortunately, Aoyama had been right behind her, so Kirishima crashed into him instead. Aoyama struggled to roll out from under him, but his armor was far too bulky and he couldn't move properly nor push Kirishima off of him. Kirishima took advantage of this and pulled out his capture tape, finally wrapping it around Aoyama. Aoyama has been captured, All Might announced. Kirishima dived for Ashido again, who was very close to the bomb, but she rolled out of the way once more. The way she moved reminded Izuku of dance and its fluidity. She hopped around the boys, slowly recovering the distance she'd lost. Every time Zero shot tape at her, it was dodged or melted, and Kirishima couldn't get close enough to do much either. Izuku watched as she did a backward cartwheel and tapped the bomb with the toe of her shoe, effectively ending the round. Heroes win, All Might announced again. Kirishima stopped his advances and deflated a little before running up to Ashido and congratulating her. Zero freed Aoyama and the 4 of them headed back together. Now, who was the MVP for this one? All Might asked as the teams returned to the monitor room. Izuku raised his hand. Midoriya. I think the MVP was Ashido this time, Izuku answered. She was quick on her feet and she made the most of the situation she was put in. Her teammate was captured, but she managed to dodge her way around the two and touch the bomb. I believe Zero also did well, Yaoyorozu piped up when Izuku seemingly finished. If it wasn't for Ashido's quirk, the traps would have worked. However, I do think that the traps led them to the bomb, and thus ended up as more than a hindrance than a help. Thank you for your observations, All Might said before either of them could continue to the other two. The next match is between Team C as the heroes and Team G as the villains. Izuku broke into an excited grin and bounced out of the room with Yaoyorozu beside him. Hiraraka also looked excited from what Izuku saw, but Koda just seemed really nervous. We've got this, Yaoyorozu. Izuku cheered, his wings buzzing as he pumped a fist into the air. I also hope we'll do well, Yaoyorozu agreed mildly. Don't just hope, Izuku said. Believe, we will do well. Yaoyorozu huffed amusedly and nodded. Don't get too confident, Uraraka teased, blowing a childish raspberry when Izuku turned to face her. Izuku grinned and retorted, right back at you. You have 5 minutes to plan. All Might reminded them over the speakers, and Izuku and Yaoyorozu raced inside. What floor should we put it on? Izuku asked as he grabbed the, admittedly rather large, bomb. Uraraka can float herself or Koda up to the higher floors, so maybe we could stick it in the middle, Yaoyorozu suggested, her confidence lacking. That way, no matter what approach they take, it will cost some time. Izuku nodded. That's a good plan. How are we going to counter Koda's quirk? It's good for reconnaissance and hard to combat. He can send rather small creatures to get information, and we have almost no way to stop it. Yaoyorozu also seemed stumped by this before she perked up and suggested, what if we stuffed things under the door and covered the windows? We'd have to do it in multiple rooms, and we'd probably have to split up so they'd have to make a decision about which is the bomb room, but that could work, Izuku grinned. You're a genius. You're only saying that, Yaoyorozu flushed. Izuku shook his head, but there wasn't enough time for him to argue that right now. Okay, can you make expanding foam? Expanding foam, Yaoyorozu echoed. I believe so. Okay, if you'd make a couple of cans of that and maybe some slabs of styrofoam, I think we can start preparing, Izuku said. We have 2 minutes, though, so we'll have to hurry. Yaoyorozu nodded, and as she made stuff, Izuku asked, who will be in the actual bomb room, though? Which of us is better at combat? Yaoyorozu countered, the cans of expanding foam coming out of her arm. I'm pretty good at it, but I don't know what training you've received. Izuku answered. I'm proficient with a bow staff, Yaoyorozu elaborated, and I can hold my own in hand to hand. I've been training in it for the year leading up to UA, Izuku added. It was with an experienced pro hero as well. We don't have enough time to spar to get an estimate of who's better, though. Yaoyorozu took a deep breath and thrust a can and several slabs of styrofoam into Izuku's arms. You can guard the bomb. Call me over the earpieces if and when they infiltrate. Izuku nodded seriously before cracking a smile. Will do. Yaoyorozu nodded and sprinted out of the room, and Izuku got to work. He sprayed the can of foam over the cracks in the door and in the frame of the windows. He quickly put the styrofoam in the frames as it expanded, effectively trapping himself in the room with the bomb. From what he could remember from the match between Tokoyami and Kacchan, the cameras had night vision, so he wasn't blocking any of the spectators' view by doing this. Izuku took a deep breath and let it out as All Might announced, Your 15 minutes starts now. He crossed over to where the bomb was and stood in front of it. He hardly breathed as he didn't want to give away how nervous he was. He wondered if Yaoyorozu was as nervous as he was. Have you finished preparing the bomb room? Izuku whispered into his earpiece. He was specifically misleading them in case something was outside of the door that could hear him. It's ready, Yaoyorozu answered breathlessly. She did run up the stairs and immediately prepare the room. After all, she's probably also half-starved. He'd have to pack some snacks for hungry civilians as well. To think that he got so many ideas for his costume that came from battle training. I think I heard a thud from the roof. I suspect Koda, but it could be Uraraka. If it's Koda, I'd be surprised, Izuku replied quietly. He could hear steps approaching through the stairwell. I am the perfect counter to Uraraka's quirk. However, I don't think Uraraka can float herself for very long. It could go either way. She didn't float herself for any of the tests yesterday, did she? Yaoyorozu gasps. It's probably Koda, then. Izuku went to answer when a bang sounded from Yaoyorozu's side. It's Koda, was all he got before Yaoyorozu's comm went quiet. Izuku heard footsteps, presumably Uraraka's, from the hall leading to the room. Wait, Izuku realized. I've heard that expanding foam is like concrete. Can she even break through the door? A bang echoed through the room, startling Izuku from his thoughts. The door hadn't budged. Suddenly, the steps retreated. Izuku had a feeling that that wouldn't be the end of Izuku's encounter with Uraraka. He was proven right when he heard a louder bang from the door. She'd probably gotten something to ram it open with. With an even louder bang, the door swung open, flooding the room with light. Izuku immediately sprung into action, ignoring the way the sudden light left spots in his eyes. Uraraka squeaked as she was thrown backward into the hall. Izuku had adjusted to light now and saw that she'd rammed the door open with a metal crate. He didn't have time to observe more than that when Uraraka lunged around him. Izuku quickly darted in front of her and whipped out his capture tape. Halt, hero, he cried. Hey, he was in character at least. Uraraka stifled a giggle and tried to tap him with all 5 fingers. Izuku snatched her wrist and tried to tie the capture tape around it, but she kneed him in the stomach, launching herself back and making Izuku let go. Izuku lunged forward this time, dipping under her outstretched hand, and tackled her. She tapped him with all 5 fingers, but Izuku held onto her in an almost hug-like hold, and she anchored him to the ground. Uraraka pushed him off of her with ease, causing him to float above her, only anchored by his grip on her arm. Uraraka started shaking her arm, much to Izuku's dismay and nausea, but he held firm. Let go. Uraraka growled with frustration, shaking her arm faster and pushing against his face. Izuku took advantage and caught her other wrist. Now they were at a stalemate as Izuku couldn't really stay on the ground and both of his hands were occupied, so he couldn't use tape, and Uraraka was stuck without her hands. She began to walk toward the bomb again to tap it with her foot, but Izuku flew backward, flying into the air and bringing Uraraka with him. Flying was a lot easier when he was weightless. He almost slammed into the ceiling, and now Uraraka was effectively stuck to the ceiling. Izuku realized that he could return his weight by forcing Uraraka's hands together faster than she could curl them into fists. So that's what he did. His wings started working overtime as he regained his weight, and he grinned victoriously. Uraraka kicked her legs futilely as she wasn't flexible enough to kick over her head. It rocked Izuku a bit, but he could stay in the air. He dropped his capture tape to maintain his grip better. He couldn't use it anyway. Suddenly, All Might announced, "KUDOS has been captured." Izuku sighed in relief. "Hey, are you coming down here?" "I'm on my way," Yaoyorozu assured him. "What's the situation?" "We're at a stalemate," Izuku answered. "A stalemate?" Yaoyorozu echoed, confused. "How?" "She is currently in the air strung by her arms. But it is taking both of my arms to keep her there," Izuku explained. Yaoyorozu seemed to chuckle over the earpiece and said, "I'll be there in a second." Izuku kept her there, Uraraka huffing as she once again failed to remove herself from his grip. "This is the end for you, hero." Izuku smirked as evilly as he could. "Say goodbye to this city. You're good at this villain thing," Uraraka said. "Thank you," Izuku chirped. "I mean, what an odd compliment from hero trash like you." Uraraka snorted. "Incredible." Just then, Yaoyorozu burst into the room to see Uraraka dangling from her wrists as Izuku kept them in the air. "Would you have let me go before the time ran out?" Uraraka asked. "Like, wouldn't your arms or your wings get tired from carrying me for so long?" "You'd think," Izuku huffed. "No, I trained with Kacchan to build my strength when it comes to carrying people. I can fly with him for about an hour and a half before my arms start to ache." "I take it she's much lighter than him." Yaoyorozu chuckled as she dipped to pick the capture tape up from the ground. "Yeah," Izuku affirmed. Uraraka sighed defeatedly as Yaoyorozu tied her legs with the capture tape. "Uraraka has been captured. The villain team wins," All Might announced. Yaoyorozu immediately unwrapped the tape and turned to go upstairs to free KUDOS. Izuku lowered them to the ground and Uraraka rubbed her shoulders, which were probably sore by now. "Do you want to wait for the other two?" Uraraka asked, looking pointedly at the stairs. Izuku made an affirmative noise and they walked to the stairwell together to wait. Yaoyorozu and KUDOS were quick to return to the pair, and they all walked out together. Izuku returned to hear All Might ask, "Who do you believe is the MVP this round?" Ida shot his hand into the air and answered, "I believe that Yaoyorozu was the MVP." Izuku grinned at her encouragingly. "You're amazing, Yaoyorozu." The girl in question ducked her head with a bright flush as Ida continued. She was a key player in the strategy that Midoriya and she came up with and prepared her room in a short amount of time, not allowing the opposing team to realize that her room was a decoy. She also managed to capture a member of the opposing team by herself. She had to assist Midoriya in capturing Uraraka once he had neutralized them both. She played every role near flawlessly. Izuku nudged her cheerfully, bouncing on the balls of his feet as Ida rambled about how well she'd done in the exercise. "It's all true, you know. You did just as well as me," Yaoyorozu countered, half-heartedly glaring at Izuku through her fingers. "You defended the bomb well and neutralized your opponent in a way that allowed you to restrain her until the time ran out." "Yeah, and you captured your opponent and helped me capture mine," Izuku shot back with a grin. "Except that you did well, partner." Yaoyorozu sighed as Ida's speech came to a close and conceded, "Okay. Next up is Team B as the heroes and Team D as the villains." Izuku reflected on the last two matches as he left the viewing room. The match between Team B and Team D resulted in a win for the villains. Ida had been left on his own from the start because Kaminari had immediately shorted out, something that Izuku would have to talk to him about later. Ida had, however, managed to outmaneuver both Gyro and Isui for the remaining 10 minutes. Isui had come close a few times, though. Izuku remembered how genuinely touched Ida had been when Yaoyorozu had proclaimed him as the MVP. He did really well, and Izuku knew he deserved it. The last match had been between Team J as the heroes and Team I as the villains. Izuku wondered how Ajiro had felt being on both sides of the conflict. Unfortunately, Team I had lost to Shoji and Hagakure, as they had no way to combat Hagakure's invisibility and stealth and Shoji's reconnaissance and strength. Sato had ultimately put up a good fight, but Shoji had managed to distract him from protecting the bomb so Hagakure could tap it. She had to shove it on its side to prove that she actually touched it, though. Shoji had been labeled the MVP for his strategic planning and essential strength. Now, Izuku was walking out of the locker rooms to go retrieve his backpack and leave with Kacchan. Speaking of, "Oi, nerd, Kacchan," Izuku greeted him, turning to face his friend. "How easy is it to slip out of your stupid costume, huh?" Kacchan huffed as he jogged up to Izuku. Those darn gauntlets were nightmares. Ah, Izuku hummed. Yeah, I wasn't admiring it this time, and it doesn't have too many parts. Whatever, nerd. Don't leave me behind again. Kacchan rolled his eyes, falling into step beside Izuku. Yeah, Izuku sighed teasingly. Come on, Mom's making spicy katsudon for dinner. Heck yeah, Kacchan cheered, a wide grin on his face. Most would call it scary or feral, but Izuku didn't see it. Auntie can actually cook, too. Auntie cooks great meals. What do you mean? Izuku defended all too quickly. He fought back a grimace as the memory of the taste of the Bakugo's katsudon rushed back to him. Don't even try to lie, Feathers, Kacchan cackled. You know the old hag can't cook to save her life. Izuku pressed his lips together and his wings fluffed a little, but he didn't outright argue against the claim. That's what I thought, Kacchan said smugly. Fine, Izuku conceded. You're terrible at lying. By the way, Kacchan commented after a beat of silence, all but shoving Izuku as he nudged him teasingly. I get it from my dad. Izuku grinned, giggling as he ran from the now foe-enraged blonde. You don't have one of those, you idiot. Calm down, Kacchan. No running in the halls. Ada shouted after them as he speed-walked their way, but they were in their own little world. Izuku could get used to this. I have an idea, Izuku stated, staring up at the school. Specifically, he was staring at the window of their classroom. Oh no, Kacchan gasped dramatically. You're so mean, Kacchan. Izuku huffed. Anyway, so you know how Ito was in the classroom, like 30 minutes before class starts yesterday. I wouldn't put it past him making that a habit. Kacchan nodded, his confusion still etched on his face. So, I was thinking. Izuku cut himself off with a burst of giggles. Kacchan looked vaguely terrified. He's a huge stickler for the rules. What if, hear me out, we entered the building through the window? Kacchan's horror faded into mischievous amusement, and he nodded readily. Well, what are we waiting for, loser? Izuku walked around Kacchan, sweeping his feet out from under him and securing him so he wouldn't fall. Ready? Just go, idiot. Kacchan barked impatiently, wrapping his arms around Izuku's neck. Izuku easily complied, lifting into the air. Wait, Izuku jolted, and he almost dropped Kacchan to the ground. He turned to see Kaminari grinning up at him sheepishly. Come back for me. Izuku snorted. Will do. You're the best, Mido. Kaminari grinned. Izuku did his best to ignore the nickname. He had only 3 people call him remotely nice nicknames. Feathers was a bit more neutral, though. I heard the press is in front of the gates for Maeyama, so a lot of the others will probably also ask. Thank you for the heads up, Izuku said gratefully, nodding seriously at the boy. Be back soon. Kacchan remained quiet as they ascended to the window of their classroom, watching carefully to double-check. There, got it, Izuku chirped, flying toward the window above his own desk. Can you open it? Suddenly, the window opened on its own. Kacchan and Izuku stared at it before realizing it was probably Nezu. Nezu was a lifesaver. Izuku dropped off Kacchan in the room. Ignoring Ida's indignant cries of such tomfoolery is unbecoming of a student of such a prestigious academy. How dare you offend Yue in such a manner? As he flew back down to Kaminari. Ready? Just to warn you, Ida's not happy, Izuku chuckled. Of course, dude. Kaminari agreed easily. I want to know what it's like to fly. Have you ever been on a plane? Izuku asked. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, Kaminari answered with an excited grin. Izuku kicked his legs out from under him and caught him in a bridal carry, ignoring the startled shriek from his new friend. This is nothing like that, Izuku replied and surged into the air, taking amusement from Kaminari's odd woe. Mido, you have got to do this again sometime for me, Kaminari said seriously, looking up at Izuku. This is even better than the amusement park. Nothing beats flying, Izuku hummed sagely. Get prepared for a lecture if Kacchan hasn't insulted Ida into a catatonic state yet. Kaminari laughed at the comment. Worth it. I'm glad you think so, Izuku smirked as he approached the window. Get ready to land. Kaminari nodded as Izuku flew into the classroom for a second time. Izuku gently set him down and plopped down in his seat. He noticed, however, that the window hadn't closed yet. Hey, did anyone see us and also want a ride? Izuku asked, staring at the still open window. Oh, Uraraka and Gyro texted the chat, Kaminari answered, staring at his phone. After another ding, he added, so does Kirishima. Izuku nodded and flew back down, meeting the trio outside the school. Is the press not your favorite? He teased as he landed in front of them. I just wanted to fly, Uraraka admitted, rubbing the back of her head. Yes, Gyro nodded. No, Midabro, I wanted to fly. It looks so manly, Kirishima replied. All right, I'll move Gyro to the classroom first, then, Izuku decided. Uraraka and Kirishima groaned as Gyro snorted. Okay, then. Izuku did the same thing he did to Kaminari, sweeping her legs out from under her before catching her in a princess carry. Listen, if he was giving free rides to people, he wanted to have fun too? Okay. Gyro shrieked at a similar pitch that Kaminari had reached, much to Izuku's amusement. Her arms were around Izuku's neck in a vice grip, and he was almost worried she was going to strangle him before they landed. Eventually, she settled down, relaxing and flushing at her own reaction. Hey, don't worry, Izuku assured the obviously embarrassed girl. It happens to the best of us. Don't tell him I told you. But Kacchan did that the first time I went flying with him. It was the funniest thing. Really? Gyro asked, looking up at him. Yeah, Izuku chuckled at the memory. We're here, by the way. Gyro sighed, and Izuku couldn't tell if it was relief or disappointment. Be prepared for a lecture from Ida. Gyro sighed again, this time clearly from disappointment, and nodded. Izuku set her down in front of his desk like he had for the other 2 passengers and flew back down to the other 2. You 2 ready? Yeah, Kirishima agreed as Uraraka answered, as I'll ever be. Kirishima, you'll go first, Izuku said, sweeping him up just like everyone before him. Be right back, Uraraka. Bye. Uraraka giggled as they took off again. So, what's all this about a group chat? Izuku asked the redhead. Is it a class-wide thing that I was just never informed of? No, man, Kirishima assured him. Well, it is for the whole class, but you and Bekubro were gone too fast for any of us to tell you about it. Izuku nodded. Got it. We're here. Kirishima pouted and nodded disappointedly as Izuku neared the window. Okay. Izuku dropped him off, noticing several more people in the room than before leaving for the last time to retrieve Uraraka. We've got to hurry, Izuku said in lieu of a greeting, unceremoniously scooping her up as well. We're going to be late if I take too long. Uraraka nodded and Izuku took off like a bullet. Uraraka squealed and giggled as the wind rushed past her face. This is a lot more fun than dangling by my arms, she commented. I sure hope so, Izuku scoffed lightheartedly, getting to the window in record time. He landed them both in the classroom just as the bell rang. Much to their relief, Izuku sat down, watching Uraraka scurry to her own seat, and sighed. The window closed behind them. That was a bit of a workout. Has Ida lectured you yet? He whispered to Kacchan. Not yet. He was waiting for you, idiot, Kacchan snickered. Izuku stifled a groan and turned to look at Ida, who was frowning disapprovingly at him. Now he was stifling a chuckle. Ida, Aizawa-sensei called in such a way that it seemed like he'd been calling the boy's name for a while. Izuku figured that as a tactic to spook the boy. It worked, Aizawa-sensei. My deepest apologies for not hearing you the first time. Ida cried, bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle. Calm down, the man huffed. Why were you staring at Midoriya, sensei? Ida began to explain in detail what Izuku had done. He denounced Izuku's disheveled appearance as well, gesturing to the still disheveled Izuku. His tie was just as bad as it had been on orientation day as well, which didn't help matters. Snitch, Kacchan snarled, but Izuku also heard a little amusement. It was mostly annoyance, though. Izuku shushed him and lightly kicked his chair. I don't recall there being a rule against what he did, Aizawa-sensei hummed when Ida had finished relaying the events of the morning. In fact, I'd even call his actions heroic. Heroic, Izuku echoed softly. Only Kacchan and the 2 people with hearing quirks heard him. Ida frowned thoughtfully and asked, how so? With genuine curiosity. Izuku's pretty sure he wasn't being intentionally mean. Aizawa-sensei took a deep breath. He carried a quarter of your class out of an uncomfortable situation that they couldn't otherwise avoid. Does that not sound heroic? Izuku was half sure Aizawa-sensei was teasing Ida in his own subtle way, but he could never be sure, and no one would ever believe him. Yes, I suppose it does sound rather noble, Ida muttered thoughtfully. I shall apologize after class. Aizawa-sensei sighed and turned back to the front after Ida sat down once more. We have something important to do today, he informed them, causing apprehension to spread through the room. The class waited in tense silence as Aizawa-sensei surveyed them. We're picking class presidents. A beat of shocked silence before pick me. Izuku covered his ears as the room filled with shouts and promises that they were the best and I could be a good president. He sometimes wished he could turn off his enhanced hearing. He saw this sentiment reflected in Jiru's face as she grimaced as well. Silence, Ida cried, standing upright. The room quieted, but only enough so that Ida could be heard. I suggest we do a vote. How will we know if people won't just vote for themselves? Zero asked, leaning back in his chair. It seems counterproductive if you ask me. That makes the elected much more worthy, Ida claimed. If someone is so strongly moved by a person's leadership that they sacrifice a vote for themselves, it is truly decided. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the room and it was settled. They'd vote on the class presidents. Yaoyorozu made a ballot box and put it up front as people took out index cards to write a name on. Before she'd even returned to her seat, people were getting up to submit their votes. Izuku scribbled Yaoyorozu on his card and slipped it into the box. Ida, once he saw that no one had any voting cards left, walked up to the front and counted the votes. Izuku could tell from the involuntary frown that none of them had his name on them. He felt a little bad, but he stood by his vote. He sighed and walked to the chalkboard, writing in perfectly neat handwriting the results of the ballot. It read, Midoriya, 7, Yaoyorozu, 3. Uraraka 1, Ashido 1, Shoji 1, Shiro 1, Sato 1, Hagakure 1, Aoyama 1, Asui 1, Ajiro 1. Hey, how do we know that he didn't rig them? Kaminari teased lightly. Can someone else count the votes? Ada, who would never do something like that in his life but conceded that it was a good point despite it being a joke, nodded. Takoyami rose, counted the slips, and affirmed that, yes, the count was accurate, and no, Ada didn't lie. It was then that Aizawa-sensei got up and summoned Izuku and Yaoyorozu up to the front, announcing them as the president and vice president respectively. I voted for you, you know, Izuku whispered to her. I'm glad you got the position. Yaoyorozu smiled back at him and replied, I voted for you as well. Speech, Kaminari demanded with a stupid grin. He started chanting with his friends, speech, 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 give them what they want so they'll shut up. Aizawa-sensei groaned, rubbing his temples. Isn't that rewarding bad behavior? Izuku's mouth snarked before Izuku's brain could abort. Oh, his wings fluffed, alarmed, and he flinched as if expecting a smack, which was usually what he got when he talked back. But Aizawa-sensei only huffed amusedly and said, just this once. Izuku turned and calmed the others down, oblivious to the concerned stare of his teacher. I'll look into that during my free period later, Shota swore to himself, watching as the boy quickly recovered from the bout of fear. But later is not now, so Shota moved on. Okay, I'll do a speech, Izuku shouted at the top of his lungs, which really wasn't loud at all, over the din, and the room quieted. Yaoyorozu huffed a laugh next to him and stared expectantly. I, Midoriya Izuku, will do my best to serve all of you to the best of my ability, Izuku started, his hand over his heart. That includes helping you through difficult subjects in school, internal struggles, and all other reasonable and responsible things that representatives do. Kacchan snorted. Izuku glared at him. Kaminari sniffled and wiped a non-existent tear out of his eye and said, that was so beautiful. Bravo. Izuku sighed as the class erupted into polite clapping. I'm going back to my desk. Yaoyorozu nodded and followed suit. Izuku had never been any good at impromptu speeches. I can't believe I was elected, Izuku muttered to himself as he walked to the cafeteria with Uraraka, Ida, and Kacchan. This makes no sense. What did I even do to earn this position? Are you saying that the judgment of almost half of the class is flawed? Nerd, Kacchan asked gruffly, his lips twitching as he tried to keep a smirk off of his face. Do you think you're better than us, huh? And no, Izuku cried, waving his hands frantically. No, calm down, Mido. Uraraka giggled, bouncing alongside him. He's just teasing. I know, Izuku groaned. I just didn't know if you knew. And I'd hate for anyone to think I was looking down on them, and— Shut up, Kacchan shouted. We get it. Izuku chuckled sheepishly as his hands twisted together, only to be forced apart by the blonde. Stop that, dingus. You'll hurt them. Izuku pouted at Kacchan, but the glare he received made him knock it off. Fine. Kacchan rolled his eyes and shoved past Izuku, effectively cutting him in line. Izuku supposed he deserved that. Ida did not. Back you go. It is highly disrespectful to your friend to cut in front of him, and I ask that you apologize and move back to your rightful spot immediately. This sort of behavior is childish and deplorable for a student of such a place as UA. Ada ranted, his arms swinging wildly with his conviction, forcing Izuku or Uraraka to duck as they swung over their heads. You still haven't apologized to the nerd yet, so I don't want to hear it, Kacchan retorted, snatching a tray from the pile. Ada gasped, scandalized at his own absent-mindedness, and bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle to say, My apologies, Midoriya. I should not have had such a petty and easily avoidable oversight. Please accept my apology for both forgetting to apologize and for overlooking your heroic actions this morning. It's fine, Ida, I swear, Izuku sputtered, waving his arms in front of him again. No hard feelings. Your heroic and forgiving nature persists even to those who have slighted you, Ida muttered, staring at Izuku in awe. He didn't know that he was the only one who perceived any of what had happened today as a slight. Izuku set his things down at the corner of the table, Kacchan quickly claiming the seat next to him. Uraraka sat across from him, and Ida sat diagonally from him. The way you talk, Uraraka wondered aloud, staring contemplatively at Ida. Ida, are you a rich kid? Ida jolted before staring widely at Uraraka. I was hoping that my manner of speech wasn't so obvious. It's obvious to everyone and their mothers. 4 eyes, Kacchan rolled his eyes. You were born with a silver spoon in your mouth. Kacchan, Izuku protested, nudging him slightly. Aside from the rude delivery, you didn't cover it up very well, Ida. I am the heir to the Idaitan agency, Ida admitted. A fond and admiring look took over his features as he continued. I am the younger brother of the current Ingenium, a hero name that has been passed down for generations. Wow, that's really cool, Izuku began to remark, but he was interrupted by the blaring of an alarm. Izuku's knee banged against the underside of the table as he startled. his eyes wider than dinner plates. "What is that?" Izuku cried, his hands going up to his ears to block out the noise. Through his hands, he heard an upperclassman answer, "It's a level 3 security breach. It means someone's broken into UA. This has never happened before in my 3 years of being here." Another upperclassman shouted, panicked. Izuku slowly removed his hands from his head, allowing unfiltered noise to attack him. Who was even here at UA? Izuku's wings buzzed as he launched into the air and toward the windows, easily soaring over the stampede. He pressed up against the seemingly empty air, as Izuku couldn't see glass, and saw that it was the press. Izuku sucked in a deep breath and shouted, "It's just the press," as loud as he could. Unfortunately, that wasn't very loud. However, Ada was loud, and Izuku knew where he was. He flew over to the broad-shouldered boy and tapped his shoulder to get his attention. "Midoriya," Ada exclaimed, looking up at the airborne boy. "What? I need your help," Izuku interrupted. "My voice isn't loud at all, but yours is. I need you to announce to everyone that it's just the press." "It's just the press," Ada exclaimed. "Of course, I will help you, Midoriya." Izuku nodded and circled behind the boy, correcting him when he tried to face him again. "It's better if I help you fly from the back." Izuku grunted as he took to the air again. Ada wasn't too heavy, but he was heavier than Kacchan, who was the heaviest person Izuku had carried up to now. He maneuvered them to be just above the exit and told Ada, "Go ahead." "Hey," Ada shouted, his voice echoing in the cafeteria, even with the alarms and the clamor. The speed and intensity at which his arms flew through the air rocked Izuku just a bit. "It is only the press, and there is no danger. It is unbecoming of US students to be so disorganized in the face of a crisis. Please, file through the doors in an orderly manner that is fitting of those enrolled in such a prestigious school." Izuku had almost dropped Ada when he'd started shouting, but that would ruin the whole plan and possibly break Ada's legs, neither of which Izuku wanted, so he held fast. As Ada's speech came to a close, Izuku lowered them to the ground, nodding thankfully at the parting crowd. "Thanks for the help, Ada," Izuku said gratefully. "Of course, Midoriya," Ada replied. "Hey, are you guys okay?" Uraraka asked, running up to them, winding through the still crowd. "Yeah." Izuku froze, stiffening as a faint smell hit his nose. "Danger." He whirled around, scanning the halls. But there were too many people. Where? Who? Why? It was just the press, wasn't it? "Mido." Uraraka's voice startled him out of his trance. "What's up?" There's someone here. Someone who's not supposed to be," Izuku answered distractedly. "I don't know where they are, though." Uraraka's eyes widened as well as Ada's. "I thought it was just the press." Ada hissed as quietly as he could. "I did too," Izuku replied urgently. And just like that, the danger was gone. "I guess it was. Maybe it was just a fluke." "A fluke?" Ada murmured. "What prompted you to believe there was an intruder anyway?" "I smelled something," Izuku answered, much to the confusion of his friends. "What?" Kacchan exclaimed as softly as he could. He must have broken through the crowd when Izuku was distracted. "You what?" "I thought it was just the press, idiot." "It is. Now, anyway," Izuku assured him. "It might have been a. If you say it was a fluke, I'll smack you," Kacchan growled. Izuku's eyes blew wide and he looked up at his friend. "The last time you said that we ended up almost getting kidnapped. So shut up about that. Whatever it was, you need to tell someone." "Oh okay," Izuku muttered. "Good. Now we left our lunches and they're getting cold. So come on," Kacchan huffed, taking Izuku's wrist and dragging him through the crowd. Kacchan," Izuku sputtered, stumbling after him. "Hey, it's the heroes of the school." Kaminari cheered as Izuku walked in. "You guys were so cool. You two were so manly," Kirishima declared, shedding tears for some reason. Wasn't much. I just noticed that it was only the press." Kacchan shot Izuku a glare. "Tell someone." "So I had Ida tell all of you. Why didn't you do it yourself?" Asui asked, genuine curiosity on her face. Suddenly, her eyes widened with a realization, and she assured him, "Sorry, Kiro. I've been told I'm too blunt at times." "No, it's a good question." Izuku comforted her, calming down at her nod. "My voice doesn't project well. I can't get very loud at all. Ada is, though, so I knew you would be able to hear him." Murmurs of realization rumbled through the room as Izuku walked to his seat and sat down. Who knew the second day of school could be so hectic? Izuku jolted to attention as he sensed Aizawa-sensei enter the room. Everyone else was wrapped up in their own conversations, unaware of the new presence. Aizawa-sensei cleared his throat, alerting the class. "We'll work on your situational awareness later. For now, we're going to comb through your other classes' syllabuses since you've been to every class you'll have this year at this point. Pull out present mics in." "Aizawa-sensei," Izuku muttered, his feet shuffling nervously. Do you, know how I can arrange an appointment or something with Mr. Principal Sensei?" "Nezu," Aizawa-sensei echoed, a small hint of confusion leaking through. "That was probably intentional. What do you need from him, and how soon do you need it?" Izuku stammered, wringing his hands together. "I think something was wrong. During the break-in, Someone who wasn't supposed to be here was in the building. A villain, Aizawa-sensei pressed. Maybe. They had malicious intent, Izuku answered with a squeak. If they hadn't intended harm, then Izuku wouldn't have been able to separate it from all of the other students. Aizawa-sensei, how can I tell Mr. Principal-sensei about this? Follow me, Aizawa-sensei ordered as he turned and walked out of the room. Izuku rushed to follow behind him, making sure he was a couple of paces behind the teacher. They took many twists and turns, winding their way through the maze that was UAS main building. Izuku lost track after a while of just going up and down stairs and turning through endless hallways. What felt like an hour of walking was actually maybe 5 minutes. We're here, Aizawa-sensei grunted, leading Izuku up to a plain yet important-looking wooden door. As the man raised his fist to knock, the door swung open, revealing Mr. Principal-sensei himself. Hello, Aizawa, Mr. Principal-sensei chirped. What brings you and Midoriya here? Kid has something to tell you, Aizawa-sensei answered shortly, looking vaguely annoyed for some reason. Well, more than usual anyway. Hello, Mr. Principal-sensei. Izuku greeted the principal. I am Midoriya Izuku. Hello, Midoriya, Mr. Principal-sensei replied, his voice a tad softer than it had been with Izuku's teacher. Please, call me Nezu-sensei. What did you have to tell me that was so important that Aizawa brought you himself? Well, Izuku stammered. He took a deep breath and answered, I sensed someone with malicious intent on campus. Someone who wasn't there before the break-in. Are you certain it wasn't a stray reporter? Nezu-sensei asked. Or perhaps an angry student? Izuku shook his head with conviction. No, Nezu-sensei. It was after the press had been herded out. They were a diversion, I believe. Even if it was an angry student, it appeared and disappeared so suddenly that it didn't make sense. The person I sensed, Nezu-sensei. I believe they're a villain. Nezu-sensei sat up and hummed thoughtfully. Well, we can look at the feed from earlier today to see if anything was caught on the cameras. Izuku nodded and waited patiently, his wings twitching anxiously as he started twisting his fingers to release some of the nervous energy. Aizawa-sensei slowly grew tenser and tenser as the silence stretched on. That didn't help Izuku's nerves. Well, I fear you may be right, Midoriya, Nezu-sensei commented almost neutrally. Izuku could feel the surprise and slight anxiety radiating off of him. This was a surprise. No one surprised Nezu-sensei. The cameras in the break room were all blacked out by an external source. It looks like a purple cloud. Izuku nodded, and his wings fluffed nervously. He was right. Are the students still going to the USJ tomorrow? Aizawa-sensei asked. I don't see why not, Nezu-sensei answered. The only person in the world who is smart enough to plan fast enough to attack tomorrow is dead. He died 6 years ago. Aizawa-sensei hummed noncommittally, but a slight eye twitch gave away his displeasure. Okay. Aizawa-sensei took Nezu-sensei's silence as a dismissal and led Izuku out of the office. Don't go spilling this to your friends now. Don't go sharing this around, understand? Izuku stiffened at the familiar wording, prompting his teacher to turn to face him curiously. Sorry, yeah, I won't tell. I've been told that before. Oh, Aizawa-sensei humored him, tilting his head to show he was listening. Can't tell, sensei, Izuku grinned hesitantly, testing the waters. He hadn't been hit during class earlier. Would this be different now that they were alone? Aizawa-sensei only huffed and walked in silence. He seemed to tolerate a little bit of snark as long as it wasn't outright disrespectful, which Izuku would never dream of being. Kacchan, on the other hand. Well, Kacchan demanded, getting up from his seat on the bench outside of UA. I told Nezu-sensei and Aizawa-sensei, Izuku assured him. There was someone here. Are they doing anything about it? Kacchan asked, his voice tinged with frustration. Not that they showed me, but I think Nezu-sensei will work on it, Izuku replied. It's fine. If we get attacked, I'm blaming the rat, Kacchan spat. Careless idiot. Hey, he's the smartest being in Japan. Izuku defended lightly. I wouldn't take his practice so lightly. Yeah, Kacchan sighed. Whatever, loser. I hope nothing bad. A hand clapped over Izuku's mouth before he could finish his sentence. Are you stupid? Izuku stared wide-eyed at his enraged friend. Do you know how badly you're jinxing us by even thinking that? Izuku smiled sheepishly once his face was free. Sorry, Kacchan. Well, now if we get attacked, it's on both you and the rat, Kacchan huffed. No, Izuku cried dramatically, drawing the O out. Oh, shut up, nerd, Kacchan groaned into the air. 2 days in and there's already been a break-in. That's UA, Izuku giggled. Though, I don't think it happens too often. Better not, Kacchan said. You'd think this school's security would be better. Did you see the gate? Izuku asked incredulously. I don't think anything would have protected well against that. Kacchan shrugged. Izuku huffed fondly. Well, at least the day was over now. Race you to the station. That's cheating, feathers. Izuku yawned as he stretched his arms and wings, his wings flapping a few times to warm up. He hadn't gotten a whole lot of sleep last night because he was so excited about his first UA field trip. Unfortunately, that restless excitement might have ruined his wakefulness during it. They'd been told to wear either their hero costumes or gym outfits, and Izuku's choice was obvious. He needed to know how to do things with his costume on, after all. Idiot, Kacchan grumbled as he ducked beneath Izuku's wing. You can't be at half energy for our first freaking field trip. Izuku hummed and sagged against his friend, taking a moment to briefly fade out of awareness. Kacchan huffed but didn't move Izuku. He didn't want Izuku to go at this half-heartedly any more than Izuku did. Hey, guys, a bubbly voice, Uraraka, greeted. Izuku opened his eyes when had he closed them, to see the brunette standing in front of them and bouncing on her toes. Are you excited? Yeah, Izuku affirmed, perking up a little at the mention of the cause of his exhaustion. I wonder where we're going, though. Who knew we'd have a field trip so early in the year? Kaminari added as he walked up to them as well. I bet this'll be really interesting. Izuku fully pushed himself off of Kacchan and nodded. I think we're going to do rescue stuff. Oh, Uraraka hummed. What makes you say that, Mido? Well, on our first day, excluding orientation, we did combat training. Yesterday, we participated in an obstacle course, which is what we were supposed to do on our first day according to Aizawa-sensei. It makes sense that we're being introduced to the very elements of being a hero early on. And we've already covered the most fundamental basics, Izuku answered. Unfortunately, his answer devolved into mumbling, which Kacchan, who'd endured the mutters the most, could barely decipher on a good day. But good assessment. But it's full of assumptions, Aizawa-sensei said, his sleeping bag in a roll under his arm as he emptied a jelly packet. Apparently, he was better at figuring out what Izuku was saying. For example, we could have been trying to build your strength and mobility so you could safely navigate a rescue situation. Or we could have been teaching you first aid to prepare you. However, your assumptions, in this case, were correct. Thank you, sensei. Izuku bowed gratefully and grinned at his teacher. I appreciate the criticism. Aizawa-sensei nodded and walked to the front of the gathering of students. Board the bus, everyone, and make sure you aren't forgetting anything important. If you are, you better run like your life depends on it to get back here in time to join the trip. No one moved, and, after an awkward for everyone else pause, Aizawa-sensei continued, get on the bus. Class reps, make sure no one's left behind. Izuku and Yaoyorozu nodded, taking a head count as everyone boarded. The lack of structure seemed to be killing Ida on the inside, though, with the way he was shaking with suppressed complaints and calls for order. I counted 20 including ourselves and sensei, Izuku said, getting an affirmative nod from Yaoyorozu before they both boarded the bus. Izuku plopped down in the seat next to Kacchan, shifting so his wings were comfortable. Chairs had always been the bane of his existence, and UAS bus seats were no exception. It's unfortunate that they didn't have backless accommodations. Oi, how long is the bus ride, sensei? Kacchan shouted as respectfully as he would physically allow himself to be. Around 20 minutes, Aizawa-sensei answered. Izuku figured that was a fine amount of time for a nap and promptly tried to fall asleep. Midoriya, Kiro, I have a question, Asui piped up, much to his quiet annoyance. He just wanted to sleep, but unfortunately, he was too nice to ignore her. He'd feel bad, and Asui didn't deserve that. She was a good person from his limited interactions and observations. Yes, Asui, Izuku prompted her, opening his eyes a fraction. She looked at him apologetically, but she continued regardless. Your quirk is very similar to Hawk's. Your costume also looks inspired by him. Yes, we both have wings, Izuku affirmed. He's always been an inspiration for me. Your quirk's really cool, man, Kaminari exclaimed. Being able to fly with so much control has got to be the best part. Yeah, it's super flashy too, Kirishima agreed. Not like mine. I just make myself a bit tougher. I think your quirk is super cool, Kirishima, Izuku retorted. It has so many practical uses for hero work. It's so versatile. Aw, you're just saying that, man, Kirishima chuckled self-deprecatingly. Unacceptable. If we're talking about flashy, though, Kaminari started, interrupting Izuku's train of thought. I guess I'd have to hand it to Bakugo and Todoroki. Those two are real powerhouses. The conversation continued like so, never giving Izuku a chance to sleep, but he found that he didn't mind too much. This was the friendliest conversation he'd been a part of since elementary school. Well, aside from his mom, Keigo, and Kacchan, that is. Oi, nerd, Kacchan shook Izuku's shoulder. Frustrated, a little pop jolted Izuku into awareness. Guess he did fall asleep after all. We're here, idiot. Izuku blinked and looked around groggily. So they were. Sorry. Get more sleep next time, Kacchan admonished. I don't know how you managed to sleep with those extras chatting. Izuku chuckled sheepishly and followed his friend off the bus. It's a talent. You have enhanced hearing, so that makes it even more unrealistic, Kacchan continued, not acknowledging Izuku's claim. Stop talking, Aizawa-sensei demanded, and all of the chatter ceased instantly. Today, we have another staff member helping lecture today. Be respectful to 13, he said as the class entered the large building. Gasps of awe rang through the crowd as they surveyed the impressively large building. 13, Uraraka squealed. She's one of the greatest rescue heroes ever. She's my inspiration. Isn't she so cool? Izuku agreed, breaking away from Kacchan to go fanboy with Uraraka. She's got one of the highest rescue counts in the business. She's in the top 10 rescue heroes. Even though her quirk is so volatile, she's still saving so many lives. They both fell silent as 13 approached the class and announced with a playful bow, "Welcome to the USJ. I designed the place myself. It's optimized to help you prepare for every rescue situation you'll encounter and then some." Universal Studios Japan. Izuku heard Kaminari joke. He barely restrained himself from giggling. Unforeseen simulation joined, Aizawa-sensei corrected, deadpan. Izuku felt that the name fit the building rather well as he looked around at all of the disaster zones. 13 looked over the crowd with a confused frown on her display. "Hey, where's All Might?" she whispered. Gyro, Shoji, and Izuku were probably the only ones who'd heard it. He had an appointment he had to attend, Aizawa-sensei explained, holding up 3 fingers between them. 13 nodded understandingly. Izuku's eyes widened as the realization kicked in. All Might was out of time for the day. "Before we really kick off, I have just one point to make," 13 stated, raising a finger. "Or 2, or 3, or 4, or 5. I have a lot of points to go over." Giggles rippled through the class. "Now, something very important to have with your quirks is control," 13 continued gravely. The mood turned somber instantly. "On the first day of school, you had battle training. This tested your use of quirks in a combative situation. However, not every situation you get into will your quirk be a valid solution or a..." Izuku tried to listen. He really did. But about halfway through her speech, Izuku's nose flooded with danger, and suddenly Izuku was covering his nose and whimpering. His wings fluffed uncomfortably as the invasive smell screamed at him, "Run, you're in danger." "Darn it, I knew this would happen," Kacchan growled, suddenly by his side. "Oi, sensei, what's that down there?" Kirishima asked, pointing to the plaza which coincidentally was the source of the danger. Izuku couldn't see it from his vantage point, though. Even if he could, Izuku's eyes were squeezed shut against the bitter smell of hostility. "Is that part of the exercise?" "Back up. Those are real villains," Aizawa-sensei shouted, startling everyone. Izuku got over the initial shock and huffed out a breath, opening his eyes again. He straightened and looked over the sea of villains. There were so many of them. There was a blue-haired man with a purple cloud man at the back, seemingly the leaders of the horde. There was also a large hulking creature towering over them as well. 13. Protect the students. Izuku watched as his teacher dove into the crowd of villains and a wordless shout tore out of his throat. "We have to go, Izuku," Kacchan said urgently, tugging Izuku away from the plaza. "You heard Hobo-sensei. He knows what he's doing." Izuku was too out of sorts to respond, but he was pulled reluctantly away from the plaza. He had to trust Aizawa-sensei. He had to trust that the teacher could take care of himself. Izuku followed Kacchan to the back of the crowd and gaped up at the large purple cloud man in their way. Izuku clenched Kacchan's wrist in his hand as the man spoke. "Greetings, children and 13. I am Kirigiri, and we are the League of Villains. It seems that All Might is not here, contrary to our intel. Where is he?" Izuku stared fearfully up at the towering figure. No one spoke a word, but 13 pushed her way to the front. She stood protectively in front of them, but the silence was broken by, "Well, if none of you will answer me, then I suppose we'll have to draw him out." 13 went to flip the cap on her costume when Kirishima jumped in, shouting, "Not if we can help it." Izuku felt Kacchan jerk beneath his death grip, but Izuku held firm. Izuku's grip didn't physically prevent Kacchan from moving because of just how large the gauntlets on his wrists were. But Kacchan could probably see or feel something, at least. "Ah, that was close," Kirigiri sighed disinterestedly, teleporting Kirishima off to who knows where. Kacchan narrowed his eyes at the villain, and Izuku let go of his wrist. "I've had enough of waiting. I will serve my purpose in our plan by spreading you out and torturing you to death." The villain expanded, no longer a solid shape, and enveloped the group. Portals swallowed people left and right, and Izuku watched with horror as Kacchan disappeared first. Izuku reacted fast, though, and, before he could get teleported too, he lunged forward and snagged Hagakure and Kaminari around their waists, pulling them up and out of their portals and into the sky. He'd definitely have to talk to Sensei and Hagakure about the latter's costume later, though. But later is not now, so Izuku focused on the danger that surrounded him and his friends. "Takoyami," Izuku shouted, catching the bird-like boy's attention. He, too, was falling into a void, but Dark Shadow caught him and lifted him into the sky, taking Ajiro as well. Izuku watched helplessly, struggling to stay airborne with 2 passengers, as his classmates were warped away by the endless clouds. As soon as they dissipated, Izuku dropped, panting as he rotated his arms and wings to relax the tension in them. "Sorry," he gasped, looking apologetically at Hagakure and Kaminari. What for? Kaminari asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. You totally save our hides there, man. Yeah, thanks, Prez. Hagakure agreed cheerfully. However, before Izuku could wonder about how the invisible girl had so much joyful energy during a villain attack, a suffocating chill settled over them. Kurogiri was still there with them, after all. It appears that I didn't catch everyone. Yuga choked down a surprised yelp as he went from standing to falling face first in a second. He flopped onto the ground gracelessly, a rarity really, with a clunk from his armor. He pried himself off of the ground to see a group of villains surrounding him. His eyes widened, but he knew he was safe. He had his immunity, right. As he rose and turned to run, Yuga heard a cry of surprise from behind him, and he recognized the voice as Isui's. If it had been anyone else, Yuga wouldn't have been sure, but the frog girl had a distinctive voice. He heard the sounds of a scuffle as well as grunts of surprise and pain from the villains. Yuga couldn't fight, though. That'd be a betrayal. They would hurt his family, his parents. He just couldn't. He had to run. For his parents. It wasn't because he was a coward. It wasn't. It couldn't be. His classmate was in trouble, and he was fleeing for his parents and not his cowardice. A startled croak had Yuga's head turning against his will, though. He watched in conflicted horror as a villain with a scorpion mutation-type quirk pinned her, pressing her into the scorching asphalt. He couldn't interfere. He couldn't. Yuga noticed the dryness of her skin, though. It was dehydrated. She was dehydrated. Kurogiri had gotten lucky with where he'd teleported Isui. The conflagration zone appeared to be her weakness. Yuga watched as the scorpion villain smirked, teasing her poison-tipped tail closer and closer to Isui's neck and laughing as the frog girl squirmed beneath her. He had to interfere. He had to. His classmate would die if he didn't. He knew this going in. He knew he might have to stand by willingly but helplessly as his classmates were murdered by villains. He knew. It didn't stop Yuga from racing forward with a wordless shout of distress. As he prepared his laser, it hurt so much. Why did he get this quirk? To blast the tail away, Isui spat some sort of liquid at the villain. The villain reared back, unintentionally dodging Yuga's laser, and scratched viciously at her face. It had gone blotchy and red, but that seemed to be the extent of the effect of whatever liquid Isui had spat aside from itching. Isui sprang to her feet, the backs of her wrists a bright red from the burning asphalt they'd been pressed against. Isui jumped and kicked the villain's head, knocking her out before turning to face Yuga. He couldn't run now. He doesn't know if he would have even if she hadn't known he was here. Isui's eyes suddenly widened, and an urgency entered her tone as she shouted, Ayama, duck. Yuga's reaction was too slow. He froze up, his limbs locking as he felt the wind from the oncoming blow. He squeezed his eyes shut, hoping that it wouldn't hurt too much, and he felt a gust of wind beside his ear, but he didn't feel any pain. He opened his eyes curiously to see Isui's tongue receding back into her mouth. She'd protected him, even when he'd failed to protect her. Had hesitated in an internal debate with himself about if he was willing to let her die for something that wasn't her fault at all. Yuga wasted no time dwelling on this, however. He'd learned his lesson. He turned with a raised arm, smacking the villain in the face and knocking him out. His armor was good for more than fashion and defense, after all. Metal was a valid weapon. It was stiflingly warm on the surface as well, leaving a burn on the villain's face. Thank you, Mon Ami, Yuga sighed, turning to face Isui. He saw her knocking another villain out, but she stumbled on the landing, coughing harshly. The lack of water in the environment and the excessively high temperature were getting to her. He ran over to her, stabilized her without letting the metal of the armor touch her, and offered, if you would, Isui, I can carry you out of here. You don't have enough strength to stay upright, much less fight our way out. Isui eyed him gratefully and nodded. Call me Tsu. Of course, Tsu, Yuga agreed easily, the personal and friendly name burning on his tongue. He didn't deserve this. Not after what he'd done. Not after what he was going to do if this didn't pan out the way they wanted it to. Still, Yuga kneeled to allow Isui to climb onto his back, using his cape to protect her from the too hot metal of his costume. He'd have to fix that soon. That or prevent it from getting to extreme temperatures. Yuga batted away a few more stray villains as they maneuvered through the uncomfortably hot environment. Thankfully, when Yuga had designed his costume, he'd asked for a cooling feature for himself because of the heightened temperature of his quirk. His stomach protested as he blasted a villain guarding the exit through the doors behind the criminal. He fought down a wave of nausea as he continued on. Tsu was relying on him. He couldn't fall to a small stomachache like this. Yuga ran out of the doors as quickly as he could, thankful that the signal blocker and the people controlling the outside gates weren't locking the inside doors too. Yuga makes a beeline for the shipwreck zone, averting his eyes from the scene of his teacher fighting for his life. Yuga's life, Tsu's life, his classmates. Suddenly, or maybe it had been the whole time, his stomach didn't only churn from quirk overuse. Yuga runs around the plaza, hiding where he can, as he makes his way to the large lake. It wasn't all that far of a walk, but he was trying not to draw attention to himself, so he took longer than he would have. He couldn't get caught. Not by him. He'd most certainly tell. As Yuga dropped to one knee to let Tsu down, the water went from slightly disturbed by the villains on the other side of the ship to turbulent, with a ship flying over Tsu's and his head. Yuga gaped at the hulking boat as it flew for a few more meters before landing not far away. Tsu worked her hands out of the death grip they'd had on the edges of his armor, and she lowered herself into the water, sighing when the relief of being rehydrated and cooled down hit her. Thankfully, the villains were all still in shock and several meters away. "Thank you, Aoyama." Tsu was cut off by a scream, so full of pain and shock that Yuga couldn't help but turn. He whirled around, crouching protectively in front of his vulnerable friend, to see the Namu, that abominable creature, grinding Sensei into the pavement. His arms were clearly broken, and Yuga thought he saw blood pooling around his head. What has he done? Katsuki didn't scream as he fell away from Izuku, but he came darn close, and it would have been out of frustration, not fear like some weak coward. The only person who could plan an attack so fast was dead as butt. It's clear that supposedly dead guy was either not dead or there was someone just as smart. You'd think the smartest creature in Japan would consider the idea that maybe the guy wasn't dead, or there was someone else who had a quick mind. Guess not. Arrogant rat. Katsuki shook himself out of his angry internal ranting and surveyed his surroundings. He was on some sort of mountain thing, which wasn't great considering that it's likely that this was to prepare his class for landslides. Landslides can be set off by large, loud noises or large concussive forces. He'd have to use his quirk sparingly. That's fine. He didn't need it anyway. He saw two of his classmates fall a bit further away from him. What had Izuku said their names were again? It was the one who could use sugar to buff himself up and the guy who could talk to animals. Koda, Bakugo. Sugar guy called urgently, scrambling to his feet. Katsuki looked around at all of the villains that were standing warily at a distance. They must not know his and his classmates' quirks. Calm down, idiot, Katsuki huffed, walking to Koda and Sugar guy. He would not admit that he didn't know his name. See how they're not attacking. They don't know our quirks or strength. We have a bit of time until those extras get impatient. Katsuki can almost hear Izuku in his head lecturing him about calling people extras. Darn nerd, he better be okay. Koda spoke up quietly, wincing when his voice came out. What do we do? Katsuki broke into a feral grin and answered, we engage first. Sugar guy nodded seriously while Koda shifted nervously. If animal guy wouldn't step up and fight, Katsuki would be happy to fight enough for the both of them. Sugar guy downed a pack of sugar and threw himself at the villains, startling them. Katsuki took a split second to appreciate Sugar Guy's initiative before he grinned and launched himself at the other side of the weird circle of enemies, shouting, "Die, you extras." Koda stood in the center, trembling when it looked like someone had broken through the pair. Katsuki knocked them out, left and right, careful to use force that wouldn't scar and wouldn't set a landslide on them. Katsuki watched as one of the extras on Sugar Guy's side broke through, launching himself at Koda with a malicious grin. Katsuki was preoccupied with a large villain, and he couldn't break away in time to intercept. Koda closed his eyes in fear and lashed out, punching the villain and knocking him out. Koda gaped at the prone figure before getting a determined look in his eyes as he joined the fray. It wasn't unlike the one Feathers got whenever he was set on something. The reminder of Izuku's uncertain status and how he wasn't with Katsuki spurred him on. In minutes, all of the villains were knocked out and groaning. Katsuki smirked as he turned to face the other two, but his smile fell as he heard the sound of electricity humming and crackling. Koda whirled around and froze at the sight as well. Some lowlife with a discount version of Pikachu's quirk had a threatening grip on their other classmate and an electrically charged hand dangerously close to Sugar Guy's head. I'd hate to hurt someone so unaware, but I need to kill you, the villain apologized insincerely. So, it's your choice. You or him, Katsuki growled as he watched the villain warily. Sugar Guy was still buffed up, but his eyes were almost completely white, and he didn't look all that aware of what was going on, much like the villain had pointed out. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed through the area, originating from the shipwreck zone. Katsuki took this opportunity to ask Koda, "Hey, Animal Whisperer, can you talk to bugs?" Koda nodded rapidly, but he continued, too scared. "Well, so is Sugar Guy up there, and I'm pretty sure it's our best shot of getting out alive." Katsuki scoffed, not in the mood to soften his words for the other boy. "Sato," Koda corrected near silently as he nodded firmly and crouched low to the ground to talk to the critters beneath. Katsuki remained silent, but he stepped slightly in front of the boy to shield him. "Hey, cut that out," the villain spat, waving his charged hand threateningly. "I'll do it. I swear to you, I will." Katsuki would have taken that opportunity, but it was a miracle that a landslide hadn't been prompted by the ginormous explosion before, and he didn't want all of them to die. Koda raised his hands above his head and stood up fully again. Katsuki hoped the boy had finished whispering his commands. Katsuki's palms crackled frustratedly. Izuku had better be okay, or Katsuki would send him 6 feet under for worrying him. That stupid feathered jerk would deserve it for attracting trouble wherever he went. Not that it was his fault. Whatever. His hopes were fulfilled as he watched a spider crawl up the man's pant leg. He held back a smirk. They'd be all right. The spider crawled up the man's shirt, and Katsuki could pinpoint the moment the man felt it on his neck. His face paled significantly, and his body lit up with electricity. Thankfully, having let go of Sato in his panic, Katsuki took the advantage and launched himself forward and into the man. The villain fell backward, still scratching at his neck in terror. A good hit to the head was enough to knock him out cold. Koda and Sato both stared at Katsuki, who rolled his eyes. What are we waiting for, idiots? The nerd's probably got himself in trouble, and that villain trash won't stay knocked out forever. That spurred them into gear, with Koda guiding Sato gently toward the exit. Katsuki kept watch for them, making sure another ambush like that wouldn't happen again. He refused to get taken by surprise like that. Another boom echoes through the facility as they make it to the plaza. Katsuki gapes at the hero's silhouette standing in a hole in the entrance. Katsuki realizes that something's different about him. All Might wasn't smiling. It appears that I didn't catch everyone, Kurogiri hissed, glaring at the remaining students. Izuku glared at the indifferent villain, standing protectively in front of his peers. Stay back. As if the protests of a child would stop me from following Shigaraki Tamura's orders. The villain huffed with emotionless exasperation. How he did that, Izuku didn't know, and now wasn't the time to ponder. Hagakure, Izuku whispered. I know you still have your phone with you. I heard it go off earlier. Kaminari and I will distract him. Takoyami and Ajiro will hold the door open for you. You need to run. Hagakure started, her gloves rising to flail in protest. I couldn't. I can't leave you all here. Yes, you can. You have to. We can't contact anyone outside, and you're the only one stealthy enough to slip away and who has a way to contact the school as soon as you get out of range, Izuku refuted. Stand back, students, 13 ordered, pausing their conversation as she popped the cap of her costume and directed her quirk at the misty villain. Izuku cried out in horror as her attack was caught in a portal and used against her. The back of her costume was destroyed, sucked into her destructive quirk. 13 let out a wordless shout of pain as she closed the cap. Not a moment later, 13 collapsed to the ground, her own quirk incapacitating her. Black hole is such an interesting and powerful quirk, Kurogiri hummed, and Izuku didn't like the way it seemed as if he was genuinely interested. Yet you are still a rescue hero. Your combat prowess is far less than a normal pro. Izuku took the self-inflicted distraction as an opportunity. He could worry about 13 later. Hagakure needed to escape. Go, Kaminari. With me, Ajiro, Takoyami. Open the doors. Hagakure, run. Immediately, like Izuku taking the lead was a natural and unquestionable thing. Everyone did as they were told. Izuku shot into the air, darting toward the purple mass. Kaminari snuck around the villain, preparing his quirk for when there was an opening. Izuku struck fast and hard, his feet landing on the brace and shoving the villain back as he sprung off of it, doing a backflip to land on his feet. Kurogiri cried out in surprise, and Izuku darted in again, rolling under a portal. Hagakure made a break for the doors, and Ajiro and Dark Shadow held them open, with the former huffing and sweating as he struggled to force them open. It is foolish to discuss your plans in front of the enemy, even if you have no other options, Kurogiri lectured condescendingly, and he turned toward Hagakure as she bolted for the exit. I cannot let you escape. Hagakure yelped as a portal opened in front of her, and she immediately stumbled to a stop. She darted to the left, skirting around the warp, but Kurogiri began to advance, expanding and circling around her. If the other teachers arrive, we will have more trouble. Izuku watched as Kaminari lunged forward, seizing the brace in his hands before discharging a non-lethal but high voltage. Got you. Hagakure, go. Hagakure nodded, or Izuku thinks she did, and she ran out the door, sprinting toward the main campus. Izuku hopes that her phone was charged so she could call someone. Kaminari looked down at the unconscious warp villain before turning his gaze to 13 with a worried jerk of his head. What do we do now? Tenya stifled a yelp as gravity's pull on him changed. No longer stable on his feet but instead falling through the air. He tried to see what was below him, but a surge of water enveloped him before he had the chance to prepare himself. Tenya thrashed instinctively, floundering in the unexpected environment. Suddenly, a memory surfaced in his head, startling him out of his shock. Tensei, what are we doing here? Tenya asked, looking confusedly at the pool. I can't go fast enough to run on water. Yeah, that is one of our greatest weaknesses, Tensei answered with a chuckle. I'm here to teach you how to swim so you won't be stranded when you inevitably face a situation like this. Tenya stared up at Tensei with awe and admiration. Brother is so smart. To look at yourself, identify your weaknesses, and work to cover them. You're so great, Tensei. I'm not as great as you say, Tensei snorted. You're way faster and smarter than I was at your age. You'll be a great step up from me when you become Ingenium. Tenya righted himself, calming his movements and treading lightly. He swam towards the surface, his lungs burning from the lack of oxygen. He needed to breathe. As his head broke the surface with a loud gasp, he saw Kirishima floundering nearby. He began to swim over, expert strokes cutting through the water. Tenya was about halfway to his classmate when a shark fin cut through the water toward Kirishima. There was no way for Tenya to get there in time, but he sped up regardless, fueled by adrenaline and terror for the red-haired boy. He wished he could use his quirk, but water was a complete counter for him. Did the villains know their quirks? It turns out that Tenya didn't need to fear so much, as Kirishima stuck a hardened arm in the jaws of the villain. Well, the terror was still warranted, and it was written all over Kirishima's face. Tenya was almost there, readying himself to launch a strong but quirkless kick at the adversary, when Kirishima scowled and punched the shark villain in the nose with a hardened fist. "Kirishima," Tenya called, getting the boy's attention. Tenya pointed to the ship, saying, "We need to board." Kirishima nodded firmly, and they both swam toward the boat. Tenya got there first, as he had lots of swimming experience. He floundered, seeing that there wasn't a ladder or anything to assist in boarding. Kirishima smiled assuringly at Tenya and scaled the boat with hardened fingers. He didn't puncture any holes in it, thankfully, but dents followed his path. It wasn't a long trip, and the boy was hanging from the railing in no time. "Come on," Kirishima shouted, still hanging from the railing. He held a hand out and looked at Tenya expectantly. Tenya didn't hesitate to take his classmate's offer, helping as much as he could. "Thank you, Kirishima," he said as he grabbed onto the railing himself. Kirishima grinned at Tenya and replied, "Of course, it'd be unmanly of me to leave you behind." Tenya nodded uncertainly and peeked over the side of the boat. The villains were surrounding it, but they weren't trying to board. "What are they doing?" "It seems that they are uncertain of something," Tenya answered, studying their expressions. "How are we going to get back to the entrance?" Kirishima asked with a slight waver in his voice. "We need a plan," Tenya said, looking around for any kind of clue. "Something to distract them or throw them off." "I could distract them. I have the ultimate defense," Kirishima suggested, hardening his arms and face to prove his point. "No, that won't work," Tenya hummed, unaware of how it could come off as rude. "Water displacement. That could work. But how? Water displace? Oh, I've got it, man," Kirishima declared, grinning victoriously. "We can knock them back with a huge wave." "How?" Tenya asked, entertaining the idea. "How powerful are your kicks, Ida?" "This is incredibly risky," Tenya pointed out, dangling from the railing by his fingers once more. "It's the best thing we've got, man," Kirishima said, a bit of hesitance in his voice. "I'd say it's worth the risk. Once the villains are out of the way, we make a break for it. I'll take up the rear." Tenya sighed and accepted that this was the best plan they had with the limited time they were given. "Are you ready?" "Heck yeah," Kirishima answered, grinning again. Tenya admired his light spirit in the face of danger. Tenya shook out the last drops of water in his engines and evaporated the rest as he warmed up, preparing to fire away. 3. Tenya tightened his grip on the railing. 2. Kirishima grabbed onto the railing as well. 1. Tenya's engines flared as he started his quirk up. Now, Tenya's legs swung down, his engines spitting out bright blue fire. This was the most power he'd ever put into his quirk. It might be the adrenaline or the fear or who knows. As his foot made contact with the water, a large boom erupted from the lake, startling the boys and the villains. A column of water shot up, taking the boat with it. Tenya squeezed his eyes shut against the spray and buried his nose in his bicep. Tenya is not ashamed to admit he screamed, gripping onto the railing like it was his last lifeline. For all he knew, it was. It would be almost irrational to not find something about this situation worth screaming about. The villains were thrown back in all directions, flailing and screaming as well. Tenya felt his body go up, and over the railing, and he prepared to hit the deck when two hardened arms circled around him and he felt Kirishima hold him protectively. Suddenly, a huge crash sounded, and Tenya went down with Kirishima, both of them getting thrown off the ship like dolls. Tenya had never felt so helpless, being thrown around by forces he had set in motion but couldn't control. He heard a grunt from his classmate as they hit the ground, with Tenya being clutched to Kirishima's torso as the latter's back was slammed into the ground. Tenya opened his eyes to see a pained look on Kirishima's face, and the wreckage of the ship behind them. Tenya shot up, rolling off of his classmate and jumping to his feet. "Are you all right, Kirishima?" he asked, holding a hand out to help him up. "Og," Kirishima groaned, but he sat up and accepted the assistance. "Yeah, my back's a bit scraped up now, though. I'm getting my costume updated after this." "Oh, it is commendable that your first instinct was to assure that I would take little damage from the fall." Tenya complimented him. "Thank you. Of course, bro," Kirishima chirped, perking up. "That was so manly. We blew up a ship." "Yes," Tenya agreed hesitantly. "We had little other choice. It was an eye-opening experience. We should go meet with the others now." Kirishima nodded, and the two of them made their way around the lake. Tenya could see the commotion in the plaza somewhat clearly now, and as Kirishima and Tenya got to the edge of the lake nearest the plaza, a pale-haired villain with weird hand decorations all over him lunged at their teacher. Tenya stifled a warning shout, confident in his teacher's, Uncle Sho's, ability to defend himself. He'd only startle his teacher and become a distraction. He was wrong too. Tenya slapped a hand over his mouth to muffle a shout as Sensei's arm began to decay in front of their eyes. And then the hulking monster in the middle of the plaza attacked. Ochako bit back a scream as she went from standing to falling in an instant. She slapped her arm, halting her descent and allowing her to survey her surroundings until she grew nauseous. She realized that the ground was beneath her head and she was upside down. She felt grateful that her quirk saved her from suffering a potentially lethal injury. A yelp to her left sounded just as she reoriented herself, and Ochako barely reached out to smack the source before the anonymous person hit the ground. She sighed in relief as she saw Gyro floating beside her, looking terrified. It was then that she realized that they were both dripping wet from the pouring rain that crashed down on them from the dome's ceiling. Ugh. Another cut-off yelp to her right wasn't enough warning for her to catch their third classmate. But thankfully Ashido could take care of her own landing. Ochako lowered Gyro and herself down to stand by their friend. Guys, Gyro's trembling voice interrupted Ochako's train of thought. There's a lot of villains. Ochako looked around and saw that, yes, that was a metric ton of villains. She involuntarily squeaked, which seemed to amuse the sick guys around them that thought attacking children was okay. Sorry, ladies, one of them purred, a mocking expression on his face. We've got orders to follow. Suddenly, the villains surged forward, laughter and mocking echoing through the zone. Ashido scowled and released a surge of acid right back, causing the villains to jump back. Those who got hit started clawing at wherever it landed, pain shouting escaping them. Anyone else? She growled, her hands curled into fists. Ochako took the distraction for what it was and ran forward, startling the villains. She tapped one and threw him like a rag doll into a building, releasing almost immediately. She didn't have to get height, unlike in the entrance exam. Gyro started releasing sound waves to knock the villains that Ashido and Ochako weren't already taking care of. Ochako grunted as a villain's quirk grazed her shoulder, leaving a gash behind. She quickly knocked them out, but she was getting hit quite a bit. It wasn't anything too bad, as she wasn't getting hit directly, but she'd have a few bumps and bruises. Ochako had just thrown another villain through a window when a large explosion echoed through the dome. Everyone froze, looking around for the source. Gyro recovered first and launched a huge sound wave, knocking the remaining villains out. Ochako ran back to the pair, trying not to aggravate her injuries. Ashido surveyed her, and she must have deemed Ochako okay for travel because she said, "Come on, guys, we've got to go." The others might not have been so lucky. Who knows what that explosion was? And ran off. Gyro and Ochako ran after her, and the latter admired her quick thinking and courage. Ashido was really cool. It took a bit of searching, and they got lost pretty often, but the trio managed to make it out of the downpour zone. Gyro threw the doors open irritatedly only to freeze in the doorway. What is it? Ashido asked warily, peeking over the girl's shoulder. Ochako watched as she froze too and stepped out of the dome to see a huge crater in the side of the USJ. She stared, shocked, at the hulking figure standing in the midst of the destruction. It was All Might, which would normally give her hope, and it did, but he wasn't smiling. Momo choked back an ungraceful yelp as she tumbled out of a portal. She saw a flash of ice to her left before she was tucking into a roll to save herself. She finished in a defensive crouch, surveying her surroundings as she manifested a staff. She was in the ruins zone of the USJ in the middle of the street, and she was surrounded by villains. She eyed the unstable buildings warily. She hoped Todoroki would be careful with his quirk. A strangled cry from behind her caught her attention before she could properly panic about the hordes of villains surrounding them. She whirled around to see Zero hanging onto a lamppost by a string of tape. Seeing that her classmate was all right, she turned to make sure Todoroki was okay. Her friend had formed an ice ramp to catch himself, she noticed. Thankfully, the boy looked fine, if not a little annoyed. Todoroki looked at the two of them and the villains before suddenly activating his quirk. Momo bit back another yelp as her footing was destabilized and she was raised on a platform. She slammed her staff into it to keep herself upright. "Hey, man," Zero protested from the lamp post. "Careful, you could have hurt our VP." Todoroki eyed him disdainful before turning back to the frozen villains. Zero huffed and lowered himself down carefully. Momo slid off of the platform she'd been raised on, suppressing a shiver at the chill. She needed a better costume, or at least to stop being in close proximity to Todoroki when he used his quirk. She quickly made a jacket for herself and slid it on. She refused to be unintentionally weakened by someone who was supposed to be on her side. These villains aren't doing this on a whim. Todoroki's voice startled Momo. They have a plan, a reason that they think they can take down All Might. Zero and Momo nodded, following their classmate's train of thought. "We should find out what that reason is," she finished. Todoroki nodded. Suddenly, a villain rushed at her friend from behind, and before Momo could lash out with her staff, Todoroki froze the criminal in place. Momo looked behind herself to see Zero binding a villain to the ice. She felt a little useless, admittedly. Isn't that Endeavor's brat? One of the villains asked fearfully. He's a monster. Another agreed. He took us all out so easily. Momo winced as murmurs of Todoroki's strength rippled through the crowd of villains. She could feel irritation rolling off of the boy in question too. He walked up to the villain who'd tried to attack him and froze the rest of his body too. He glared menacingly at the criminal before starting. At this rate, your cells will slowly begin to die. I'm training to be a hero, so I don't want to have to kill you, especially in such a tedious and painful manner. Momo sucked in a sharp breath, and she heard a gasp from Zero next to her. It was an unexpected approach. Why does this league of villains think they can defeat All Might? Todoroki demanded. He brought his right hand threateningly closer to the man's face, the only part of him that wasn't iced over. I don't know. The villain stammered, trying to squirm away from the threat. I don't know anything, I swear. I can't tell you anything. They didn't tell us stuff. Todoroki glared harder and brought the hand closer, and ice began creeping up the villain's chin. Why do they think they can defeat All Might? They have a super weapon. The villain cried, tears leaking from his eyes. Momo turned away from the blatant cruelty with a grimace. They have this big monster or something. Said it was made to kill All Might. Please, that's all I know, really. Todoroki melted the ice off of most of the villain before heading toward the exit. We should go inform Sensei, he said, and Momo and Zero stumbled after him. It was disconcerting how cold and ruthless their classmate had been. As they scrambled after him, a large explosion ripped through the facility. Momo gasped before speeding up into a run with Zero not far behind. Her classmates could be in trouble. Todoroki glided on an ice trail he was forming. Determination set into his features. Yaoyorozu formed roller skates under her shoes, though it left her soles a little torn, and caught up with him. Zero easily compensated by swinging from the more stable structures. When they finally got to the plaza, Momo couldn't hold back a scream. Zero looked sick to his stomach, and Todoroki looked more disgusted and scared than Momo had ever seen him, because a horrifying, hulking monster was pinning their teacher to the ground, and it looked like both of his arms were broken. Izuku kept an eye on Kaminari as he tried to figure out what to do about 13's injury. He had nothing material-wise to work with, as all of his classmates' quirks available to him didn't produce anything useful for this particular problem. Izuku pulled out the first aid kit that was in one of his pockets and started bandaging 13's wounds. It was a shoddy job, but it was all he could do. It might even save her life. Izuku had told Kaminari that if Kurogiri woke up, then he was to shock him again. They couldn't afford for the portal user to come back into commission. A groan came from the villain, and the glowing eyes flickered to wakefulness. Kaminari reacted immediately, sending a shock through the brace again. The lights flickered out again, and they had a bit more time. What do we do? Ajiro asked, panic evident in his trembling hands and shaky voice. Our teachers are either incapacitated or fighting. Hagakure's gone. Our classmates are scattered. What do we do? Izuku took a deep breath, trying to still his own trembling hands as he ties off the bandage. I don't know. We've taken one of the lead villains, but Sensei is still fighting. How can we take some of the pressure off of him? Suddenly, a column of water shot up from the shipwreck zone, taking all of their attention. Izuku watched in horror as the ship was hurled through the sky and 2 people were thrown off of it. He hoped that whoever they were, even if they were villains, ended up okay. Unfortunately, that moment of distraction was all the warp villain needed, and a startled and distressed cry from Kaminari brought all of their attention back. I'm so sorry, guys. Kaminari apologized, looking down at his hands with a betrayed expression. I'm so sorry. The explosion distracted me. And now he's gone. He got away. What if? Izuku ran over to him once he saw the tears welling in his classmates' eyes. It was a high-stress situation, and everyone was scared. It was normal to cry. Hey, it's okay. Izuku soothed him, taking his wrists and squeezing them comfortingly. It's all right. The villain might have disappeared, but that's fine. We were all distracted. You just happened to be the one guarding Kurogiri. It would have happened with any of us. A startled cry from Takoyami and Ajiro took their focus. Izuku's head shot up to see Aizawa-sensei with his arm in the other lead villain's grip. He watched in horror as the sleeve followed by the skin beneath started flaking off. Sensei, Izuku cried, and for once he was thankful that he wasn't capable of being loud. He would have drawn so much attention to them. Izuku watched as Kurogiri materialized next to the villain and muttered something. He couldn't hear much over all of the noise, but he thought he heard something like escaped and student. Sounds about right. The villain, who Izuku figured was Shigaraki, scratched furiously at his neck, growling angrily. Suddenly, he stopped and said something in a smoother, more malicious voice. The villains had quieted, seemingly waiting for something. So, you're the boss, right? Sensei asked, still fighting, even with an injury like that. Shigaraki started laughing at that, and Izuku felt a shiver go down his spine. No, Eraserhead. I'm not the real boss. Namu, attack. And then the hulking monstrosity that hadn't moved an inch since the villains had invaded did just that. Izuku stifled another distressed cry as Sensei's head was seized in a crushing grip, and he was thrown to the ground. When Sensei tried to fight back, his arms were seized in painful grips and twisted until they broke. Izuku didn't think he'd ever forget the sickening cracking sound they made. Heightened senses felt more like a curse than a blessing right now. Izuku watched in horror as his head was slammed into the ground, and the Namu lifted it up. Sensei's eyes didn't open again. Just then, Ida and Kirishima stumbled up the stairs, looking just as scared and sick as Izuku felt. They were also dripping wet, so Izuku figured that they were coming from the shipwreck zone. Izuku spots two more figures, who he quickly identified as Aoyama and Asui, working their way around the lake. He hoped they also got to the entrance safely. Izuku's hope died when he heard Shigaraki mutter about killing some kids to lure All Might out. Suddenly, the villain lunged toward Asui, his hands splayed out threateningly. Suddenly, all Izuku could see was Asui's face getting seized and flaking. She'd disintegrate and cover Aoyama in her blood, and it would be because he wasn't fast enough. Then there'd be an empty seat in the class, and maybe they'd make a shrine there, but the hero Asui would have made would be gone. Asui would die and whoever she'd become would never exist, and his body moved on its own. Izuku hadn't even realized he'd moved before he felt the villain's body give beneath his feet. He had probably even topped the speed he'd reached in class on orientation day. Izuku looked up to see Sensei staring in shock at him from the Namu's grasp. His eyes were red, and he'd been about to cancel the villain's quirk. Well, it was assuring to know that even if Izuku had failed, Asui would have been okay. Izuku's attention switched back to the enraged villain that was picking himself off the ground. Izuku's wings flapped furiously as he lifted himself into the air again, hovering above his classmates protectively. Izuku could move even faster if he was diving, which had probably been a factor in his speed earlier. "You brat," Shigaraki hissed, scratching at himself again. "How dare you get in my way?" "Run," Izuku barked, startling his classmates into fleeing, but not without a reluctant glance from Asui. "You shouldn't be able to move that fast," the villain grumbled, and Izuku thought he might draw blood with how violently he was scrabbling at his neck. "That's near Hawk's speed." Izuku refrained from informing him that speed might have won Izuku a couple of races with his mentor. He was also sure that he'd flown faster just now than he had in those playful games. However, in the races Izuku had won, Hawks had encountered multiple villains or civilians in need of a hero. "This rogue is unexpected," the villain muttered to himself, his scratching easing slightly. "An unexpected mini-boss. No matter, my Namu can easily catch him." "Namu," Izuku tensed, and he prepared to dart left as fast as he could. Then, he'd fly back and over the water. Hopefully, the Namu would be deterred by that, but something told him that he wouldn't be so lucky. "Catch the winged brat." Izuku moved, and he was just fast enough to avoid the attack. However, the following wind sent him out of control. As Izuku regained stability, he immediately darted for the water, hovering above it nervously. How high could it jump, he wondered. If Izuku flew high enough, then the villain might grow bored and pick another, less mobile target, or Kurogiri would force him down to earth. Izuku couldn't let that happen. If only he'd brought Hawk's feather with him. He knew now that he'd never leave without again. Bothering Hawks with a slight tickle every time he moved was an okay price for someone's well-being, even his own. Izuku barely reacted in time the second time, sprawling again when the Namu clipped his shoulder. He fought for control again, and he couldn't react in time to avoid the third attack. Izuku felt two hands wrap around his waist, fingers digging painfully into his stomach. He squeaked as he was forcefully brought to earth, holding his wings in a way that wouldn't get caught in the painfully tight hold. "Small mercies, Midoriya." Izuku barely heard a couple of voices cry, watching as he was captured. He scratched and clawed at the hands keeping him trapped, but nothing worked. Izuku noticed that in the rare instance in which he did cut through skin, the wound was gone just as fast. Regeneration. Did the Namu have more than one quirk? Impossible. "Kill him," Shigaraki commanded, and Izuku saw a grin under the hand covering his face. He suppressed a shudder. Izuku fought valiantly before he remembered the pressure point that most people had in their wrists, thankful for his unnatural grip strength. He squeezed both of the Namu's wrists, feeling the monster's grip loosen. He wrenched himself backward, stifling a yelp as the Namu darted forward to attack again. He didn't notice the trail of ice that was rushing toward the Namu nor the hurried footsteps of his friend rushing toward him. But he did hear the boom as the front wall of the USJ burst open. "All might," Izuku breathed, relief flooding his system despite the bruises he could feel he'd gained from the Namu's suffocating grip. "All is well," the hero stated. "Why?" "Because I am here." All Might wasn't smiling. "Get away from him, you idiot." Izuku's head snapped around to see Kacchan blasting toward him. Before Kacchan could reach him, though, Izuku was knocked back and the Namu was shoved back and into the water. And by knocked back, he means that he was launched toward the ruins zone on the opposite side of the USJ. His wings were snapped open and the air from the collision of the two superpowers filled them and dragged him away. Izuku felt helpless as he struggled to maintain balance and control and failed. Safety came in the form of an ice ramp cushioning his fall, allowing him to slide somewhat safely to the ground. "Thank you, Todoroki," Izuku muttered dazedly, his arms shaking as he struggled to his feet. "Dude, don't get up," Zero cried, running over to him. Izuku blinked up at him, freezing in place. "You were just crushed, man." "I'm fine," Izuku assured him, fully standing now that he knew it was just out of concern for his injuries. He stumbled a bit, but he regained his sense of balance quickly. "The Namu didn't break anything." "That isn't a very high standard," Yaoyorozu murmured, worry evident on her face. "You could still be injured." "I'll be fine," Izuku huffed, waving her off. He shook his wings out, sighing in relief when it didn't hurt them to do so. "We should get back to Sensei. All Might has this covered now, right?" They started slowly heading up the stairs. They couldn't move well with all of the wind from All Might and the Namu's fight. Todoroki and Zero had positioned themselves to block the majority of it, which Izuku appreciated. Apparently, when All Might had burst in, he'd put Sensei near 13, so they didn't have to retrieve the heavily injured man. "Sensei," Yaoyorozu cried, running over to the prone forms of her teachers. 13 still hadn't woken up, and Sensei was barely conscious. Izuku sighed in relief as Yaoyorozu began to make medical supplies for them. He hoped they'd be okay. He turned to watch the battle, careful to make sure that none of the wind caught on his wings. He knew from experience how unpleasant it was to get thrown around by turbulent gusts. Storms weren't fun when he needed to fly somewhere. Kacchan was just trying to stay on his feet by the shipwreck zone, grabbing onto anything he could to anchor himself. Izuku almost went down there to try and help, but he saw All Might suplex the Namu and that distracted him. Not the suplexing part, no, the portal that opened beneath the Namu to allow it to grab his injury. Izuku hardly heard the screams of his peers over how loud his heart was beating in his ears. The Namu pulled the hero down, much to Izuku's dismay. Izuku didn't want to know what happened if All Might was in the portal when it closed. Suddenly, a layer of ice locked the Namu in place while leaving All Might unharmed. Izuku sighed, relieved, as All Might twisted out of the monster's grip. Kacchan launched himself forward and pinned the mist villain, pinning him with an unspoken threat. Izuku rushed forward to join him, ready to protect if he had to. "You absolute dimwit, what are you doing down here?" Kacchan spat, both of them ignoring the irate mutterings of the lead villain. "You were safe, right?" "Yeah, well," Izuku shrugged. "The last thing I saw of you was you rushing a Namu to save me before I was tossed. I get worried sometimes." Kacchan huffed, but he didn't argue. Suddenly, the sound of cracking followed by a horrible ripping sound filled the air. Both boys stared in horror as the Namu tore itself out of the ice, leaving 3 of its limbs behind. From his classmates' expressions, Izuku could tell it was a unanimous feeling. "Namu, free our exit gate." Izuku couldn't scream as the Namu launched itself at them, but his body once again moved without permission. Izuku was about to stand in front of Kacchan when he felt a hand grab the back of his hero costume, and suddenly he was back by the entrance. Kacchan and Izuku gasped at the sudden movement. Izuku stumbled as he was set down, and he watched Kacchan also lose his balance. "Did you guys just dodge that?" Izuku turned to see an awestruck Kirishima with a shocked Todoroki behind him. "Ah, no," Izuku chuckled, wringing his hands together sheepishly. "All Might pulled us out of the way. What are you doing over here?" "I was looking for a way to help out," Kirishima admitted just as sheepishly. "You guys had most of your bases covered, though." So manly. Suddenly, a huge gust of wind nearly knocked them all over. Todoroki made an ice wall behind them to keep them grounded, and Kirishima hardened his legs to stay standing. Izuku watched in shock as All Might punched the Namu so fast he couldn't track the motion. Suddenly, with a cry of the school's motto, the Namu went soaring up and through the ceiling. "No," the lead villain growled. "No, that can't be it. That Namu was designed to kill you. Did Sensei lie? He's no weaker than before." Izuku eyed the steam billowing off of the hero and silently disagreed. "In my prime, that would have taken 5 hits. It took 300 to do so just now. Guess I've gotten rusty, huh?" All Might chuckled, staring challengingly at the other 2 villains. "Well, are you ready to fight me head on?" He was bluffing. Izuku stiffened, noticing the steam rolling off All Might in waves. He was bluffing. "Super strength does little against decay," Todoroki muttered. That was the tipping point as Shigaraki rushed at All Might, his fingers outstretched threateningly. Izuku rushed forward again, too fast for the average eye to see, and plowed into the villain once more. Izuku landed, standing defensively in front of All Might. He could have sworn he heard Kacchan shout, "You idiot," behind him, but Izuku couldn't focus on that right now. "You," Shigaraki growled as he stood. As he rushed Izuku, he declared, "I'll kill." Suddenly, gunshots rang through the building. The villain fell hard, clutching his hand. Izuku looked over to see Snipe and the other teachers standing in the entrance. "We're okay," Izuku cheered, grinning at the sight of backup. Tamura, I suggest we retreat, Kurogiri said, and, without further delay, the villains disappeared. Izuku, you reckless dingus, what were you? Whatever else Kacchan was going to say was cut off as a large concrete wall sprung from the ground, blocking him and All Might from the others. A frustrated scream echoed from the other side, and Izuku giggled at Kacchan's dramatics. When Izuku looked over to see a deflated All Might sagging against the wall, he understood. He went to fly over the wall, but it only got taller in response. Did you see anything? Cementos asked, startling Izuku. Where had he come from? See what? Izuku replied, feigning confusion. Is there something I should have seen? No, go meet your friends, Midoriya, the hero sighed, allowing Izuku to soar over the wall. When Izuku touched down, he was immediately enveloped in a bone-crushing hug that was uncomfortable on his bruised ribs. He hugged back, burying his face in his friend's shoulder. We almost died. Speak for yourself, Kacchan huffed, but Izuku felt the tension in his shoulders and heard the slight quiver in his voice. Keigo's going to kill us, Izuku chuckled, tears leaking from his eyes. Oh my gosh, we almost died, Kacchan. The hug tightened in response. They stayed like that for a long while. Neither of them mentioned the matching wet spots on the other's shoulder. None of their classmates did either. Izuku blearily opened his eyes to see an unfamiliar ceiling above him. He didn't have time to think about the where before two concerned red eyes were boring into him, scrutinizing his groggy state. Kacchan, you're finally up, you darn nerd, Kacchan sighed. But Izuku saw that he visibly relaxed. Took you long enough. Izuku sat up, reveling in the painlessness of the action. Hadn't the Namu bruised his ribs? Was this recovery girl's doing? How long was I out? Izuku asked, reaching for his phone to check for himself. 6 hours, Kacchan sighed. I've been waiting in this room for too dang long. I'm going to go get the old lady. And we're going to go make sure Auntie's okay after receiving the news. Izuku gaped at the answer to his question, his hand going slack and dropping the phone onto his lap. 6 hours. Are you deaf? Kacchan grumbled. You were so gosh darn tired because you didn't sleep that you had no energy. Honestly, you were pushing it in that last half, dweeb. Izuku shifted, his wings tucking in closer, and replied, sorry. Huh? Kacchan exclaimed. What for? You saved several people's lives today. Are you upset that they're okay? No. Izuku immediately blurted. Well, it was my choice to wait for you, Izuku, Kacchan growled. Don't hold a stupid pity party because I didn't ditch you. Izuku smiled at Kacchan, prompting an exasperated huff, and his friend left. Izuku quickly pulled out his phone and scrolled to Keigo's contact. He opened their private chat messages and texted the hero. Fellow bird bro, 6:32 p.m. Hey, do you think we can meet up to talk about the villain attack? Fellow bird bro, off, chickadee. How about tomorrow? I've got a day off. Wrangled it from the HC. Hey, okay, see you tomorrow at 4. Izuku closed the chat with a sigh. He was still really tired from Recovery Girl's quirk. He was glad that his mentor hadn't asked for them to meet today. He's not sure he had the energy to cope with a concerned Keigo. Izuku ran his finger down the shaft of Keigo's feather and back up again, quietly and softly fidgeting with it without hurting it. Kacchan must have brought him the feather that Izuku kept in a shoebox under his bed when it wasn't on him. That shoebox wouldn't be used for a long while. Izuku was far too paranoid that something else would happen to hide away his line of communication with the number 3 hero and his mentor. Keigo said that the distraction wasn't too bad when Izuku fiddled with it, so Izuku would continue to keep it on his person and guiltily fiddle with it when he had nothing better he could do with his hands. Mido, Uraraka's voice startled Izuku out of his thoughts. So he quickly shoved the feather out of sight and looked up to see, wow, that's a lot of his classmates. Izuku counted them all, barely able to wrap his head around the fact that over half of his class had come to visit. You guys, Izuku's voice was choked up as tears rolled down his face, unbidden. You, what, did you think we wouldn't come? Kaminari snorted as he leaned against the left side of Izuku's bed. Dude, you were awesome. You were so manly, Kirishima said as he clenched a fist and a tear rolled down his cheek from the sheer manliness his class president exuded. Your wings of light shielded the rest of us from the unwelcome darkness, both physically and mentally. Takoyami nodded, and Izuku's pretty sure he was getting better at deciphering what his friend means when he says things like that. Yeah, you beat up that hand villain like boom, pow, kablam, and the villains were like oh no. Dark Shadow pitched in. Yes, it was frightening and exhilarating all at once. Yaoyorozu agreed. Your bravery and boldness really stood out today, Midoriya. Your exemplary showing at the USJ was just as expected of a class president. Ida grinned. His friend looked so proud of Izuku that he almost burst into happy tears again. Beyond, even, since we were never supposed to be shown that side of heroics so early. You are outstanding, Midoriya. Yeah, Mido. Uraraka cheered, swinging her fist into the air. You really set the tone for the year, huh? The way you organized all of us so Hagakure could escape, Ajiro continued. That was amazing. It's like you were unfazed by the fact that villains were attacking. Yeah, that was cool. Kaminari agreed, and Izuku spread his wings just a little to see Takoyami nodding along. A beacon of light in the panic shrouded in darkness, Takoyami hummed. I didn't get to see what happened, Hagakure admitted, and Izuku turned to face her properly. But I know that it was probably really scary for all of you. I'm sorry I wasn't there, but when you made a plan just so I could escape, that was awesome. You've amazed all of us, Midoriya, Gyro said. Just accept that we're probably not going to let this go for a while. I'm glad you're our class president. Izuku burst into tears again, curling into himself as his friends comforted him. I wasn't all that, right? Izuku asked, hiding his face in his hands as his wings drew around him like a curtain as he flushed from the positive attention and compliments. Surely any of you would do the same. Not everyone could do the same, Kiro, Asui pointed out. Not all of us could rush halfway across the USJ to save someone's life in time. But you did. Monami, you really are magnifique, Aoyama added. I was standing next to Tsu, yet even I was not fast enough to save her. Don't work yourself up over it, Aoyama, Asui assured him. You already saved me in the conflagration zone, Kiro. Izuku must have imagined Aoyama's breath hitching because he couldn't imagine why it would hitch there. He'd look into it later, but later is not now, so Izuku moved on. Maybe he shouldn't have. The next day, Izuku checked the time as he and Kacchan approached the warehouse. 6:30 in the evening. It was later than he thought it'd be. What had held them up for so long? Oh, wait. That's right, Kacchan and Izuku had helped a woman across the street. She'd been using crutches, but she still had groceries in her hands. It was slow going, naturally. Anyway, Izuku felt unnaturally nervous. He was almost never nervous, at least not like this, when he came here. The USJ was just such a raw and new topic and unlike anything Izuku had ever experienced before. Being crushed by the Namu made his reaction to his mother's hug a bit embarrassing. He felt awful for having to restrain himself from lashing out at the tight hug. But when he'd felt the pressure against his ribs, all he could see were those dead eyes and unnaturally large hands, and he swore he could hear Shigaraki laughing at him in the background of his own mind. Izuku shook his head to clear it from that train of thought. He shouldn't go down that rabbit hole and worry about how he'll react to hugs for the foreseeable future again. It didn't end well, typically. Izuku, Kacchan called, and Izuku's head snapped up to meet his friend's eyes. Are you sure you want to do this now, nerd? Feathers will get it. Izuku sighed, his shoulders forcibly relaxing. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just a little nervous, that's all. Kacchan stared at Izuku contemplatively. But he was interrupted in his thoughts by the warehouse doors swinging open. That was quickly followed by a strong arm wrapping around each of them and pulling them into a fierce hug. Thankfully, the arm was around Izuku's shoulders and not his ribs. Just as quickly as it was there, though, it was gone. Izuku blinked and saw Keigo standing in the doorway. He looked embarrassed. Izuku had never seen Keigo look embarrassed before. The hero was usually shameless and kind of a sarcastic jerk. What, you ashamed of being worried about us or something? Kacchan huffed, narrowing his eyes at the sheepish hero. Keigo didn't look ashamed, though. He looked confused and conflicted and maybe a little surprised. Brother Bird, Izuku squeaked just above a whisper. And that seemed to be the deciding factor in whatever decision the hero was trying to make as he surged forward and hugged them again. His embarrassment and confusion weren't enough to stop his worries, it seemed. Izuku felt something soft wrap around him and realized that it wasn't only Keigo's arms that were around them. Izuku hugged him back just as tightly as the hero held them. Izuku snorted as he heard Kacchan grumble about clingy, feathered losers who won't leave him alone. All three of them knew he didn't mean that. Do you want us to make every news station in the country, or can we go inside? Kacchan demanded roughly. Izuku chuckled and pulled back, his heart tugging painfully when he heard Keigo's soft, disappointed chirp. When the doors closed behind them, Keigo once again seized them in a hug, albeit a bit gentler than the last. Do you know how worried I was, fledglings? Izuku tightened his own hug around his mentor in response. I saw on the news that you guys were attacked. Why didn't you break your feathers? We assumed we'd be safe at UA. But no, Kacchan growled, tolerating his mentor's need for physical assurance that they were both okay. Goodness knows Kacchan and he were no better after Izuku had been discharged. That stupid rat decided that he was going to dismiss Izuku's concerns and send us on a field trip anyway. Arrogant fool. It wasn't that bad, Kacchan. Izuku withered a little under his friend's harsh glare. And he elaborated, and not the attack, of course, but Nezu-sensei's reaction. He said that the only guy who could plan an attack so fast is dead, so he had no way of knowing, really. Huh? You really believe that? Kacchan demanded. Keigo remained silent, but Izuku could feel him tensing. There are several possible reasons for the attack being so soon after the break-in. Idiot. That guy could be alive. Another strategic villain could be out there. They could have been planning this for months and more. He was short-sighted, and it put his charges in danger. This is on him, Izuku. Izuku mulled Kacchan's harsh, but ultimately true words. Of course, the only fault should fall on the villains who attacked them, but they'd had warning that someone had certainly broken in with evil intentions from Izuku. They weren't acting on speculation but instead witness testimony. This could have potentially been prevented if Nezu-sensei had only shifted things around slightly. It wouldn't have had to be by much, just a little swapping of lessons and days, to be effective either. I admit that there are some things to fault Nezu-sensei for, Izuku conceded, but everything turned out okay, thankfully. Hopefully, he won't underestimate the league again, and there won't be a repeat of this. I'll have a few choice words to say to UAS principal if there is, Keigo claimed, much to Izuku's alarm. Izuku went to pull back and stare incredulously at his mentor. But the arm around his shoulders tightened and the wings blanketing both Kacchan and Izuku pressed firmly against his back, so he relented. So, tell me how much I want to beat up the idiots who attacked you, Keigo said conversationally, surprising Izuku. What does that mean? Izuku asked, peeking up from the hero's shoulder to look at him. He wants to know about the attack, idiot, Kacchan huffed. Let's go to the stupid lounge room, though. It's a long story. It took them a little bit to get situated in a comfortable way on the seats. But when they did settle themselves, Izuku and Keigo were sharing a beanbag, the latter with a wing wrapped around the former and Kacchan sitting backward on a chair, leaning against the back of it. He was close enough to touch if either of the other two needed it. All right, start from the top, Keigo ordered lightly. If you're comfortable, that is. I won't ever force you to do something. It started in the middle of 13 Sensei's lecture. Kacchan began after a few seconds of contemplation. The nerd suddenly started covering his nose and whining, so something was clearly up. Not even a second later, some stupid portal opened up in front of the fountain in the plaza. Yeah, I, smelled danger. A lot of it. It usually isn't so overwhelming, but I'm not exaggerating when I say there were hundreds of villains in the facility, Izuku elaborated, fighting a wince at Keigo's concerned frown. The guy who made the portal, Kurogiri, teleported up to us and asked where All Might was. He didn't even show up for class. Doesn't take his new side job seriously. Kacchan rolled his eyes. Izuku hummed in disagreement before continuing. Anyway, when he realized that none of us had an explanation for why he wasn't there, he sent out portals and teleported a lot of us away after saying he'd kill us all. Keigo's frown deepened, and his hand twitched. Izuku nudged him to reassure him that they were all right now. I was taken to the mountain zone with Koda and Sato, Kacchan carried on, and now both Keigo and Izuku were learning of what happened. We beat up some villains, and when we thought all of them are conked out, some knockoff Pikachu guy showed up to take Sato hostage. Izuku couldn't suppress a gasp. Considering the drawbacks of his quirk, he'd be the perfect victim, too. Sato had likely been unaware of what was going on around him when it happened. Something caused a huge explosion. And I told Koda to call up some bugs to freak him out under the cover of the noise, but the idiot told us to stop talking, Kacchan huffs. However, it had been too late when he said that, and he freaked out when the bug crawled on him. I used the opportunity to take him out, and we all left the zone. This is when you saw me, Izuku said. Kacchan nodded his affirmation. And Izuku pressed on my side. While the portals were taking people, I grabbed Hagakure and Kaminari and flew above them, and Takoyami nabbed Ojiro and did the same. That's what you meant by most of, Kacchan muttered, but Izuku ignored him. When Kurogiri stopped teleporting everyone away, he saw that we were still here, and I made a plan for Hagakure to escape. Before we could act on it, though, 13 Sensei unleashed her quirk on him, Izuku continued. Kurogiri used a portal to turn her quirk against her, and she collapsed. Ojiro, Kaminari, and I started attacking Kurogiri to distract him while Hagakure got away with the help of Takoyami and Dark Shadow. Why didn't you run? Kacchan asked, frowning confusedly at Izuku. You're a heck of a lot faster than Invisible Girl. Izuku considered this. Why didn't he run? I don't know if Hagakure, Kaminari, and Ojiro could have distracted Kurogiri long enough, Izuku answered. Also, Hagakure had her phone, so no matter how fast I flew, she'd probably get outside of the signal blocker's radius before I could reach the school. I was also acting as the leader in the group I was left with, so I couldn't just leave. How did you know Hagakure had her phone? Kacchan huffed a reluctant laugh. I thought they were confiscated by Hobo-sensei for the duration of the trip. I heard it vibrate in her boot during 13 Sensei's lecture, Izuku replied with his own chuckle. Anyway, Hagakure was stopped by Kurogiri, but Kaminari knocked him out before anything bad could happen. Hagakure got out, and Kurogiri was incapacitated. Kaminari had to knock him out a couple more times, but he got away when the lake exploded. Kacchan hummed, and Keigo looked very concerned. Then, the Namu attacked Aizawa-sensei, and Shigaraki tried to kill Asui. Now Keigo looked even more concerned. He blinked out of it and asked, wait, what's a Namu? Some bioengineered superweapon with multiple quirks or something, Kacchan huffed dismissively. Super strong, super fast, could regenerate himself, and he could withstand All Might's attacks. We don't know if they're all like that, though. Keigo nodded and gestured for Izuku to go on. I kicked Shigaraki away. And then he ordered the Namu to kill me because he was mad. Izuku immediately continued, not even allowing Keigo to brace himself for the shock of learning such a thing. Keigo choked on nothing at the admission. What, Chickadee, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, Izuku assured him, knocking his shoulder against Keigo's with a wry grin. I just had some bruised ribs. Keigo wasn't assured by this for some reason. Odd. Anyway, I dodged the Namu's first attack, and I flew to hover over the lake so I could maybe deter it. Izuku soldiered on. I dodged one more of its attacks, but its second one clipped my shoulder and I couldn't stabilize myself quickly enough to avoid the third. Kacchan scowled at the ground by Izuku's feet, clearly upset over the incident still. Izuku didn't blame him. They'd all be plagued by thoughts of the USJ for a long time. I started running over to save you, but you broke out on your own. Yeah, Izuku grinned. I used the pressure point you taught me, Keigo, to break out of its hold. Then, All Might showed up and I was launched across the facility. Then, Kacchan and Todoroki helped All Might out, and I rushed to meet Kacchan. The Namu tried to attack us again after it broke free from Todoroki's ice, and All Might saved us. All Might launched the Namu out of the USJ, and the villains were teleported away after the teachers got here. I don't have anything to add. Kacchan shrugged after Keigo stared at him expectantly. He told it like it happened. Keigo sighed. I'm just so glad you two are all right. Are you usually this worked up when your friends get hurt? Feathers? Kacchan snorted, accepting another brief hug from the hero. They were all standing now. Do you guys have your feathers? Keigo asked instead of answering Kacchan's question. Never letting it go again. Kacchan answered as Izuku replied, Yeah. Good, Keigo sighed. Please, don't let them go. Okay, got it, Izuku agreed, and Kacchan just nodded. Okay, Keigo muttered, half to himself. You're okay. Izuku's eyes didn't stay dry for long. The next day, did you see the news? Kaminari asked, brandishing his phone to Gyro. All of us were on there at least once. No duh, Gyro snorted, looking at the newsfeed images. We're the big thing right now. Yue, the #1 ranked hero school, got attacked by villains. Of course people are freaking out, especially since they attacked the hero course. Yeah, I guess you're right, Kaminari shrugged. I look cool in this shot, don't you think? Kaminari showed his phone to her again, and Izuku barely made out the grainy picture of Kaminari taking down Kurogiri before he turned away, embarrassed. He shouldn't be eavesdropping or looking at his friend's phone without permission. That's rude. You don't look terrible, Gyro conceded. Izuku had to agree, still staring resolutely out the window. From what he'd seen, Kaminari had been lit up with electricity, and in the photo, it had made him look almost ethereal. Some of us didn't get to stand out so blatantly. Midoriya was the real star, though, Zero added, leaning back in his chair. He played such an active role in everything. And the reporters ate it up. That explains the weird looks I got on the train. Izuku mumbled into his palm, prompting a snort from Kacchan. Everyone, please quiet down. Homeroom begins soon. Ada shouted, standing at his desk. You're the least prepared right now, man. You're not even in your chair, Zero pointed out good-naturedly, grinning at Ida. No, Ada grumbled, curling one of his hands into a fist as he shook frustratedly. Who do you think will sub for us? Izuku heard Ashido ask Asui, leaning back in her seat. Unfortunately, she leaned a little too far and almost fell over, thankfully being caught by Asui in time. Aizawa-sensei probably can't teach since he got so injured, so what do you think? Midnight. Present Mike. Snipe. I think Snipe will sub. Kaminari answered with all of the confidence of someone who knew for certain. I don't know why, but I do. Their conversation was cut off by a surprised squeak from Izuku. Izuku had a hand on his nose, which was eerily reminiscent of the USJ. So similar, in fact, that a few of his classmates were tense and battle-ready in seconds. The room got a couple of degrees cooler as Todoroki's quirk activated, and Izuku spotted a sugar packet in Sato's hand. No villains, guys, Izuku assured them, and the class settled again. We don't have a sub today. Surely you don't mean. Ajiro was cut off by the door sliding open. The room's attention was immediately directed to the front. And lo and behold, Aizawa-sensei walked and wrapped in bandages everywhere they could see. Good, you were quiet immediately. That's an improvement, Aizawa-sensei grumbled, taking his place behind the podium. Ashido raised her hand with an uncertain and concerned expression and, without being called on, asked, Sensei, are you sure you're fit to teach right now? Not that you're a bad teacher, Kaminari interjected. And Ashido nodded rapidly in agreement. But, you don't look so good. I can stand and talk, so I can teach, Aizawa-sensei replied. Now, even though you were exposed to villains so soon, your fight's not over yet. Immediately, everyone in the room tensed, and several people had their quirks buzzing beneath their skin. The room grew colder, Kirishima's arms hardened warily. Kaminari was sparking. Sato had sugar packets in his hands again, and Izuku himself had a hand on Keigo's feather. The sports festival is in 2 weeks. their teacher announced, and the room deflated with an inaudible sigh. Well, that was before the news caught up to them, and the class swelled with activity again. Wait, that's a normal activity, Kirishima cried, indignant at the miniature heart attack their teacher had given them. Wouldn't it be dangerous to hold a public school event after a villain attack? Kaminari asked, and Izuku couldn't help but agree. What if we're attacked again? Izuku shuddered at the thought, his wings fluffing up apprehensively. Publicizing our quirks when it was our only upper hand back then seems foolish as well, Ada added. Please explain, Aizawa-sensei. Apparently, the higher-ups think that UA needs to show that our crisis management isn't overestimated. Aizawa-sensei sighed. Don't worry about being attacked, though. The security during the festival will be 5 times more than it usually is. Villains would be outright foolish to attack during the festival this year. You'd think they'd feel that way about attacking UA in general. Izuku heard Kacchan grumble. Not quietly enough, it seems, because Izuku saw Aizawa-sensei's eyes flash to Kacchan before returning to the general scope of the room. Izuku could swear he saw something akin to sympathy or understanding pass through their teacher's gaze. He wasn't upset at the skepticism. Either way, it's still too important of an event to pass up regardless of images to uphold, Aizawa-sensei continued. You kids are scouted by heroes during the festival, and they can make requests for our internship program which starts for you all right after the festival. Murmurs of excitement rippled through the room as they heard this. You get 1 chance a year for 3 years to show your skill to the pros and the world. It's not something for you or UA to just throw away at the first hint of danger, Aizawa-sensei encouraged them. Be careful and meticulous in your training, and give it your all in the sports festival this year. Homeroom is dismissed. With that, Aizawa-sensei walked out of the room, leaving a clamor of excitement and nerves in his wake. Izuku started packing up his things as he heard the lunch bell ring. He was eager to talk with his friends about the sports festival and what that meant for everyone. I'm really excited even with all of the scary stuff that happened, Kirishima said to Takoyami. Izuku thought it was an odd friendship, but he didn't read into it. He knew Kacchan and he were worse, if anything. I'm going to do my best to really stand out. Yeah, I think my quirk will really set me apart, Kaminari agreed, sparks dancing around his fingers. I'll do my best. It might be hard for someone like me to stand out, Hagakure admitted, but that doesn't mean I won't try. That's the spirit, Ajiro agreed, pumping a fist into the air. They're so intense, Izuku remarked, watching his friends encourage and excite each other. Huh, Kacchan huffed. Are you not? It's the sports festival, dingus. This is important. Indeed, Ada agreed, walking up to them. It is a deciding moment in our futures, so we must take this seriously. Of course, Izuku nodded. I'm just surprised that everyone's so cool with this even after. He trailed off, looking down at his tacky red trainers. We're a strong class, Ida hummed. It is impressive that we've managed to push our way through such a harrowing event and come out better for it, but that just means we'll stand out more. It is natural that we are so enthusiastic to prove ourselves, no? I guess, Izuku agreed softly, smiling up at his friend. Yeah, that makes sense. Mido, Ida, Bakugo, Uraraka interrupted. Something about her voice put Izuku on edge. Let's do our best. Uraraka, your aura. It's so unlike you, Ida cried, Uraraka's competitive determination shadowing her face. I'm going to do my best, Uraraka declared as she raised a fist into the air. Plus ultra. Heck yeah, Kacchan agreed, his fist rising into the air as well. Yes, Ada followed with Izuku quickly following, both of them raising their fists. I'm going to do my best, Uraraka repeated, facing the others in the classroom. They responded with their own cries of agreement. What's up with you? Kirishima asked, a nervous sweat breaking out on his face. You're so different. Izuku stared at Uraraka, lowering his fist as he realized something. He had no idea why she wanted to become a hero. Why do I want to become a hero? Uraraka echoed, staring at Izuku. It's a bit embarrassing. Surely there are no embarrassing reasons to devote your life to saving others, Ida declared, his hands swinging down in a chopping motion. Are you sure? It's a bit shallow, Uraraka mumbled. Spit it out, Bubbles, Kacchan sighed, rolling his eyes at her hesitation. Izuku jolted at the nickname before grinning at his friend. Bubbles, Uraraka exclaimed, staring at Kacchan. The boy in question glared at her, which prompted her to explain, I'm doing it for the money. The money, Izuku repeated, blanching a little. Wanting to support yourself is in no way a shallow thing, Ada proclaimed, easing the tension slightly. Well, Uraraka stammered. My parents run a construction company, you see. We're not rich people. You could save a lot of money with your quirk, though, right? Izuku asked. They wouldn't have to pay for heavy machinery and stuff. That's what I said, Uraraka blurted, pointing at Izuku. She lowered her arm before continuing. But my parents said that it'd make them so much happier to see me achieve my dreams than spend my life helping their company. So I vowed that when I make the big leagues and have a huge salary, I'll take them on a trip and support them just like they supported me. That's not shallow, Bubbles, Kacchan huffed. That's admirable. Indeed, Ada agreed, grinning with awe at the girl. Your motivations are inspiring. To put yourself through such rigor to support your family. Your motives aren't shallow at all. Yeah, Izuku nodded, smiling as well. You're really cool, Uraraka. You guys, Uraraka sighed, her own smile growing on her face. You're the best. That's what friends are for, Izuku chuckled. Uraraka lunged forward, enveloping him in a hug and gesturing for the other two as well. Well, two is a stretch, considering that Kacchan had to be dragged into it, and the extent of his hug was putting reluctant hand on Uraraka's shoulder. The group hug lasted about a minute before they realized that they had hero studies later, and would probably need the fuel from lunch. Izuku tried to pay attention to his conversation with Kacchan, but he could sense a lot of people in the hallway right now. Kacchan, thankfully, seemed to notice his distraction and the way Izuku's nose was unconsciously scrunching, and he didn't yell at Izuku. What's wrong now, Feathers? Kacchan sighed, leaning back in his chair. There are a lot of people outside the room right now, Izuku answered, covering his nose freely now that he'd been caught. It's a bit overwhelming. Izuku looked over to see Gyro covering her ears with a grimace as well, and Shoji's arms were all just hands. Boy, extras, Kacchan called, earning a light kick to his shin for the insulting label. There's a crowd outside the room right now. What? Kaminari exclaimed, rushing to the door. Izuku got up and was right behind him, unwilling to let his classmate throw the entire class under the bus for the sake of curiosity. Unfortunately, he was a tad bit too late, and his classmate threw the door open just as Izuku reached him. Oh my goodness, Izuku gasped, looking over the large gathering of students. Why are they all here? Uraraka muttered from behind him. Isn't it obvious? They're scouting out the competition, Kacchan growled. They want to see the class that fought villains and came out relatively unscathed. You don't know that, Izuku claimed, but he knew the blonde was right. Maybe they're offering condolences since we were attacked. That's disgustingly optimistic and you know it, nerd, Kacchan said with an eye roll. Well, look who it is. A blonde and blue-gray-eyed boy greeted condescendingly, prompting Izuku's wings to fluff up. Class 1A. I bet you think you're so much better than us, huh? Now that you've been attacked by a few lowlifes, you think you're the real deal. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the boy, trying to discern where the boy was pulling all of this from. He was implying they were, what, arrogant, for dealing with villains. Kacchan seemed to also be bewildered and insulted by the boy's assumptions because he pushed his way in front of Izuku and sneered at him. Are you stupid, or do you just lack any sense of empathy? Ha! Izuku wanted to hiss at Kacchan to stop provoking the already confrontational students. But Izuku was angry too. What? We were attacked by villains. Yes, Kacchan plowed on, ignoring the indignant boy's attempts to interrupt. We were divided into small groups of 2 to 3 and dropped into an unfamiliar environment and forced to fight for our lives. We watched as our teacher was attacked by something unnatural and nearly killed. We were helpless as this nerd was also attacked by the dang monster, and he almost died too. If you think that being forced into a dangerous situation makes us arrogant, then maybe you should reevaluate your ability to see 2 feet in front of your own gosh darn superiority complex. Silence. You could hear a needle drop, and it would echo through the hallway. The boy looked thoroughly chastised, which Izuku supposed was a good thing. It shouldn't have taken a lecture to get that through his head, though. He should have known better. Suddenly, another, vaguely familiar, boy pushed his way to the front of the crowd. He had shadows under his eyes that rivaled Aizawa-sensei's, and his purple hair stuck up in all directions. It was messier than Izuku's, which was saying something considering the mess of wind-blown curls that sat on top of his head. We didn't come here to insult you, contrary to whatever he made you believe, the new boy assured them, sticking a thumb over his shoulder at the dejected blonde. But we came here to issue a challenge. Izuku's eyes widened, and he hoped it wasn't as hostile as the other students. Some of us in the other departments didn't make the cut for the hero exams because of the way they're designed. The boy continued. Non-physical quirks and quirks that require living subjects are often cast aside in the exam, useless against robots despite their general usefulness. There's another way in, but it's not talked about often. If we do well enough in the festival, we rejects can steal a chair from one of you hero course kids. Izuku gasped, but it was mistaken for shock and horror. No, it was glee. Pair exercises wouldn't be so awkward if someone filled Minta's old seat. They wouldn't have to make Ujiro or anyone else go twice like in the battle simulations. Yeah, the boy huffed amusedly, glaring at the kids in the doorway. We can swoop in and replace some of you if we're deemed to be more suited for the hero course. Consider this a declaration of war, Class 1A. Izuku couldn't hold it in anymore. He let out a woo, and skirted around Kacchan with a big grin. Finally, you're saying we won't have to have someone go twice during pair exercises anymore. The boy looked completely thrown off as the other kids in Wana started cheering as well. Oh, please get in. We need someone to fill that seat, Izuku pleaded, giving the boy puppy eyes. Izuku, Kacchan tried to cut him off, but Izuku didn't stop. You seem interesting. You have so much ambition, too. You're even bold enough to declare war on us in front of all of the first years." Izuku pressed on, his wings fluffing excitedly. Gleeful chirps were intermixed in his rant, which startled everyone the first couple of times. "You're going to make it in. I'm sure of it. Nerd." A new classmate would solve all of the group project problems as well. The weird group of 3 nonsense would be over. Not even necessary. Angel boy. Izuku froze then, a smile stuck on his face. "Angel." The boy slapped a hand over his mouth, his ears growing an impossible shade of red. Izuku also flushed at the compliment, however accidental. Kacchan burst into laughter, grabbing Izuku's arm and pulling him through the crowd. Uraraka and Ida followed, giving their own wishes of good luck to the boy as they passed him. None of them heard the snickers from Dark Shadow as Takoyami thought. He got the full brunt of Midoriya's light. Oh, how the darkness flees in the face of it. And it leaves even the most collected of us shadowlings in a daze. As the boy shrunk back into the crowd, Takoyami continued with no small amount of amusement. "And so he retreats until another day. We're just doing a cut and paste activity," Izuku muttered, staring at the boxed kanji in front of him. He considered his scissors before shrugging. It might be a timeline with all of the important pre-quirk era stuff, but it still seemed childish. He hadn't done a cut and paste activity since elementary school. Izuku brought his scissors out of his bag and got to work, careful to keep his wings close. Aizawa-sensei had sprung this on them during law and ethics, saying that in order to improve the future, they must learn what not to repeat from the past. So here they were, cutting out important events from one sheet of paper and pasting it to another with a timeline. "This seems a bit juvenile, doesn't it?" Kaminari asked, but Izuku could hear the excitement in his tone. It was unconventional, and it might just hammer in the lesson for Izuku's friend. Maybe he wouldn't be at the bottom of the list when the test scores were posted a week later. "Maybe," Aizawa-sensei hummed. "It's a bit better than what I originally had planned, which was to have you watch a slideshow with the dates and events on it and take notes. I think a more hands-on approach was necessary. We'll see if it has results." Kaminari nodded, and he got back to work. For once, he wasn't constantly distracted as he was too focused on making sure the cutout rectangles of kanji fit perfectly into the printed boxes. Zero, however, was not so focused. Or maybe he had finished early and never bothered to put his scissors back into his bag. Or maybe he got bored halfway through and took a small, chatty break. Either way, he suffered the consequences. Zero was wrapped up in a conversation with Kirishima. He must have been telling a really interesting story because he was gesturing wildly as he talked. Unfortunately, he still had the scissors in his left hand. Why he had them in his left hand, Izuku didn't know, but he did. And he suffered the consequences. Izuku watched warily, drawing his wings into himself protectively. He tried to focus on his assignment, each little box lining up neatly with the printed lines. He did, but whenever he saw a flash of those scissors, "When you grow a backbone, birdbrain. No, those wings make you better than us. No, no, how much better will you be when you can't fly? Ha. No, no, please. Flight feathers are pretty important, aren't they? No, 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 no." Sounds like Glass Bones got a mouth on him. "Please, stop, just stop. Must still think he can be a hero. No. Crack. Izuku's eyes snapped open, his vision blurry with tears. He felt something warm and wet run down his wing, and he retracted it again, turning to check what it was before the realization hit him. When had he spread his wing? Izuku looked to his right to see a shocked Zero clutching a bleeding and incredibly crooked nose. He was staring, dumbfounded, at Izuku. So was everyone else in the room. Izuku didn't know what to say. He didn't know what he could say. He felt the tingle of 1,000 eyes on him and, wow, he hadn't realized breathing was so hard before. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe. The air was devoid of oxygen, and it wasn't reaching his lungs, and he was going to die. He curled into himself, his ears filling with a dull ringing that drowned out any other noise. He vaguely saw his desk being pushed away from him before his vision was swathed in familiar greens. His wings. Wait, he couldn't expose his wings like this. He'd clip them again. He couldn't. Don't clip them, please. Yeah. Izuku flinched away from the voice. He'd hurt him again. He didn't want to have his wings clipped again. Not again, not again, not ag. Familiar. That voice was familiar. Kacchan. Izuku should listen, but it was hard to hear over the ringing in his ears. He felt something that was both hot and cool run down his face. Tears? Why was he crying? Right. Kacchan. Izuku felt really hot and too cold at the same time. He fluffed up his wings, trying to release some of the heat that was overwhelmingly uncomfortable, and he was half surprised that steam wasn't rolling off of him. Kacchan. It was hard to grab onto thoughts. It was also still hard to breathe, but it was getting a little easier. He wouldn't asphyxiate. The ringing was dying down, and he could hear a little bit. Me. What? Can you, RM? Izuku tried to open his eyes, but they were immediately assaulted by the bright lights of his classroom. He shut them again just as fast. When had he closed them in the first place anyway? Can you hear me? Kacchan. Yeah, it's Kacchan. Izuku had said that out loud. He lowered his wings. When had he raised them again? And tried to look at Kacchan, but the lights were too bright. A figure, sensei, moved in the background to turn off the lights. The room dimmed, and Izuku could see okay. Can you name 5 things you can see? Kacchan asked. His face and voice were remarkably not angry. Calm, even. Maybe this wasn't Kacchan. Desk, you, wings, legs. When had he brought those up to his chest? Hands. Good. Kacchan nodded. Okay, 4 things you can hear. Breathing, heartbeat, you, footsteps, Izuku answered. 3 things you can feel. Clothes, wings, chair. 2 things you can smell. You, marker. 1 thing you can taste. Tongue. Kacchan snorted, and Izuku realized that he'd uncurled a little. You back with us, dweeb? What? Oh, yeah. Oh, Kacchan huffed, but he didn't look as lighthearted as his light words portrayed. You freaked out and broke Tape Arm's nose. Zero's nose. Whatever. Kacchan rolled his eyes. I'm sorry. What was up with you? Kacchan asked. What set you off? That hasn't happened for a while, Izuku murmured. He looked around the room, only to realize it was empty. Where is everyone? Hobo-sensei shooed them off when he saw what was happening, Kacchan answered. The footsteps you heard were sensei leaving. Did you think I'd interrogate you with spectators? Izuku nodded. Scissors. What? Kacchan blinked in surprise. What about them? It's what set me off, Izuku explained. Boulders. Izuku took a steadying breath. He tried to clip my wings. Like he did. Kacchan sucked in a sharp breath at that. When? July, Izuku replied. I scared him off, though. Dang it, Izuku, that's... Kacchan ran a hand through his hair, frustrated by the situation. He had scissors, didn't he? Yeah, Izuku affirmed. I'm going to kill that no good, little... Killing's not very heroic. Kacchan, Izuku chuckled breathlessly. Is Zero okay? Zero's fine or whatever, Kacchan huffed. I'm not letting this go, you hear? If something bothers you, tell me. It's not stupid or a waste of my darn time. This is important, and you're insecure about how good of a friend you are. Izuku sighed, a little exasperated. Kacchan looked away, a mix of embarrassed and indignant. You're awesome, Kacchan. Yeah, the blonde snarked. Come on, the dismissal bell rang while you were freaking out. I'm going to call Feathers, and then we're going to get ice cream from that park you love so much. What? Izuku exclaimed, tugging half-heartedly against the grip Kacchan had on his wrist. That place is so expensive, and it's so far away. We can fly, can't we? Kacchan pointed out. And we've got Feathers to supervise, so it's fine. I'm sure his endless pockets won't even take a dent from this. Kacchan, Izuku cried, not fighting anymore. I already texted him, Kacchan said. He's on his way to the meeting place. Let's go, nerd. Kacchan. Izuku was all but vibrating with excitement as he waited for the signal to walk out onto the field. He could hear the excited roars of the crowd as Mike-sensei undoubtedly hyped them up, playing up the enthusiasm. He felt like he had been pumped with Kaminari's electricity, the energy racing up and down his bloodstream and pervading his very being. He couldn't keep still, even if he tried. His leg bounced excitedly. He'd probably be more nervous when he actually saw all of the people out there, but right now he was just eager to start. He ignored the small, anxious voice reminding him he had to give a speech in front of everyone before that could happen. It was fine. Midoriya. Izuku zoned back into the world, as he'd been focusing on not psyching himself out before anything even happened while also trying not to snap the feather hidden in the sole of his shoe, and he looked up to see a blank Todoroki staring at him. Izuku shifted so he was facing the boy and replied, Yeah, objectively, I am stronger than you, Todoroki continued, his eyes hardening in challenge. Izuku's own were blown wide, and he stared bewilderedly at Todoroki. This was very out of the blue. Todoroki didn't really talk to anyone, much less Izuku. In fact, the only person he ever really talked to was Yaoyorozu, and that was usually short, stilted small talk that neither of them seemed to enjoy. Izuku opened his mouth too. He doesn't even know. Defend himself, maybe. Refute the claim. Todoroki wasn't really wrong, though. But Todoroki pressed on before Izuku could say anything. But the world will be watching you specifically, won't they? Todoroki interrupted. Izuku blinked. Where did Todoroki get that idea from? Izuku was incredibly plain, discounting his wings. And he didn't have any public connections no one knew about Keigo aside from Kacchan that Todoroki would know of. After such a big showing in the USJ, you're the center of everyone's focus. It doesn't matter though. I'm going to beat you in this festival. Izuku gaped at his unexpectedly bold classmate. Oh, yeah, he had made a pretty big showing. However, the outright challenge dismissed that thought as quickly as it came. Todoroki had just told him he would defeat him on national television in front of all of the boys in Class 1A. Izuku felt a little embarrassed. Honestly, he knew Todoroki probably would pummel him in the competition. Todoroki was amazing. Dude, a declaration of war from the number 1 in class, Kaminari exclaimed, knocking Izuku's thoughts back into the conversation. Hey, man, there's no need to be so mean. Kirishima tried to placate the cold boy, placing a hand on Todoroki's shoulder. We're all friends here. We're not here to make friends. Todoroki cut off, glaring at the red-haired boy and shrugging off the boy's hand. So why bother? Friends just distract you from getting stronger. Todoroki, the classmate in question, stopped turning to leave and looked back at Izuku. Objectively, I think you are stronger than me. Probably stronger than most everyone, really. Hey, man, have some faith. Kirishima tried to retort, but Izuku wasn't done. But that doesn't mean you can disregard everyone else, Izuku declared, staring determinedly at Todoroki. We're all aiming for the top, and we're all going to do our best. We're all threats in this free-for-all, but that doesn't mean a thing. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, even you. I'm going to do my best. And to make it to the top, you'll have to as well. Todoroki's eyes widened, something Izuku couldn't discern flashing in his expression before it turned back to its cold neutral, and he wordlessly turned and left to go sit by himself. That was so manly, Midoriya, Kirishima cried, awed by Izuku's defiance. That was cool, dude, Kaminari agreed. Kacchan slumped down in the seat next to Izuku and leaned in to mutter with clear irritation, does he really think you're the only challenge here? Maybe, Izuku shrugged, wincing when Kacchan grimaced at the answer. But he'll see his mistake, and he'll have to adapt fast. Here's to hoping Todoroki can think on the fly. Kacchan nodded with a satisfied smirk, and Izuku went back to his mental analysis. He'd never know what the events were for certain, but there is a pattern, so he can try to think of some things based on that. And give a warm welcome to the stars of UA, the students who faced villains and came out on top, the courageous hero class 1A, like Sensei announced. And his excitement was almost infectious. However, Izuku barely refrained from covering his ears as the crowd roared, and he could see Gyro having no such qualms nearby. Shoji had opted to have 6 hands instead of enhanced senses. Smart guy. Let's not forget their just as impressive sister class, the Hero Class 1B. The crowd wasn't quite as loud as 20 more students filed into the stadium, but it still wasn't comfortable for Izuku. Sometimes heightened senses were more annoying than beneficial, like right now. Then there's the geniuses and hero hopefuls in general education classes 1 degrees Celsius, 1D, and 1E, like Sensei continued, and the shouts were even more subdued than they'd been for 1B. Izuku frowned at the clear bias, but he had to admit he was guilty of favoritism as well. He never watched the Gen Ed kids unless they made a splash, but that didn't make them any less impressive. For the hero course, it was a practical and a written exam, but it was heavily based on the practical. For Gen Ed, though, you had to be one of the top 60 students. And hundreds of examinees were trying out for this stuff. They were really smart. Following them are our inventors and mad scientists. Support classes 1 Fahrenheit, 1G, and 1H. Izuku watched as people clad in devices and metal walked out. And there was one girl who had more metal showing than skin. It was surprising, but not entirely unexpected. The support kids had just as much to show off as the hero course if they wanted to show their talent to customers and support company. Izuku probably would have settled for support had he been hesitant about becoming a hero. They were innovative, and the idea of creating things to help himself and others who helped more people was certainly appealing. Last but certainly not least, the Business and Management course, classes 1I, 1J, and 1 Kelvin. Izuku watched the last few kids walk out into the stadium with bored or impatient faces. They didn't have anything to show off. They'd likely used the first round as info gathering for potential people to sponsor. They didn't really get much out of participating in the festival. There are so many people out there, Izuku murmured absently, surveying the stands filled with people. He could spot a couple of heroes here and there, and he was in a cross of anxiety and excitement and oh my goodness that's. How do they expect us to perform our best under the eyes of so many? Ada wondered aloud. He sounded more curious than nervous, though. It must be part of training to be a hero, as public scrutiny is certainly an aspect of our career. And now it's time for the athlete's oath, Midnight declared, standing on the wooden stage at the front. Could our first-year representative Midoriya Izuku please come up to the microphone? Oh yeah, that. Izuku's eyes were blown wide, and he was only brought back to the present by Kacchan shoving him forward. Go blow everyone away or something, he huffed, rolling his eyes. Give us a speech, nerd. Izuku swallowed nervously and nodded, taking one shaky step after another to get to the front and up the steps. And hey, when did the microphone get in his hand? Izuku cleared his throat, his wings tucking a bit closer into himself self-consciously. Hi. It came out as a squeak. And Izuku could not think of a moment more embarrassing than this. Not even Todoroki threatening to beat him up in front of millions of people not 10 minutes ago could top this. He looked down at his friends, and he relaxed marginally when he saw Uraraka giving him a cheerful thumbs up. Kirishima gave him a toothy smile, and Kacchan rolled his eyes dramatically. Ada nodded confidently at him, and Kaminari was grinning excitedly, hanging on to every word Izuku hadn't yet said. He could do this. His friends believed in him, and somewhere out there, so did Keigo. Hi, Izuku repeated with more confidence. This festival is a chance for us to prove ourselves. Not just 1A, or even the hero course, but all of us. The kids who didn't quite make the cut and the kids who have more than combat skills and flashy quirks to show off. The genius inventors and strategists have their time to shine and show the things they spent hours brainstorming and creating with nothing more than ideas and determination. The business kids who can learn and grow from this experience. We're all gunning for the top here, and I challenge you to give it your all. You might not be aiming for the podium, but there's always something you can work your hardest at. The hero course isn't the be-all and all of this school, and there are so many cool people here today participating. No matter who you are, what your quirk is, or what course you're in, we can all do our best. So go beyond, plus ultra. The crowd roared with him, and thunderous applause followed him off the stage. He was clapped on the back and patted on the shoulders as he walked back to his spot in his class. He could see the kids from other courses giving him shocked and appreciative looks, surprised to be acknowledged at all, much less by a hero course kid. Did I do any good? Izuku asked, grinning at Kacchan. You weren't awful, the blonde admitted. I guess. Thanks, Kacchan, Izuku hummed cheerfully. Listen up, Midnight shouted, grabbing the students' attention. We're doing some brand new events this year in light of the way this year took off. We're focusing a bit less on combat and a bit more on some other fun but necessary skills. New events. Izuku stared eagerly at the hero, waiting for her to announce the name of the game. There haven't been new events added since UA was taken over by Nezu. The first round of this festival is called Find the Flags. Midnight continued, unknowingly answering Izuku's question. The rules are relatively simple. There are 1,000 flags hidden throughout the stadium, which will be morphed by Cementos to become a maze. There are 5 different colors of flags, each one assigned a different point value: white, green, red, blue, and purple. Izuku's eyes brightened as he listened to the rules. This was a completely different skill set being catered to than usual. It was so exciting. It wouldn't just be fighting or running as fast as you can. It was more. You can team up, but whoever has the flags on their person gets the points. You can steal flags from other people, but be careful that you don't waste too much time. You will only have 20 minutes to find as many flags as possible. Please return to your waiting rooms until we're ready to rumble. Izuku grinned and cheered as it ended, his voice blending in with the crowds. He bounced back to the waiting room with his class following behind with excitement and anticipation running through him. He wondered how this festival would play out. All right, kiddos, Midnight spoke into a microphone, getting the students' attention. They were under the stadium right now, waiting for more information so the festival can start. You will each be assigned a random number, and you are to stand on top of the sticky note that has your number on it. Eyes on the screen. Izuku's gaze went up to the large screen above Midnight to see the names of every single first year crammed on there. He scanned the list for his name, searching for the capital M his last name starts with. It was easier to skim that way. Midoriya Izuku 132. Izuku nodded when he saw it at the far end of the list, walking away to find his sticky note. It was a quick find as it wasn't too far from where people were waiting. He picked the note up and put himself where it used to be. He watched as one by one everyone dispersed to random spots around the room. Uraraka was on the far end while Kacchan was relatively close. Ada was surprisingly close, likely just on the other side of a wall from Izuku. The purple-haired kid from the hallway confrontation was closer to Uraraka. He was jolted out of his observations when Midnight snapped her whip, catching the attention of the kids again. She leaned into her microphone and announced, no doubt heard by the crowd as well, the first round starts in 10 seconds, so get ready. Just after Izuku had counted to 10, the ground beneath his feet surged upward, and he heard several surprised shouts as everyone else was lifted up. Izuku blinked against the harsh sunlight that blinded him. He hadn't realized that the area beneath the stadium was so dark compared to the outside. The first round begins now, Mike-sensei screamed, startling Izuku out of his shock. Go, go, go. Izuku was relieved to know that the maze didn't have a roof, so he could fly over the walls to look for the little flags. Well, that was an assumption. Aizawa-sensei said Izuku needed to work on those. So did Kacchan. They could be the size and weight of weighted blankets, and the challenge isn't finding them but keeping them on their persons. Izuku would be quickly grounded if that was the case. He landed on top of the maze walls, running along the tops in search of flags. Suddenly, Izuku's foot caught on what felt like a random column, and he struggled to maintain his balance on the wall. He didn't want to just fall down, especially when he had wings to aid him. Izuku turned to look at what had caught his foot and saw an innocent, tightly rolled up blue flag sticking out of a little hole in the concrete. So that's how they're hidden. Izuku picked the roll of blue and unfurled it before tying it tightly around his arm. No one would be able to steal it on his watch. And our first purple flag is found. Mike-sensei cheered. Izuku double-checked the band around his arm. He already knew it was blue, but it had coincided with when he picked it up. Lucky, lucky. Purple flags are the highest value, after all. Let's see if they can keep that lead, Aizawa-sensei grumbled cynically into the microphone. Izuku continued on his search, scanning the walls he was near, easily picking out the flashes of color among the beige concrete. He found a red one tucked in a shady corner, and it almost looked like it was meant to be harder to find. To be fair, he wouldn't have noticed it if he'd been walking towards it from the other side. The hole it was in was at an odd angle. Izuku stooped to nab a green flag that stood out at the edge of the wall when he heard footsteps behind him. He grabbed it and took off, flying far above the maze to give the assailant little time to react. He counted the flags he had on his arm and sighed in relief when he counted them all present. He had 7 flags thus far, 3 green ones as of now, 3 blue ones, and a red one. Izuku saw that the person who'd run up to him was Takage Setsuna. He also saw how she had a hand reattaching to her wrist. She'd been trying to steal his flags, but she'd probably been too far away initially, so she had to run a bit closer. Even if she'd managed to grab one, Izuku had all of the knots, which were incredibly tight, in his line of sight, and the pressure from each band would be a noticeable loss. No one was stealing Izuku's flags on his watch. Ew, looks like Takage Setsuna tried to take a couple of flags from our year representative. Mike-sensei shouted with a teasing note in his voice. Better watch your back. You never know when your flags are at risk. Takage made a good move, but she was only slightly too loud, Aizawa-sensei praised. Midoriya was clearly focused on something else, but he has enhanced senses due to his quirk, so he heard her coming before she could do anything. The commentary drew Izuku's attention to the fact that he should probably change tactics, as walking along the walls was getting dangerous for his ability to keep the flags he found. He spotted Todoroki doing the same, probably having made an ice pillar or staircase to get up, and Uraraka was inspecting the tops as well. She looked faintly nauseous, but she seemed aware enough to search. Izuku didn't land, but he did fly to another part of the maze, one where hardly anyone was on the walls. He noticed that he was above a park-like area now, which was a bit odd, but whatever. It's probably for hiding spots and confrontations. It had one way in and consequently one way out. How Cementos had managed to put this here was a mystery since it had grass and a playset and such. It wasn't all concrete. However, it was a good thing that it was almost completely walled off from the people stuck on the ground. It was almost a trap for people who couldn't fly or otherwise maneuver themselves over or under instead of through the maze. It's a good thing that going over things is essentially Izuku's entire quirk. Looks like a few people found our little rooms. Mike-sensei crowed. Midoriya from 1A, Shinso from 1 degrees Celsius, Kihon from 1E, Kaminari from 1A, and Shishida from 1B appear to have struck their own jackpots. Better find them quick or else there'll be no more flags for the rest of you. The rooms aren't exactly easy to find. You know, Aizawa-sensei sighed, sounding very tired. However, he always sounded tired, so Izuku didn't give it much thought. Consider if you're willing to waste time searching for these jackpot rooms instead of searching normally before you run off. Izuku had to be quick. He knew that the announcements brought attention to the fact that there were secret rooms in the first place, and he knew that people would search for them despite Aizawa-sensei's warning. Izuku first searched through the obviously fake tree, scanning its branches but spending as little time as possible doing it. He didn't want to get hung up in catching every little flag in its hold. He'd waste time doing that, and that's something Izuku doesn't have. He'd find more flags looking in places that hadn't been scoured already, even if he was the one scouring them. He snagged a couple of green flags and a blue flag from the tree before moving on to the little playground on the other side. Izuku flitted to and fro, looking for flags everywhere and being as quick about it as he can. He kicked up the sand in the sandbox and came up empty, though it's possible that he had found one and simply hadn't noticed it. He found a red flag sticking out from under a bench leg. He found another green flag against the ceiling of a pointy roof in the playground. He found a few white flags barely hidden from sight, hanging from kid tunnel windows or wrapped around poles and such, and so on and so forth. Izuku smelled the presence of another student from down the entryway. Curious, Izuku grabbed one more red flag from under a loose rock and flew to hover over the wall. The sun got in his eyes, but it was better that his shadow wasn't in the park. Izuku saw a displeased Kirishima trudge in, and he almost felt bad for ransacking the place. He saw that the area around the enclosure was a spiral, and he figured that Kirishima hadn't been slighted but bored instead. Maybe he'd find more flags in the tree or something in the sandbox. He didn't stick around to watch his friend's face light up as he scanned the walls further away. Izuku didn't find any more park-like areas, though the other enclosures, if there were any, probably looked like other things. Izuku counted his flags as he relocated. He had 28 now, 12 white flags, 11 green flags, 4 blue flags, and 3 red flags. 5 minutes left, listeners, Mike-sensei informed them. Just to give you an update on the leaders, Takage Setsuna is in 1st with 84 points, Midoriya Izuku is the runner-up with 71 points, and Jiro Kyoka's not far behind with 67 points. Izuku grimaced as the hero drew a target on his back. It shouldn't be as bad as Takage's, but the point stands. He'd need to be careful now. Izuku tugged his sleeve up past his shoulder and stuffed all the flags around his forearm up. He quickly pulled the sleeve down. And while it didn't sit perfectly, a brief glance would give little information on where Izuku had hidden them. There wouldn't be any drive-bys on his watch. Smart, Izuku heard Aizawa-sensei comment. Don't do it, sensei. Please don't do it. Midoriya has hidden his flags away from sight so no one can steal them. Dagnabit, Izuku's wing twitched. At least his teacher hadn't given away where he'd hidden them, or if they were on his person at all. Small mercies. But still, well, anyone who saw Izuku could potentially assume that he'd hidden them or lost them. And that announcement didn't clear up the confusion. Izuku may have had them when it was made, but there still wasn't a guarantee they hadn't been stolen yet. Izuku saw that there were around 50 students on various parts of the wall, which was both amazing and a deterrent. The others must have seen Izuku and Takage up there at the beginning of the match, so that was no longer an option. How did they all get up there anyway? Izuku landed on the ground for once and walked through the maze like a normal person. He made an effort to cast a shadow over his upper arms with his wings to further hide the obvious and unnatural flags under his sleeve. Izuku scanned corners and shadows, grabbing green flags left and right. 4 minutes. Izuku found another green flag. 3 minutes. Izuku found a red flag in a little corner and a green one in a shadow. 2 minutes. Izuku barely escaped a confrontation with Kacchan by hiding in the harsh shadows. No flags were found. 1 minute. Izuku was running through the maze, his eyes scanning the walls desperately. Red flag. Izuku jumped and grabbed it from its alcove in the wall, and a flash of purple stopped him from landing. Izuku froze, his wings humming in the air to keep himself suspended. He turned to see a purple flag hidden away in the wall, and he grinned. Izuku snagged one last green flag before the mic sensei announced, "The first round is over. Students, please find an empty area away from the walls as they start coming down. Oh, and don't bother stealing other people's flags anymore," Aizawa-sensei warned flatly. The scores were frozen when the timer ran out. Izuku's lips twitched into an amused smirk when he heard several groans from nearby. There were probably more all over the maze. Izuku walked to the middle of the maze passage and watched as the walls came sliding down. He watched them go down in intervals, each section falling when it was clear of students on or near the walls. When all was said and done, Midnight stood on the stage again. Where it had come from, Izuku didn't know, but it was still there. "All right, that marks the end of our first event," Midnight declared, sending the crowd into cheering and clapping once more. "Our scores have been calculated, but I'll announce the top 5 myself as a little treat." Midnight ended that sentence with a swipe of her tongue over her lower lip, and Izuku shuddered. He didn't want to be in the top 5 anymore. He kind of hoped he wasn't now, actually. For our 5th place flag finder, Bakugo Katsuki with 100 points. Izuku cheered with the crowd, running over to his friend and sweeping him into a hug. Kacchan huffed and pushed on Izuku's face, but he didn't verbally protest or put that much force behind his shoving. 4th place was Shoji Mizo with 104 points. Izuku smiled gleefully at his 6-armed classmate, and he heard murmurs of congratulations from those surrounding him. 3rd place, Jiro Kyoka with 106 points. Izuku cheered outright for that one, and he spotted the hint of a smile on the girl's face. Her face also showed hints of a grimace because of how loud everyone was, though. And in 2nd place with 110 points, Takage Setsuna. Izuku cheered again, grinning at the girl from 1B. Takage had a huge victorious grin on her face as well. Izuku's glad that 2nd was good enough for her. "And what you've all were waiting for." Izuku let go of Kacchan and faced Midnight, leaning forward on his toes. 1st place goes to Midoriya Izuku with 115 points. Izuku grinned, tears coming to his eyes. He won. It might have only been the first event, but a win was a win. Even if he didn't win the 2nd round or the whole festival, winning the 1st round wasn't so easily dismissed. The rest of the scoreboard is shown behind me as they weren't announced before. Now, onto our 2nd event. Izuku watched as a 2nd screen, the bigger one right behind Midnight, lit up with the name of the 2nd round. Tag. Izuku remembered playing this with Kacchan and Tsubasa back when he was little. They'd get really upset with him when he used his wings, though, because he was at an advantage then. Even with Tsubasa's quirk, Izuku was still better midair because of his control. No matter how fast Tsubasa could fly, it was easy for Izuku to simply move out of his path, under or around reaching hands. It was a good thing he had no such obligations in this event. "The rules of this game are a little more complicated," Midnight admitted, but she didn't sound sorry at all. Izuku didn't figure she would. "You all will split into teams of 2-4 people. One of your teammates has to be the runner. If the runner is tagged, then the team who tagged them receives the number of points that runner is worth. A runner's point value is determined by what placements their teammates had in the first event. Each placement is reversed. For example, the second place winner of the first event will be worth 41 points, and the 41st placer in the first event will be worth 2. Izuku nodded. That made sense. He wondered how that would work for Tetsu and Kirishima, though. They were both in 26th place, so would they be assigned the point value for 27th or 26th? Would one be worth 17 points and the other 18? The other team members will obviously be taggers. Your goal is to tag as many runners as you can. You can't just tag the same runner over and over again, though. To get points from the same runner twice, you must tag a different runner first or wait 2.5 minutes before tagging the same runner again, Midnight warned. At least they had a heads up. A slow, sadistic smile spread over her face as she added, one last thing. Izuku felt a shiver go down his spine. He could feel something coming. A twist. The runner on the first place winner's team is worth 1,000 points, Midnight said as she grinned at Izuku. Izuku did his best not to glare at her. She probably hadn't made the rules. Maybe. There was a slim possibility. However, Izuku was saved from the glares of his peers as Midnight continued. If the winner of the first event's team's runner isn't tagged once, then their team wins first place, no questions asked. Izuku's eyes widened. That was a huge boon and also a huge target on his back. Who would want to team up with him now? He was a handicap. He was a burden to be on a team with, considering the bright neon target on his back now. You have 5 minutes to make your teams. Izuku felt nothing but despair as everyone around him gave him a wide berth. No one wanted to be on a team with someone who had one chance to get in first. Not to mention if multiple people tagged Izuku's team's runner. If it got up to 4 different teams, then Izuku's team would be out of the running entirely. No point in dodging or trying anymore. Why should I? Izuku was pulled out of his thoughts as he overheard the hostile question spat out of someone's mouth. The moment you're out of my sight, you're going to go brainwash some people into carrying your sorry butt. I'm gunning for the hero course. Really, I should be awarded a spot in the 3rd round just for using up my planning time to make sure a villain like you stays in line. Izuku immediately walked toward the source of the noise, oblivious to the brunette with her hand outstretched to tap his shoulder behind him and the blonde walking away angrily. Ochako decided to go find another person to team up with. She didn't have enough time to chase Mido down, and he looked like he was on a mission anyway. She had enough sense to know that she wouldn't be able to do anything but delay him. Izuku saw a tall, broad boy with short black hair staring up at the purple-haired guy from the hallway, but he still seemed to tower over him. The purple-haired boy was tall, but he was thin too. Why can't you just? The tired Gen Ed kid tried to demand, but he was cut off with a sharp smack from his classmate. That's enough. Hey, Izuku growled, placing a hand on the aggressor's shoulder. Leave him alone. Don't bother, the bully sneered. Kacchan, Hatsum, or Shinso, if Izuku remembered correctly. They were the only 3 kids Izuku didn't recognize from the scoreboard from the first event. This freak is a born villain. Oh, Izuku hummed dryly, still glaring venomously as he wedged his way between the 2 boys. Because of his quirk or his heritage? His quirk, the Gen Ed bully smirked. He looked all too pleased with himself. Izuku was going to report him after this was over. UA had a zero-tolerance discrimination policy, and Izuku suspects that some of the teachers wouldn't hesitate to help out, particularly Aizawa-sensei. You respond to one of his quirked statements, and you're caught. He's in control. Sounds like a useful quirk. Perfect for a pro hero, Izuku remarked, barely refraining from turning and gushing over the boy behind him. He sharpened his glare and repeated, leave him alone. The black-haired student blinked and, seeing as Izuku was in the hero course, scored first in the hero course entrance exam, and scored first in the first event of the sports festival, he knew he was outmatched. He left, grumbling to himself all the way. Hey, what's your name? I'm Midoriya. Although I'm sure you knew that already, Izuku chuckled, holding out a hand for the tired boy to shake. The purple-haired kid frowned at him suspiciously. And there wasn't time for this. Listen, Izuku started, glancing at the clock. 2 minutes to assemble a team. I really wish I had more time to be friendly and stuff, but we have 2 minutes. Will you be on my team? Brainwashing is perfect for tag, and you seem like a decent guy. The boy blinked, shocked, and nodded dumbly. Shinso Hitoshi, he answered, shaking Izuku's hand. First place, a feminine voice called, and suddenly Izuku was tackled by a pink blur. Izuku looked up and saw the support student who was either named Kacchan or Hatsum on top of him. Be on my team. No time to get flustered, Izuku. He reminded himself firmly. He had to find a team. Of course, we need one more team member. The girl climbed off of him and yanked him to his feet with a surprising amount of strength. They had 30 seconds to find a 4th. Who's running? Izuku asked quickly. Shinso blinked and the support girl immediately pointed at him. Izuku nodded. It made the most sense. He had wings, and he was fast without them all the same. Izuku turned and saw Takoyami standing by himself, looking incredibly panicked as he scanned the teams that were already planning. Takoyami, Izuku called, and the boy rushed over, relief painting his avian features. Be on our team, please. I accept your offer. Takoyami nodded, and Dark Shadow popped out as well. Woohoo, we're on Mido's team. What was it that the tired guy called him before? Angel Boy. Angel's team. Izuku did not have time to get flustered. It was hard, though. Names, Izuku demanded, pointing at his 3 team members. They already knew his name from his obvious first-place status, but he stated anyway, Midoriya. Shinso. Shinso followed suit automatically. Takoyami. Izuku's classmate introduced himself, nodding respectfully to the other 2. Hatsume at your service. Hatsume cheered. Good thing you have wings, because I don't have time to attach a jetpack to you. Izuku nodded. Sorry, Takoyami. We decided I'd be the runner for our team. It is a good role for you. Fitting, Takoyami said acceptingly. Time's up, Midnight announced. Izuku walked up to Midnight and listed his team, Shinso Hitoshi, Hatsume, Takoyami Fumikage, and himself. She winked at him as he left, and Izuku doubled his pace. Okay, strategy time, Izuku declared as he walked up to his team. 3 heads turned to him. Shinso, I don't know how much you want to use your quirk, but it would be a great advantage in case I get tagged. Shinso nodded, but he looked uncomfortable. Takoyami, you've got incredible offensive abilities, or defensive if you decide to make sure I don't get tagged, which is really all we have to do considering. Izuku gestured to Midnight, who'd given Izuku the huge advantage. And Hatsume, what gadgets do you have? I was hoping you'd ask. It took them until the end of the registrations. But Izuku, Takoyami, Shinso, and Hatsume were all decked out in metal tools. Izuku had the least on him since he was going to be flying around, but he had a grappling hook just in case something went wrong. He also had a couple of sticky bombs to drive away or trap people who got too close. Shinso was practically a cyborg as well as Hatsume. Shinso had hover boots on, and he was floating a bit off the ground, trying to work on his balance. Hatsume had a jetpack on as well, and she also had a capture net with an easy retrieval feature. They don't want to leave the runners trapped, after all. That would help other teams. The second event starts in 3. Izuku watched 1,000 eyes focus on him. His wings fluffed in discomfort, but he held his ground. He had to move, and he had to do so fast. 2. Izuku was faster than Kacchan, even with his explosions propelling him. There was little faster than someone who could fly faster than the eye could see. Izuku and Keigo weren't terribly far off speed-wise. Izuku wasn't quite close to the hero's speed, but he wasn't slow for certain. Keigo was still faster, of course, but when they raced, he often had to pause to save a civilian or apprehend a villain. Perks of being a pro hero. Izuku sometimes won in those races where the hero was delayed. 1. Izuku started flapping his wings anxiously, crouching slightly to jump as soon as begin. Izuku shot into the air immediately, and he barely avoided the spire of ice that tried to follow him. He also saw his teammates sinking into the softened ground before it hardened again. Honuki had probably tried to capture him as well. Did Izuku take the names of all of his class and the other hero class and write their quirks down in his notebook? No, absolutely not. Why would anyone ever think such a thing? Izuku, freaking out and studying over quirks. What? Kacchan definitely didn't avoid Monoma's reaching hands because he knew the blonde could copy quirks from their frequent sleepovers. No, you have no proof. Izuku hovered above the arena, watching the chaos unfold. Several runners were trapped in ice and melted out just as fast as Todoroki tagged them and moved on. Izuku's classmate had tagged every runner at least once, and they were only 5 minutes in. 15 minutes on the clock. Izuku barely dodged as he spotted a hand shooting toward him. Takage's quirk would be good for catching him, and it'd give him info on how fast she could make the detached parts move. His curiosity about the details of others' quirks would never die, it seemed, even in the second round of the sports festival. Izuku flew around in aimless circles, speeding up gradually until Takage's hand couldn't catch up anymore. Of course, he still couldn't take his eyes off of the rest of his environment. More than once, Izuku had spotted Takage's other hand waiting for him to run into it. He dodged each attempt, though, doing increasingly complicated aerial maneuvers to avoid both hands. Izuku would not lose this for his team. Speaking of, Izuku stole a glance at the scoreboard. His team was in first, as Izuku hadn't been tagged yet, but if it was just by tagging points, his team would be in third. Team Hagakure was doing pretty well, as was Team Yaoyorozu. The former was just ahead of the latter. Eventually, Takage seemed to give up, the hands leaving Izuku be for now. She probably realized that Izuku wouldn't get caught by her quirk. Coincidentally, a few seconds after she did that, Team Tsuburaba shot up to fourth, steadily gaining points. Izuku snorted. Well, now he knew what team the 1B girl was on. WOAH, Eraser. How'd Midoriya get so good at dodging? Mike Sensei asked, and Izuku felt eyes on him from below. Izuku frowned, upset that attention had been drawn to him again. He managed to evade the girl with the best quirk for this game for 6 minutes. I didn't teach him that, Aizawa-sensei admitted. That skill is of his own merit. Izuku tuned out of the commentary, but he noted that he only had to dodge everyone for 9 more minutes. It felt simultaneously too long and too short. Suddenly, a spire of ice surged up from below, and Izuku easily flew out of its path. He didn't know what Todoroki was planning to do if Izuku was caught by it or how he thought he could catch Izuku with it considering its lack of flexibility. Another shot up, and Izuku dodged it too. A wordless shout from behind him followed by the sound of rapid explosions warned Izuku of Kacchan's presence in this attack. Izuku flew up and away from Kacchan, holding the advantage as he was more used to the air than his friend. "You darn nerd," Kacchan shouted, rocketing toward Izuku. Izuku plummeted beneath his assault, catching himself before he lost too much altitude. "Get over here and give me the win. We both know you'd hate it if I let you catch me," Izuku retorted with a small laugh, dodging another spire of ice and twirling out of Kacchan's reach again. "I want to win this too. Didn't I say I'd give it my all?" Kacchan smirked fairly at Izuku before he launched himself again. However, before Kacchan could make contact, a frustrated scream from Hagakure distracted them both. "Stupid Monoma," she grunted, avoiding another tag from Takach. "I almost went the whole game, too." Kacchan stared at the ground level contemplatively, and Izuku dodged another ice spire. However, in his haste to avoid the new one, he almost bumped into another one from behind him. He could feel the cold in his wings and back. "I'll be back, nerd," Kacchan growled before taking off toward Tsuburaba. Izuku chuckled as he watched the target make a hasty air shield and run away, much to the blonde's irritation. "You're trapped." Izuku jolted as Todoroki's voice came from behind him. Izuku flew away from the source, turning away from the uneven circle of ice pillars to see Todoroki perched on one himself. My plan worked out perfectly. Izuku looked around and, yes, he was trapped in a twisted enclosure of ice spires. The ceiling of the frigid cage was barely curved, but it had a solid roof now that Todoroki could control it better and produce a flat and frigid roof. "What now?" Izuku asked, keeping an eye out for other taggers. As slowly and subtly as he could, Izuku reached into one of his pockets and closed his hand around a sticky bomb. He needed a plan. "I don't have to come over there, and the moment you move I'll escape. Would you prefer to have the bars slowly shrink in on you?" Todoroki retorted blankly, setting a hand on a neighboring pillar. A ring went around the jail, and ice slowly crawled forward, leaving Izuku with little choice on where to go. "I would prefer to not overwork myself so early in the festival. Don't you have a counterbalance?" Izuku wondered aloud, choosing to go below the second platform. It sealed over his head, and Izuku decided that he didn't like to be trapped. "Not like this." Izuku's other hand closed around the handle of the grappling gun. "Like, I don't know, fire." Izuku watched curiously as Todoroki flinched almost imperceptibly at the word. He recalled his classmate's parentage and wondered what was happening there. Why would the son of a well-known fire user flinch at the word fire? How did Todoroki get his scar? Izuku resolved to consider it later. Maybe after the festival, Izuku would learn the terrible reality of his classmate's situation later. But later is not now, so Izuku moved on. Izuku readied his capture grenade and grinned as Todoroki created a floor beneath him. Todoroki frowned uncertainly at the challenging grin and readied another wave of ice to capture Izuku, and Izuku threw the projectile. Todoroki reared back, shocked, and before he could fall off of the pillar accidentally, the grenade exploded into an odd pink goo. It froze him in an unbalanced and precarious position, and Izuku almost felt bad. Izuku pulled his grappling gun out and, instead of using it to travel, he shot it at a nearby ice pillar at point-blank range, shattering it. The other pillars supported the roof, even with the pillar that was now broken in two. Izuku carefully maneuvered his way out of the makeshift cage and flew around to Todoroki's side to look at the boy. Todoroki had a grimace marring his features as he stared at the goo that had expanded to his knees. He was frozen diagonally off of the front of the spire he'd stood on, his body angled toward Izuku. Now Izuku definitely felt bad. That didn't look comfortable at all. "All right, listeners," Mike-sensei shouted, catching Izuku's attention. "We've got 5 minutes on the clock, and it's time to introduce a little twist." Izuku's eyes widened, and the sounds of fighting quieted from below him. They hadn't stopped altogether, but people were listening. Todoroki had also stopped trying to freeze his way out of his prison to listen. Every runner can tag one tagger to make them a runner as well. Izuku gasped at the announcement. He could remove one of the big threats after him. His gaze landed on a wary Todoroki staring back at him. This assigns the same amount of points to the new runner as the points their team's runner is worth. However, if you tag a tagger on Midoriya's team, they're assigned the normal amount of points if they weren't worth 1,000. Izuku's smile twisted into a grin. He knew who he was gunning for. The look on Todoroki's face said that he did too. Izuku shot toward him like a green, feathery arrow, and Todoroki tried to move back only to be stopped by the capture goo. He flew into a position where he could tag Todoroki but not the opposite. Izuku reached out for his leg and flames burst forth from the fabric, burning it up to Todoroki's knee before it sputtered out. He reared back, making sure he was out of reach of the flames. His wings were incredibly vulnerable, and he didn't want his face feathers getting torched either. Todoroki's eyes were wide, staring in shock at his left leg. He looked unfathomably angry as well. Izuku just hopes Todoroki does this the honorable way and doesn't pull him aside to beat him up later. Izuku quickly tapped him and fled, happy that the boy wasn't able to tag him anymore. He watched as Team Hagakure slowly fell from second to fourth, barely hanging on to the last accepted place. Looks like Todoroki as the first victim of the twist, Mike-sensei teased, quickly followed by an unsuspecting Takage. Oh, how the tables have turned. 1.5 minutes. Izuku wasn't attacked by Kacchan again. He was either tagged by a runner or scared that Izuku would tag him and make him a runner. 1 minute. Izuku wondered if Takage had been tagged at all yet. He then wondered if her quirk would help her at all with running. Could she separate herself into smaller pieces and hide? That sounded a bit odd to witness, but the question still embedded itself in Izuku's mind. 30 seconds. Todoroki still hadn't managed to free himself, but no one made a move to tag him. Izuku was tempted to hover in front of him and check in, but he didn't want to be caught unaware. Todoroki would be free soon. 15 seconds. Kacchan launched himself away from Monoma's reaching hands, sneering at the other blonde. He wasn't going on the offensive at all, so he'd probably gotten tagged by Tsuburaba as soon as the twist was introduced. 10 seconds. Izuku hovered vigilantly above the cage Todoroki had made, watching the chaos unfold in the arena. He probably wouldn't be tagged. His team would win. And that's time, listeners. Izuku glided to the ground and met his team in front of the stage. He needed to find Hatsume to free Todoroki from his unfortunate situation. Hatsume, Izuku called, jogging up to the inventor. First place, you didn't get tagged. Did you use my babies? Hatsume quick-fired, scanning him for any missing sticky bombs. She looked delighted when she noticed one of them was missing. You did. When? Where? On who? Did it work? Slow down, Izuku pleaded, raising his hands defensively. Do you see Todoroki up there? He asked, pointing at the boy who was still stuck and looking done with everything. Well, more done with everything. Honestly, that was fair. Izuku couldn't imagine that his position was even remotely comfortable, not even speaking of the potential embarrassment of being so thoroughly trapped. Oh, he needs this to get out, Hatsume said, handing Izuku a solution to either unstick or dissolve the capture substance. Go free him, first place. Izuku nodded and handed over the support items he still had before taking to the sky once more. He landed on the barest edge of the pillar, far away from the goo. Todoroki eyed him warily, frowning lightly at him. Are you here to rub in your victory? No, Izuku answered, taken aback by the question. Why? No, sorry, Todoroki. I didn't mean to leave you like this for so long. I had to get the solution to free you, he explained, raising the spray bottle with the reversal substance in it. Todoroki relaxed minutely and nodded. Can you? Izuku bit his lip uncertainly. Here, can you make a platform so you don't fall? Todoroki nodded again and a platform appeared beneath him. Izuku started spraying the solution on the goo, watching in fascination as it dissolved into a hopefully harmless pink gas. Todoroki slowly sank onto his platform and eventually dropped the rest of his weight onto it as he was released. Do you want help getting down? Izuku asked after he'd cleaned the rest of the goo up. I can fly you down. Todoroki considered Izuku for a moment before nodding once more. Izuku picked Todoroki up bridal style, startling the stoic boy, and gently glided down. Sorry, Izuku mumbled, flushing brightly as they descended. You're a lot taller, so this is the best way to go about this. When they landed, both of them went to their respective teams without another word to each other. Midnight strutted back on stage when everyone was attentive and leaned into the microphone, saying, You heard Mike. That's it for our second round. The crowd roared excitedly. In first place, having fulfilled the conditions of one of the rules for our new event, Team Midoriya. Izuku smiled brightly, tears falling freely down his cheeks as Dark Shadow caught him in a hug. We did it. Yeah, Dark Shadow cheered, hugging Izuku tighter. You were really good at dodging. The wings helped, Izuku huffed, flapping them a little to call attention to them. I can't believe we got first in the second round, Shinso muttered, staring at the scoreboard. The other team names were hidden for suspense. In second place, Team Ida. Izuku cheered for them too, smiling even brighter than before. He didn't notice Shinso and Takoyami shielding their eyes from the display. In third place, Team Hagakure. Izuku whooped for that team, knowing it was Kacchan's. His friends were incredible. Finally, in fourth place is Team Yaoyorozu. Izuku's smile didn't wane at the thought of potentially facing Todoroki in the third round. He was excited at the thought, even, however, as a result of there only being 3 people on Team Yaoyorozu. Fifth place Team Tsuburaba gets to pick a member to move on as well, Midnight said excitedly. Izuku heard hushed murmurs between the 4 before Monoma was shoved forward. Izuku hid a smile. He was so adamant that Class 1A was worse than 1B, and his quirk was so interesting. Izuku wondered how his matches would play out. Monoma Nito moves forward. The crowd cheered loudly before Mike Sensei interrupted them, briefly silencing the spectators once more. Please head to the cafeteria for lunch. Intermission for about an hour until the third round. Izuku turned to regroup with his usual lunch buddies and head out. But he bumped into someone. If you didn't make it to the third round, we still have recreational games happening. I'd rest up if I qualified, though. Sorry, Izuku apologized, rubbing his nose. It had squished uncomfortably against the person, so it was a little sore. Midoriya, Todoroki said in lieu of a greeting. Izuku tried not to feel intimidated, but he was pretty sure his classmate was glaring at him. Fair considering how Izuku had literally left him hanging for a while during the match. Wasn't his dad in the audience? Though to be fair, Izuku's mentor was also probably watching along with his mother. We need to talk. Izuku jolted as Kacchan walked up behind him, placing a firm hand on Izuku's shoulder. Are you being a sore loser now, half and half? Izuku grimaced at the nickname. It wasn't a fond one, dragging the opposition away to go beat him up. I thought you had a bit more tact. Knock off Zuko. No, Todoroki refuted, narrowing his eyes frustratedly at Kacchan. I just need to talk to him. Izuku patted the hand on his shoulder and grinned up at Kacchan. I can handle myself, you know. Get me some katsuden while we're gone. Kacchan reluctantly removed his hand and stepped back, still glaring at Todoroki. Whatever, nerd. Don't get hurt. Of course, Izuku agreed. He turned to an expectant and oddly impatient-looking Todoroki and nervously gestured for him to lead the way. Izuku hoped this conversation wasn't what Kacchan initially suspected it was. He wanted to be at his best for the final event, the one-on-ones. He couldn't get injured before the fights. That's just bad luck. Also, Izuku will need all of his strength if he potentially faces off against Todoroki or Kacchan. The rest of his classmates are strong, of course, but he's fully aware that those two are powerhouses if anything. He'd like his reputation to stay intact, thank you. Izuku needed to become a hero, to do good just like they do. Later, not far off now, Izuku will realize that heroes aren't all that the media made them out to be. They aren't all pillars of justice and morality. But later is not now, so Izuku goes into that hallway with that mindset still in place. Izuku fidgeted with the hem of his gym uniform as he followed Todoroki through the long halls under the festival stadium. He didn't know where they were going, and he didn't recognize the path they were taking. Despite walking confidently, Izuku doubted Todoroki did either. He seemed to contemplate which way to go every time there was a crossroads, only following the path that looked the most likely to be devoid of others. Eventually, though, Todoroki pulled Izuku down a side hallway and leaned against the wall across from him. Izuku followed suit and stared at Todoroki expectantly. He's the one who wanted to talk, after all. Izuku quickly stopped leaning against the wall before his classmate started. He didn't like the feeling of his wings being pinned, even if it was just beneath his own body weight. It's similar to having one of your arms pinned beneath you when you're leaning on a wall. It's tolerable at first, but it quickly numbs the limb and is generally unpleasant. Todoroki eyed him curiously, wondering if that was an indicator that Izuku had something to say or that Izuku's patience had worn thin and he was leaving. When it became apparent that Izuku wasn't going anywhere yet, Todoroki relaxed minutely. What? What did you want to talk about? Izuku stammered, the tense silence getting to him. The cafeteria is going to get really crowded if we stall, and we're both in the third round, so we'll probably need to get lunch soon. Ew, Todoroki started, but he stopped abruptly, as if he was thinking over how he was going to phrase this. You overpowered me. Back in the second round, Izuku stayed silent, watching as Todoroki's head lowered to look disdainfully at his left hand. Izuku's eyes narrowed sharply, assessing the movement. There was something there, something wrong. It was almost like hatred. You made me break my promise to myself, Todoroki continued, a hard edge to his voice now. Izuku's classmate was borderline angry. Maybe he was going to get beat up before the third round. I swore to myself I wouldn't use my fire. Izuku knew there was something wrong for certain now. There had to be. Most people don't just refuse parts of themselves similar to one of their parents without a reason. It didn't make sense. Why would Todoroki hate such a specific part of himself? No one else felt it because I was your target, but I got a glimpse of Hawk's true power. What did this have to do with Keigo? He's not as dumb as he wants the public to think. I saw that same hidden analytical mind in you. You have the speed, secondary quirk, and wings to match. Tell me, Midoriya. Izuku eyed Todoroki carefully, and his classmate slowly raised his head to meet Izuku's gaze. There was a glint of certainty in his heterochromatic eyes. He was asking a question for confirmation, not an answer. Are you Hawk's secret half-brother or something? Izuku blinked. His mouth twitched, and he was torn between bursting into bubbly giggles and demanding how Todoroki came to this conclusion. What? Well, that works too. You don't have to tell me, Todoroki assured him, confusing Izuku even more. No, that's not it at all. Izuku squeaked, his hands waving flusteredly. His wings were fluffed up in his incredulity. He probably looked a little ridiculous. Izuku took a glance at Todoroki's expression and realized that skepticism was written all over it. You don't believe me, do you? Izuku asked with an air of defeat. You said that's not it, which implies that there is a connection, Todoroki hummed, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Eventually, he seemed to deem scrutinizing Izuku's friendship with Keigo wasn't worth the trouble because he continued, It's not my problem, though. I won't dig into your relationship with him. My old man's endeavor, though I'm sure you already knew. Izuku nodded, glad that the subject had somewhat changed. If you're close to Hawks, that only gives me more reason to defeat you, Todoroki stated. Izuku held back a sigh. What was with Todoroki and challenging him? You gave a great show earlier, but I'm going to show that power-hungry fool that I can rise to the top without his power. Where are you going with this? Izuku prompted the other tentatively. You have a point with this, don't you? Midoriya, have you ever heard of a quirk marriage? Izuku looked Todoroki over, taking in the perfect split of his features. He was split in half in every aspect of himself, from his hair to his eyes to his. Quirk marriages were terrible, immoral things, and they were outlawed years ago. People bred like dogs to create the most powerful quirks they could, uniting themselves in the name of power instead of love. Izuku nodded. He knew what quirk marriages were. That saves me some explanation, Todoroki remarked blankly. My father's a terrible person, but he was somewhat intelligent about how he sought his goals. He's ambitious and aspires to stand at the top. No, to utterly and thoroughly defeat the top. All Might, Izuku muttered. Todoroki nodded, confirming Izuku's suspicions with a displeased frown. Even if Endeavor managed to climb over All Might in the rankings, All Might would still be the top hero to everyone, Todoroki explained further. Endeavor wants that power and influence, but it's impossible. So he looked toward the next best thing. Izuku's breath hitched as Todoroki finished his thought. Having a child defeat All Might for him. You already figured it out, haven't you? Todoroki asked dryly. He's an immoral and unlawful person. It's shocking how far power, money, status, or influence can get you in terms of bending the law. He bought my mother like cattle from her parents. He made her life painful to live to reach an impossible dream because her quirk was convenient. Don't you see it? I can't be a tool to be used by a hypocrite like him. I won't. Todoroki, your left side is hideous. That's what she said the moment before she poured a kettle full of boiling water onto my face. Todoroki spat, staring at Izuku head on now. Izuku's eyes widened. What? That's why I have to beat you, Todoroki scoffed. I have to show him I can make it to first place without him. Without his power, I'll reject him completely by winning without his help. Izuku felt tears gathering and a lump in his throat forming. Todoroki had been through so much and there was doubtless more that wasn't told to him. He felt his hands shaking from where they were strangling each other from the stress. I'm sorry for keeping you for so long, Todoroki apologized, averting his gaze when he noticed the water threatening to spill from Izuku's eyes. I also didn't mean to upset you. Izuku swallowed down the lump in his throat and willfully pushed down the empathetic sob that threatened to break out. He wouldn't cry. That's not what Todoroki needed right now. He didn't need someone to be sad for him. When Izuku had finally repressed the urge to loudly and visually mourn his classmates' past, Izuku realized that he hadn't stopped shaking. No, he hadn't been shaking with the effort of forcing down his tears. He felt hot coals in his heart and fire in his eyes, though that might have been the now gone tears. Izuku didn't feel sad or scared or disbelieving or shocked anymore. No, Izuku was angry. Izuku felt like lava had replaced his blood, burning through his veins. This wasn't Kacchan's hot, spitting fire. It was slower, more dangerous. It destroyed and burned everything it touched, from Izuku's clenched teeth to his fluffed, slightly unfolded wings, to his smoldering glare at the ground, to his curled fists, breaking the skin of his palms. Not right now. Later, Todoroki, Izuku called, stopping the boy before he could leave the hall they were in. He'd apparently decided that he'd said his piece and figured that Izuku wouldn't say any more. I'm sorry that happened to you. I really am. But I refuse to take defeat lying down. I'm going to do my best too. Your declaration of war from before the festival? I return that. I'll beat you, Todoroki, and I'll give it my all just like you should. Todoroki's eyes flashed with something like respect and surprise before the boy nodded and left silently. Izuku waited until he was certainly gone before launching a furious kick at the wall. Endeavor, Izuku thought viciously, snarling at the wall. He almost wished he'd left a mark so he could feel the vindictive pleasure that came with damaging something while he was angry. The other, smarter part of him was grateful that the walls were sturdy so he wouldn't have to pay for property damage. You'll pay for what you did. I swear it. Later, Izuku followed up, feeling the burning cool down into a calmer simmer. He couldn't do this now. Now wasn't the time. I still have a mindset to change and a festival to win. But later is not now, so Izuku moved on. Izuku wouldn't let this go, though. Not in a million years. In 15 minutes, the third event will commence, Midnight announced, grinning as the crowd cheered excitedly. The remaining 16 students will take part in one-on-one battles with one another in a tournament-style finisher. Take a look at the bracket, and, if you're in the first or second match, please make your way to the prep room. Izuku stared up at the bracket on the screen and scanned it for his name. He was in the first battle, and his opponent was Kaminari. Not a terrible matchup, as Kaminari's main strategy in practice exercises had been his indiscriminate shock, but during the USJ, he'd called up his quirk and used it like a built-in taser. How quickly their match went and who the winner was almost entirely depended on Kaminari's strategy. Of course, Izuku had a few plans for if the boy planned to distribute his quirk throughout his body, but it'd be a lot harder and riskier. Izuku's shoes had rubber soles, thank goodness, so if worse came to worst, he could do drive-by kicks to wear his opponent down so long as he was fast and careful. There was no guarantee that Kaminari wasn't fast enough to latch onto Izuku's ankle to tase him, though. Kaminari wasn't stupid, contrary to what a few of his classmates thought, and he knew what an opening looked like. Izuku waved to his friends as he walked toward the hall where the prep rooms were located. He nodded respectfully to Kaminari as they split off, each going to their respective rooms. Yaoyorozu had been pulled aside by Hatsum on the way there, and Izuku hoped that the former could handle whatever the latter wanted. Izuku hadn't known Hatsum for long, but he knew she could be a lot from what he had gathered. When Izuku sat down, he reflected on how this match could go and the pros and cons for both him and his opponent depending on the hypothetical situations. A part of Izuku wanted it to be an easy match so he wouldn't have to exert himself to win. Izuku hated that part of himself passionately. Taking the easy way out hardly did favors for anyone. Everyone had it, though. The invasive part of themselves that desired the path of least resistance, even if that path didn't benefit them as much or didn't remain within the law or basic decency. No, everyone had temptations to go astray so they didn't have to work as hard. That didn't make Izuku accept that part of himself anymore, though. The larger, louder, better part of Izuku wanted Kaminari to do his best, to use his most effective strategy so he could display both of their skills. Izuku wanted the world to see Kaminari for his intelligence and strength, not his weakness and incapacitating drawback. He didn't want Kaminari to broadcast his Achilles heel on live television. Izuku feared that Kaminari wouldn't remember and he'd use an ineffective strategy anyway. If he did, Izuku would talk to him about it after he'd recovered from his drawbacks or after the festival. In a way, broadcasting a deficiency in control was beneficial if you were about to learn it after. People would underestimate you, expecting you to tear yourself apart or incapacitate yourself in an effort to fight or protect. But then, bam, you're a lot better than they expected and you defeat them when they're off their guard. Izuku's wing twitched as he heard an announcement filter through the speakers. 5 minutes until the first match. Then, a call for Izuku and Kaminari followed. Our first fighters, please make your way to your designated entrance to the arena. Thank you. Izuku shot to his feet, shocked that he'd used up so much time going on an internal rant about his opponent's strategy and not making his own. Foolish. There wasn't really any time to harbor regrets, though. Izuku opened the door to leave, his wings twitching and fluffing with his nervous excitement. He all but bounced down the hall, making his way to the hall leading to the entrance. Izuku fidgeted nervously, his hands wringing each other's wrists, and his feet shuffling slightly. He couldn't stop moving. This would be the real moment when the crowd's eyes were on him. It was just him and Kaminari now. Izuku was jolted out of his nervous muttering by Mike-sensei announcing, for our first match. Izuku looked up at the screens all around the stadium to see a picture of him looking absolutely terrified with a shaky smile, and a normal picture of Kaminari grinning separated by a jagged black line with a verses in the middle. Two classmates battle it out. The reigning champion of the sports festival thus far, Midoriya Izuku of 1A against a bolt of lightning personified, Kaminari Denki of 1A. The crowd roared as the pair walked out into the blinding light. Izuku was shaking terribly. It was so nerve-wracking to be the center of attention of millions of people. He was on worldwide television. It was easier when he was surrounded by others to take the spotlight off of him. Not the time, stupid. Izuku chastised himself, his teeth clenching frustratedly. He didn't have time to get nervous. Not now. I want a fair fight, okay, boys. Midnight purred, staring down at them sternly. Izuku gulped and nodded, and he saw Kaminari do the same out of the corner of his eye. Don't worry, Mido, Kaminari grinned reassuringly. Izuku felt his muscles relax at the kind gesture. I won't go too hard on you. Never mind. Any thoughts of kindness flew out the window. Izuku wouldn't show any mercy. Okay, begin. Izuku stayed grounded despite every muscle in his body telling him to fly out of range. If Kaminari was indiscriminate shocking this, Izuku needed to wait until the last moment so Kaminari couldn't stop mid-attack to come up with a better strategy. While Izuku wanted Kaminari to be smart about this, that didn't mean Izuku would be stupid about it to make up for it. Still, he resisted a sigh when Kaminari's arms started sparking as he raised them above his head. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts, he cried, grinning like this move assured his victory. Izuku waited. Kaminari's hands flung downwards and Izuku launched into the air, grinning spitefully when he saw Kaminari's shocked expression. No later than Izuku was off the ground did the cement light up with unrestrained electricity, the stray bolts nearly hitting Izuku. Izuku shielded his eyes from the bright streaks of electricity, covering his face with his arms. He didn't lower them until he heard a dazed wave from his opponent. Izuku landed, and he stared sadly at his friend, who was incapacitated by his own efforts, his own quirk. Kaminari stood unsteadily, swaying from side to side as he made absent, meaningless noises. Izuku wondered if it hurt to do this to himself, but he was never present enough to show it. Izuku sighed as he walked over to his friend and gently nudged him toward the line, corralling him out of the arena. On occasion, he'd try to walk some other way, but a light push away from that direction stopped that before it could really start. Midnight was also watching with a sad stare as Izuku ushered Kaminari out of bounds. Nonetheless, she declared, Kaminari is out of bounds. When Kaminari crossed the white line, such an underwhelming victory, Mike-sensei exclaimed, sounding genuinely surprised by the lack of excitement. Midoriya wins. Izuku waved dismissively at the drones, trying to get a good angle of him as he led Kaminari back out of the arena by his wrist. He escorted his friend to Recovery Girl, dropping him off with a sheepish chuckle and a worried glance. He walked to the viewing area to watch his friend's next match. If he remembered correctly, it was Yaoyorozu against Hatsume. When he got back, he noticed that the Hagakure was gone. It was her match after Yaoyorozu's, though, so it made sense. Izuku sucked in a sharp breath at the sight of Yaoyorozu decked out in support gear. He heard a sharp inhale to his right, and he knew Tokoyami was thinking the same thing. How sportsmanlike, Ida declared, grinning at the scene. The support student has decided to share some of her gadgets to even the playing field. That doesn't seem like something Hatsume would do, Izuku muttered quietly, and he saw that Tokoyami nodded along with the conclusion out of the corner of his eye. Ida looked over with confusion, but Izuku just gave him a strained grin. The other dismissed it as a peculiarity of the two. Mike-sensei exclaimed at seeing the hero course student decked out in gadgets. Is this even allowed? Yaoyorozu's stance suddenly became a lot less certain, her knees buckling minutely, almost imperceptibly, and her shoulders slumping just a little. Izuku felt his wings twitch and fluff slightly in indignation on her behalf. Midnight hadn't said anything yet, which was a little odd, but Izuku saw and heard Hatsume chattering with her about how she'd asked Yaoyorozu before the match. A grin eventually overcame the heroine's face, and Izuku knew it would be okay. Such cooperation. She cooed. Such youth. I'll allow it. I guess since both of them are all right with it. Aizawa-sensei agreed uncertainly. All right, Mike-sensei shouted. For our second match, we have the clever, versatile Yaoyorozu Momo from Hero Class 1A against the genius inventor Hatsume Mei from Support Class 1H. Ready? Midnight asked, raising her whip above her head. She brought it down with a snap. As she announced, begin. Yaoyorozu rushed forward, sparkles flying off of her arms as she made something while skating forward on wheels that were undoubtedly Hatsume's work. But before Izuku could try to guess what she was making, a crackle from the speakers alerted him to a change in control. Sorry, Mike-sensei, Hatsume chirped, her voice echoing around the shocked stadium. I'm Hatsume Mei, future CEO of Hatsume Industries. That's Hatsumei. Yaoyorozu eventually produced a staff, swinging it at the support student, whose backpack lifted her up and away from the attack. Yaoyorozu, the ever-clever thinker, swung at the poles, but they receded before she could make contact. How are those wheels fitting you? Hatsume asked, a manic and triumphant grin on her face. Are you faster, lighter, a bit quicker on your feet? Go on, tell me. I need good feedback from my babies. Yaoyorozu's face flashed with confusion at the last part, but it twisted into a frustrated scowl as she swung again and again and again and again and again. But each attack was thwarted by a different piece of support gear attached to Hatsume. A jetpack, hover boots, a retractable shield, a gas mask, and a fan when Yaoyorozu attempted to produce a sleeping gas of sorts. Eventually, Yaoyorozu's frustration overcame her grace, and she turned a bit too fast on her rollerblades, resulting in her stumbling and falling over. Her face lit up with shock and embarrassment, but before she could really fall over, a harness with larger pads around her midsection shot out a few wires with clawed ends, tethers, and righted her almost immediately. The back wire reeled in while the front wire slackened, and the other two wires were for stability. Oh, I was hoping you'd try that baby out, Hatsume cried excitedly, landing and jumping gleefully. You'll never fall again with my balance, baby. It worked perfectly. All in all, Yaoyorozu and Hatsume's match, if you could even call it that, was around 15 minutes long. and it was disheartening to watch Hatsum obliviously dance circles around a frustrated and indignant Yaoyorozu. Eventually, Hatsum had shown off all of her gadgets, and she disconnected from the speakers and forfeited the match, having advertised to her heart's desire. Yaoyorozu appeared in the viewing area for Wano with a dejected expression, clearly feeling self-conscious about how her match had gone. It was understandable. It didn't seem like a fulfilling match. "You did wonderful, Yaoyorozu." Izuku encouraged her when she returned, smiling as genuinely as he could. He snuck in a quick wave and good luck wish to the two leaving for the prep rooms, Ashido and Todoroki, and continued, "You didn't know she was going to use you for an advertisement. Did she apologize?" Yes, Yaoyorozu affirmed with a nod, also giving a quick wave to the two. "She apologized for her actions and plan without being transparent with me first. I only wish I could have displayed my own skills a little more." "You did," Izuku assured her, and she glanced up with skepticism in her eyes. "You showed that you can think of varying solutions and backup plans when your first or second doesn't work. And you showed your wide arsenal of tools. You also demonstrated your patience when you didn't give up or stop showing self-restraint after 15 minutes of that. You're incredible, Yaoyorozu. It might not have shown all of what you can do, but it wasn't totally and completely awful." Yaoyorozu looked shocked at the idea of her being all of the things Izuku had described. "Thank you, Midoriya. I appreciate you showing me the small positive side of our match." "Of course," Izuku chirped. The next match is starting. Our third match is between, whoa, where'd he come from? General Studies Shinso Hitoshi against the invisible dark horse Hagakure Toru from the hero course. Mike-sensei announced. "Are you ready?" Midnight asked, and once she got two affirming nods she shouted, "Begin." Izuku was thankful for his enhanced hearing as he got to hear what tactics Shinso used to get his opponents to talk, to fall under his quirk. It really was a cool power. "I give up, huh?" Shinso drawled, leaning his head back and looking down his nose at the already frustrated girl. "Will you forfeit for me, Hagakure?" "What?" Hagakure cried indignantly. "As if I'd give up just because you and your stupidly attractive voice asked me to." "Walk out of bounds," Shinso ordered, smirking as the seemingly floating clothes turned to do just that. Izuku didn't miss the small amount of color in the boy's cheeks though at his voice being called attractive. The voice thing was probably part of his quirk, though, to incite people to respond. Hey, what are you doing?" Gyro exclaimed, running up to the railing. "Turn around, Toru," Yaoyorozu exclaimed. "Why are you walking toward us?" Mike-sensei shouted, surprise painting his features. "So obedient. What is she doing?" "This only demonstrates how the entrance exam was illogical," Aizawa-sensei growled into the mic. Despite having such a useful quirk, Shinso wasn't accepted merely under the circumstances that it doesn't have any effect on robots. Izuku sucked in a sympathetic breath as Hagakure stepped over the boundary line. She reeled back, seemingly freed from Shinso's quirk. Hagakure crossed the boundary line. Midnight declared, also looking confused about what had happened. "Wait, what happened?" she questioned, looking around. "I lost." "How? When did I?" Did Shinso's quirk have an amnesia portion to it? Why didn't she remember what happened? Does it do that to everyone under his quirk? If it doesn't, what makes the difference? Such a short match. Mike-sensei wailed. Shinso Hitoshi wins. Izuku almost felt bad for Hagakure. She looked so confused, even though Izuku couldn't really see her. But he also really wanted that 20th classmate. And Shinso was the perfect candidate. He was an interesting person. And so determined too. He also had a super cool quirk, although that was just a bonus. Izuku had long since learned that quirks aren't everything. How else would he, the useless, fragile, winged brat, have gotten into UA? Izuku realized that Ida and Uraraka were leaving for their prep rooms, and he shouted, "Good luck, Ida, Uraraka." Ida nodded seriously, swearing to fight at his hardest. Uraraka, meanwhile, smiled brightly and thanked him. They left quickly after that to go and strategize. "Hopefully this match will be a bit flashier than the last three," Mike-sensei pleaded not so subtly. "It's the Dancing Queen Ashido Mina against the Ice Prince Todoroki Shoto." Izuku's nose twinged, warning him to take caution. Danger. It wasn't villains, though. Izuku tilted his head, confused at where the danger could come from if it wasn't from a hostile assailant. How did he even smell danger if it wasn't from a person? Was his quirk, his secondary one, strengthening? How had it always been able to do this? And then Izuku got a glance at Todoroki's face. He was furious. It didn't really look like his ire was aimed at Ashido herself, but it was more toward the world. Or maybe a person who he couldn't see, couldn't look at the moment. Maybe it was that person. Izuku figured this would result in a little loss of control, which for Todoroki could mean a glacier. It probably did, actually. Izuku rose and moved to stand by the back row, relaxing when it relieved his nose of the danger premonition. Danger wasn't exactly a pleasant smell, but Izuku had long since stopped allowing it to distract him. "Midoriya," Takoyami called, frowning confusedly at him. "Is there a reason you have retreated to the back row?" Ah, Izuku chuckled sheepishly. Sorry, Takoyami. I think something's about to happen that might make it a little uncomfortable in the front. I should have warned you, Yaoyorozu and Kirishima. Takoyami nodded and rose to stand next to Izuku to wait out the foretold danger. Yaoyorozu also moved back, but she settled on the second row with Kirishima. Kirishima stole a seat next to Kacchan, who was eyeing Izuku suspiciously. Not villains, Izuku assured him quietly, and the people in Izuku's immediate vicinity, including Kacchan, relaxed minutely. Izuku marveled at the show of trust. He really did have nice friends. He couldn't believe that they just believed him about this kind of stuff. Ready? Midnight grinned excitedly, but Izuku knew the smile would turn to shock in a second. He's sure he'll be shocked too, even if he knew what was coming. Begin. Immediately, Todoroki shifts his right foot forward and ice erupts forth, moving fast and growing faster. The space in front of the front row was filled with ice in a mere second. A glacier the size of the stadium had been created. It felt like the world had sucked in a shocked breath, silence reigning in the stadium. And then a hiss filled the air, and Izuku knew that Ashido had melted her way out of the icy prison. You'll have to use something other than ice to knock me out, Todoroki, Ashido declared, her voice muffled by the ice wall that separated the side of the stadium Izuku was on from the rest of the arena. I'll just melt right thr, wah. Izuku's eyes widened, and he looked to the screens to see the fight being broadcasted. It was probably because Mike-sensei and Aizawa-sensei were still too shocked to say a thing. Izuku saw that Todoroki had coated the ground in ice, and while Ashido could melt through it and slide around, Todoroki would probably just refreeze it. Several ice walls were formed, corralling Ashido outside of the ring. Izuku could see on the broadcast, though, that Todoroki was getting tired. Mist was coming out of his mouth in puffs, and he was shivering violently. He likely hadn't considered his drawback when making that move, and thus the match was longer than he'd anticipated. Suddenly, the ground beneath Ashido rose, prompting her to let out another surprised squeak. She rose until it wouldn't be a safe drop to the ground, and then a slide formed to her left, and the ground on the opposite side of the slide rose to make the whole contraption a slope Ashido had no hopes of escaping, even with her ability to melt ice. The pout on her face was almost comical as she slid over the white line. Ashido is out of bounds, Midnight announced, her teeth chattering. TTTODOROKISHSHOTOO wins us. Mike-sensei followed up, shivers making his voice tremble and stutter. Please be patient as we start an intermission to clean the stage up before the next match. Izuku got a glimpse of Todoroki as he was walking out of the ring, and instead of triumphant or even content, Todoroki only looked angry and somewhat ashamed. Above all that, he looked like he needed help. A rustle of clothes and a huff alerted Izuku to his friend leaving the booth. Good luck, Kacchan, Izuku shouted as he left with his opponent. You too, Shiro. Kacchan rolled his eyes with an acknowledging grunt as Shiro nodded with a thumbs up and a grin. Izuku smiled back as the two left, and he returned to his seat. Takoyami and Yaoyorozu followed suit, but Kirishima stayed put. Izuku decided to make conversation with Takoyami when an intermission was called so they could clean up the stage. For our next match, will their friendship interfere with their battle? Mike-sensei asked suspensefully. It's best pals Ida Tenya from 1A against Uraraka Ochako from 1A. Izuku didn't know who to cheer for as they both walked onto the concrete platform, Uraraka smiling challengingly at Ida was solemn, as usual, but there was a determined set to his expression as well. There would be no softened blows in this match. It seemed that Aizawa-sensei agreed because he added, these two might be friends, but they would never show that kind of disrespect to each other. They will both give it their all, treating each other like the fearsome opponent they are. WOAH, Mike-sensei cried, broadcasting his surprise. All right, Eraser, I guess I'll take your word for it. Izuku smiled as he saw the tension drain out of his friends in the arena. They'd been a little apprehensive that the other would pull back. Ready? Midnight asked, her whip held high above her head. She cracked it as she shouted, begin. Ada immediately burst forward, his recipro burst making him almost untrackable. Uraraka, who seemed to figure that would have been his first move, dove out of the way when Midnight shouted, ducking under his outstretched arm and tapping it with her hand. Suddenly, Ada was out of control, unable to stop as gravity was removed. He spiraled out of bounds, and from what Izuku could see, he was shocked and very dizzy. Another 5-second round. Ada is out of bounds, Midnight sighed, lamenting the loss of a perfect battle. Every battle had been too short this match and Izuku's match, too long Hatsune and Yaoyorozu. Not exciting Shinso and Hagakure, or too exciting Todoroki and Ashido. There wasn't a good middle ground anywhere. Uraraka wins the match, Mike-sensei declared with vigor, making up for Midnight's melancholy. As Izuku checked the bracket, he thought that maybe there would be soon. After all, Kacchan's match was next against Shiro. Who do you think will win in this match? Yaoyorozu asked. She was now directly next to Izuku instead of on the other end of the row, so she could talk to Izuku and Takoyami without raising her voice. Kacchan never loses, Izuku hummed almost automatically. However, knowing that wasn't an adequate answer, he elaborated, I think it's a bad matchup. Kacchan's quirk is a good counter for Zero's tape. But if Zero can get Kacchan's hands stuck to his sides, he's in a bit of trouble. It depends. I believe Bakugo's power will ultimately overwhelm Zero, Takoyami agreed. However, Midoriya has brought some wisdom to light and shrouded the future in uncertainty. Yaoyorozu blinked at the odd language, and before she could comment on it or add insight about the upcoming fight, Mike-sensei announced the start of the next match. Will this match blow us away? Or will it stick to the norm? Mike-sensei started, the corny puns causing Izuku to feel a cross between agitation and amusement. It's the literal bomb Bakugo Katsuki against the Spider-Man we never knew we needed. Zero Hanta. Izuku got up and moved to the railing, leaning against it as far as he could without falling over. While his eyes were slightly enhanced, he didn't want to miss a single second of Kacchan's match. Ready? Izuku's wings twitched excitedly, and he watched Kacchan and Zero settle into fighting stances. He noticed that Kacchan specifically had his hands away from his body, unwilling to get trapped like Izuku had thought he might be if he wasn't careful. Begin. Immediately, Zero shot out a strip of tape, but Kacchan reacted quickly. He outstretched a palm, and Izuku watched it glow slightly before an explosion incinerated the attack. Unfortunately, the smoke that resulted from the counter obstructed Kacchan's vision, and another strip of tape wrapped around his other arm and torso. Zero cut the line, preparing a third attack to catch the other arm, but Kacchan blew up the tape that had pinned his arm, burning himself slightly, and quickly darted forward, propelled by his explosions. Zero launched at a beat too early, startled by the immediate assault. It sailed past Kacchan, and Zero cut it off quickly. He readied another attack, and it forced Kacchan to pause so he didn't get trapped by it. There was only so much he could do without his hands. Now that Izuku thought about it, if he'd fought Zero himself, he might have had some trouble. Izuku has no way to remove Zero's tape, and it seems painful to rip off, especially off of his wings. He would have had to be cautious, possibly doing some hit-and-run tactics to make up for his lack of true mobility. Izuku could fight without his wings, of course. Keigo had ensured that Izuku could. Who knows when they'll be unavailable or even a burden? Izuku knew some hand-to-hand as a result. So did Kacchan. Izuku watched as Kacchan surged forward still, pausing every time Zero launched an attack. Unfortunately, they were stuck with this. Kacchan couldn't rush forward blindly because he'll get caught, but Zero couldn't launch endless attacks or prepare a counter. Izuku knew from foundational heroics that Zero wasn't great at hand-to-hand. And if Kacchan had his explosions on his side, then Zero was as good as defeated. Aizawa-sensei would probably hold more quirkless sparring sessions after this, now that their incompetence without their quirks was on display. Kacchan made steady progress, eventually getting sick of launching forward and resorting to walking while blowing up Zero's attacks. Zero backed up as Kacchan grew closer, needing to maintain the distance to attack Kacchan effectively. Izuku winced when he noticed how close Zero was getting to the boundary line. He noticed Kacchan's face twitch as he either held back a glower at the lack of a fight or a smirk at the future win. It didn't matter. Kacchan took one more step forward, and when Zero matched that step back, Midnight announced, Zero is out of bounds. Bakugokatsuki wins. Mike-sensei declared eagerly. Izuku cheered with the crowd, grinning down at his friend who smirked back up at him. Even though Izuku had suspected his friend would win, it didn't muffle the pride swelling in his chest as Kacchan walked back with Zero. I must depart, Takoyami said, half to himself. I will not be back in time to wish you and Yaoyorozu luck on your next match. Do your best, and do not disrespect your opponent by doing anything less. Of course, Izuku agreed. Good luck to you too. Give it your all, Takoyami. Oh, and you, Dark Shadow. Good luck as well, Gyro. Thanks, Midoriya. Gyro nodded. Good luck on your next match too. The three left, even though one was concealed. Somewhere on Takoyami's person. Maybe in Takoyami. Izuku wasn't really sure how that worked. He had so many questions. Izuku was pulled from that train of thought by Mike-sensei shouting, for our next match, will the class rivalry shine? It's the clash of the classes Monoma Nito from 1B and Kirishima Ijiro from 1A. Don't look so cocky now. 1A, Monoma sneered, a condescending scowl smirk on his face. He was quiet to Izuku's ears, but still audible. You don't know what I'm capable of. That's so manly, Mono bro. Kirishima cried, admiration clear in his tone. His fists collided with each other, both hardened, as he declared, I love a good challenge. Give me your best. Monoma looked very confused at the positive reaction and settled into a defensive fighting stance. He wasn't sure what to expect now that his opponent seemed to take condescension as encouragement. A challenge. He didn't know what to do with the friendliness. Ready? Midnight asked. Begin. Monoma immediately put his palms on the floor, and Izuku almost thought he'd stumbled and fell forward to catch himself. It was a lurching movement, seeming unnatural and accidental. And then Kirishima started sinking. Monoma had copied Honuki's quirk. Izuku grinned as he pressed himself against the railing. What else did he copy? Could he copy more than one quirk at a time? What was the limit? Maybe Izuku would find out this round. He realized this as he watched Kirishima attempt to pull himself out to no avail. Whenever he put his hands on top of the concrete to push himself out, they sunk into the concrete too. Once, the attempt worked a little bit. His arms sank deeper, but his legs showed slightly. And then the concrete hardened again. And Kirishima was thoroughly stuck. Even when he hardened his arms to break it up, the concrete didn't budge. Kirishima is immobilized, Midnight declared, and Kirishima wilted for a second before he perked up with a well done, man. To Monoma, who looked so confused. MONOMANEITO wins, Mike-sensei announced a beat after. Monoma softened the ground again, allowing Kirishima to pull his arms out, and then he hardened that part of the concrete so Kirishima could pull himself out. By the end of the exchange, Monoma looked exhausted. Izuku wondered how taxing it was to use Honuki's quirk for so long, especially with such precision. Kirishima shook hands with Monoma, giving him a toothy grin, and left, leaving a bewildered Monoma in his wake. Izuku had no idea how often he did that to other people. Izuku felt a finger tap his shoulder gently, and he jolted, surprised. Yaoyorozu pulled back just as fast, a sheepish and apologetic expression on her face. My apologies, she muttered, but we need to go to our preparation rooms now. Sorry, Izuku squeaked as he shot to his feet. Thank you for reminding me. It was no problem, Yaoyorozu chuckled. I figured you were stuck in some train of thought as you usually are. Thank you again, though, Izuku repeated, following her down the hall. Following, never side by side. Izuku all but ran to his room once Yaoyorozu was in hers, unwilling to miss his friend's match. He watched Takoyami walk out with Gyro on the other side. He only missed the introductions. Maybe he should focus on strategies to defeat Yaoyorozu, but Izuku really wanted to support his friends. Besides, there was an intermission between the first round of the tournament and the second, so Izuku would still have time. He watched Dark Shadow burst forth, surging toward Gyro eagerly. Gyro readied a soundwave, but she didn't aim it at Dark Shadow. No, she directed it at Takoyami. Smart. Dark Shadow would have to retreat or move in a predictable manner to block the path of the wave so Takoyami wouldn't get hurt or knocked down or out of bounds. Dark Shadow zipped down, interrupting the attack with a small narrowing of his eyes. Dark Shadow continued this pattern of attack, keeping himself closer to the direct path between Takoyami and Gyro. He inched closer and closer, closing more ground between each sound wave. Gyro was also beginning to show signs of quirk exhaustion, her breath coming in labored huffs as she unconsciously rubbed her ear jacks between each blast. They probably hurt a little. He wondered if it was jarring to do attacks like that. Eventually, in one of the ever-increasing recovery periods Gyro took between each attack, Dark Shadow grabbed her arms and lifted her over the white line, ending the match. Izuku sighed, happy that his friend could stop being in pain. It wasn't that he thought Gyro was weak. No, quite the opposite. He just didn't like watching any of his friends be in pain. They both fought well, though. Gyro's loss wasn't so quick that it didn't showcase any of her talents. It was a good fight. Izuku hoped that his own match lived up to it. Yaoyorozu deserved to show off her skill set, even if she lost. Izuku wouldn't go easy on her. He wasn't stupid or misogynistic. Yaoyorozu would destroy him if he let his guard down or did any less than his absolute best. Though, he'd give Yaoyorozu a fight, even if he lost. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.